Now, Newcastle fans are getting very excited this evening. A major hurdle in the Saudi Arabia takeover appears to have been removed today. A TV piracy dispute between the Kingdom and Qatar broadcaster beIN Sports, which owns the Premier League rights in the Middle East, has been resolved. To explain more, we're joined by Luke Edwards, the Northern football writer for the Daily and Sunday Telegraph. Luke, what significance does this obstacle being removed have on the potential of this takeover?
Well, it's the largest, the most gigantic red flag that there was to this takeover going through. To put this into context, the Premier League were effectively being asked to sanction the sale of one of their football clubs to a state where you couldn't legally watch Premier League football. A country where they had been prevented from taking legal action 9 times to resolve this situation, where their official broadcast partners, the Qatar-owned beIN Sport, were banned from broadcasting. So the only way you could watch Premier League football was illegally, through illegal streams in Saudi Arabia. Now, I have always maintained this over the last 18 months. I could not see any way that the Premier League could allow that takeover to happen for that very, very simple reason. You would be doing a disservice to all 20 members of the Premier League. They were effectively having their rights stolen by a state that now, through its public investment fund, wanted to buy a controlling stake in a Premier League football club. Now, if you'd have asked me this question on Monday, I would have even said this morning when I woke up, did I see this takeover happening? My answer would have been no, definitely not. Suddenly, about midday today, when I was out having lunch with my parents, so sorry to my mum and dad for that being ruined, it was suddenly emerged that through the back door, in private, talks have been going on, and the Saudi Arabian government had effectively gone to the Premier League and said, what do we need to do to get this takeover to go through? They were told about the piracy issue, and I think from what I'm hearing, in a matter of days, the piracy operations have been shut down. They've reached agreement. I think they've settled for $1 billion with beIN in damages for the piracy, and they have lifted the ban on beIN being able to broadcast in the country. So that huge red flag has suddenly vanished. Now, I am surprised at how quickly things have moved on. From hearing that at lunchtime, I'm now told the takeover is on the brink of being finalised, of being given a green light, of being announced. And that is just remarkable. It's probably the most incredible day I've had in 20 years of covering Newcastle. And as we know, Newcastle are a pretty dramatic football club, but this has been something else. So, you know, from waking up this morning thinking there was no hope of this takeover going through, I'm going to go to bed tonight fully expecting that it will be announced, if not tomorrow, then certainly by the end of the week.
So one of the obstacles that was also in place was whether or not this was a state takeover. But as you've already explained, this is through a public investment fund, which is not outside of the Premier League's rules. Is that right? Have I understood that properly?
The public investment, the issue of separation was a problem when piracy was a problem. Now, suddenly, I can't really give you an answer to this because I haven't got this quite straight in my own head. Suddenly now separation isn't any sort of problem at all, it would seem. And that because the piracy issue has been solved, it looks like there's been some compromise. I think what's happened is there's been a lot of backroom meetings and it's all been very, very secret. I think talking to people today, I think people were so paranoid about this leaking out that it's been done in secrecy. I think basically the Saudis have taken over the negotiations themselves rather than go through intermediaries. And I think they said, what do we need to do? And the Premier League have given them the answer. And now suddenly separation doesn't seem to be a problem. You would have to ask the Premier League why that is the actual case, why suddenly they're not worried about the fact that PIF is controlled by the Saudi state, because it is. The Crown Prince of the Public Investment, of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is the chairman of the Public Investment Fund. There are government ministers who sit on the PIF board who will now sit on the Newcastle board. But I think what's happened is rather than put the state of Saudi Arabia through the owners and directors test, they are probably just going to put the individuals who will sit on the Newcastle board through the owners and directors test, which just changes the landscape. But it is a lot of shape-shifting. I have to say, there's a lot of shape-shifting that's gone on.
Because the one obstacle that has remained are the moral objections to this on human rights issues. And has that gone away? And has that gone away because of the shape-shifting towards the individuals rather than the state? What's the situation with that, and what's the perspective on that?
I think it would be wrong, Kelly, for anyone to ignore those human rights issues. And I think as long as I am covering the new owners of this football club and Newcastle United, I think in the back of my mind I'm always going to be aware of those issues, because Saudi Arabia does have one of the worst human rights records on the planet, effectively. It's not a very nice regime. They've been doing some pretty awful things in Yemen. There's the imprisonment and torture of political opposition in Saudi Arabia is very real. We also have the murder of a journalist on foreign soil, a hit supposedly ordered by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. So all these things exist. And I don't think we should ever forget that those things exist, because we know what this is about. This is about sports washing. We know let's get that straight out there. It is about Saudi Arabia sports washing. However, what I will say in the defence of this deal, and of particularly of Newcastle United supporters, is that the Saudi Arabian government are allies of the UK government. We sell them arms. They invest in companies like Uber, Disney. I mean, they effectively own Uber. They are everywhere in the British economy. They are already investing all over the place. So it is not the place for me to condemn this takeover when the government of the UK and our economy is already so intertwined with the Saudi Arabian regime, and PIF in particular, investing in projects, in businesses, in property in London, all over Manchester, all over the country. And they will now presumably do the same in Newcastle. So if that is allowed to happen, then I'm afraid, rightly or wrongly, whatever my personal view of the Saudi Arabian regime is, then there is no way, really moral way, you can say, well, they shouldn't be allowed to invest in a football club then. Because if they can invest in every other business that they're able to buy, why can't they invest in a football club? And I think that is important. We will hear a lot about this over the next few days, I'm sure, and we should always be mindful of what this Saudi Arabian project is about. But I don't think it should be blocked when they can invest in so much else for the UK economy.
Let's bring in a Newcastle fan and host of the Athletics Pod on the Tyne. Taylor Payne is with us. Taylor, look, there is a side issue here. Maybe not a side issue, but another issue that is going on behind the scenes here. Purely in a football sense, with the relationship that Newcastle United fans have had with Mike Ashley as the owner, how has today been for you?
It's been a mix of excitement and nervousness, and kind of we've been here before, Kelly. So we're used to this being somewhere near done and then being taken away from us. And we basically think we're ready for a new dawn at Newcastle. We're ready for a team that can compete. And it was never going to get that chance under Mike Ashley. He was, he had his hand off the tiller. He had no interest in moving the club forward, and that is unfair on the fans, on the match-going fans, and the fans who pay their money, their hard-earned money into the club. But it's been a really, really ridiculous day, as it always is with Newcastle United somehow.
Yeah, that Luke was making exactly the same point a little bit earlier on. It is always dramatic, but you don't often hear from within the club. So presumably, until you've had this from the horse's mouth, so to speak, you're going to be on tenterhooks.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like I said before, we've been close to this a few times, but I'm definitely keeping my hands close to my chest here. It's we're not going to get carried away just yet until we have an official announcement or official word. We just have to wait and see what happens. You
must have thrown your mind forward, though. You must know what you want from the new owners, Taylor.
Well, as a Newcastle fan, I've been throwing my mind forward what could possibly be for the last 30-odd years. But we are excited about what could come under the new owners. We would like to see our club playing at the very top level, challenging on all fronts in all trophies, and bringing exciting times back to St James's Park. That's what we all want. We don't expect to win the Champions League. We don't expect to win the Premier League. We just want to be given that opportunity to compete and to have a club which we can be proud of. Because I think there's a number of Newcastle fans who haven't been particularly proud of Newcastle United and the way it's been run over the last few years.
You talk about pride in the club. Do you think there is a a moral dilemma here for Newcastle fans?
Well, mirroring what Luke said before, there absolutely is. But again, as Luke said, I don't think it's football fans' place to police these issues when we have, like Luke said, we have the government dealing with arms to Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. It's always going to get brought up, and it's always going to be a question that gets asked. But Newcastle fans have shown through various things over the years that we have moral compass. We have a food bank. We are fantastic raisers of money for charity and stuff like that. And I think Newcastle fans deserve a little bit more credit here than we're getting from some quarters.
Luke, maybe comparisons is the wrong word, have been drawn with the situation at Manchester City. How accurate are they?
I mean, we're going to see how that unfolds over probably the next weeks. It will be months and possibly years. I think the idea, as it was sold to me 18 months ago when this all started, was that it wouldn't be quite the same as Manchester City, that it would be more of a gradual project, that there wouldn't be lavish spending. There would be much more spending than there is now. Don't put it that way. The sponsorship deals will go up. There will be a lot more money at the football club. But there wasn't going to be this sort of lavish dashing to try and win the Champions League or win the Premier League as quickly as possible. It was going to be gradual. However, I think now there has been a slight tone shift, and I think if I was the rest of the Premier League, I'd be worried. I would be worried, because you're talking about the richest, deepest, wealthiest public sovereign wealth fund in the world. They've just settled with Qatar for $1 billion, like that, with a click of the fingers. So there is a lot of money there. Now, obviously, we've seen the financial fair play rules, how they've been navigated, they've been, what's the right word? They've sort of been woven through, haven't they, by clubs like Manchester City and PSG. So I think there will be some heavy spending. I think they'll probably take a look at it. I think it will be gradual in the first season. I think the initial priority will be to make sure they stay in the Premier League, for example. But they are going to be a major player now. We've seen what PSG and Manchester City have done, how they've transformed the landscape of European football. And Newcastle now effectively have owners who are wealthier than both of those state-owned football clubs. And Newcastle are going to be a state-owned football club. Rightly or wrongly, there'll be people that provoke very, very strong emotions in some people. There'll be a lot of bitterness, there'll be a lot of regret, but that won't be the emotions on Tyneside. And you can understand why. They will feel, if this takeover, as Taylor's just said, if and when this takeover is absolutely finalised, they've won the lottery. They really have won the lottery. And I think that we will see spending in keeping with that.
Taylor, what's the first thing, if this goes ahead, that you would want the new owners to do?
Get rid of all the Sports Direct signs for a start. That'll be nice. To be honest, for me personally, I want to see investment in the squad. Obviously, I want to see investment in the coaching staff, but I'd like to see investment in the infrastructure of the club. I'd like to see investment in the training ground, which is like some kind of 70s relic if you ever visit it. And I would like to see some investment in the city of Newcastle as well, and the local area, because we do get a kicking up here now and again, and I think it's about time that we had our day in the sun. I would love to see the club kick on and really improve the academy. I'd love to see them investing in youth, and especially in the young players of the local area. It's been a long time since we produced a Paul Gascoigne or a Peter Beardsley, but I think I would love to see us do it again.
Taylor, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much as well to Luke Edwards from The Telegraph for joining us as well.
We got to talk about Newcastle.
Oh, mate.
I mean, been across it today, looks like it's going to happen.
Wow.
And to be honest, I'm not Simon Jordan, so I'm not going to know the ins and outs of the whole situation and how to lose 50 million quid. But, we probably should speak to someone who knows about it. So I think Liam Kennedy, who is the Newcastle writer for Newcastle World, is going to come on in a bit, and he's going to give us the ins and outs of it. But basically, it's a Saudi-led takeover. Newcastle looks to be resolved. The issues with beIN Sports, the illegal streaming of Premier League football, that seems to have kind of got sorted out, right? So it's going to see the end, potentially, of Mike Ashley's 14-year ownership of the club, and the Saudi Arabian takeover is going to happen. Now, this is, look, it's huge news. Huge news for Newcastle fans. Is it a fairy tale?
Well, it on the front cover, it looks like it could be a hell of a read, doesn't it? Never judge a book by its cover, though. That's what they say. You don't know what kind of owners they're going to be, but just looking at the lengths and the depths that they are going to, and I was listening to a brilliant interview that Ollie and Scott did on the previous show. And I can't remember the guy's name, so forgive me. But he explained it beautifully, exactly how this deal is going to be put together. Luke Edwards, thank you very much. They have spent $1 billion in compensation to be in sports, have been banned from broadcasting Premier League football in the last 4.5 years. Yeah. And it's been streamed illegally to millions and millions of people. Right. So basically they've been taking the Premier League for zilch, nothing. For nothing. So they've had to now spend £1 billion just to get people, just get the Premier League to agree to allow them to even talk to Newcastle.
Right, I see.
So, and then they're going to spend the money on Newcastle, and then their pockets. I mean, what if you're a Newcastle fan right now? It must feel like Christmas. It must do. We want to know what their wish list is. Yeah, who's their wish list? Oh, Christmas Eve. Yeah, a bit like hasn't quite arrived yet. Is Santa coming?
Is Santa coming? Is Santa coming? That is the big question. Let's speak to Liam Kennedy, Newcastle writer for NewcastleWorld.com. Liam, good evening.
Hi, Liam.
Evening. Thanks for having us on, lads.
No problem. Look, we wanted to get the real insight into what's happening. I'm sure you've been across it all day, finding out what is actually going on. So just give us an insight. Is this happening? This seems to be like a pipe dream, all right, for years. We've talked about it on the show so many times, and it's never actually happened. Is this going to happen?
Well, what I would say to Newcastle United fans is, yes, pinch yourself, but it does seem at this point that we're closer, probably, than we've ever been to having the end of Mike Ashley, having new owners. And I think that's the thing that people don't grasp, is that it almost at times during this 14.5 years could have been anybody taking over the football club, and there would have been a celebration because it would be the end of Mike Ashley's tenure, which has been a loveless relationship largely, devoid of any hope, devoid of any expectation, devoid of any joy, almost, bar slight glimmers. So yeah, I think that there is a positivity about this deal. Having heard from sources close to the buying side that everything is go, it is all positive. There's been a positivity from the seller earlier today, from conversations that I've had. So yes, it looks like finally for Newcastle United fans, after, as you said, an 18-month period of turmoil, really, of constant unknown changes. We're at a point now whereby Newcastle United are on the verge of potentially becoming one of the most powerful, most resourceful clubs on the planet, really.
Liam, we had Luke Edwards on the previous show explaining in detail, actually, as to how this deal has finally got itself back on track. Can you just give us an overview of exactly what has happened and what's changed and how long this deal could take to actually get finished?
So the timescales on the deal, my understanding is that these things can happen quite quickly. It isn't a case that there's been a lot of rumour and conjecture over the course of the last 12 months, particularly since last summer. The last time I was on your guys' show was the night of the pullout, the PIF pullout, and I was on there saying it wasn't dead. There's been a lot of people doubted it over that time, saying it was a dead deal, and we're now sitting there on the verge of it actually happening. So yes, there has been negotiations behind the scenes consistently throughout this. The club have been consistent in their approach that they've been working on something from July. There's been constant contact with PIF. A lot of people doubted whether PIF was still at the table. Mm-hmm. They were just the silent partner behind the scenes in this. They remained confident that things would develop, and they were there ready with their money to complete this deal. We've got the likes of Mehrdad Gadusi and Amanda Staveley, who I heard you mention just before I come on. Like, is this sort of the type of deal? What kind of owners could they be? Well, those guys have really done their due diligence on this football club over a long length of time. They've been in and around wanting to buy the football club for the last 4 years in various guises, and had their very public spats with Mike Ashley, of course, as well. But they've wanted to buy this football club for a long time, and they will be good custodians, I'm sure, of this football club.
I mean, how quickly is this going to happen? Are we seeing something, in the next 48 hours?
Yeah, it could easily be. It could easily be within the next 48 hours. I'm always loath to put timescales. I think the one thing that I've learned in this process, and I think a lot of people covering the story over the course of the last 4 years and particularly 18 months, is that timescales can become quite problematic. But what I would suggest is that things are moving very, very quickly over the course of the last couple of days for a number of reasons. And I think that we could easily see an announcement tomorrow, but I would urge Newcastle United fans out there not to panic if we didn't see anything tomorrow. No.
And just going back to what I was saying about Luke Edwards.
You like Luke Edwards?
Well, Luke? I like Luke. Liam's even better. Of course he is. But just tell us about the $1 billion that they've paid to be in sports, and is that the actual crucial part to get this deal on the table?
Yes, I think it has been a crucial thing, but I also think there's been a number of factors. I don't think it's just been one element of this deal that's pushed it over the line. We've obviously had the legal actions, of course. We've had the Competition Appeal Tribunal. We've had the arbitration. We've had a number of different pressures placed on this deal with evidence behind the scenes that the club have had, pressures from the legal teams, both sets of legal teams. And I think it's a culmination, really, of a number of different factors that's managed to get this deal over the line. Of course, the thawing of relations between Saudi Arabia and Qatar has had a massive impact because, as we know, the talk of arbitration was about separation, and that is the problem. But separation goes hand in hand, is intrinsically linked with piracy, and that was the major problem in this whole deal, that the piracy problem between Saudi Arabia and Qatar involved the Premier League, and passing somebody like that was beyond the realm of the Premier League at the time.
Mm-hmm. In terms of where Newcastle go if this does happen, it's going to be the end of Steve Bruce, I take it, and where else are we looking? Are they going to be spending 200, 300, 400 million in a transfer window in January?
Look, I'm not going to go down that route at all. I think what the key point in this is there's a generation of football fans in Newcastle that haven't had a football club to be proud of. I'm proud of this city, I'm proud of where I come from, and a lot of people feel the same, but they haven't had a football club to be proud of. And I think there's kids growing up who don't know anything but Mike Ashley's Newcastle United, which, like I said, is this loveless, hopeless relationship with their own football club. It's been really difficult, and I think that's what Newcastle United fans are celebrating the most, is the fact that they can have hope again. It's not about going to buy Haaland, it's not about bringing in Pep Guardiola and Mbappe, and people will try their best to take the mick out of Newcastle fans for that reason.
No.
But that isn't what Newcastle fans want. They just want a club they can be proud of again, and hopefully this is what this delivers.
All right, thanks Liam, thanks for coming on.
Mate.
Cheers, lads.
Liam Kennedy there, a Newcastle United FC writer for NewcastleWorld.com. Let's get a caller on who is a Newcastle fan. Let's go to Jack. Can we get Jack on? Jack, good evening.
Okay? Good evening, lads. You okay?
Yeah, we're good. This looks like it's going to happen. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. I mean, I supported Newcastle for the last about 8-9 years straight now. And we've had the good times, especially in the Championship, where we've been winning most games away, and you have that United feeling. But the last sort of 2-3 years have just been feeling all apart. We're arguing against each other, just fighting in the stands. People want different managers, people want different tactics, and the feelings has been so low. And I feel as though this takeover is going to unite us all to want the same thing, and all that is just success. Not to win the Premier League next year, not to get the Champions League next year. It's just to have a team who wants to win, a team who wants to compete, really, to be honest.
What would be your number one thing on the wish list?
Academy investment, because I feel as though a lot of our academy players have went there.
Jack, come on, mate. Of all the things that you want to see when a billionaire owner walks through your door, you say academy investment.
I feel as though the club's been deprived of a lot of things over the years, and we can go in and say we want to spend 200 million, we want to get the world's best, but it's not realistic, is it, lad?
Jack, come on, mate. Let's think big. Look, no doubt they'll invest in the academy. No doubt about that. But come on, Jack.
I think we want a new manager. I mean, Steve Bruce. I mean,
there you go. That's better.
He hasn't been the best, and I think there's better managers out there. We want.
Who's the academy director to step up?
Well, look, I mean, we'll have to dance for that, to be honest with you. We want the world's best. If we're going to start spending money, then let's get them. But I feel as though we've just got to I think get winning again, get the games and I think let's start getting up the table and getting some better players in.
Sorry, Jay. Jay, one final question to you, right?
Go on.
If they come in the next 24, 40 hours, because let's say before the next Premier League game, what manager do you want sitting in the dugout? Who do you want?
Ideally,
yep.
I'd probably say if I want to attack a manager, somebody like Eddie Howe, but as he had...
Hold on. What, Jack?
He's gone... the first Newcastle corner
Jack.
we get, he goes, Academy Investment and Eddie Howe.
Jack, I know this is probably hard to understand and grasp, but you could be one of the richest clubs in world football. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, probably will be, right? And you want Eddie... Look, no disrespect, I like Eddie Howe. But come on, Jack, who do you want? Come on.
All right, let's shout it out. Let's go for Zidane.
There you go.
There you go.
We got him there. We got him there eventually, didn't we?
I'll tell you, Jack,
Let's get him.
Jack, never going to happen.
Yeah, Eddie.
Exactly. That's what I said, lad.
Eddie Howe could be his assistant, Jack. All right, we're getting there.
All right, get your calls in 03717 223344. You're listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jamie High, Jason Cundy. Yeah, this is the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jamie Hire, and Jason Cundy. It's all about Newcastle and their takeover. It is on. It's happening. And how do you feel about it, Newcastle fans? What is your wish list? If there was anyone in this world you'd want to sign as manager, as player, who would it be? Let us know. Get your calls in 03717 223344. And everyone else, Premier League fans, are you annoyed at this? How do you feel about it? Are you worried? Are there going to be people, Liverpool, Man City, Spurs, Arsenal? How do you feel? Chelsea even, Cundy. Are you worried?
Yeah, well, of course I'm worried. Because you know this is a new kid on the block, muscling in or trying to muscle in on what, and you do the maths, right? The big heads of English football, right? They're the richest clubs: Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, Man United, and there's now a new kid on the block in Newcastle.
Yeah,
one of those five. Newcastle, they're coming in to shake up this league. They're coming in to get Champions League football, to win the Premier League. That's what they're doing.
Right, but can I point this out?
Yep.
Everton are owned by a billionaire.
Yep.
Tottenham are owned by a billionaire.
Yep.
Arsenal are owned by a billionaire. So it's not like there's not billionaires already in the industry or already in the Premier League.
But Newcastle...
So if Newcastle think they're just going to roll up now, they've got a billionaire owner and win the title...
But they're owned by a country.
A
state, a country they're being owned by, not just a billionaire.
Yeah, but
there's
only so much money you can spend, surely.
No, but it depends your approach, right? Roman Abramovich is a billionaire. He's not at Chelsea to make money. He's at Chelsea to deliver trophies, to deliver a good team. That's why he's there. Man City, exactly the same. They're not there to make money. They don't care what they spend. Everton do. Everton's slightly different. Spurs, slightly different. Arsenal, very different, right? They're all very different models. Liverpool, a very different model. They're owned by American owners, right?
So how do we know that the Saudi Arabia takeover, they come in? Who's to say that they're not going to run it like that?
Because they've just spent $1 billion just to speak to them, just to be allowed to speak to Newcastle.
Fulham are owned by a billionaire. Fulham. They're in a championship.
Mate, this is a different animal.
How do you know? You don't know.
Oh, we do. Do you know what? I'll be. You're right. We don't know. You're absolutely right. They're for the grace of God guy. As a Chelsea fan, I've got a brilliant owner who stuck his money where his mouth is, and he said, "Here's what I'm going to do," and he has delivered and delivered and delivered and continues to deliver. We don't know, but my guess is they're going to spend huge money. Liverpool fans should be worried. City fans should be worried. Man United, Chelsea, but also Arsenal and Spurs fans. This is just going to push them further down that pecking order. Everton fans, there's no way. Newcastle win the Premier League, or I think will get even Champions League football before Spurs and Arsenal.
I don't think, and this is genuine, I don't think a team outside of that big four, in terms of Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, and... Who was the other one? Chelsea?
Man United?
Yeah, sorry.
Man City,
Man City, Liverpool.
Disrespect. Outside Man United, you
outside that top four,
yep.
In the next 10 years, I can't see another team winning the Premier League apart from one of them four.
But Newcastle will feel and their fans will feel that they if they spend the money and get the right manager, they can. They will go they'll go close. They'll muscle in that top four at some stage.
You know what? It'd be good to see Newcastle back in there. St James's Park sold out to the rafters.
It's always sold out to the rafters. But when we say back, I've just got up their honours. Okay, the last trophy they won. Hold on. How old are you, Jay? What year were you born?
You're getting the trophy list out.
What year were you born?
86.
I mean, God. I mean, they've not won a trophy since you were born. The last one they won was the Texaco Cup. What? The Texaco Cup. Seriously, the Texaco Cup in 1975. They did win the UEFA Intertoto Cup winners in 2006. I don't even know.
Be good to have them back, though.
What do you mean back? They've never been in my lifetime.
Back.
Okay, a serious trophy. A serious trophy.
Ferdinand.
They won the Intercity.
Philip Albert.
Listen, they won the Intercities Fairs Cup the year I was born in 1969. The last time they won anything meaningful was FA Cup in 55.
Yeah,
maybe
they're not back.
They won the Sheriff of London Charity Shield in 1907. They won the community.
They're back. Newcastle back.
They're back. I mean, they did win the second division championship, but you know.
Let's go to Sam, who is a Newcastle fan. Sam, good evening.
Hello.
All right, Sam.
You all right, Sam?
My name's Sanderson, not Sam. But I'm buzzing me, and I'm absolutely over the moon. I woke up this morning and I've seen the says that the TV is sorted out. I didn't think much of it, and I've just been boxing and come back there and seen it all over that the same Takeover could be announced in 24 hours. I'm absolutely buzzing, mate. I feel bad for the Macklins at the moment. I really feel bad for them, but then again, I didn't because of Sunderland. So, you know what I mean?
What was that? What was that? He's buzzing so much.
I'm absolutely over the moon. To put it in English that he'll understand. I'm over the moon.
You're over the moon.
He's over the moon. Sam, in terms of bringing in whoever, the first person you want to see come through the door at Newcastle, who is it?
We'll have to be realistic, because we won't be buying, obviously, top players straight away. It'll probably take a few seasons of building up. But we'll have to be realistic, because I would say straight away I'd go for Haaland or Mbappe and me,
You got to be realistic.
Straight away.
Straight in Haaland.
What about Harry Kane, Sam?
No mess in the boot, no mess in the boot.
Sam, what about Harry Kane?
I would say Harry Kane.
Of course you would.
I mean, I didn't think he's very happy at Spurs at the moment, so I reckon we could probably do something with because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we do get this takeover, it should be a project, you know what I mean? We're obviously going to be smashing it soon. You know what I mean?
What about Steve Bruce? Want to keep him there?
Is it?
Brucey?
Oh, mate. Anyone
I think he said something like, do one.
Yeah, I think he did. I don't think his name's even Sam. Is it not Sam? What's his name?
Sam?
Sanderson.
Sanderson.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cheers, Sanderson.
We'll write that down. Sanderson. Thanks, cool.
Cheers, Sam.
Let's go to Craig, who is a Newcastle fan. Craig, good evening.
Are we doing all right?
Yeah, we're good. The U's must be very happy with this news today.
Yeah. First of all, cheers, lads, for letting us come on there. Over the moon with the news today,
Yeah.
You know, one of the big things for me, I'm just going to sidetrack from what everyone else is saying there, which is great, but you know what I'm going to be proud of the most?
Go on.
Seeing the young kids right nowadays who wear Spain tops, who wear Italy tops, who wear Man City tops, who wear Liverpool tops, walking around the city of Newcastle there, because that's what they've been brought up to do by their parents, to follow,
who do you want then, Craig? Give us your wish list. Who's at the top of your wish list?
Like the lads just said there, that Sanderson lad, you've got to be realistic about it. The likes of Philip Coutinho and all that aren't getting games over there. Someone that can we're not going to be world beaters overnight. But what we are going to do is come there and we'll be able to compete, and you've got to build the foundations first.
Yeah. Okay.
People like Coutinho, you're talking about Raheem Sterling earlier on the show. Well, the previous ones were someone like him. Do you know what I mean? He's not happy. He's not getting the game. Let's give him a decent wage. Let's get him up again. Let's start building from there.
Do you think can Newcastle attract a Raheem Sterling? Because if he was available, then there's going to be a lot of clubs I think that would come in for him.
I know, but you've got
potentially like Barcelona. Is he going to choose Barcelona or Newcastle?
Well, you've got to sell the dream to him, haven't you? You've got to sell the dream, right? The dream is they want to, next season, they will want Champions League football, right? So you've got to sell the dream. Antonio Conte comes in. They can do, because if you remember when Raheem Sterling first went to Manchester City, I think that there was already a deal to be, they were looking to bring in Pep. And I think part of the conversation would have been something along the lines to Raheem, Pep's coming next year, right? You're going to be managed. So I think that's what you got to do. If you get someone like Antonio Conte in, Zinedine Zidane in, can you imagine that? And you're saying to Raheem Sterling, we're going to pay you more than what you earn at City.
Is Newcastle a attractive place to live, though? I like Newcastle as a town. It's a great people. Great people in Newcastle.
Yeah, right.
St James's Park, I love it. I get all that.
It will be...
But the London Lights, you see a lot of teams, like Chelsea, can attract big players because of London and being London and the capital.
Yep.
Are players who are not necessarily brought up, knowing about Newcastle and the history of St James's Park and all that.
That might be a stumbling block. There might be if a player has the same wages to choose from, but where players... There has to be a route and roadmap as to how they want to get, where they want to get to and how they're going to get there. The previous caller made the point. They can't just go out immediately and go and look at Mbappe's, right? They can't do that. But someone like Raheem, where can Raheem go? Where can he go? He's not going to go back. He's not going to live back to Liverpool.
Talking about going Barcelona.
But right now, Barcelona.
Still Barcelona.
It's still Barcelona, but Newcastle can pay him more probably.
Is it about money though? When you get to 250 grand a week,
if it's not, then
this is the thing. When he gets to 250 grand a week, is it about money?
If it's not, then clearly he's got another choice to make.
All right, keep your calls coming in. 03717 22 3344. This is the Sports Bar on TalkSport with BetBall. Find your bet mates on BetBall and never bet alone. 18 plus. BigGambleAware.org. This is the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jamie Hart, Jason Cundy. We are talking, obviously, about Newcastle's takeover bid. It looks like it's going to happen, and it's going to be interesting times. Another big player in the Premier League, Newcastle back. But Jason Cundy doesn't really feel like they've ever been there. But
they've not been there, mate. They've not. They've not been there in my lifetime. They've not.
Shearer.
They're not.
Ferdinand.
I've had great players.
Asprilla.
I've had great players.
Philip Albert.
They've had great players.
Gary Speed.
They've had great players.
David Ginola.
They've had great players.
Come on.
Yeah, but like I said,
Nobby Solano.
Great players.
Player.
No, but they've not in my lifetime. They have.
Stephen Taylor.
They don't. Great players. They don't need me to tell them, right?
Warren Barton.
Great players. Good lad, Warren. But they don't need to.
Shola Amiobi.
Great players. What about his brother? Great players, right? But they've got to a final of an FA Cup and they push Man United close. That's it. Yeah. That's it in my lifetime.
I'll love it if we beat them.
That's it.
I'll love it.
Rob has said to me the Fairs Cup was a previous name for the UEFA Cup, was a decent trophy in its day. Was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
No, I've never heard of it.
Nah, not really.
Never heard of it. Interesting to see if any other Premier League fans are...
Are you worried?
No. What's there to be worried about?
Well, you might go down now.
What do you mean?
Your face.
Spurs are never going to go down.
No, but Newcastle will be spending the sort of money that Spurs fans can only dream of.
Okay, hold on a minute. We are owned by a billionaire.
Yeah.
Right? So the money's there for us to spend. He's choosing not to spend it.
Yeah, well, they're going to choose to spend it.
How do we don't know that.
We do, mate.
It's not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed in life.
So you think they're going to rock up there?
I'm not worried about Newcastle. I'm not worried about Newcastle just yet.
No,
the moment they sign,
not just yet.
The moment they start signing 5 or 6 world-class talented players and they bring in Antonio Conte, then I'll go, you know what? Now top 6, that's a challenge.
Well, this season, the first thing they want to do is get out this relegation fight, because right now it feels like
down.
They'll go out in January. Here's what they should do. They should go and get a top-class manager. He should be part of the plan. Sell the dream to him. Go out, buy 5 or 6 players in January. to be spending all their money. I mean, look, speak to them. It must be an absolute dream. Arsenal fans will be worried. Spurs fans will be worried because they will get... Their top 4 dream now is over, mate. You've had your Champions League run. You've had it. So
right, let's go to Mark, who is an Arsenal fan. Mark, good evening. Mark?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, we're good. Are you worried about this being an Arsenal fan?
I think you just hit it on the head a minute ago. You said, not yet. Let's see what they do. But I think if I was a Newcastle fan, what I'd expect them to do was kind of go in for the top players that go down. So if you think about Brentford, maybe an Ivan Toney, a Wilfried Zaha, I think that's the level I think they're going to start shopping in, and I think that would be the bright thing to do.
Yeah.
When it comes to being worried, like you just said, if they go and get a Conte and get a top-class centre-forward, a better centre-back, let's be honest, their centre-backs are very, very average to start with.
Go and get Ben White. Could go and get Ben White. Aubameyang.
Well, he is a top centre-back, isn't he?
Lacazette, they're trying to offload.
Go for Aubameyang.
Tell you what, Lacazette.
That's what I do.
Lacazette's not a bad signing for them in January.
Smith Rowe. He's the future. Go and get Smith Rowe.
Yeah, I think this has got a bit silly now. Let's leave them players alone.
See, Candy lowers the tone.
But like I said, it's not worry yet. But if they do what they're saying, what we think they might do, then yeah, it'll be panic stations all over the place. Because like you said, Tottenham could go down, couldn't they? So
nah, never happened. All right, thanks, Mark. Thanks for your call. Let's go to Shaq, who is a Newcastle fan. Shaq, good evening.
Shaq.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, we're good. Big news this is.
It is very excited, but nothing's done till it's finalised. So we've had ups and downs with he's going, he's not going. So let's see what happens. But to be completely honest with you, I don't see how we're going to sign all these big players you guys think's going to happen because of financial fair play.
Well, this is what
it doesn't exist, Shaq. PSG don't care about it. Man City don't care.
You're still looking at a couple of £50 million players. It's not really going to set the world alight.
Yeah, but Newcastle have underspent for years. Okay, underspent. There will be, even with the financial fair play, there must be a way. I just saw there was a flashed up earlier in his tenure that there's been a net spend of about £136 million. That's all Ashley has spent in his time he's been there. Is it 17 years? Someone said that? How many years has he been there, Shaq?
All gone with Steve Bruce. Yeah, it's probably been Steve Bruce spent all that, to be honest with you, with the flops we bought with Joe Linton. But the question I've got is, which manager do you realistically get who's going to come in for a project?
Antonio Conte.
He's not coming in for a project. He wants the big money. And
why do you want a project? You want to hit the ground running, bang. Antonio Conte in.
But it isn't like Chelsea days when Abramovich came in and spent all the big bucks. It's more like when Manchester City came in and, they have to slowly bring in Mark Hughes and then, slowly build it, bring in a few big stars like Robinho. And then, a couple of years later, you're talking 4 or 5 years until...
Yeah, how did Chelsea do it, Jace?
Well, the thing that Chelsea had Champions League football. That's why he bought the club. So you were selling... It was an easy sell, right? So Ranieri was the manager when he came in. Ranieri had a year. Chelsea spent huge amounts of money. Got knocked out in the semi-final of the Champions League. Finished second in the table. So that's when Jose came the following year.
Right.
04. And Chelsea had already spent huge money the year before. Then there's another huge investment that came in. But you've already got Champions League football. So that you're selling... When I say you're selling the dream, Newcastle can't sell that to players right now. They're selling a mid-table finish, maybe top half right now.
Yeah,
that's what they're trying to sell. So it's a harder sell. So I think Shaq has got a point there. But when Jose came in, Chelsea had Champions League football.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Shaq.
So which manager do you think realistically is going to come in for a project? I don't know who that is, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think if you can be promised the huge sums of money over the next 3 years. That's a decent contract for a manager to sign. You're going to get huge money. I think that's a bit of a head turner.
I think so.
Isn't it?
But I feel like Manchester City. You bring someone in who's half decent.
Rafa, we're getting Rafa back, Shaq. Imagine that.
I'd love to have Rafa back.
Hey, imagine that. Rafa Benitez back at I mean, Everton fans, are you worried about losing Rafa? Can you imagine that? What a move that would be. And mate, Rafa loves a pound note. Honestly, he'll be. Don't worry about that. He'll be throwing the keys back to Goodison Park for his sponsor card. There you go, back, have them.
Well, it's a good text for him. The question is, can he make a success with a bit more money? Because he's been running on pennies for the last couple of years. So.
Get Rafa back.
All right, thanks, Jack. Let's go to Mark quickly. Mark, good evening.
Hi, Mark.
Hiya, lads. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I mean, if there's one player on the wish list, if this deal does go through, who is the number one person you want to see realistically at the football club?
Well, realistically, let's be honest with you. We're not going to get the top players, so let's go on the lower tier. So Kevin De Bruyne, there you go.
Oh, you cheeky boy. You cheeky boy.
Come on. Who are you
going
Kevin
for?
De Bruyne, he's in and out of the Man City team, isn't he? I mean, come on. He would love to come and play for a full stadium week in, week out. Real fans. Loves it. Let's get Steven Gerrard from Rangers. Come on.
Stevie Gerrard.
Gerrard, that's not a bad shout, that, by the
But
way.
realistically, Mark, there's no way Man City...
You're not getting Kevin De Bruyne, Mark.
You're not getting De Bruyne.
Right? Yeah, I know.
You might. There may well come a day.
No, they won't.
Yeah, no.
There might come a day.
You know the score, lads. I'm only kidding with you. You're trying to tease me, and I teased you.
You did. There's a lot of teasing going on here, Mark.
Hey, that's why I'm phoning up, because it's great fun, isn't it? It's great fun. That's what I'm phoning for. It's brilliant. Mbappe is free, isn't he, in the summer, and so is the young lad at Liverpool, isn't he, Salah. They're not coming to Newcastle at the moment, but we could get Gerrard. Let's say we get rid. I would keep Bruce, because I think give him a chance. He loves
honestly,
Newcastle.
Mark. Well, honestly, this is a wind up after wind up right now. You're going from the sublime to the ridiculous.
Go on. How's that, mate?
Do you know what? Someone's just sent me a message here. Brendan Rodgers.
But you know what? This is. Sorry, go on, Jay. You want?
No, I'm just saying. Brendan Rodgers is
throwing out anyone. You're throwing anyone.
Mate,
out.
this is what it's like, mate. When you've got
throwing anyone out,
when you've got that much money, mate, it's like saying, "What car do you want? Lambo, Ferrari? What do you want?" Huh?
I know, but there's got to be. I think there's got to be a plan for Newcastle. There has to be a plan.
Me personally, I would keep Bruce. I would keep Steve Bruce for the simple reason. I think don't get me wrong, he's not done brilliant in Newcastle, but what he has done really good with, and I've got to be careful what I say with my language on national radio.
Be careful.
With a shocking hand.
Be careful.
With a shocking hand. Yeah, it's a shocking hand, poor lad. I like that. I think Steve Bruce has done. We finished 13th last year. Okay, we got good results. Last couple of games. Made us. Pardon?
Imagine that, keeping Brucey after there was a vote up in Newcastle, wasn't there, yesterday? Like 94% of the poll that were polled wanted him out.
Yeah, but who answers that though? It's young kids on Twitter, isn't it?
I don't know, mate. That's a very good point.
All right, Mark, keep them coming in. 03717 22 33 44.
Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig a zig.
Yeah, you're listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Keep your calls coming in. 03717 22 33 44. We are talking Newcastle and their bid to, be amongst the big boys, Jason Cundy, like you are with Chelsea all of a sudden. Back in amongst it.
Muscling in there. With all the big
finally.
Heads. They're trying to get in there with the big heads.
The big heads of Chelsea, yeah? It'll be an El Cashico up in St James's Park, finally.
There you go, El Cashico.
El Cashico. Let's go to Joe. I mean, there's loads of Newcastle fans, so we'll get through them.
Can I just say, we haven't heard from Newcastle fans for about 8 years. Look at them now. They can't.
I know. Joe, good evening.
All right, Joe.
Good evening, fellas. How are you?
Yeah, we're great.
Good. Can I just get in first? Sorry, just you can spot a Mackham a mile off. He was definitely a Mackham on the previous score.
Was he? I can't say.
You's no more than us.
Keeping Brucey as manager, I'm not sure.
Yeah, keep Brucey in and sign Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like much of a plan to me.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it could be great news for Newcastle. I love playing at St James's Park. The atmosphere, it is a great football club. You are deserving of a team to be proud of.
Yeah.
What changes do you want to see instantly, though?
straight away infrastructure changes at the club. You know, I'd take a blueprint of Man City and apply it to our football club. I mean, I'd be getting rid of them Sports Direct deals so we can balance the books a bit and playing with it, you know, like all the big clubs do, play within FFP in a clever manner and still, you know, go out and buy big players.
Yeah.
Not necessarily big players, but, you know, 50 million signings, which we haven't seen over the past decade under Ashley.
Yeah.
And
who
really
would you like? Who would be the one guy that realistically, you know, you could go and get in January and go, he's going to make us work?
That's a difficult question because at the minute, managers on the market, there's not that many that really stand out. But for me, I know he's in a job at the minute, but because of his allegiance with Bobby Robson, I'd say Mourinho in the future, because he has a connection with the football club. He worked with Bobby Robson as his translator. You know, it could work. Benitez as well. I know he's under contract at Everton, but someone like that.
Well, that's Steven Gerrard.
Yeah, 100% Gerrard. I mean, if he was to leave Rangers, if you would leave Rangers and could tempt him with big money, 100% I could see him fitting the bill at Newcastle.
Yeah, I'd watch Newcastle if Steven Gerrard was gaffer, I have to say.
Yeah.
I think you're instantly going to attract big players with Gerrard, someone like that. I think it's a great shout.
Yeah, the thing with Gerrard is still very much untried, isn't he? He's done a brilliant job up at Rangers.
He's not untried. He's won the title in Scotland.
Well,
untried.
No, but you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Him or Brendan?
Well, oh, come on, of course, Brendan.
Well, that's it then.
Yeah, but I think you've got more chance of getting Gerrard. I think, is Brendan Rodgers going to leave Leicester? Maybe. I mean,
he might be forced out the way things are going.
Yeah, I mean,
he might be free come January.
Yeah. Let's go to Dylan, who's a Newcastle fan. Dylan, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. Dylan. We're good. Great news. There needs to be a plan in place.
Honestly, as a Newcastle, I'm over the moon tonight. I mean, I know it's not official yet, but you know, I just think over the past year and a half of being in doubt, and then for all of a sudden out the blue like this, it's amazing. Like, but what I was going to say about Steve Bruce, I mean, I'm obviously a Newcastle fan. I'm not a Mackham, but I would actually keep Steve Bruce in the job, just see how he does. Give him a chance, you know, because he is a Geordie. And I don't think, from what the tools that he's had to work with, I don't think he's done a bad job.
Yeah, but come on, Dylan. Let's be realistic. I like Steve Bruce, but come on, the performances haven't been good enough.
No,
it doesn't matter. You can throw 300 million at him. He's never going to win over the fans.
It's good to see though, Steve Bruce for 300 million. See what?
No, I don't think Newcastle fans would want that.
No, but I'm in the minority with that. I know that, but. I think when you're seeing who could come in at January, I think honestly, good marquee signing, first signing, Raheem Sterling. Get the English players in from the Premier League, and then you build from getting like the smaller clubs. Like take the best players of the smaller clubs, like Zaha from Palace and Ollie Watkins maybe from Villa. Just build like that, and then.
Oh, you're cherry picking now.
Cherry picking.
Smaller clubs like Villa.
Second from bottom.
Jeez. I know, but actually, to be fair, with the takeover happening, Newcastle, you know, we might be able to string a few back-to-back wins. You never know.
Do you know what normally happens, Dylan? Is that when a big deal like this happens, they normally bring their own man in. It's rare that a manager stays. Now I know that Ranieri got a year. I don't think.
Either way, as long as Mike Ashley isn't at the club, and we can get the club back, that's good enough for me. Like whoever's in charge.
All right, mate.
All right, let's quickly go to John, who's a Spurs fan. John, good evening.
Oh, good evening, guys. How are you? This is all exciting, isn't it? It's like when the big takeover of Villa Ricky's turn happened and all the money started flooding in.
I know, it was great, wasn't it? And look who turned up, O'Hara. Yeah, I mean, look, it is good news for Newcastle fans. Are you worried? Are you bothered?
No, see, look, here's the thing. I look at it this way. The more stronger sides they are, the more teams there are to take points off of Chelsea, Man City, and therefore, like, it pulls everybody back in. Like one strong team, like we had with Man United for years, the only people that could beat them were possibly Arsenal or one other team. I loved watching Newcastle as the entertainers. I think they did more as much to build the brand of the Premier League as the great Man U sides and Liverpool sides with those 4-3s. So, fair play to them. If we're going to have to beat them, we're going to have to beat them. Scary situation is this. Where Arsenal and Spurs are right now, they will be shopping in January at exactly the same store Spurs and Arsenal and Villa are shopping in right now. Because all three of us haven't got Champions League football. There's no real reasons. Now, here's the thing I wanted to put to Jason and to you, because you're both ex-pros. Obviously, you both played for the best club in the world in Spurs and some other smaller clubs. When you've got that chance to go to a club, if the training ground's this much of an issue, there's nothing to say when Newcastle are building a new training ground that they have to build it in Newcastle. There's no reason why they couldn't build it in London, or, for example, they could build it right by Southampton. They're only going to be in the stadium once a week.
You can't do that.
Mate,
you could.
Why not?
You could. If you've got that much money and it's stopping players coming there,
why not?
You could put the training ground wherever you wanted. One of the Scottish teams were planning on doing it because they couldn't get players up to Scotland. I believe it was Aberdeen a while ago.
You could. He's right.
It's not where they're playing. And so, if you're there and you've got all that money and the players are saying, I'm not coming because I don't want to live in Newcastle,
there you go. He's absolutely right.
You just move the training ground and they're living in Essex or they're living in London or they're living in Cobham.
You're turning them into like an NFL team. You might as well call them like the Newcastle Raiders or something. Come on.
You're not moving the state. You're not moving.
The training ground has got to be in Newcastle.
It hasn't got to be in Newcastle.
It has.
It hasn't got to be.
It has.
No, it hasn't.
It has.
Look, when I was at Pompey, right, and you were at Pompey, they might have been the same place. The training ground was in Southampton.
Yeah, but it was in a vicinity. It wasn't in Southampton.
Well, it's the Southampton turn-off.
Yeah, but it was in the vicinity of Portsmouth.
It's in Southampton.
Yeah, but it's close to Portsmouth.
It's close to Southampton. Why can't they? Let's think about
it. It can't be
this.
in London.
What? Why not? Why?
What are you going to do? Because they need to go to the ground. They need to do fan days. They need to do.
They can still do them. They can still do all of that.
Fly up to the ground all the time. So they need to go to the stadium.
They're once every 2 weeks.
Of the club.
Most of their games will be either in Manchester, Birmingham, and London. It'll be closer. They'll be closer to most of their games.
No,
imagine that. Newcastle build a training ground inside the M25.
And this situation regarding Newcastle United is happening. Indeed. How has this change come about? How come the Saudis are back in there? The big issue in all of this was piracy in Saudi Arabia, piracy of Premier League football. This is a major breakthrough of seismic proportions. Yesterday, Saudi Arabia reversed its ban on beIN Sport, the Premier League's official Middle East broadcaster. That now means Premier League matches will be legally broadcast in Saudi Arabia once again. But this is a key point, Simon. The Saudi state has also agreed to close down all piracy websites in the country. And that's opened the door to this happening.
That's the driver. You know, that's the absolute driver. I mean, earlier on in the week I said it's deader than the dead thing from Deadland. So I look completely wrong, and I am wrong because I didn't envisage that the Saudis were still there. I didn't see out of left field that they would acknowledge the key driver. All this separation stuff is a misrepresentation. The separation was because the state was sanctioning piracy. And that's the reasons why they wanted separation, because the state wasn't behind this bid, then they didn't need to worry about piracy.
Right.
So the whole key component, and my argument has always been piracy, and I was very shocked. Before the show ended yesterday, I got an email from someone of quite significance telling me that this was coming down the line. And I said to our producer yesterday, wait and see, Newcastle will be back on now. And it is. It is now where it is. And the one difference between where I thought it was, or two differences, I never saw them acknowledging the existence of piracy and being prepared to do something about it. And it isn't just Qatari overcoming this obligation, it's a raft of other things.
Yeah.
And I never saw potentially that they were still there. On both instances, I missed the memo on that.
I wouldn't be too hard on yourself, Simon, because I don't think any of us else.
No, it's seismic change. But
it's a seismic change.
For all the binary Newcastle fans that want to go, nah, yeah, I got it wrong.
Well, simply, this is moving. This is happening. Now, what is the timeline to this? Just a few moments ago, I spoke to the Times sports correspondent, Matt Lawton.
I think it will happen today, Jim. All the indications last night were that it was moving in that direction. The key thing was the fact that the Premier League have now had written assurances from the Saudis that it won't be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that's actually running the football club. It will be the investment arm of that country, the PIF, that will be running it. They've had those written assurances, and they've also received a very clear threat from the Premier League that if there's any indication at all that it is actually the state that's running the football club, that directors will be suspended and the whole thing will be suspended. Once they provided those assurances and had the green light from the Premier League, which they've essentially had, then what we saw yesterday was the whole piracy, this standoff between Qatar and Saudi Arabia being dropped. And it's all systems go, essentially.
Virtually overnight, today, does Newcastle United join the super wealthy?
They are going to join the super rich. And I was thinking about this last night, Jim, when they were signing people like Alan Shearer, when these things were happening, when they were in the big league. And then the landscape changed in Premier League football. Then we had Roman Abramovich, the new owners at Manchester City, the Americans at Manchester United and Liverpool, and clubs like Newcastle got left behind. 1 minute they're the big players, 1 minute they're breaking transfer records and signing the big players, and the next minute they're very much second tier. This puts them back in the first tier.
So Matt Lawton there, Simon, giving us the timeline. Yes, it's imminent. Yeah. Yes, it will be today. Yes, it will be today. So they're all gathering. It's our understanding that Amanda Staveley, who's been front and centre of the whole thing, will be up in the northeast, and others, maybe the Reuben brothers as well. That was Matt Lawton, the Times chief sports correspondent. So it's gathering pace so much, of course, that you have to think all of a sudden the super agents will be around it like a bee cluster.
Well, of course they will.
Trying to offer
they can't do anything.
Offer some of the biggest names in the game.
They can't do anything until January, can they? So that side of things will take some time to settle.
Yeah.
Steve Bruce's position will come into question.
What's going to happen there?
Look, I mean, people come in, they're new brooms, they tend to sweep clean. And, if you want to move on, you kick up a gear and you're going to become an elite football club financially, then you'll bring an elite manager. No one, not me, has ever said Steve Bruce is an elite manager. I've said he's a decent manager doing a decent job and isn't entitled to some of the abuse. I don't agree with some of the things Matt Lawton has said about the state sanctions or the implications of state ownership, because the state already owned Man City. Sheikh Mansour is the Prime Minister, of his own country, and has deployed resource in there to run it on a daily basis for him. But the same thing will apply with Newcastle. It's very interesting because this deal really could have been done 18 months ago if due diligence had been done properly around the piracy issues that were challenging the Premier League, because the Premier League have been suing, as have about 19 other broadcasters, the Saudis, for about 4 years over copyright infringement and breaches. So it isn't just about one broadcaster, and it isn't just about an individual issue. And the interesting thing is, if the Premier League wanted to play hardball, it isn't just about human rights they could play hardball over. They can play hardball over the issues of piracy, because piracy is an issue going forward, but legally it's an issue going backwards. If someone has committed piracy, you can invoke the same sanctions as if someone commits it going forward. What the Saudis have said is, we acknowledge piracy. After refusing to acknowledge it, not accepting that they were condoning it, not accepting they were in any part of it, they've now backed away from it, agreeing to pay compensation potentially to a broadcaster, taking down piracy going forward. But technically, if the Premier League wanted to be difficult, they can say, well, we can look backwards as well. We can look backwards at the fact that you have acknowledged the existence of piracy going backwards, but they're not going to.
No, they're
going to go past that.
I mean, the very fact in itself, Simon, that the Saudi state has agreed to close down all piracy websites in the country, that's a game changer, isn't it? That is a game changer. And now that opens the door to PIF going in there and saying Newcastle is ours.
The whole idea that separation was based upon anything other than piracy, you don't need separation from if the state weren't sanctioning piracy. BOQ were broadcasting from Dubai for years under the auspice of piracy. And that if that due diligence had been done properly in the first place, the proposal for the vehicle that was going to buy Newcastle in April of 2020 would have been a different vehicle, and this deal would have been done 18 months ago.
I would counter that, though, and say, to be fair to Amanda Staveley, they did not walk away. And she said to us in July they weren't walking away, and we'll hear from her in a second. But they said, we ain't going anywhere because this will happen. And we had her on this very show, Simon, saying that to us, and we'll hear that in a second. Newcastle fans, you heard Matt Lawton, the Times chief sports correspondent. Well, City are there, Chelsea are super wealthy, Liverpool super wealthy, Manchester United, etc., etc. You're about to join them. You're about to join the super wealthy elite. Are you ready for it? Is this the moment you've been dreaming of? 08717 223344 81089.
Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. With up to 40% off your business mobile bill, why shop around? Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Well, that's right. It is time for us to have a look at the top football business story with Tesco Mobile for Business. Mr. Jordan will do that for us right now because there is only one big business story in the world of football in town today, and that is Newcastle United. Why? Because the Saudis are in town today. In a major development, key issues surrounding the Saudi-backed Newcastle takeover have been overcome. So much so, this is gathering pace as we speak, Simon. Yep. We're expecting an announcement sometime today that PIF, the Saudi-backed consortium, are in and have control of Newcastle United. And all of a sudden, they join the football financial elite. We'll get into the implications of that very shortly because, I mean, how would a takeover of this scale change the landscape of the Premier League, the so-called elite, and football as a whole? Certainly back in July, what will we call Amanda Staveley, the deal facilitator on behalf of the Saudis, if you like. She told us back in July, when it didn't look like it would happen, she still said, we won't walk away, this will happen.
Obviously, we want this transaction and want the club, we want very much to be able to invest in the club, invest in the North, invest in Newcastle, and, there's no reason why that can't go ahead. We are all passionate about Newcastle, all the consortium members are, and we're looking forward to trying to get this transaction over the wall, and it will do.
And she was right.
And she was right. And she was right.
She was right.
And I must admit, Simon, we cannot take that away from her because she could have said that day, do you know what, I'm not coming to air with you. Do you know what, we have been beaten on this one.
Well, she was right to come on air because she had organised a march, was part of calling for a march down in London to campaign against it. By the very nature of the vehicle that she's created, the Saudis have been pummeled into an embarrassing climb down on piracy. The CAT case and the arbitration, without the Saudis doing this, were not going to be won for Newcastle. All this nonsense about the CAT case, that was compensation for Mike Ashley and getting an embarrassment factor by getting in the public domain and trying to find a silver bullet. The arbitration, without the Saudis taking the pill on swallowing the existence of piracy, prepared to pay $1 billion dollars of compensation to a broadcaster and accept that there'd be no more piracy, this deal wouldn't happen. But it has happened. Yeah. So Amanda, by a series of circumstances, has been right, and right she was.
But she stuck with it, Simon. That's the thing. Well, she has stuck with it. She stuck with them. They stuck with her.
She had to stick with it because she stuck the Saudis in the cart by putting them in a deal for 19 million quid that they couldn't complete.
How does this change the landscape of the Premier League?
Now, how it changes the landscape of the Premier League?
Big kid in the block, maybe the biggest.
Here's how it works. Some people could say it's quite a bad day for football, and other people, specifically Newcastle fans, will say it's a great day. And for Newcastle, it's a great day in the same way it was a great day for Man City, in the same way it's a great day for Chelsea, in the same way it's a great day for PSG. The reason why I say it's not a great day for football is it brings in a new situation where hyperinflation will come to pass, because Newcastle will come in with owners that have 320 billion worth of worth, not the 23 billion that the poor Sheikh Mansour has by comparison, the 320 billion worth of worth they have. They come in with a business that financially has been in relatively decent nick because Mike Ashley hasn't run it at a loss for years. So they've got 3 years now that they can smash the granny out of the transfer market without having any complications around financial fair play. Because Mike will probably, even though the losses are there from the COVID situation and there hasn't been any spend from Mike this year, besides Joe Willock, because of that, previously they've been making 30-40 million quid a year. So they're in profit. Right, so that means the 105 million worth of losses over 3 years, the Saudis haven't got to do anything or worry about anything for 3 years. So they can smash the granny out of the transfer market and worry about the consequence of it in 3 years' time.
So are others around the country worried in the other boardrooms this morning?
Listen, they'll accept the landscape in the same way they've accepted it with Man City. They didn't want it. No one's going to vote for someone to come and compete with you if you can help it. But this idea that there's a big six, the same lawyer that represents Amanda Staveley represents the big six in their battle against the ESL sanctions. But don't be under any illusion how this all hangs together, but this represents a situation where the ecosystem of football becomes challenged again, because you're going to drive up the prices, because Newcastle isn't a natural destination for the world's best footballers. I'm not sort of talking about geography, but when you've got the perception in footballers' minds about where they're going to land, Chelsea in London, Manchester United or Man City, and now Newcastle, and you're going to find there's going to be an element of hyperinflation. To get the best players into Newcastle, they're going to have to pay a premium to start with. That will then drive up the price for everybody else across the Premier League, drive up wages because they have to pay players more wages to come to Newcastle whilst they realise that Newcastle is building to a powerhouse. But people don't see the vision sometimes until the vision arrives, and they won't care they've got these billionaire owners until they've got a proper team. And then when you start buying Mbappe or whoever else they think they're going to buy, right, you will drive up the price because wages will go up, and that's the worry that I have. But for Newcastle fans, I've never, ever said, why shouldn't they have this? Why shouldn't they have a big set of owners? Why are Man City more entitled, or Chelsea more entitled, or any other football club to have a big set of owners? My only issue has always been that you cannot let a fox in the henhouse. If piracy's part of it, that needs to be gotten rid of.
It was the murkiness in the background,
If it's gotten rid of, then
Yeah.
Newcastle have every right to dream. They're a great football club. Some of their fans say things that I don't agree with, but then again, that's all fans. Some of their fans piling on abuse because they didn't like my opinion, or they didn't like someone else's opinion. But no one has ever suggested that Newcastle aren't entitled to have good owners.
As soon as they get into that boardroom, which could be as early as today, does the whole landscape change?
Well, the whole landscape has changed yesterday. The whole landscape changed potentially when they came into pass. The vehicle that was put in place by Amanda was wrong. 18 months of this deal could have been done 18 months ago if it had been done properly. It's now been done.
Is it bad for football but good for the Premier League?
I think it's bad in some respects. But it's good and bad, Jim, because it's great that we've got another team inside the Premier League that's going to break up the dynasty of Manchester United, Man City, Chelsea, potentially. It's going to create more intrigue. It's going to bring more news headlines. It might even bring more broadcasting deals. But by the same token, it's going to drive up the price of football.
Sure.
And what needs to happen must happen now. They must introduce governance. These guys can spend what they want, but they must introduce governance. If Newcastle want to build their turnover to 500 million quid a year because they're successful, that's great. But they can't break the model, and financial fair play must kick in like it has in Spain and say, right, 70% of turnover, wages. If you build your turnover to Newcastle because you're Premier League winners, you're in the Champions League, you're doing this to 500 million quid, you can still spend 350 million on transfers.
Who's going to take a hit here? Tottenham? Arsenal? Leicester?
You know, listen, how long did it take Man City to build themselves to the point they're at now? Mansur and Tyrone Archer, that was full of money as well, bought them, and it took them 3-4 years to power up, right, and really be dominant. Maybe 3 years. But Newcastle can't just switch the lights on. It's going to take them a period of time. But what they've got, the big thing for Newcastle fans, is you've got rid of Mike now, potentially. If this deal goes through, which is, I can't imagine, if you're talking about morality, then the Premier League will have an answer to this if they want to go down the morality clause.
Right.
But they're never going to go down that clause, because that ship has already sailed. There's arguments about the reasons other club owners are in place, so you can't run that argument against Newcastle. This will change the direction now. What does it mean? It means that it puts more pressure on other sides. The Arsenals of the world are going to have to look over their shoulder at another potential rival. But you've seen, hold on a second, you've seen Mashiri throw fortunes at Everton. Fortunes at Everton.
Yeah, but Mashiri's got nothing like this lot have got coming into the North East.
But Jim, there is a point. They can't just spend £1 billion like that and not be sanctioned at some point. If they spend £1 billion, in 3 years' time they're going to be sanctioned.
Yeah,
right? Because they're going to.
I know what you're saying, but are we talking before we hit the break? I'm under siege from Newcastle fans. Are we all of a sudden talking that Newcastle, Simon, are in the ballpark for Erling Haaland, for Kylian Mbappe?
No.
Are we talking about that?
No, because you can't make Newcastle. You can't turn a sow's ear into a silk purse overnight, right? Newcastle are a great football club. They occupy decent precedence.
Yeah.
But you can't. You're still not Real Madrid. You're still not Barcelona, irrespective of Barcelona's sanctions right now. You're still not an elite football club.
Statement signings. They'll be after statement signings.
Yeah, they will. But so were Man City for some time. They signed people like Robinho and so on and so forth, and it took them a while to get there. And Newcastle geographically does have a challenge. By the way, I've had shops in Newcastle, friends in Newcastle. I've been up to Newcastle many times. I don't think it's a poor relation. I think it's a wonderful part of the country.
Yeah.
But geographically, in the mind of foreign players, with the greatest will in the world, it doesn't really exist in comparison to London and Manchester.
Okay, Newcastle fans, we will see about that, but Newcastle fans, we want to hear from you, and we are hearing from you. Good God. 08717 2233 44. One message there, no name on it. Right now, Newcastle United are looking at filling St James's Park with 100,000 fans in an all-seated stadium every week. That's what lies ahead. I don't know, they're getting carried away somewhat, Simon. And there's Graham. Graham, good morning to you. I cannot get out of my van this morning to do any work because of you guys constantly referring to this, and I'm listening. I'm tuned in. I've bitten my fingers down to the stumps, says Graham, who is a big Newcastle United fan. So we're on it. We heard from Matt Lawton, the Times chief sports correspondent. He was telling us, be prepared, strap yourself in. This is imminent. So we're looking at it right now. That was a roundup of the top business story, and there is really only one standout story with Tesco Mobile for Business, and that is the Saudi-backed takeover of Newcastle United. Remember, with Tesco Mobile for Business, sort out your work phone and your shopping in just one trip. Thursday morning. It's not any normal Thursday morning, though, not if you're a Newcastle United fan. You're listening to Jim White and Simon Jordan. We're live in TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. It's where the trade go. We will, further down the line, move on somewhat from Newcastle, although we'll stay right across it, because as soon as it happens, we will break the news to you. If it happens in our time before we go at 1 o'clock, we'll bring you the news. If it happens after that, you'll hear it first and fastest right here on TalkSport. And later on this morning with us, we're going to be looking ahead, of course, we are to Fury against Wilder in Vegas this Saturday night. You are going to hear father of Tyson Fury, John Fury, maybe like you've never heard him before. Wow. Unleashed. That's
Character.
all I'm saying. Simon, as you might imagine, it seems everybody in the Northeast is trying to get through to us today because key issues surrounding the Saudi-backed Newcastle takeover have been overcome. An announcement is expected imminently, and all of a sudden, Newcastle, apart from being a top, brilliant, wonderful football club, is going to become a super elite financial club as well. So they will join the ranks of Manchester City and Chelsea and the rest. This lot have got money to burn, it would seem. So the landscape is changing, and it's changing fast. How are Newcastle fans feeling about that this morning? You ready, Simon? Let's take a few calls. 08717 223344. Adam, Newcastle United fan. I don't know how you did it, but you got through. How are you? Good morning.
Nervous, honestly. I've hardly slept all night thinking about this moment. You know, this is what we've needed for 14 years. You know, I've got tears in my eyes. You know, it's not about signing the best players in the world or even backing the best manager in the world. It's about getting my club back to where we belong.
Yeah. It would be wrong of me not to ask you, Adam. The Saudis' questionable human rights record, are they the type of people that you want at the top of your beloved football club?
100%. 100%.
Why?
You know,
apart from the money aspect.
Because they're not Mike Ashley.
Right. Is that right? Because they're not Mike Ashley?
Yes. You know, Mike Ashley, yeah, we haven't been in any debt. He's took the club, you know, as a business.
But then, Adam, it has to come back to the money, doesn't it? Because if you look at the calibre of the people that we bring in, and I'm not making a case for and against their human rights position, but it's unarguable there's real challenges there. And it is simply because they can bring enormous wealth. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you want. But it can't be because you're sitting there saying, I want them to run the club, because you don't know what they're like, you don't know what their morals are, you don't know what their course of direction is. What you know is that they're not Mike Ashley, and there's a distinct possibility they're going to invest in your football club and the structure around it and give you something to be proud of.
Yeah, you know, I will be a very proud Newcastle fan when this takeover goes through.
Okay, Adam.
I've never acted on it once. I've always had in my head it is going to happen. One day this will happen, and I think today it will happen. Okay,
Adam, thanks for that. Well, to be fair, the deal facilitator, Amanda Savely, said, be prepared because this will happen, and it is happening. It's taken them a while, but it is happening. Mark's a big Newcastle fan. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, Jim, Simon.
Morning. Good morning to you, mate. Where's your head with this?
I'm like every other Newcastle fan. It's so hard not to get swept away with the excitement, but I'm also trying to be a bit level-headed at the sheer fact that, yes, it is. We might have all this money. It's at the end of the day, there's so much else what needs sorted first. Like our training ground, it hasn't been touched since the Bobby days. It needs things like that. If you're going to bring the best players, you need to get better facilities first. And as much as I want to think about all the players we could get, it starts much.
But they'll
lower
do all
down.
that, Mark, won't they? Because that doesn't fall into the area of financial fair play restrictions upon. They can buy all that stuff because there's infrastructure, so training grounds and all the investment. Because don't forget, we've listened to a PR story being told by Amanda that the regeneration of the football club and the area is at the front of the queue for this consortium to do.
Oh yes, definitely. And like I say, I'm more cautious. I would like to take maybe like the Leicester route. Like they've done things at a good pace. I don't expect us to go in and blow the Premier League away and get instant success. One of the quotes, you say it quite often, Simon, and I believe it, you have no given right to be in the top 8, but I definitely do believe it's a club like Newcastle, we don't deserve to be in the second tier of English football.
No, that's right. That's right. That's probably right.
Good call. Listen, Mark, thank you for that. Many thanks for taking the time to give us a call. So many Newcastle fans coming through to us now. But yeah, let's do it. Mike's another Newcastle fan. Mike, you've been waiting patiently. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, chaps. How are you doing?
I'm very good. So is Simon, I think. I can speak on his behalf. Yeah, he's very good. How are you, Mike? Where are you at with this? I mean, there seems to be a feeling of euphoria but trepidation as well.
Well, it's like you say, it's been a long time coming. We've had Mr. Ashley in charge now for 15 years going on. He's run the club like a business. When he bought the club, he didn't do any due diligence. Everybody knows that. He just bought it on a whim. He's run it like a business. We're not in debt. All we want is just ambition. We want somebody to come in, have the same passion as the fans, bring a manager in, bring a director of football in, get the academy up to speed. We just want ambition. That's all we want as fans.
So on that subject, Mike, before you go on, I'm keen to know this. You're obviously a passionate fan. What is realistic ambition? Sum that up for me.
Right, realistic ambition for Newcastle going forward. Let's say the takeover gets announced today. We're in a relegation dogfight. Let's make no bones about it. We haven't won in 7 games. We need to get rid of the manager. We need to bring a manager in. Could be short-term or a long-term basis. We just need to survive this season. That's our ambition this season, and we build from that.
Okay. Is he right to think like that, Simon?
I think it's pragmatic. Listen, too early to say you're in a relegation battle, but you are in difficulty at this moment in time because you can't win a game. You can't change anything until January because you can't buy any players until January. And obviously, given the vociferous nature of a section of the Newcastle fans, I would imagine there will be a clamouring now for the change of the manager. And I'm not commenting on that. That's Newcastle fans' business.
Yeah.
And it's the club's business now. And if Bruce is to go, the interesting question was, who comes in to replace him and who gets the project? Because the first one out of the gate is going to be in a new era. Like Claudio Ranieri was the first one out of the gate for Roman Abramovich, and boom, binned after a year, and in came Jose Mourinho.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting time, but what it's going to be is fascinating copy. If this deal gets rubber stamped and pushed through as quick as we think it may well do, and we haven't heard from anybody from the Premier League or from the purchasing side of things, if it gets pushed through as quick as it can, now we're going to see the narrative being spun up about who, what, when, how and why.
Sure.
Intriguing.
We put the question out, Simon, earlier on. Fans of other clubs like Arsenal, like Leicester, like Tottenham, are you concerned now? Because all of a sudden, with the financial clout that they've got, and they have more money than God, the Saudis could get control of Newcastle, and all of a sudden Newcastle are up there with Manchester City, maybe further up than Manchester City. Are fans of other clubs concerned? Mike's an Evertonian. Mike, good morning.
Morning, boys. How are you?
Now, you took time to answer that. Are you a bit down in the dumps, Mike? How are you feeling about this?
No, I'm quite pleased, actually. I'm sick of the likes of Man City buying everything. And, every Evertonian knows where our money's coming from. It's not all Moshiri's money. Usmanov wasn't allowed to buy. Kroenke wouldn't sell him the shares. Usmanov, his nephew's on our board of directors. All of his companies, like USM Finch Farm, the sponsors, he's bought the naming rights for the new ground. We've got a lot of money. We've had our hands tied with FFP this year.
Yeah.
That ends at the end of the year. There's talk of Isco and Jovic coming in. I think Newcastle getting the money, like Everton, is going to, that puts Everton and Newcastle in financial terms above Spurs and Arsenal in the transfer market for me in the next couple of years. Because Spurs lose Harry Kane, Daniel Levy's not going to go out and spend 100 million on another striker.
Right.
They'll try and buy someone on for 20 million. It's good for football. Man City have had it their own way for too long, as have Chelsea. Different with Liverpool and Man United. They had the sort of base to begin with. Like City just came out of nowhere. Simon was right before. It did take them years. It's took us years. Everton, but we're a Premier League ever-present. We're a massive club. We're about to move into a beautiful new stadium. They're doing the right things, everything right in north of the city.
Yeah.
Creating jobs. It's going to be lasting. We all know that when Bill Kenwright does decide to sell up, we know it's Usmanov that's buying it, and he is also a lot wealthier than Abramovich.
Well said, Mike. Some many good points in there, actually, weren't there, Simon? I mean, very many good points from Mike.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Everton is a great club, and Newcastle are a great club. Everton are as one of my favourite clubs. I've always talked about them in the most positive terms because of my relationship with Bill Kenwright.
Yeah.
But I still think that just because they've had somebody like Moshiri in place hasn't brought them the level of success that I would have anticipated, and it takes time. But but we'll see. They've got Benitez in there now, and we'll see what Everton do. But the topic of the day, with respect to Everton, is not Everton; it's Newcastle.
It's Newcastle.
And what happens with him?
Of course, it is. Andy in Longridge has sent this to us, and presumably he's happy that I read it out. And by God, you're going close with it, Andy. But I will. I'm a lifelong Preston fan. Very happy with our ethical owner, Trevor Hemmings. The top and bottom of this is that these blinkered Newcastle fans do not care about the human rights of their potential new owners. They just want the money. They forget that pre-Keegan, the average home gates of 16,000, they were small fry. It's all about money. All about money.
Well, it is, and it was once upon a time when the ownership of a football club meant something, and you cannot, doesn't matter what anyone wants to say, you cannot ignore the calibre of owner that's coming in here. You can look at their bank balance and say that's fantastic, but the people that are running your football clubs are not possibly the people you want to live next door to anymore.
Okay, all right, we're coming up to 11:15. Good morning, everybody. It's Jim White, Simon Jordan. We're live in TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse on what could be a famous day, an historic day for Newcastle United Football Club, because in a major development, key issues surrounding the Saudi-backed Newcastle takeover have been overcome. An announcement is expected almost imminently, and all the attention is going to be focused, Simon, in the northeast as the Saudis move in to Newcastle United. Never thought I'd say it. Certainly didn't think I would say it this week, even this month, maybe before the end of this year. But we're saying it, and it's happening. Simon, it's fair to say you've met him, I've met him. Rarely, it's fair to say, did we ever hear from Mike Ashley during his spell of ownership at Newcastle United Football Club. He spoke very rarely. On one occasion he did speak, and he spoke to my former colleague at Sky Sports, David Craig, and that was on the final day of the 2014-2015 season. And on that occasion, Ashley was in a robust mood.
What's your ambition for the club?
It's now going to be definitely to win something. And by the way, I shan't be selling it until I do.
Can we just be clear on that? Because there's been so much rumour whether you might not. The club is not for sale.
Not at any price. And by the way, when I say win something, if we ever get in a position that we get a Champions League place, that also qualifies as winning something.
Be very clear, you're here to stay and you want to make this club successful.
To be categorically clear, I'm not going anywhere until we win something.
So, it's incredible, isn't it? The following season they were relegated.
Yeah.
They haven't won anything, and Ashley's going to be out of there. It's amazing how things change. What are we about to see, Simon? He's going to go. Yep. How would you sum up the 14-year tenure of Ashley's ownership?
I think I'd probably sum it up the way that the majority of Newcastle fans would sum it up. It's not been successful. There isn't a legacy for Mike in relation to football that he'll look back on. Commercially, if the argument is, has Sports Direct traded off the back of a Premier League football club that's been able to leverage the brand, I see that argument. I'm not sure that there has much water in that. I don't think he has a legacy. I think it's been a bit of a disaster for him. You listen to interviews like that, and of course if you say enough things, you're going to get caught out by them. The fact is he hasn't said a lot of things, and he's been caught out by the one thing he has said, because that tells you an intention. I would imagine that's after a game when either they've avoided relegation, you're feeling full of gusto, and you say something because you mean it in that emotion. It's a visceral reaction. But Mike's never really pushed the envelope, never really wanted to push the envelope, wanted the club to be sustainable. And quite frankly, nothing wrong with that. You should want your club to be sustainable. And there's nothing wrong with his business model. It just doesn't work in this generation of football. And with this expectation, the bar being raised, he misjudged the climate of the people. I mean, I remember Mike buying the club and speaking to him, and I never understood why he bought it. I know it's...
What did he say to you at the time?
Well, I never really got much of an explanation because I didn't go into detail with him about it. I spoke to him about player discounting, which he didn't seem to understand. And that was incredible to me.
What do you mean?
Well, bringing forward payments for players because their cash flow wasn't working at Newcastle at a particular time. And given the level of competence and excellence as a businessman, I was very surprised with that conversation. But I was also, listening to people like Paul Kemsley that suggested to me that the reason why they bought Newcastle was because it was a bet. And that there was an idea that because Mike had never wanted any spotlight, never been anywhere near the spotlight, been immensely successful and always shied away from it. Other people that are more, gravitate more towards it are prepared to talk in the media. Me, when my ownership of Palace, Paul Kemsley, when he was the vice chairman at Tottenham, were a different sort of animal. And for me, I'd never understood Mike being on the terraces in a Newcastle shirt, and I never understood him going out to Saudi Arabia early on in his tenure when there was a suggestion that he wanted to sell it and didn't turn up to a meeting with the Saudi Arabians early doors and offended their sensitivities. And it just means, and I never understood Joe Kinnear, I never understood Steve McLaren, I never understood bringing Dennis up there or having Tony Jimenez involved, and the list of, usual suspects or unusual suspects confounded me, because whether you like it or you don't, and like certain segments of all fans, I said something about West Ham the other day, I've got a pile of West Ham fans having a go at me. I've said something about Newcastle repeatedly, I get a pile of Newcastle fans. That's what happens, but you mustn't judge the club by those individuals.
Right.
Because Newcastle is a club that if you owned it, you'd want to push the envelope. I wanted to push the envelope for Palace because it was the club I loved, and I didn't have the finances that Mike had. If I owned Newcastle and I had the finances that Mike had, but that might be my own stupidity, I'd want to drive these fans into a frenzy. Not send myself into the poorhouse, but I'd want to drive them into a frenzy, because there's something irresistible about a fan base that wants, demands, and is prepared to support success. I've never been of that mindset, and they're going to hate me now about the Geordie Roar, because I only ever heard the Geordie Roar when they scored. They're like every other set of supporters. When the team isn't performing well, they're the same as everybody else.
Oh, Simon, I've been up there and the team's come out,
and so have I.
The roof's coming off. It's fabulous.
And so have I. Right? But the bottom line is that Newcastle, he had the opportunity to galvanise his fan base and drive it, and he did the exact opposite.
So does he leave with a feeling of missed opportunity?
Well, not for him, because he will have got his money back. He may have leveraged the Sports Direct brand to some commercial levels that perhaps I don't think are the biggest thing that people advocate that they were. But Mike will come away with it with an experience which he couldn't, and possibly will regret the fact that he never took the opportunity it was there. It doesn't mean the opportunity is easy, because I mean, he came into a league, and I heard Matt Lawton the other day, and I'm sorry, Matt, what happened in 1996... and with Shearer and with Kevin Keegan and whoever else they signed, when Abramovich came in, that was 8 years later. Newcastle had plenty of time to fix the situation before then. Look, Mike can't look back and say, this was an enjoyable experience, it was a success. And you look at comments like that and say, well, what were you thinking? Because you did the polar opposite.
What's just in the passing, what's the ballpark figure that he'll leave with? Roughly?
Well,
what do you think?
Depends what the Saudis pay him.
Well, what do you think they're going to pay?
If the Saudis are going to pay, I mean, I don't know if they're going to chip. I don't know if there's because don't forget what their QC said in the CAT hearing was, if it goes into 2022, this will not be the same deal. So who knows if it's going to be the same deal? But he'll leave possibly with either a small turn on his money or what he spent. But that's already irrelevant, isn't it? The relevance of it is Mike Ashley cannot look back and say, A, I enjoyed that.
Right.
B, it was successful. And C, I enhanced the lives of the fans that supported the club.
Simon, we talk about this being imminent, but all the time, more and more resistance to it happening is coming in. And we're just hearing in the last few minutes that the Premier League, we're being told, should consider Saudi Arabia's, quote, serious, appalling and dire human rights record and catalogue of crimes before approving the takeover of Newcastle United. That has just come in from Amnesty International.
But that was inevitable.
Wait, pardon?
That was an inevitable observation for Amnesty International.
I was about to say we should be expecting this.
And we know this, and we know that there are not questionable, absolute, legitimate, dialed-on perspectives where that regime is a very difficult regime to want to countenance. Newcastle fans want to countenance because they've got a big bag of money. But I don't believe that the Premier League will stop this on a morality issue. They can stop it on a legal issue about piracy, both forward and backwards. They can stop it on other issues, but they cannot stop this, I believe, and I don't think they will. I just don't think they will have the moral compass to want to do it. There's an argument that says they should, because the brand of the Premier League, with the greatest respect in the world, is bigger than Newcastle United. But let's also be clear, there are other owners that have bought football clubs that you could levy certain allegations against as well. So it cannot be that Newcastle singled out.
Simon, it might be appropriate at this stage to put this out here. Is it a Newcastle fan this morning, as on the brink of this happening, are you concerned so much that you wouldn't want the Saudis in at your football club? Saudi Arabia, where torture is used as a punishment, where executions, we're told, are on the increase, where there's no free speech, there are no protests, and women, we're told, are widely discriminated against. All that. And of course, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia allegedly approving the assassination of the Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi in 2018. That was according to an intelligence report that the Biden administration released in July. Does any of that bother you about your prospective new owners? And are you that bothered you wouldn't want them in there? Give us a call. We want to hear from you. 08717 223344. Good morning, everybody. It's Jim White and it's Simon Jordan, and it's Thursday morning. This is Thursday, October the 7th, and that is a day that many Newcastle fans might look back on, Simon, and think, yep, that was the day.
Could be.
Because it's our understanding the takeover, the Saudi-backed takeover of Newcastle United is imminent in the next 20-odd minutes or so, maybe sooner than that. Simon, in the studio, we're going to be joined by Darren Eales, who you might remember was Tottenham's Director of Football Administration. In 4 crucial years, actually, a lot happened in that time between 2010 and 2014. He's been working over in the United States. I wonder what Darren thinks about how the Newcastle takeover will impact on his former club, on the likes of Arsenal, on the likes of Leicester, even on the likes of the other big boys who are super rich, like Chelsea, Manchester City, Manchester United, and the others. We're taking calls, of course, throughout the morning from Newcastle fans who are in and about us all the time, not least, Simon, on this issue of morality, on moral grounds. Should the Saudis be in there? A country where torture is used as a punishment, where executions are on the increase, we're told. No free speech, no protests. And, of course, a country that was dogged with bad publicity following the murder of the journalist, Washington Post journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, with the man at the very top of that country, Saudi Arabia, very much linked to the murder itself. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia allegedly approved the assassination of Khashoggi. Does any of that in the background bother any Newcastle fans at all? Nathan's a big Newcastle fan and joins us live. Nathan, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
It's a pleasure. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Can't quite believe the news really after the last the last sort of 2 years. It's felt like a long old slog. But
Sure. So on this point, Nathan, where are you going with the moral aspect of it all, the moral rights issue?
Yes, one of the previous callers you had on, they mentioned that I think he said that he wasn't bothered whatsoever about the morality issue of it. I don't think that's. I don't want to speak on behalf of all Newcastle fans, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think we're very aware of what's been lodged against the Saudis, what's gone on in that country. But what I would like to do is just to take a look back over the sort of past 12 months. PIF have invested very aggressively and opportunistically in companies such as Disney, Uber, and more recently McLaren. And the noise, there hasn't been any noise or uproar in regards to any of these investments. Disney, a family company globally around the world. McLaren, a British institution, and Uber, like a service that's used by millions of people in this country every single day. I would argue that, if people are going to start sort of saying we need to take a moral high ground, then are we never going to watch a Disney film again? Are we never going to watch the Formula One again? Are we never going to get a taxi again through Uber? Until he lost last week, Anthony Joshua, sort of adored by the media. I haven't heard more than a whimper really about Anthony Joshua fighting in Saudi Arabia. In fact, it's been championed that he goes over there and makes a bunch of money going over there.
That's not true, Nathan. That's not true. Nathan, that's not true. Lots of people have observed.
Yeah, but Joshua did fight in Saudi Arabia.
Of course he did, because he went for a big bag of money, and money is changing the direction.
That's his point.
And the balance. So what we're basically saying is don't question anything as long as the rewards and the finances justify the existence. I'm in your camp that we cannot have hypocrisy. We can't have a British government that's prepared to deal with the Saudis. We can't have Mohammed bin Salman be able to have a direct line of communication threatening the government if they don't pass a takeover, and understand that the government are dealing with the Saudis, and then make Newcastle the sole victims of a judgment that other people aren't having to be judged by. But it doesn't mean it shouldn't be looked at. It doesn't mean it shouldn't be questioned. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be saying, hold on a second, are these really the sort of people that you would ideally want owning very significant British assets?
But Nathan, before you go, you would have the Saudis as your owners. You'd welcome them. Is he still with us? Oh, damn it, we've just lost him. Richard's a Newcastle fan who's been waiting patiently. Richard, same question. Would you have them? Will you welcome them?
Hello, Jim. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Richard. Morning.
Yeah, I think it's a really legitimate question that you're asking, and I do have some concerns, but I think Simon just touched on it before. The UK government...
We're having a little bit of trouble with the calls. Might get back to Richard. He was just about to make his point. Rob, you're through to us. Good morning, Rob. Looks like the phone lines have gone for the time being. We'll get back with them, but what a time for them to go, because look at that. To say they're stacked up is putting it mildly.
But it's right to put the question out there. It's right for we to do
Of course.
The object of the aim when you're having a look at something is to look at it in 360 degrees. We all know what they bring. Right,
yeah.
Which is an enormous amount of money, and the Newcastle fans will see this as an opportunity to rid themselves of Mike Ashley and see the direction of travel. They don't know whether these people are going to make them proud. They don't know whether these people are going to make them proud of being Newcastle fans. What they do know is that they're going to be better off economically than what Ashley's ownership bought for them. There is a question that needs to be asked. How can it not be asked? Once upon a time, it was considered to be that the big man in the town owned a football club. It's all moved on from the cook, the baker, the candlestick maker. It's moved on to big business now.
Right.
But there still must be a reflection back of who owns your football club. And the question should be asked, is it right that a regime... And be under no illusion that if Mohammed bin Salman was going to be the chairperson of the PIF, he may not be the intellectual capital on a day-to-day basis, but he's going to be the financial capital behind how this club runs.
Well, before we hit this break, let me ask you this. It's maybe a bit unfair, but I know you'll answer it. If you were still at Palace and they came in for Palace, would you sell to the Saudis?
See, there's the question. And I think the answer will probably be, it'd be very easy for me to sit here and moralise. And I would do the same thing as Mike Ashley was doing, and anyone else in their shoes, saying, well, hang on, if it's good enough for the British government, if it's good enough for this business, if it's good enough for that, why should I be the person that gets to stay somewhere I don't want to be? So I can't be a hypocrite. I'd probably turn around and say, if the money was legitimate, but the source had some concerns about it, I probably would be in the same situation as 99% of club owners.
Well done.
And I'd take the money.
Well done. Well done. I put you in the spot there, mate. But well done.
Well, if anybody's not going to mind being cut into it, it'll be Sam Fender. Welcome to the studio at 5:20. Simon Pride, have you got something to say?
No more false alarms. This is it. It has happened. The Premier League has tweeted, and various other people connected to the deal have tweeted, including from PCP Partners, Amanda Staveley's company. So basically, Newcastle United has now officially been taken over. Mike Ashley is no longer the owner of Newcastle United. There is a consortium basically made up of the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, 80% they now own of Newcastle United. Amanda Staveley and PCP have 10%. The Reuben brothers have 10%. Mm-hmm. There are new owners of Newcastle United. Mike Ashley's 14-year reign at the club is now over.
This is a pretty extraordinary announcement, isn't it, Pridey? This is more than just football.
It is. Total Sport's been on air for 11, 12 years, and we've never had a show like the show we're going to have tonight. And yeah, this is absolutely seismic in terms of Newcastle United, in terms of English football. We don't know what will happen from here. We don't know exactly, how much money Newcastle will have to spend short term. All this we will find out. There will be press conferences. There will be interviews. We will try our very best to speak to the people who are now going to be running the football club. And yeah, it's just a hugely exciting time. I know people are gathered outside St James's Park. Razor is there, and we'll talk to him very soon. I know Colin will talk to him on Total News in 10 minutes time, and he will give you all the background as to what's happened and a bit of the atmosphere from outside the ground as well. But an incredible day in the history of Newcastle United Football Club. It has now been confirmed. The club has been sold.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? An absolutely extraordinary time, and heaving down there. Youngest child is down there at university. I don't think she's gone to a single lecture. She's just been sending me pictures, and the atmosphere will be extraordinary. But it's not without controversy.
It's not without controversy, of course. Yes, Amnesty International have already had their say on the issue, and indeed have had their say since the Saudis were first connected with the club, and the human rights record of that particular country will come under intense scrutiny. There will be lots of questions asked, and some people are very, very uncomfortable, including some Newcastle fans, about this deal. So yeah, absolutely, we have to put that side of things as well. That is something that I'm sure that we'll discuss tonight, tomorrow night, and beyond too. But ultimately, it is up to the Premier League to sanction the deal. They look at the owners. We know it's taken a long time for issues to be resolved, mainly the issue involving TV piracy. Now that has been resolved, well, the Premier League say it's fine. A lot of fans will say if the Premier League say it's fine, then that's not up to us. We'll just celebrate the fact that the club is in new hands and look forward to what might be ahead on the pitch.
Absolutely. Extraordinary times, historical moment. Let's whiz to St James's Park and chat to Newcastle United commentator Matthew Raceback, who is amidst it all currently. Matthew, I can hear it sounds like we've won the World Cup down there. What's happening?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me loud and clear, Anna. I'm just over the road from St James's Park, where hundreds of Newcastle supporters have gathered to celebrate the end of the Mike Ashley era and welcome their new owners. The deal has just gone through in the last few minutes, as Simon's just been explaining. Confirmation arrived a few moments ago from the Premier League, and they said that the dispute over the takeover of the club by the consortium of the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, PCP Capital Partners, which is Amanda Staveley's company, and the billionaire businessman, the Reuben brothers, has been settled. And following the completion of the league's owners and directors test, the club has been sold to the consortium with immediate effect. The Premier League also said that the legal disputes concerned which entities would own and or have the ability to control the club following the takeover. They continued by saying all parties have agreed the settlement is necessary to end the long uncertainty for the fans over the club's ownership. The Premier League has now received legally binding assurances that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not control Newcastle United Football Club. And all parties are pleased to have concluded this process, which gives certainty and clarity to Newcastle United Football Club and their fans. And these supporters are delighted. I think, Anna, this is a day that many thought would never come.
Matthew, thank you very much, and I've got no doubt that the revelry will continue long into the night. Can you?
It sounds crazy down there, doesn't it?
It does. It does sound absolutely crazy. It sounds like the kind of thing that happens in Europe when World Cups are won. Doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. I mean, people are just are dreaming about what's going to happen next, I suppose. And Razor, if you can still hear me too. I mean, can you describe a little bit of how the mood has been in the build-up to it? I'm sure everybody was glued to their phones because lots of journalists have been tweeting about this all day, as you would expect. And then there was a glut, wasn't there? Just a few minutes ago, there was a glut of everybody, yourself included, I'm sure, finding out that the statement had come through from the Premier League. It had been confirmed. And so what happened outside the ground?
There was a huge roar from those supporters on the other side of the road. And you're right, it almost feels like a celebration of success, maybe after winning something. That's something these fans are not used to. This is a hugely significant day. It's a day where Newcastle United changes, and these fans can look forward to what they hope will be a brighter future after a painful and frustrating and frankly exhausting 14 and a half years of Mike Ashley's ownership. They have wanted him gone for a while. Mike Ashley has wanted rid of the club for a while. It's been on the market for 4 years, and Amanda Staveley, who's part of the consortium, first tried to buy Newcastle in the winter of 2017. She then came back at the start of last year with this consortium, with the Saudi Arabian involvement and the Reuben brothers, who own property in the city and also own Newcastle Racecourse. Mike Ashley did a deal with them, and yet the fans and everyone at the club have had to wait for 18 months to get to this point. So this is just a huge release of emotion, of tension. It's a day they've been dreaming of. You can hear the reaction from the fans. More are arriving at St James's Park. Everyone knows that it's gone through. I think there's some who are in a state of disbelief. It will take a while to sink in because it's been such a long time coming. But you can't underestimate the significance of what this will mean for the fortunes of this football club and for the mood of the supporters and the city.
Matthew Raisbeck, thank you very much for joining us, and I'm sure we're going to have to let you get your thoughts together for Total News and Total Sport coming. But Pridey, this is an historic day, and really there's only one tune that we can play at this point.
I think you're probably right, Anna. Yeah, you're the person to do it, because we've got Total News coming, all speech. We've got Total Sport. We'll be talking all the way through that for a couple of hours. We could go on all night. So
yes.
You've basically got one tune, you've got one shout, haven't you, as to what that tune can be in the 3 minutes that you've got left of your programme.
Is it Girls Aloud?
Could do that. Yeah.
Is it no? Is it
Daydream Believer? That wouldn't work, I don't think. No.
Should we maybe go with this one? Well, thank you so much for all of your calls and your texts, on your patience as well, on what has been an absolutely historic day on BBC Radio Newcastle, the sound of the North East. It is 5:30.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total News.
Thank you very much to Anna Foster. This is Total News. I'm Colin White. Coming up in the next 30 minutes, the confirmation we got 10 minutes ago, we'll talk about it a bit more. That Newcastle United takeover has been completed. We will go back down to St James's Park and talk to our Newcastle United commentator Matthew Raisbeck in just a moment. We'll probably split the programme roughly in two. We'll cover Newcastle United for the opening bit, and then we will talk about, because there has been other news around the region, of course there has today. There is concern over a bus driver shortage in our region, and it's National Poetry Day. I've spoken to a national treasure about why we should all be getting involved. All that and a fair bit more coming up before 6 o'clock.
Total News.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
But of course, there is only one place to start, because in the past 10 minutes we got confirmation that the saga, and it has been a saga, of the Newcastle United takeover is at an end. It has been completed. The club has been sold. Our Newcastle United commentator Matthew Raisbeck is outside St James's Park and joins me again. An historic day, Razor. We're not over-egging this, are we?
No, because this is a day that Newcastle's fans have been waiting for about a decade and a half. Mike Ashley has owned the club since May of 2007, and for the majority of that time, fans have wanted him out. Well, today he has gone, and the takeover has gone through. This is a takeover that has taken some time. It's been about 18 months since the deal was first agreed. It collapsed last summer. There have been two separate legal cases launched against the Premier League by Mike Ashley, but an agreement has been reached between the Premier League and the buying consortium over exactly who would have control of Newcastle United. That was one of the sticking points last summer, because 80% of the money is coming from the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund. But the Premier League, who confirmed the news about 10 minutes ago, Colin, said that they have received legally binding assurances that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not control Newcastle United Football Club, and the deal has been concluded. Now, I'm outside St James's Park, outside the Gallagher end, opposite the club shop and the bar. There have been hundreds of fans here all afternoon. Those supporters in the last couple of minutes, maybe they know something we don't, because they have run up the hill towards the old Milburn reception. If you know St James's Park, that is just underneath the extended part of the stand, where the players' entrance is. So maybe they've just gone up there to celebrate. Maybe they've just gone to find a pub to do some more celebrating indoors. But they have been singing and cheering and chanting. There's been almost like a carnival and party atmosphere here for some time, because this means so much to them. And in the last few seconds, Colin, we've also heard from Newcastle United themselves, who have changed their Twitter biography to say a new era begins, and they have released a statement which features quotes from some of the key players. So I'll try to summarise that now for you. And they have just confirmed that the acquisition of the club by the buyers was completed today. And they say the investment group is comprised of long-term, patient investors who have every confidence in the future success of the club. They go on to say that the announcement is the conclusion of a thorough and detailed process that has allowed the investment group to arrive at a deal that benefits all stakeholders and will leave Newcastle United well placed to pursue a clear long-term strategy. And we now have some idea of the makeup of the new board of Newcastle United. The club say that His Excellency Yasser Al Rumayyan, Governor of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, will serve as non-executive chairman. Amanda Staveley, Chief Executive of PCP Capital Partners, will have one seat on the board. Jamie Rubin will also be a director of the club, representing RB Sports and Media. And for PIF, one of the world's most impactful investors, as they put it, the acquisition is in line with its strategy of focusing on key sectors, including sports and entertainment. and they are looking to harness the club's potential and build upon their legacy. They describe PIF Newcastle as one of the most famous clubs in English football and have thanked the fans for their tremendously loyal support, and they're excited to work together with them. Finally, Amanda Staveley says this is a long-term investment. They intend to instill a united philosophy across the club, establish a clear purpose, and help provide leadership that will allow Newcastle to go on to big achievements over the long term. And their ambition is aligned with the fans to create a consistently successful team that is regularly competing for major trophies and generates pride across the club. And finally, the directors of the investment group thank Mike Ashley for his commitment to the sale process, and they say they would like to thank the Premier League for its contribution in the regulatory process, which has helped lead to the completion of this deal. The takeover, the long-awaited takeover of Newcastle United, has gone through.
Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle United commentator, thank you very much indeed. Razor can get his breath back because he will be back, of course, on Total Sport at 6 o'clock. You can have your say on Total Sport as well. I'm joined in the studio by our Newcastle United co-commentator and former player, of course, John Anderson. You have said for a long, long time, Ando, you'd believe it when you saw it.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah, it's taken a long, long time. A lot of happy people about. I mean, it first broke last night. You were expecting news last night. You were expecting news at 10 o'clock this morning, then 2 o'clock. Make things difficult, but finally it's gone through. Look, it's huge for everybody. Huge for supporters. Huge for the football club. Massive for the football club because we were just stagnant. You know, it was going nowhere. There was no fun. You know, we do the games, but there was no fun going to games. You didn't get a buzz at the start of the season. All of a sudden, sat here, there's a real buzz. You know, real excitement about it. Listening to local hero, you hear it at games. You heard it at games, and it didn't mean what it once meant. Yeah. But just listening it there when Anna played it, all of a sudden the hairs are standing up on the back of your neck again, and you get that buzz, and you just hope that going forward, we can be a success. You know. It's been a long time in coming. You know, there's been 2 relegations in Mike Ashley's tenure here, but hopefully it's onwards and upwards from now on in.
Ando, thank you very much indeed. John Anderson, as well as Matthew Raisbeck, will be back for Total Sport at 6 o'clock. Lots of other voices to bring you on this story, of course. We're going to start with a couple of supporters who've been speaking to our reporter, Ross Ward.
Delighted and over the moon for the true supporters that's done, unfortunately, without the success that they fully deserved over the past 50-odd years. So great for them and great for Newcastle United, great for the city. Wonderful news.
Any misgivings at all? Any anxiety?
About the Middle East connection. There's plenty of other football teams in the Premiership survived with it. I seem to be getting along okay with it. So why not Newcastle United? Why not? It's got to be a bit of both, but mostly because it's Mike Ashley out the way. But the money is absolutely welcome, and hopefully the money will bring in the players out that want and deserve the success that Newcastle has been wanting for over the past 50 odd years, since 1969.
Just absolutely delighted, aren't we? It's been a long time coming, but it looks like it's finally happening. So it's utter relief more than anything. It seems like we can actually start to hope again and just act like a normal football club for once. You know, I think it's going to be a slow build. We can't be expecting like Mbappe and things like that. I know people are joking about that at the minute, but I think it's just going to be a slow build. But like I say, it's something that we can all sort of look forward to rather than sort of dreading.
So that is some of the supporters' voices. You can have your say on Total Sport tonight as well from 6 o'clock. The number, if you want to call it, from 6, 0800 234 6565. Luke Edwards writes about Newcastle United for The Telegraph. He says Saudi Arabia resolving its piracy dispute with beIN Sports, which is a broadcaster based in Qatar and who hold the rights to show Premier League football in the Middle East. He says that resolution has been key.
There are human rights issues. There's a murder of a journalist. But these are moral issues. These are moral questions. I don't think the Premier League have the stomach or the appetite to block this takeover now based on a moral objection. I think it was that piracy issue. It's gone, as I say, it's happened very, very quickly. But I think we are edging closer. I think we are on the brink of this takeover being announced now.
Obviously, Luke Edwards speaking before the announcement was announced 20 minutes ago. Well, Kieran Maguire lectures in football finance. You may also have seen some of his tweets because he tweets as the price of football.
I think as far as the club is concerned, for all of the issues that the fan base have had with Mike Ashley, is that he has left a legacy of a club which has an awful lot of flexibility in terms of its ability to A, generate revenue, because he's not been great at that, but in terms of spending money, Newcastle has made profits, and therefore those profits can be utilised along with the money from the new owners to significantly increase the amount of spending in terms of talent. I think Newcastle fans would be, they know that they're not at present competitive with the likes of the Big Six, but they will still be disappointed that the Newcastle wage bill is smaller than that of a small club such as Crystal Palace. Newcastle, where you have a natural feeling for yourself as far as the pecking order in football, and I think Newcastle fans feel that under Mike Ashley the club is underinvested.
So that is Kieran Maguire there, who tweets as the price of football on Twitter. He also lectures in football finance. If you were just joining us and you wonder what we're talking about, absolute confirmation we got about 20 minutes ago from both the Premier League and now from Newcastle United as well, that the club has been sold to the consortium of Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, PCP Capital Partners and RB Sports and Media, owned by the Reuben brothers, and the Premier League confirming as well that they have received legally binding assurances that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not control Newcastle United Football Club. There has been political reaction as well. Nick Forbes is the Labour leader of Newcastle City Council. Again, a bit like Luke Edwards a minute or two ago, he was speaking in anticipation of this announcement being made.
It does feel like we're at the moment of change. After 14 years of a regime that I think everybody realises hasn't been great for the club. The thing that I'm really pleased about is that the Premier League have recognised there's a difference between the Saudi Investment Fund and the Saudi government, because I know a lot of people have contacted me with concerns about human rights issues in Saudi Arabia. If there's a demonstrable difference between the investment fund and that is not controlled by the Saudi state, then I think where all lights go for the takeover, because everybody is in agreement. The club needs a new purpose, a new direction, new ownership and new leadership. And if this consortium is going to get the green light, then I think that's great news for the city, and we can start thinking about how the club can help us get back on the map again.
Now, all of the reaction that we've heard so far has been positive. Not every element of the reaction across the country and across the world to this takeover has been positive, of course. The human rights campaign organisation Amnesty International responded earlier today to the assumption that this takeover would go through with a statement that said, among other things, that Saudi ownership of St James's Park and Newcastle United was always as much about image management for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and his government as it was about football. They say that under Mohammed bin Salman, the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia remains dire, with government critics, women's rights campaigners, Shia activists and human defenders still being harassed and jailed, often after blatantly unfair trials. The statement went on to say, this is from Amnesty International, the Premier League needs to better understand the dynamic of sports washing and tighten its ownership rules. And the reason that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is mentioned in that statement, and that the state of Saudi Arabia has been mentioned so often, is that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is also the chair of the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, which is putting the majority of the money in. He, you may remember, was accused of ordering the death of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Well, Khashoggi's fiancée, Hatice Cengiz, released this statement today.
It is wrong that the Crown Prince is now pretending that he's not involved in this proposed deal. We all know he's using it to try and clean his image as a tyrant and murderer. The Premier League and the British people shouldn't allow him to get away with murder, as it will make us all lesser people. And it will give the green light for more killings and human rights abuses. The Premier League must do the right thing, like it did before, and not fudge it. Nothing has changed. The League and the British people must say no to murder.
Again, that was a statement from Hatice Cengiz, the fiancée of the murdered journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman denies any involvement. And again, it is worth reiterating that statement from the Premier League today, or part of it, that says the Premier League has now received legally binding assurances that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not control Newcastle United Football Club. It's exactly 5:45. That is, of course, our top story this evening, the official announcement that Newcastle United has been taken over. The esteemed gentleman in Studio 2, as I sit in Studio 1, who is going to be with you from 6 o'clock and presenting Total Sport, has managed to very cleverly and very quickly, I say very cleverly, I haven't heard it yet, combine our two big stories of today, which is the fact that it's National Poetry Day and the Newcastle United takeover. And you've written a poem, Simon Pride.
Yeah, I thought I would just contribute to your programme.
Please
just
do.
to kind of tee up my own, yes. So, you ready?
I am.
It's very short,
We all
don't
are.
worry. The weather is maybe cloudy, but the crowds are getting rowdy. The Toons owners are now Saudi, so give us a call tonight.
Rowdy and Saudi, I'm very impressed with that.
The best I can do.
Thank you very much. Simon Pride celebrating National Poetry Day in his own way. We will have lots more, of course, on the Newcastle United takeover from, in about 2 or 3 minutes' time on Total Sport. You can get your calls in now. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. We've got a couple of things to get out of the way first, though.
BBC Radio Newcastle, North East weather.
The first of which is the weather forecast with Jen Bartram. Is Simon right to say it's cloudy?
He was, and that's an epic poem, Pridey. That's absolutely brilliant. We've had a lot of cloud around today, some sunny spells, and it is very warm for this point in October. Temperatures in the last hour around 19 degrees Celsius. So that's a good 6 degrees above where we'd expect the temperatures to be at this time of year. Now, as we head through the rest of this evening, it's going to be staying dry. There'll be a bit of cloud once again, and it will stay mild into the night with temperatures only dropping to between 11 and 14 degrees. Now, for your Friday, it's going to start off with a bit of mist, a bit of cloud around first thing, but that will break up. So plenty of sunny spells through tomorrow afternoon. It is going to be a lovely day. The temperature again around 20 degrees Celsius. That's 68 in Fahrenheit. So still staying warm. It will be warm again into Saturday, but again a little bit of cloud, 1 or 2 spits and spots of rain, but it will start to cool off by the time we get into Sunday. So a decent few days ahead, but quite a bit of cloud to come. Now, if you're heading to Holy Island tonight, you can cross next on the causeway from 8:25.
Jen, thank you very much indeed.
Total News.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
It is exactly 6 o'clock. Total Sport coming up in just a minute or two. But first of all, your news headlines. And after 14 years and a year and a half since the initial bid was put on the table, the Ashley era at Newcastle United is over. That was the scene a few minutes ago at St James's Park on the news that a Saudi-backed investment consortium has officially taken over the club. The Premier League accepted the deal on the condition that the Saudi state does not have control over the club, but there is continued criticism over the regime's human rights record. Well, the deal makes the club one of the richest in the world, and Newcastle United supporters have been reacting to the news.
Mike's not going to spend any money, is he? So let's get the Saudis in, get some players bought, and maybe the new manager.
Human rights.
Well, that's what do you do about that? We've got to do something.
Plenty more reaction, debate, analysis, and of course your contributions as well on Total Sport in a couple of moments' time. Before that, though, in other news, in the past hour, the government has announced that 47 countries, including South Africa, will be removed from England's coronavirus red travel list from Monday, meaning arrivals will not have to quarantine in a hotel. Restrictions are being relaxed further for fully vaccinated people from 37 countries. The announcement was made by the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps.
In a sense, we've been waiting for the rest of the world to catch up a bit with our extraordinary high levels of vaccinations in the UK. And as other countries have, we're now both able to remove 47 countries from the red list to take that down to just 7 countries, and also accept vastly more double vaccinations, full vaccinations from elsewhere, as they've got their numbers right up as well.
1.5 million households in the UK, including many in the North East, could be pushed into fuel poverty. The charity National Energy Action has told the BBC that if the energy price cap rises between £400 and £600 in April, as predicted, an additional 20% of homes will be pushed into fuel poverty, leaving them struggling to heat and power their properties. Currently, 4 million households are classed as being in fuel poverty. The chief executive of the charity, Adam Scorer, says it's a perfect storm.
It's a cliche, but it's true. Income erosion for those on the lowest incomes, the essentials of life going up more, food, rent, council tax and energy. It is the worst combination in a short period of time that I can imagine seeing, and the impact on people is going to be absolutely drastic.
And he'll probably be celebrating tonight's football news tonight himself, actually. But the North Shield singer Sam Fender says he's still stunned that the Line of Duty actor Stephen Graham is a fan and agreed to star in his latest music video. He's been speaking to the BBC ahead of the release of his new album, 17 Going Under, tomorrow.
He is a fan because I met him randomly because I ran up to him and went, "Oh my God, you're Stephen Graham, you're a national treasure, and I think you're one of the best actors I've ever seen in my life, and you're one of my heroes." It just totally gushed. And he turned around and went, "Are you Sam Fender?" And I was like, "No way, you don't know me." So I asked him for a photo, and then he asked me for a selfie to show his kids, and I was just like absolutely blown away.
It comes as the 27-year-old has announced his biggest tour yet for 2022, which includes its final night in Newcastle. I'm back at 5:30 tomorrow. For the moment, that is Total News. That's your latest BBC Radio Newcastle news as well. Total Sport is up next.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Here we go.
Total Sport.
I think he's just naturally a bit lazy as a footballer. We were all over them like the bad rash. They played well the first half, Friday, but the second half I was disappointed that we didn't score any more goals in the second half, like.
Well, we were told there could be an announcement at 10 o'clock came. 10 o'clock went. People gathered at St James's Park. There was talk of beIN Sports and Kylian Mbappe, Amnesty International and Champions League wins. 1 o'clock, someone said. 1 o'clock went past. 3 o'clock, somebody said. 3:30, still we waited. It'll definitely be 5. It wasn't 5. But then, in the last hour, confirmation came and Newcastle United no longer belongs to Mike Ashley.
Well, as Pridey has said, it's done and dusted. It's official. Newcastle United are now under new ownership. What are you expecting from the new owners as the club looks forward to a bright new dawn?
Yeah, just to let you know, I am here, but I think I might have a quiet night tonight. If you do want to call, how about we discuss how we can bridge that gap in the North East football and get the derbies back. You need to be quick about it tonight so to call, so here's the number, 0800 234 6565.
I am sure you'll still chip in, Marco. On tonight's show, we will bring you a reaction to today's dramatic developments. Newcastle United have new owners. Mike Ashley's 14 and a bit year tenure is at an end, and that triggered wild celebrations among crowds gathered at St James's Park. We'll speak to Razor shortly. Newcastle fans, though, what are your emotions this evening? This is your show, Newcastle fans and Sunderland fans. It always has been. So tell us tonight, what does this mean for your club? What does the future hold, both short and long term? Call us for a chat. We would love to hear from you. We're on air until 8. It will be a show like no other as I utter the words you perhaps never thought I would say. It's a Newcastle United takeover special here on Total Sport.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call. You can text as well. Loads already coming in. 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC. Tweet at BBC Newcastle using the Total Sport hashtag. You okay there, Ando?
I'm fine.
You're sometimes a little bit cynical when we talk about the takeover. Not tonight.
Well, it's happened.
It's happened.
Yeah, I said I'd believe it when I seen it.
And you've seen it.
And I've seen it.
We had to wait a while through the day.
We did, yeah. Got a couple of texts this morning saying 10 o'clock. Then I was told 1 o'clock. Then 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock. And I gave up looking at the clock then and just... You always knew, though. Well, I'm saying you always knew. The longer it went, you got a little bit frustrated. But it was... always going to happen today, wasn't it? A lot of happy people about.
You might well rock around the clock tonight. Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator, is here next door. Hello, Barnesy.
Good evening, all.
I think you're going to get about 90 seconds.
I just wondered whether it's worth hanging around today.
Yeah, no, stay there, please. Thank you very much indeed. Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle United commentator. Well, he's out and about. I'm not sure exactly where he is now, but Razor, you can tell me.
Hello, Pridey. Yes, I'm at the Leazes end of St James's Park, so we've moved away from the crowds that had gathered to celebrate the news that Mike Ashley has gone and no longer owns Newcastle, and to welcome in the new owners. And they have been celebrating and singing, and spirits are high, as you can expect, and I think that will probably go on into the night. It really is a day of huge significance, a transformative change now coming, you feel, at this football club.
I know you spoke to Colin on Total News earlier and ran him through things. I think people will be tuning in all the time, finishing work, and have heard the news but don't know the details. So I think it's just worth taking us through what has happened today, Razor, and what the various parties have said in the statements that have been released, in just the last hour or so.
Yes, well, it was around 5:20 when confirmation that the takeover had gone through arrived from the Premier League, and they released a statement saying that the dispute over the takeover of the club by the consortium, which includes the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, Amanda Staveley's PCP Capital Partners and the Reuben brothers, has been settled. That dispute has been resolved. So then, following the completion of the Premier League's owners and directors test, the league said that the club has been sold to the consortium with immediate effect. And they explained a little bit about what had held up the deal. They said it was legal disputes which concerned the entities that would own and or have the ability to control the club following the takeover. All parties agreed the settlement is necessary to end the long uncertainty for fans over the club's ownership. And the Premier League said that they have now received legally binding assurances that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not control Newcastle United Football Club. And the Premier League concluded by saying that everyone is pleased to have concluded the process, which gives certainty and clarity to Newcastle United and their fans. And when that statement came through, there was a huge roar from the supporters who'd gathered outside the Sir Bobby Robson statue.
We heard it here.
At the corner between the Milburn stand and the Gallagher end at St James's Park. Yes, it was a moment that they've been waiting for, probably for about a decade and a half. And it's incredible to think that it's taken that long for Newcastle United to be sold. Now, Mike Ashley took over in May 2007. That's when he first bought Sir John Hall's stake in the club. And there have been various attempts to sell it since then, and we thought last year that it was going to happen, and really things have just gathered pace over the last few days, and it's all happened really quickly. I mean, if you think back to Tuesday, you would never have thought that by tea time on Thursday that the takeover would go through. We were talking last week about an initial hearing at the Competition Appeal Tribunal, one of two separate legal cases that Mike Ashley launched against the Premier League because he was unhappy that the takeover didn't go through. And we were then looking ahead to the arbitration, which was due to begin in January. And now here we are with the takeover having been completed, to the delight of Newcastle supporters who had grown weary of the way that the club was being run under Mike Ashley. They've been so hungry for change for so long. We hear it every night on this programme. This show's been on since August 2009, 2 years into Mike Ashley's era. Have we had a show where some Newcastle fans haven't contacted us to complain about the club? I don't think so. This is a day that I think many thought would never come, but it has finally arrived, to great joy on Tyneside.
Absolutely, yeah, and the messages that we're receiving now, Razor, certainly reflect that. There are a couple I can see expressing slight reservations about the Saudi ownership, the Saudi majority shareholding, certainly, for reasons that I know you've discussed, and Amnesty International have expressed their concerns. But the vast majority of fans, I think the main response, and you can probably confirm this, I know you've been talking to fans, the main response from fans is, well, it's up to the Premier League to look at whether owners are fit and proper to own a football club. It is not up to the fans. All the fans can do is trust the Premier League's scrutiny, and all they can do is support the team. And to support the team now, well, it's an exciting time to support any football team.
I agree with you completely. I would also say that the initial reaction from every supporter that I spoke to, and I stress there were hundreds outside St James's Park, was disbelief. And they were asking us, has it actually happened? Because they can't believe that we're here. And I think it's going to take a long time for this to sink in. This is real. Newcastle United has new owners. Mike Ashley is gone. And that, I think, is really what every supporter, or maybe not every supporter, we can't speak for every fan, but the overwhelming majority of fans have wanted. Because a takeover should be about the success on the field of this club. And a takeover for most fans has been about changing and transforming the fortunes of Newcastle United. And it's been about Mike Ashley leaving to enable that to happen. These supporters did not choose the new owners. It was Mike Ashley who made a deal with them. Amanda Staveley tried to buy the club herself 4 years ago. Mike Ashley ended those takeover talks, but she came back with this new consortium at the start of last year. Deal was agreed last April, and since then we've heard all the arguments from various people on all sides of this debate about why it shouldn't go through, the very serious issues surrounding the Saudi Arabian human rights situation and their record on human rights, which, as you've mentioned, Amnesty International have spoken today and urged the Premier League to change their owners and directors test in response to Newcastle's takeover going through. We have also heard about the TV piracy row in the Middle East, and that dispute was resolved this week with Saudi Arabia lifting the ban on beIN Sports, who hold the Premier League rights for the Middle East and North African region, and they've shut down pirate stations and channels. So there has been opposition to this takeover, and Newcastle fans are not stupid. They understand why that is, and some may well oppose the people who have come into the club and may not want them and may feel uneasy about it. And I think we will continue to hear criticism of the deal. But for the fans who've been caught in the middle of all this, they just want things to improve on the pitch, and they want their football club to be different, and they want to be able to hope and believe and look forward to a brighter and better future. And I think they can do that today.
Razor, stay there. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Razor there bringing us up to the minute reaction to the fact that Newcastle United have been taken over. Mike Ashley is no longer Newcastle's owner, and we can hear from somebody who was instrumental in this deal happening. She has been so for many months, and Amanda Staveley has been speaking to the BBC's Dan Rowan. This is what she has had to say.
How does it feel now this deal has gone through?
Quite stunned. It's been a long day, and we're incredibly proud to be custodians of the most incredible football club in the world. So I'm sorry, it's an incredible day for all of us, and it's lovely to see you again, Dan. So,
how emotional is it? You seem quite emotional.
I am. It's been 4 years. We've taken 4 years to get the. Obviously we came here almost 4 years ago today. And we came to a Liverpool-Newcastle game. We fell madly in love with the club, with the fans. And then, it's taken us some time to get there, but we are here today.
How transformative could this be for Newcastle United?
Look, it's going to be hugely transformative. Just as, we think that Newcastle United needs, a great deal of investment. We want to invest in the community, in the academy, in the infrastructure, not just in players and the business itself, but at every level.
What will your role be here, and who will actually run the club?
Well, the club will be run by PCP Capital Partners, are my company, but we have fantastic investment partners. So PIF, which is a autonomous, commercially driven investment fund, alongside Jamie Rubin, and so we will make the decisions as a team. And then our team will be here on the ground. Give me a sense of the level of footballing ambition that you will now apply to this club. Ooh. I mean, can they compete for the title? Well, we obviously want to see trophies. That's what every new owner probably of a football club will say for day one, but we really do. I mean, it's been, I think last time Newcastle had a trophy was FA 1955 FA Cup win, and it's been we have to go back to 1910. 1904 to 1910 before there was any real, footballing success at that level. But trophies mean investment. They need time, patience, and it means teamwork. So, to get there, we want the fans to understand and trust us, and we will listen to your voices, and we will hope to get there and get the rewards that the fans richly deserve.
Fascinating to hear Amanda Staveley of PCP Capital Partners talking to the BBC's Dan Rowan there. We'll go back to Razor again. We can hear the celebrations, even though he's the other side of the ground. We can hear in the background still the noise that is being made by supporters there. That, Razor, was very interesting because Amanda Staveley there said that running the club will be PCP Capital Partners with kind of support from the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi Arabians, as well as one of the Rubin brothers. But it will. Yeah, it sounds like PCP Capital Partners are going to be making the decisions, even though she says we'll be making them as a team. What did you make of what you had to hear, of what you heard there?
I think everything she said will be music to the ears of the supporters. Amanda Staveley's really been the public face of this bid. She was the one earlier in the summer that was giving interviews and pushing their case and reminding us that they were still interested and how desperate they were to acquire Newcastle United. And what she talked about there, Pridey, about investing not just in players but the community and the academy, and about it being a long-term investment for them and having big ambitions. That's what supporters want to hear. That's what fans of every club would want to hear. And I think Amanda Staveley, because her association that she touched on then with Newcastle goes back incredibly 4 years since she was at that Liverpool game. We remember it well. And then she opened talks to try to take charge of the club herself. That was unsuccessful. I think she earned the respect of Newcastle's fans. Many believed that she was serious and credible. And from what they knew about her, she was the type of person they wanted involved in the running of their football club. So that's what they're going to get. And I think there will be some easy wins for the new board of directors and the new owners. And they've started by saying the right things.
Ando, yes. So many things to think about, so many possibilities in the future as well. You heard Amanda Staveley there.
Yeah.
You must already be excited about what's going to happen next. Clearly, there's likely to be a change in terms of the management. I think Steve Bruce will be more aware of that than anybody else. And then beyond that, player recruitment and so many other changes.
Absolutely. Look, there needs to be so many changes at the football club. We've been stagnant for such a long time. There's been no fun going to games. There was no excitement at the start of this season. Looking forward to the start of the season. You didn't get that buzz. All of a sudden, there's been 2 relegations under Mike Ashley's tenure here. As I say, the club have stood still. They haven't moved forward. It's always been relegation battles. Interesting listening to Amanda Staveley where she said it's going to take time. Yes, everybody wants success, but it will take time. There's a lot of work to be done at the football club, not just in the recruitment of players, but the upkeep of the stadium. The stadium hasn't been kept in the best condition. Money needs to be spent on that. Money needs to be spent on the training ground, the academy. But all these things need to be done. But first and foremost, Simon, they need to start winning football matches, and they need to start winning them soon, because we're in the bottom 3 of the Premier League at the moment. We haven't won a game. No players can come in till January. I'm sure money will be made available, but they need to get somebody in, and I think Steve Bruce knows that his days are numbered now anyway, but they need to get somebody in who can gel this side together and get some results under their belts prior to January transfer window. And
just give us a player's perspective. Those players probably haven't been following things too closely. They, like you, have been saying, well, let's just wait and see when it happens. Now it has happened. Yeah. So a lot of their futures will be shrouded in doubt, of course they will. How will they be feeling this evening, do you think?
I think a lot of them will be excited about it all, actually, because
a chance for them, isn't it?
A huge opportunity for them to be involved in something that could be very, very special, But for that to happen, they need to go and start performing on the football pitch. A lot of them may have resigned themselves to the fact that their futures at the football club could soon be coming to an end. You need to get this season out of the way and see what next summer brings. But, I think there's opportunities there for players. Obviously, a new manager's going to come in. Everybody will be given a clean sheet, and they'll start from there. It's up to them to impress that new boss, whoever that may be. So there's opportunities there for all those players, but they've got to go and they've got to do it on the pitch.
The number to call is 0800 234 6565. We have got Dom taking your calls this evening, 0800 234 6565. The number to dial. You can have a chat to Ando. I'm sure you have got something to say tonight. 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC. I will come to some of your texts very soon. We're going to be live on Look North later as well, Ando. They're going to come directly to our studio to find out what the atmosphere is like among Newcastle fans. So if we'd known that, we'd have dressed up, wouldn't we?
We would have done. Would have had a shave.
Yeah, we're in our hoodies and looking slightly unkempt.
Yeah. Don't get prior knowledge, though, do you?
We'll do that a little bit later on. So we are going to interrupt the
Wardrobe hasn't been in, have they?
Personal pride, lads. Come on.
Yeah, says he sat in his pyjamas. Sat in his pyjamas with a cup of tea in front of him.
But you're right, Marco. You see, you never know when this might happen, so we should always be ready. You're quite right.
Absolutely.
Yes, you're lucky. You're remote.
I promise you, they're clean pyjamas, Ando. They're
I never said they weren't. I just said they were pyjamas.
I've got creases in them and everything that's pressed.
Wrong way round, though.
I'm gonna go back to you, Razor, outside the ground. I know you'll have been listening to the conversation we've been having there in terms of what happens next, both short term and long term, and yet nothing can happen really in terms of changing playing personnel apart from, I suppose, bringing in free agents up until the transfer window. But of course a change can happen as far as the head coach is concerned. And is that something that you expect would happen sooner rather than later?
Yes, well, firstly on free agents, if they signed them, they wouldn't be able to play them unless they were under the age of 21 because of the Premier League squad rules. Yeah. But they could bring them in and, yes, have them ready for January. You would think that improvements would be made to the squad. It does need to be refreshed because it's been that way for a while, hasn't it? A lot of the players have been together and have done a good job for the club, but one signing in the summer, a player who was here and did brilliantly last season, doesn't take the team forwards that much, does it? So that's what I think fans will be looking for in the transfer window. Maybe not huge amounts of money to be spent, and there are financial fair play rules that they have to adhere to, but the question is who will be in charge, and there have been suggestions over the last few days that it may not be Steve Bruce for much longer. At this stage we don't know. There has been nothing official about the manager's position either way. You can understand why you might assume that a change would come, because usually when a football club gets taken over, and this happened a few months after Mike Ashley bought Newcastle, Sam Allardyce left and then Kevin Keegan came back. So you may feel that it's a logical next step to change manager. These people may have somebody in mind. We probably felt that person was Rafa Benitez before he went to Everton in the summer. So I think we need to watch this space where that's concerned. There is no game this weekend because of the break for international football, so it's next Sunday when Newcastle play again here against Spurs. Tickets have been available. I don't know if there are any left now, but if people want to come, it is a game that hadn't sold out, so there might be a bit of a mad rush on the Newcastle website or at the box office. So I think we're just going to have to wait and see. I mean, there's a lot to take in and a lot to digest today just because the takeover has gone through. I hope we'll hear more over the next few days about their aims, their ambitions, and that we will get to speak to the new owners too. I just want to mention quickly for this part, Pridey, that we've also heard from the other parts of the consortium in a statement from Newcastle, and they say that Yasser Al-Rumayyan, the governor of the Public Investment Fund, will be the non-executive chairman of the club. Amanda Staveley, who we heard from there, will have a seat on the board, and Jamie Reuben, part of the Reuben family, the billionaire property developers who own the racecourse in Newcastle and property in the city, will also become a director of the club. The Public Investment Fund thanked Newcastle's fans for their support. They said it's one of the most famous clubs in England, and Jamie Reuben said they will build a true community club based upon their family's knowledge of the city and in line with their plans that have been worked on with the council, because they want to deliver long-term sustainable growth for the area. And talk about investment in the city and in the wider area was something that was around last year when this deal was first put forwards. So there we are. It's been a huge day, and it's not over, but the fans are still singing and chanting down the other end of St James's Park, and I think they'll be there for some time yet.
Razor, we'll come back to you a little bit later on. I know you've got other media duties to do as well on such a significant day, and people are queuing up to come on air, so we're going to go to the phone lines. I know that Nick Barnes is sitting next door waiting to talk Sunderland. I think, Barnesy, basically, give us a 1 minute, a 30-second summary of Sunderland news. It's one of those days, you know the way it is. Is there anything of great significance that we should know about today?
Not really. Birthdays all round today, so there you go. My son, for starters, but we'll move on from that.
Happy
George
birthday,
Forster,
Barnsley,
George
yes.
Forster of the Sunderland Supporters Association, 95.
Oh, he'll be fuming
today.
that Newcastle have been taken over on his birthday, won't he?
It won't go down well.
George, yes.
He'll choke on his tea. Hopefully not. He's been taken out for tea this afternoon, meeting a few old friends. Jermaine Defoe's birthday as
George.
well. On a more sombre note, it was 105 years ago today the former Sunderland goalkeeper Lee Roos He was at the club between 1908 and 1910. 92 appearances, was killed on the Somme. He was a notable grenade thrower, apparently. He won the military medal. He was 38. There's been a lot on social media about Lee Roos today. Dennis Serkin could appear for England's under-20s tonight at Chesterfield against Italy. Conor McLaughlin, who of course was released in the summer, he signed for Fleetwood Town, his former club. The under-23s Premier League Cup fixture against Leeds on Sunday will now take place at the Stadium of Light with a 1 o'clock kick-off. Also on Sunday, of course, it's the River Wear derby for the ladies. Sunderland ladies goalkeeper Claudia Moan's been nominated for the Championship Player of the Month. Okay. And Grace Eade has joined from Sunderland's Regional Talent Centre. She turned 16 yesterday. She captained the under-17s against Wales. The under-17s play this afternoon against Belgium.
OK. Barnsley, you went over your limit, but thank you very much indeed. Barnsley with all the Sunderland news there. He kept it as brief as he possibly could because this is a night when we're going to be concentrating fully on Newcastle United for reasons which are completely obvious, and we will be going on Look North very soon as well. But in the meantime, let's have a chat to Jonathan, who is first up. He is obviously a Newcastle supporter, and I suspect a very happy one, Jonathan.
Yeah, evening lads. Just absolutely over the moon because you've said I was on the show a couple of times this season just saying how negative things were and how there was no future and absolutely no hope. And then, in the space of, 24 hours ago, this is kind of announced. I thought, well, no, you don't believe it until it happens, do you? And then all day today, literally just felt sick, had this feeling of, will it happen? Because it was so, everyone was so confident, and that's never happened before. It's been talked about from odd journalists, or quite a big movement last time, but nothing really happened. And then it was announced, at that time it was announced last year that it wasn't going to happen. It was just like an absolute nail in the coffin. I thought it never would come back. It wouldn't resurrect itself. But I think it's just a huge weight lifted off the club, off the city, off the fan base, in terms of how we sort of go to matches, the toxic environment that's been over the last few years. I know COVID got in the way of that, but it wasn't great. Benitez was the hope. Benitez went because they didn't want to give him any money to spend. He had ambition. He was got rid of because he had ambition, and that was soul destroying as a Newcastle fan. A man like Rafa Benitez, with his stature and his credibility in the game and his knowledge and his tactics and his contacts, just pushed out the club because of ambition. And this is unbelievable day, and I think going forward we don't want to sign anybody who thinks they're going to sign £100 million players. That's not what it's about. It's about having a team that goes out on the pitch and you're proud of your team. They win a few games, you have a little bit of hope, and you want you get passion back, and everybody goes and celebrates. And if you lose a game but you've tried, that you don't mind. But what we've watched over the last 2 years is football that we've got lucky results, and it's been diabolical, and we've felt really embarrassed to be Newcastle fans, and it hasn't helped with a man in charge not really giving you that kind of confidence, the way he speaks about it.
So what this is going to provide, Jonathan, is basically wholesale change for all of those things you've highlighted there. Everything that's been wrong with the football club, you hope will change pretty quickly now.
I don't hope it will change pretty quickly, Pridey. No. It's changed. It's changed from this moment on, I can guarantee it. And anybody you speak to now, they will tell you exactly the same. Amanda Staveley's just been on the news there, and she just, look, we're here to compete, we're here to invest, we're here to bring the community back together, because the football club is the community. The two things are aligned. That hasn't been the case for 14 years. This is going to change so many people's sort of lives and stuff, and it's football in the North East is one of the most important things in everyone's life.
Yeah, I totally get that, but it's something that everybody's been waiting for such a long time. But in the short term, things have got to change drastically on the football pitch as well, though, Jonathan. We need to start winning football matches.
Yeah, well, Andrew,
that's almost, it's not irrelevant now.
It's very relevant.
No, as long as they stay up.
But they'll only do that if we start winning games.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
do you think there's a danger sorry, Jonathan, do you think there's a danger people are forgetting that and thinking, right, everything's fine now?
Well, it's a little bit,
and if Newcastle is still in the relegation zone in January, well, they'll just be able to buy their way out of trouble.
Listening to Jonathan there, he's saying, oh, everything's changed, everything's great. But, yes, everything's great. Mike Ashley's gone. These people have come in and they've got a lot of money, and hopefully they'll spend it in the right way and develop the club. And everybody wants to see that, but you can't lose sight of the fact that we're the bottom three of the Premier League at this moment in time. We haven't won a football match. And this is something that needs to be put right, and it needs to be put right.
Even if the worst were to happen and they didn't strengthen properly in January and they ended up somehow going down, you'd think they'd be favourites to come back up again. And the long-term future,
you would, but you don't want to go down though.
No, of course you don't want to. But you've got to get wins. Future is still bright no matter what happens.
Without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt. But you need to get wins under your belt between now and January. That would help to give you that platform. That would help.
Jonathan, thank you. Loads of people waiting to come on, so we'll leave it there for you. We'll go to Dale next. Evening, Dale. You're through to BBC Radio Newcastle. This is Total Sport. Ando is waiting to listen to you.
Good afternoon, lads. You all right?
Hey, Dale.
Hello, mate.
Look, I'm just ringing up to say I'm probably speaking for the whole fan base, but everyone's over the moon. Like, we couldn't have asked for better news. 2-3 days ago, we're thinking, what the hell's going on? But it just shows you how quickly time can change in this.
What are your emotions then, Dale, now that it has gone through?
They're hard to describe, in all fairness. Like, I understand people are getting really excited and I don't blame them, but like you say, the first thing I would do is get a new manager in and get someone who can get them players playing the way they should be, because that's the main priority. Like,
yeah, look, I've just said there, Dale. Jonathan was on and he said things have changed, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we need to start winning games. You know, that's everything else will fall into place, I'm sure. We've got new people in. It's something that the majority of Newcastle fans wanted. The club, the team, supporters, everything had become stagnant. It just you went to games, but there was no buzz about going to games. There was no excitement about going to games, and all of a sudden, people have been given that lift and they've been given that belief. But in order for that belief to stay, we need to start winning games. Look, I think that who they bring in, that's, I think.
I was just, if you don't mind, I was just going to ask you, your choice, what kind of manager would you go and look for now?
You know what it is? I've got no idea. I honestly haven't got any.
Come on, you're always asking other people that question.
Well, could I give you my recommendation?
Go on, Dale. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
I might be a bit too soon, but would you not go for someone like Mourinho? I know he's a bit negative, but he would give everyone a boost, and he's obviously got a passion for the club.
He's been mentioned a few times.
I don't think Mourinho would come this season. I don't think he'd come now at this moment in time.
Do you not think he likes to be the hero kind of thing and gets to look at the situation we're in now and wins a few games and have a decent finish to the season?
Of course he would come.
Maybe, but
would he come.
Would he leave Roma?
I think he would.
Has he got loyalties?
Did he ever have loyalties?
He would come back to the Premier League in a shot. With the money that he'd be offered to do it, he'd be back.
Maybe.
I think he would.
Would you really like to see Mourinho here? Would he be your number one choice?
To be honest with you, I personally, I would love him there, to be honest with you, because look at what we've had for the last 2.5 years, and then before that, I'm hoping for. We've not had a manager of his pedigree for a very long time, so it would be I don't know.
It'd be lively.
Him in the touchline.
Yeah, it'd be lively, that's for sure. Yeah.
We'll see what other people think. Thank you very much indeed. Dale is very happy. And he reckons that Jose Mourinho could be on a shortlist. I know that Antonio Conte is being mentioned by quite a few people. He's someone that would be available and has Premier League experience and big experience. I think as well, it's fair to just mention Steve Bruce is still a head coach, and you want to respect him as well, because it can't be nice for him with everybody just speculating what's going to happen. You never know. They might have talks with him and say, look, you've got a chance. You've 6 weeks in charge, and let's see if you can pick results up. Look, I don't know if that would go down well with fans or not. But.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would be the case, because they've come in, in a blaze of glory, so to speak. They want to please supporters first and foremost straight away. They want to get supporters on side. And I think they know that in order to do that, Steve Bruce will probably have to go. So we'll wait and see on that. But I would be amazed if Steve Bruce stays. 0800 234 6565. It's a free phone number. Lots of people calling. So let's go to Albert. I knew you'd call, Albert. How are you feeling tonight?
Hello, lads. John, I agree 100% with what John's saying there. The most important thing at the minute is winning some games before January. Because if we don't, the season could be too late to revive in January. It could be, definitely. Yeah. I mean, if we win, we haven't won one of the first 7 or 8. If that happens to happen again, we're in desperate trouble. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, it's all about winning games. We haven't had the most difficult start of the season either, Albert. You know,
that's what I'm annoyed about, John. We haven't beaten the poor teams.
Yeah, I've spoke to you about this before, and some of the sides that we've played this season, you would have expected to take more points off, especially at home. You know, Southampton at home. Even Villa away, even West Ham at home on the first day, you know.
Definitely.
But okay, we need. I think somebody will definitely come in. There's a new manager on the way. Who it is, I do not know. But he needs to get a game plan, and he needs to start winning games.
No doubt about that, John.
To get us, I agree totally. To get us through to January, where you can then go and you can strengthen your squad. Now, when you say strengthen your squad, you're not going to be good. They're not going to be going and spending millions and millions and millions. But you know, to bring better quality and players that we needed in the summer, no doubt about it, will be brought in this January window.
Well, I hope so.
Well, fingers crossed.
Albert, thank you very much indeed. Albert even sounded slightly lost for words there, which is very rare for Albert up in Wooler. Let me read some of the texts that we've got as well, because we've got so many this evening, and we are going to have to break off at some point quite soon to speak to Look North as well. We're going to go live on Look North this evening, Ando. I know you're looking forward to that. And
I'll just comb my hair.
I know Marco will have a good chuckle at the video when he's in later as well, no matter what we say.
Can I watch you on the news while I'm talking to you at the same time? Then that would be great, wouldn't it?
You should be able to do that.
Stereo.
Yes, you can. So, let me read some of these messages out then. Yee-ha, only one thing I can say from Brian in Heworth. Goodbye, Mike Ashley, thanks for nothing. Not much love for Mike Ashley. No one really wishing him well. And
I wouldn't think so.
It has to be said.
No.
Hi Simon, phew, says Brian and Gator. Thank you, Brian. John says, hi lads, I can't tell you how happy I am that this has gone through. I'm really happy for all fans of all ages. I'm happy for Razor as well. Looking forward to hearing his interviews with some of the best players in the world. Thank you to all, says John Steele, who is clearly very excited. Jamie is in Cramlington. This is a crazy, almost unbelievable feeling. We can dare to dream again. We all know that it won't be an overnight thing, but the potential is there to be unlocked with time and investment. I'd like to see the training ground and stadium, Ando, get much needed improvements as well.
And you would need some TLC, with no doubt about it.
There'll be money available for that.
I mean, St James's needs some real TLC. It hasn't seen it in recent years. It's been let go. Obviously, they will look at that, and you would imagine that will be done. But look, there's an awful lot of work to be done.
I'll keep reading some more of your text messages out, and we'll also go back to the phone lines too as soon as possible. 0800 234 6565. Even if we have to interrupt a call to go live on the telly, that doesn't matter. Let's read a couple more of these then. This one is from Colin and Prudder. Fantastic news. I have cried. I am so emotional at last that we can compete. I know it'll take time, but I'm happy with that. I'm 61 years old and have been black and white all my life. Hopefully, in the not too far future, I might see my beloved Newcastle win something, come on the tour. I mean, people are talking about which managers might come, which players might come. Ultimately, that is what it's all about, winning silverware, isn't it? And, I mean, people are daring to dream of that again.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you've given people hope. You've given people a reason to dream. They haven't been able to dream in recent years. All they've had is nightmares because they knew going into season after season that it was going to be the same old battling up a hill all the time just to stay in the Premier League, that there was no chance of winning cups, there was no chance of finishing top 6, top 8 in the Premier League. But this won't happen overnight. It'll take time, but at least you've got a platform and people have got that sense that something is going to happen, and they've got that reason to dream. They've got something to look forward to, and that's something that they haven't had in such a long time.
Let's have a chat to Lee, who's on the line now. Lee is obviously, I might as well not introduce people as being Newcastle fans when they come on this evening, because it's going to be all Newcastle fans all the way, I imagine. You never know, if you're a Sunderland fan and you want to talk about the topic of the night, you're welcome to call in. But Lee, welcome to the programme.
How are you doing? Yeah, cheers.
How are you feeling?
It's well, I pretty much I stopped my season ticket years and years ago. In Christ, I was going to the match to watch Anderson, and I was on the terraces of Anderson's last year. I think he scored a goal against Millwall. I just I'm a bit tired of the grief that Brucey seems to be getting. Now, Brucey's mandate has always been just keep the side in the Premier League. Regardless of anything else, it was the same as Benitez. Keep the side in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Benitez didn't even put out a strong side for a cup. And let's be honest, the football that we played under Benitez, I consider it to be worse than the football we played under Bruce. So I just think Brucey's been given a real hard time here.
Do you think, therefore, Lee, do you think he should be given a chance by the new regime in charge?
I don't think he's going to be given a chance. I mean, they're going to want a young up and coming, maybe even a proven guy that's won trophies and been in some of the big leagues, and that can ultimately attract some big players. But then you start talking about, well, yeah, is it a case of we win at all costs? I mean, there's a big morality issue here towards these people that are going to take over this club, and it's okay to say, oh yeah, they're going to do this and they're going to do this for the community. What else could they say right now? The whole thing is shrouded in mud, really. We don't know where we're going, but there's one thing for sure: this consortium could only say the things that they've said.
Yeah, they've said all the right things. There's no doubt about that, and you're
exactly.
right. And you're right with the Steve Bruce comment as well. You know that the task he was given when he came in was to keep the football club in the Premier League. You know, whether you finish fourth bottom, fifth bottom, his job was to just keep them in the Premier League and make sure they didn't get relegated. He's done that. The football hasn't been great, but you know, you can only work with the players that he's got. He wasn't given money to spend. I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, well, the Joe Linton money. He brought Joe Linton in." No, he didn't. Joe Linton was here prior to him arriving. So you know, he was always swimming against the tide, Steve Bruce. But I think his time is numbered. Lee,
we're going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid. Thank you very much indeed, though, for your call. The number to dial is 0800 234 6565. Lots more messages coming in as well. We are going to be joining Jeff Brown on Look North in just a tick, so forgive me if I suddenly break off. But this one is from John, who says, I can't believe you're speculating about relegation tonight. We know the situation. The crowd will carry us to January, Ando, and 4 signings will then keep us up. So stop worrying about relegation. Yeah, you've got
the crowd hasn't carried us to any wins this season.
Yeah, but the crowd have been boosted now, haven't they? You see?
Tell you what, if you haven't got a centre forward, you'll struggle.
If you haven't got somebody who can score goals, and if you can't keep clean sheets at the other end.
Will a manager make that much difference? This is the ultimate question, isn't it? You know, every manager, you know, they'll look at that squad and think, wow, well, this is thin. You know, if they could come in and
okay,
not
Mark,
win again.
We'll have to leave it there, I think.
Yep, sorry.
And Jeff, thank you very much indeed. Sorry, it's a busy old studio, this, put it that way. And I'm taking calls, reading texts, chatting to John Anderson. And yeah, it has been a night like no other. We've been doing this programme now for, I think it's around about 12 years, and never have we had a programme like this. We have been getting calls beyond the number that I can remember in the past. Almost everybody is delighted. Some people are a little bit qualified, saying, well, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen next. But on the whole, it has been sheer elation in terms of the supporters who've been getting in touch with us. We've been getting suggestions about who the managers or the next manager might be. We've had Jose Mourinho mentioned. We've had Antonio Conte. Goodness knows how many other names besides them. And also what players might come in too. What might happen in the near future. Never mind the future beyond this. Texts have been flying into the inbox as well. People are just absolutely delighted. It is a day that people have been waiting for a long time. On this programme, we have talked about a takeover for what feels like years, night after night, people saying that they want Mike Ashley to leave, that they want new owners to come in, preferably new owners with a heck of a lot of money. Well, that is something which has finally happened for people, and yeah, we are hearing that tonight, and everybody, almost to a supporter, is absolutely delighted, Jeff.
Yeah, not surprised. Matching the mood here, I think. Alongside you there, Simon, expert summariser John Anderson. 10 years of play with the Magpies, been watching them for what must seem like a lifetime, John. How big a difference could this takeover make to the club?
Oh, it could be huge, Jeff. Could be absolutely massive. I mean, from a financial point of view, the money that these people bring in, you know, supporters have been starved in the last 14 years. We've had 2 relegations in Mike Ashley's period as owner of the football club. Hopefully it's onwards and upwards now, you know. It's going to take time. It's something that's not going to happen overnight, but hopefully these people fulfil their promises, go through it and make people's dreams come true.
And also the money that will come into the club can't actually be spent till the new year, so there is a lot of work for the current players to do, no matter who's in charge.
Yeah, well, funny enough, we've just been talking about that. You know, we haven't won a game this season. Everybody's getting very excited, and rightly so, but you can't take your eye off the ball that we haven't won a game. We need to start winning games between now and January to give us a fighting chance of staying up, and then obviously money will then be made available in that January transfer window to go and strengthen the side.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for your contribution. I'll let you get on with the show, and you're on air till 8 o'clock tonight. I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about. Good luck with that.
That was Jeff Brown of Look North. That was us on telly. I think we just about managed. I was half listening to Marco, half listening to you, reading texts as well. But
you did well, Pridey. You've got a sweat on now.
Multitasking, didn't it? Yeah, I know. That wouldn't have looked good on camera, would it?
There's a sweaty brow down
I could have done with a bit of powder on there, couldn't I?
You could.
0800 234.
It's a big shine on the top of mine.
I don't think a bit of powder would help you two, to be honest.
There's a big shine on the top of mine, Marco.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call if you want to come on air this evening. We would love to hear from you. Let me do a couple more of your messages as well. We're going to hear from various other contributors too as we talk about the news that so many supporters have been waiting to hear. This one is from an anonymous texter. Such a shame that Rafa took the Everton job, as he would have been perfect to build the club from top to bottom and would have brought calm to our present predicament. We need someone with Premier League experience to try and keep us up, says this texter. Nobody thinks that Steve Bruce is going to be given an opportunity by the looks of things here. This one is a tweet from Jordan who says, we can finally see a club that tries. Hopefully we can get a manager in to work with this group of players and to push up the league and help the club start the process of rebuilding.
Yeah, look, that's what we need to do. You know, we need to keep our feet on the ground. You know, it's great excitement. It's brilliant that this day has come. You know, for me in the past, Simon, I've always been sceptical about it. I always said that until the T's are crossed, I's are dotted, I wouldn't believe it. And this day has been a long time coming, but yeah, we need to get somebody in now who can gel these players, get a bit of belief into them and start winning football matches.
Keep the messages coming in. 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC. This is a very special Total Sport here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Just coming up now at a 10 to 7.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
This year, sport has brought us all closer together.
Jessica Ennis-Hill.
Community clubs and groups across the country have given athletes their big breaks, given people focus, support and inspired them to get fit. They've been led by amazing volunteers who deserve a huge thank you for keeping us all going through another tough year.
The BBC Unsung Hero Award.
We want to hear all about these special people, so nominate them now at bbc.co.uk/unsunghero.
The full terms and privacy notice are also available on the website. Entries close on Sunday, October 17th.
And you're listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Newcastle United then have been taken over. We'll go back to Razor later. He's outside the ground, outside St James's Park, just sampling a bit of the atmosphere there and bringing us the very latest. We've already heard from Amanda Staveley on the programme tonight as well, speaking to the BBC's Dan Rowan. If you missed that, I'll replay it before the end of the show tonight. And of course, we want your calls as well. Kieran Maguire lectures in football finance and tweets as the price of football. Now, he is a regular on this programme, and I've been speaking to him, and I asked him what this development in the last sort of hour or so means for Newcastle United.
I think as far as the club is concerned, for all of the issues that the fan base have had with Mike Ashley, is that he has left a legacy of a club which has an awful lot of flexibility in terms of its ability to generate revenue, because he's not been great at that, but in terms of spending money, Newcastle has made profits, and therefore those profits can be utilised along with the money from the new owners to significantly increase the amount of spending in terms of talent. I think Newcastle fans would be, they know that they're not at present competitive with the likes of the Big Six, but they will still be disappointed that the Newcastle wage bill is smaller than that of a small club such as Crystal Palace. Newcastle, where you have a natural feeling for yourself as far as the pecking order in football, and I think Newcastle fans feel that under Mike Ashley, the club is underinvested.
They could feasibly be one of the richest clubs in the world, maybe even the richest club in the world. That's what some fans are envisaging, and therefore people are saying, well, in the transfer window in January, it'll be Mbappe and Haaland, etc., etc. It probably doesn't work quite like that, does it?
It doesn't work like that for two reasons. You are trying to recruit players who are already extremely wealthy. So what are they looking for? They're looking for Champions League participation. So you've got to be able to offer that. And I think Newcastle have to go up a step before they can go up a further step, as it were. But also, we do have the profitability and sustainability rules within the Premier League. I think most people refer to those as financial fair play. And that will act as an anchor. That will actually slow down the acceleration that is feasible at Newcastle United. But whilst it's slowing it down, there is still a huge amount of scope, because you're allowed to lose £105 million over 3 years. And I estimate that the FFP profit in the last 3 years of Mike Ashley's reign was probably in the region of 90 million. So you can go from plus 90 to minus 105. Clearly that's a significant change and a step up in terms of the club's ability to spend, if that's what the new owners want to do. And of course, we don't know that. I fully understand why Newcastle fans would be very keen that will be part of the plan for the new owners.
What's in it for the investors, Kieran? Not just the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, but also, I guess, to a smaller extent, the smaller investors, so the Reuben brothers, Amanda Staveley as well. What's in it for them? Well,
if you are a billionaire, and there's quite a few of them around, you've all got your apartments in Monaco. You've all got your yachts and your helicopters. But there's only 20 clubs in the Premier League at any one time. So to have ownership of one of those and the ability to invite people because you're playing Chelsea or Manchester United or Liverpool the following weekend, that gives you huge kudos in those circles. It's the greatness of having a trophy asset and having something which is universally known, which in the circles of the ultra high net worth individuals is something which is very difficult to get hold of. So I don't think the Reuben brothers and Amanda Staveley are looking at this necessarily purely from a financial angle in terms of making a financial return. I think it's more to do with the benefits of moving in certain circles, of having that capacity to say, I'm an owner of a Premier League football club, and it's not a small Premier League football club. It's one of the ones which has got huge investment and has got huge potential, and that makes it a very exciting story for them.
That was Kieran Maguire, football finance expert, with a very interesting insight there into what today's news means. We've got some time before the news to speak to Jude, who is a young Newcastle United fan who's on the line now. Thanks for calling us, Jude. Good evening.
Hello.
Hiya. How are you feeling tonight, Jude?
Ecstatic. I'm extremely happy, to be honest. I'm actually shaking because I cannot believe that we've actually been bought.
How old are you, Jude?
I'm 12 years old.
So when you were born, Mike Ashley was just he would have owned the club for a couple of years already.
Yep.
So that's all you have known as a Newcastle fan.
Mhm.
So what is going to happen next, do you think, under these new owners?
Well, me top, like, what I really want to happen is obviously to get a new manager, and hopefully we can sign a few new players at the same time. But obviously we cannot sign anyone till January. So I hope we can at least do pretty well until January, and then start trying to cash in on a few players.
Have you got a wish list of the players you'd like to see?
I'm still busy creating one, but somebody
Brilliant.
But somebody I think would be an alright signing. It might not be very realistic, but I think he would fit well into the club. If we do get a few other players, is Richarlison.
Yeah.
I think he would. I think he's a really solid striker.
That is a pretty realistic sort of target. I think, and maybe, Jude's right. People are talking about the world's megastars who might well not come. And Kieran Maguire was talking there about Champions League football and how that's what they want because they're really rich already. But players like Richarlison, who are good, solid Premier League players, I'm not so sure that Rafa Benitez would be keen to let him go.
I was going to say, that might be a little bit of a problem.
Do you think that's the sort of ballpark Newcastle will be looking at?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You've got to crawl before you can walk, that's for sure. And as we heard Kieran saying, the problem with the top players is they're all wealthy boys anyway, but they want to play in the top competitions. They all want to be playing in Champions League. They all want to be challenging for Premier League titles. So, as I say, you've got to crawl before you can walk.
Yeah. Anything else you'd like to say, Jude, on this momentous day?
Not really.
You said it all. You're just happy.
Extremely excited.
How are you going to celebrate?
I'm not too sure yet. Probably something very good.
Okay, enjoy the something very good that you go and do, Jude. Thank you very much indeed for giving us a call tonight. I've got time to read a few more messages out before the news at the top of the hour. Rich says, I've never felt such relief and joy associated with Newcastle United. Carl says, evening, gents. This is a long-term job. Infrastructure, training ground and stadium all need work. It's not just a case of throwing money at buying new players. It will take time. It will be worth it. This one is from Jordan, who says, we can finally see a club that tries. Hopefully we can get a manager in to work with this group of players and push up the league and help the club start the process of rebuilding. Lee in Shields says, just great to see the club try again. Last night was the first time I listened to your show since the start of the year because totally I had lost interest in football, says Lee in Shields. This one from Seamus says, Paris Saint-Germain were beaten by Rennes last week and they had Neymar, Messi and Mbappe on the pitch. Just saying.
Yeah. Hey, look, that's what makes football great. You can have the best players, but it does not automatically mean that you're going to win every game.
And one more before the news from an anonymous texter. Let this sink in for a second. Steve Bruce is currently the manager of the richest football club on earth.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
With the BBC News at 7, I'm Anna Preston. The government has announced that 47 countries, including South Africa, will be removed from England's coronavirus red travel list from Monday, meaning arrivals won't have to quarantine in a hotel. Restrictions are being relaxed further for fully vaccinated people from 37 countries. The announcement was made by the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps.
In a sense, we've been waiting for the rest of the world to catch up a bit with our extraordinary high levels of vaccinations in the UK. And as other countries have, we're now both able to remove 47 countries from the red list to take that down to just 7 countries and also accept vastly more double vaccinations, full vaccinations from elsewhere as they've got their numbers right up as well.
It's claimed that another 1.5 million households in the UK could be pushed into fuel poverty. National Energy Action says that if the energy price cap rises by at least £400 next April as predicted, many more people will find themselves struggling to heat and power their properties. Adam Scorer from the charity says it's a perfect storm.
It's a cliche, but it's true. Income erosion for those on the lowest incomes, the essentials of life going up more, food, rent, council tax and energy. It is the worst combination in a short period of time that I can imagine seeing, and the impact on people is going to be absolutely drastic.
The body representing independent filling stations has called for an inquiry into ongoing shortages at the petrol pumps, claiming the recovery in supply isn't happening quickly enough. London and the home counties are still the hardest hit areas. The Petrol Retailers Association says 12% of forecourts in the region are still dry. A 51-year-old man has been charged with the murder of another man in Gloucestershire. Matthew Borman, who was 43, died during an incident at his home near Tewkesbury on Tuesday evening. Khan Aslan is also accused of attempted murder and grievous bodily harm. A Saudi-backed consortium has completed its £300 million takeover of Newcastle United. Concerns had been raised about the human rights record of Saudi Arabia, but the Premier League said it had received legally binding assurances that the kingdom would not control the Premier League. We spoke to these fans outside St James's Park who are full of hope about what the deal could bring.
Sort of relief more than anything. It seems like we can actually start to hope again and just act like a normal football club for once.
I remember the Champions League, Barcelona at home. I remember all them, and to bring them back to this city, wow, it'll just ignite the city. It'll be fantastic.
And a century-old bridge made famous by the Winnie the Pooh stories is sold at auction for more than £130,000. The Bears creator A.A. Milne played on the bridge in Ashdown Forest in East Sussex with his son, where they invented Pooh sticks. It's 7:03.
Can't believe Newcastle wasn't top story.
Total Sport.
Where do I start? And I love it, and I love that we've went on a run here. I'm not saying he should be dropped. He's not quick off his line.
I don't think people realise how good a signing this lad is.
What a programme it has been. A unique programme in the 12-year history of Total Sport. Newcastle United have been taken over. The consortium led by the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund are the new owners of Newcastle United. Yes, Mike Ashley is no longer the main man at the football club. I wonder how he is feeling this evening. Amanda Staveley is the chief executive of PCP Capital Partners, and so she is now a board member of Newcastle United, and she has been outlining the consortium's plans.
Look, it's going to be hugely transformative. Just as we think that Newcastle United needs a great deal of investment. We want to invest in the community, in the academy, in the infrastructure, not just in players and the business itself, but at every level.
Not surprisingly, you've been calling us in your droves tonight. Jonathan in Durham has been waiting anxiously for confirmation. We had a bit of a wait today, didn't we? But now that it's all done, well, he's been telling us what he wants from the new ownership.
Anybody who thinks they're going to sign like £100 million players, that's not what it's about. It's about having a team that goes out on the pitch and you're proud of your team. They win a few games. You have a little bit of hope and you want it, you get passion back and everybody goes and celebrates.
Dale in Throckley has also given us a call. There's so much to do at Newcastle. This is what he wants to see first.
I understand people are getting really excited and I don't blame them, but like you say, the first thing I would do is get a new manager in and get someone who can get them players playing the way they should be, because that's the main priority.
Someone else who has been waiting a long time for this moment is Albert. You'll know Albert if you're a regular or even semi-regular listener to Total Sport. He's been on tonight. He's looking at what the new owners need to do in the short term.
The most important thing at the minute is winning some games before January. Because if we don't, the season could be too late to revive in January.
Also tonight, well, we will relive the Mike Ashley era, the last 14 years or so. We'll look back on them because it is the end of an era after all. We'll talk to Greg Tomlinson from the Newcastle United Supporters Trust. He will have been talking to fans all day. His phone will have been red hot, I imagine, right the way through the day. So he'll be able to give us a sense of what supporters generally are thinking about where the club will go from here. It'll be interesting as well to speak to Ian Cheeseman. Now, Ian has covered Manchester City for many years. He was covering Manchester City when their takeover happened all those years ago. He might give us a bit of an insight into what we can expect in the short term and long term from a club which suddenly, having struggled for years, has come into a bit of money. So we're looking forward to speaking to him later as well. And of course, you can have your say. 0800 234 6565 is BBC Radio Newcastle's phone number. Text us on 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC, and you can tweet at BBC Newcastle using the Total Sport hashtag.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We're rejoin Razor in a little while as well, just to get the latest from outside St James's Park. Are you all right there, Marco? He's gone. I knew he'd do that. You're not there anymore? Thought you could walk away from your microphone.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, what are you doing? Yeah, you weren't.
I'm shuffling paper. Yeah.
He's ironing his pyjamas.
I'm listening.
Creases back.
I'm listening, but I don't want you to hear me snoring.
Well, okay. Feel free to chip in at any time that you like, Marco. We're not forgetting.
Well, you're covering everything. You're doing well. You're covering all the bases. To be fair, so
you were just a bit unlucky that the one time you were speaking was when Look North came to us, so I had to shut you up with it.
Yeah. I thought after that I'm not getting involved again.
Now then, it was more than 14 years ago. I mean, we spoke to a 12-year-old Jude, didn't we, earlier? Who can only, all he knows is the Mike Ashley era as a Newcastle fan. More than 14 years ago that Mike Ashley bought a controlling stake in the club from Sir John Hall and Freddie Shepherd. And that has been a period, well, not without significant controversy.
We have just had a news flash. Newcastle has appointed Kevin Keegan as its new manager.
I've never thought for 1 minute, what have I done? I always felt there was a reason why to come back. It's a great club, great support, and I think it's got a great future out of it.
Best news I've heard, honestly. I feel like I've just been married again.
Absolutely fantastic. It's long overdue. Hopefully, we return to the glory days.
Confirmation from Newcastle United that Kevin Keegan is no longer their manager.
I'm just absolutely devastated, I mean, where are we going to go from here?
After a fan backlash, Ashley put the club up for sale. And no one could have guessed where they'd go next. Chris Hughton took over initially, before the manager's job was then given to Joe Kinnear.
I'm not hiding the fact that I wouldn't be sitting here if everybody else hadn't turned it down, but more fool them.
Kinnear then left on health grounds and Hughton was given another stint in charge. But with the club spiralling towards relegation, they turned to another legend, Alan Shearer.
I was asked to see if I can help them stay in this division, and that's why I'm here.
Newcastle's 16-year stay in the Premier League is over.
The worst for them, to be honest. Painful, it hurts. Big changes need to be made at the football club.
The club then won the championship at the first attempt, but the man who guided them back from the brink, Chris Hughton, was thanked by Ashley with the sack before Christmas. That's despite a positive start to the season. Well, two controversial appointments followed, one in the dugout with Alan Pardew.
Fighting for your job in terms of the record on the back end of last year and the record we got at the start of this year.
But another in the boardroom.
The former Newcastle United manager Joe Kinnear says he's agreed a deal to return to the club as the Magpies' new director of football.
John Carver was next in charge.
I still think I'm the best coach in the Premier League.
Results, though, said otherwise. The club only avoided relegation on the last day of the season. The game did provide one of the moments of the Ashley era, Jonas Gutierrez scoring after beating cancer, although the club was later found by a court to have dropped the midfielder because of his diagnosis. Another relegation battle followed under Steve McLaren.
Perfectly honest, it's a wake-up call for everybody.
And after he got the sack, this man arrived. But despite the Spaniard's arrival, the club were relegated again. They did bounce back at the first attempt.
Newcastle United are promoted to the Premier League.
Leading the style and as a champions is even better.
The club then stayed in the Premier League under Benitez, but as he tried to move the club forward, his relationship with Ashley became strained.
Fulham 0, Newcastle United 4. Now the football's over. It's about the future of the manager.
Obviously, you know that we have a meeting coming soon, and then hopefully we'll have more news for everyone.
I mean, we've just heard that Newcastle United have said that Rafa Benitez will leave the club when his contract ends on the 30th of June.
The club's just a mess as far as I'm concerned, an absolute mess.
He's the best manager we've had since Bobby.
Steve Bruce has been appointed as the club's new head coach.
Well, make no mistake, it's going to be difficult. I'm under no illusion that's going to be the case.
How can you go from a manager of the calibre of Rafa Benitez to a manager who was managing the Championship last season?
United then have completed the permanent signing of Joe Linton, club record fee.
But with the forward struggling to adapt to life in England, the transfer became yet another Ashley controversy. Fans were not happy with what they were seeing on the pitch, but something brewing off it had them dreaming again.
A potential £300 million takeover of Newcastle United has moved closer to being completed.
New documents show Magpies owner Mike Ashley has entered into discussions with potential buyer Amanda Staveley.
Until the documents are signed, there is never a deal when it comes to Mike Ashley.
The owners and directors test is the responsibility of the board. It is not delegated to anybody else.
The takeover of the club is officially off.
Still heartbroken, to be honest. I was hoping it was all a bad dream.
But after 18 long months, one court tribunal and lots of twists and turns, fans desperate to get Ashley out got news they've craved this week.
After 14 years in charge, we could be into the final hours of the Mike Ashley era at Newcastle United.
I would be buzzing to be one of the richest clubs in the world. I'm not going to lie.
We are on the brink of this takeover being announced.
That has taken you back, Ando, over the last 14 years or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, has it not?
I wonder how Mike Ashley will reflect on that,
years, hasn't it?
on that time. I wonder if he'll do any interviews now, looking back on it.
I wouldn't bet on it.
At some point. No, I wouldn't either. Are you listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle with Simon Pride, John Anderson and Marco Gabbiadini?
I'm here.
Yes. Let's rejoin Razor, who's been outside St James's Park. We spoke to him earlier. We got all the latest details. We heard a bit of the atmosphere outside the ground as well. Razor went round to the quiet side so that we could hear him. I know he's been doing other media duties too this evening. He's been on telly, like we have. And you've also, Razor, I understand, been having a chat to some of the fans who have gathered in numbers outside St James's Park this evening.
I was very much the dessert to your main course on Look North before 7 o'clock, I think. You're the main event. I'm now back at the quiet end of St James's Park, which is the Leazes end. I've just returned from the Sir Bobby Robson statue area at the southwest reception of the ground. There are now thousands of fans there celebrating the takeover. It was hundreds around tea time when the news was announced that the deal had gone through and that Mike Ashley had left and that the Saudi Arabian-backed consortium were the new owners, and that crowd has multiplied and the volume levels have gone up considerably as well. The road, Strawberry Place, along the front of St James's Park past 9 Bar and the club shop is blocked in places, but the police are there just keeping order. I must say that the fans are not misbehaving. From what I saw, they are just very excited. Spirits are high. There's a lot of singing, a lot of chanting. There are quite a few Saudi Arabian flags. And there have been some chants about Mike Ashley leaving. There have been some chants in support of Saudi Arabia as a country, and also some supporters singing for the removal of Steve Bruce. But it does feel like a great number of Newcastle's fans have been heading to St James's Park to just experience the atmosphere as the supporters welcome in this new era.
It's it is a new era, and you can tell, even though you're at the quiet side of the ground, Razor, there is a buzz there. We'll go back to Razor a bit later on too, and we're also going to hear a bit more of the interview that Amanda Staveley gave to Dan Rowan as well of the BBC. Hopefully a little bit further down the line. Actually, I'll put this to you now, Razor, if you are still there. I don't know, you won't have heard anything yet, of course, but I'm just wondering, what we can expect in terms of interviews. I mean, is Amanda Staveley going to come and sit in the Total Sport studio in the next week or so? Probably not, but there will be some kind of communication. There will be, I would have thought, a press conference of sorts, won't there?
Well, you would imagine so. I mean, this is too big for that not to be the case. And look, they've started well. They've done a couple of interviews with national television, including BBC News. That's the interview that we're playing to you tonight here on BBC Radio Newcastle. They will understand that local media is important for getting the messages out there to the people who support the club, who buy the tickets, who listen to the games. So I think they've started well with communication. I would be astonished if there is not more. We don't know yet about any press conferences or one-on-one interview opportunities, but I'm sure that we will be hearing a lot more from them over the coming days and weeks. And I think the fact as well, Pridey, that there is no game this weekend because it's the international break could be significant, because it gives them time to get some of those messages out there and get in what I called earlier some easy wins. Straight away they've communicated There's been a statement, there's been some changes to the club's output on social media, little things like that. Small steps, but steps in the right direction nonetheless. So I'm sure we'll hear more from them. It's only Amanda Staveley who's given interviews today, I believe, but other members of the consortium are quoted in the statement on Newcastle's website.
Thank you very much indeed, Razor, for the moment. 0800 234 6565. You've still got plenty of time to come on air tonight before 8 o'clock. We'll be on air tomorrow. I would imagine it'll be much the same in terms of the topic of conversation. Benno, I think, foreseeing this, has taken tomorrow off. So Kieran Brady's going to be in tomorrow. And Lee Clark is in tomorrow as well for Ando. So we'll get his take on things too. Now, let us get a take on it from Daryl, who is a Newcastle supporter, a member of our fans forum and a regular on the programme. Evening, Daryl.
Evening, Brady. Evening, Ando.
Hey, Daryl. Marco's here as well, Daryl.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mark. Are you still there, Mark? Are you still there?
I'm here, yes.
Good lad. I must start by saying I'm actually still a little bit speechless about the whole thing. And I've been a little bit emotional this afternoon just trying to comprehend what's happened here, but just because of how big this all is, and how optimistic we can now be going into the future. I'm very much looking forward to getting to grips with the statement and the plans that Amanda Staveley and co have for the club going forward. I think the opportunity is there not just for the club but for the region, the local area, to really thrive and prosper. You've already talked about the impact a similar takeover had in the east side of Manchester when Man City were taken over back in 2009, and I think this will be on a very, very similar scale, and I'm really looking forward to it. And you know what it is, I'm really trying to not get too carried away about building up dream lists of managers or players or whatever to come into the club. I think, as Albert rightly said earlier on, the main priority in the short term is to win games. We need to win games. We need to get safe for this season. And I also think that there's a couple of little easy wins that the new board could make in the short term by maybe making a couple of key appointments. I'd like to see, personally, I'd like to see Alan Shearer and Kevin Keegan brought in as global ambassadors for the club, because I think there's nobody better can sell the place to people around the world. And have some ex-players brought back into the fold. There's a lot of them have been cast adrift under Mike Ashley's ownership and have been just put to one side, and there's not been any real focus. And the best way to push the club going forward is to relive a little bit of good times and dwell a little bit on the past of the club, because the past is what makes us what we are now, and we can build on that going into the future.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, the points that you made about having to win games, but I think you can dream. I think you're entitled to dream. I think if you'd have said on Tuesday evening, Monday night even, that this was going to happen, you were going to be sat here on Thursday and you were talking about that Mike Ashley was no longer at the football club, people would have said that you were dreaming and you were living in dreamland. I think it's the start of a new dawn for the football club. I think people are entitled to dream, Darryl. I really do. I think, it's not going to. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. Of course, it's not. There's a lot of stuff needs to be put in place, but they seem to have a vision. They seem to have a plan. Hopefully, they see all those visions and plans through, and then when the football club thrives, the whole area thrives. Newcastle thrives. We've seen it in the past when things were going well. The whole area, the smile on people's faces. It's all connected. So you've got every right to dream, and we all dream. We've all got dreams. You want to see this club prosper. Everybody remembers when we were in the Champions League and the atmospheres that was around the place, and people loved it. It was. It seems a long time ago. It is a long time ago. But if that can be recreated, and these people can bring that back,
and the new generation can enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about young Jude, who was only 12 years of age. All he knows is been in the doldrums under Mike Ashley.
Yeah, he's seen
he's got it all to look forward to, hopefully and thankfully.
Thank you very much, Darryl. We'll leave it there because we've got a lot of people to get on the programme this evening. 0800 234 6565, the number to dial if you would like to have your say. Let me read a couple of messages out from Sunderland supporters as well. This one is from Anthony. I'll read one from Anthony and one from Alex. Anthony's tweeted to say... Newcastle fans seem to be outraged at Mike Ashley's business practices, but they're cool with beheaders running their club and journalists being murdered. Newcastle media compliant, and BBC Radio Newcastle and TalkSport included in that, says Anthony. Alex says, best of luck to our black and white friends. Alex in Sunderland. So there we go. A couple of contrasting viewpoints.
Look, people no doubt are going to have opinions about the human rights situation. You know, it's going to...
And I'm sure we'll talk about that.
We will talk about it.
We might well talk about it more in tomorrow night's programme, or if anyone wants to bring it up when they call us tonight, of course, we'll allow that to happen. It's something that a lot of people will know about, but maybe haven't delved into too deeply. But, I mean, it's something that the Premier League clearly will have had to have considered.
Well, they've looked at it. You know, the Premier League have given the go-ahead. They obviously feel that these people are suitable to be running football.
I don't think it's one of the criteria, though, is it? I think that's one of the issues, is that I think I read today that it actually isn't one of the things to be considered or on
in the owners and
list
directors test, which has very specific things that are looked at, yes.
Yeah, because probably they've never had, a situation like this before where a state takes over, basically, is what's happening, although they're saying that isn't the case now, aren't they? But the fund where it comes from is from a state fund, isn't it? But look, it's complicated issues, and I'm sure there will be some people with reservations, but at the moment they're probably not thinking about it too much. They're thinking about, I think they're more pleased about Mike Ashley leaving than who's taking over is the issue at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, you're absolutely right. Yes, if Mike Ashley had left and they didn't know who was coming in, I think there would still have been celebrations. But the fact that the incoming investors have a great deal of money, I think has just helped the celebratory mood. We'll have a chat in a moment to Greg Tomlinson, who is from the Newcastle United Supporters Trust. He's the chair of that body. We'll talk to him next.
2 wins under the belt.
Kingston Park was absolutely wild. That was incredible rugby.
But it's going to be a tough afternoon for the Falcons as the Saracens return to Premiership Rugby. Ian Smith and Dean Gray will have every kick, tackle and try from the StoneX Stadium.
Total Sport.
We're live on all BBC Radio Newcastle frequencies, Saturday from 2:30.
BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Oh, you never know, they might try to buy the Falcons as well while they're at it. They might decide I'll have those too. Seymour Curd, he might have something to say about that. He might not if the price is right. Anyway, let's move on and have a chat to Greg Tomlinson from the Newcastle United Supporters Trust. Good evening, Greg.
Hi, good evening. How are you doing?
Well, when we spoke to you a couple of nights ago about the fan survey, Greg, we talked about the desire of most fans, which became apparent from your survey, for the takeover to go through. But we didn't really have an inkling, did we, when we spoke then, about what was just around the corner. So what's your feeling now?
It's very different, isn't it? What, 2 days ago, I think, we spoke, and it was all about Steve Bruce, all about the dejection after the game at Wolves, and can we even stay up, and those challenges remain. But look at the reaction. Look how many people are outside St James's Park right now. The end of 14 years of Mike Ashley's ownership, and some hope and some ambition about what might be to come.
You must have spoken to a heck of a lot of supporters today, had messages from them as well. How would you sum up the general mood?
It's been really interesting. So Newcastle fans are clearly the vast majority, absolutely delighted. Myself and a few others on the board have done an outrageous amount of media today, standing up for Newcastle fans, starting with being on BBC One on breakfast this morning at 6:35, and a lot of very, very disappointing questions, really. It's not always been about football, but it's the overwhelming majority of our fans clearly are supportive of this takeover and of this deal.
We were talking just before we came to you might well have heard us, about the human rights issues, and you'll be aware that Amnesty International have expressed their concerns over the Premier League allowing these owners to take control of a Premier League club. So what is your stance on that, Greg?
Well, football fans don't have a say in who buys and sells our football club. I wish we did. Premier League clubs are bought and sold by billionaires, right, and sovereign states. And when I say disappointing questions, because other media have said, is it just about the money? And do you know what? It's not, because Mike Ashley had nearly £3 billion in his bank account. It's not about the money of your owner. And, fans, we have no consultation, no approval process. And we have no...
It must be about the money a little bit. I mean, if these people come in, buy the club, and then don't spend any money on the team and it doesn't improve, it is about the money. But I know what you're saying about Mike Ashley. He didn't want to spend the money. That was his issue.
So it's about what it's
so
about.
It is about money. I mean, that's that. Yeah.
It's not about their bank balance. Mike Ashley has nearly £3 billion in the bank. Mike Ashley's wealthier than the owners of Leicester City. Look at the difference between how they run their football clubs. So, yes, obviously the money is important in terms of having the wealth behind you.
But it's the will to spend it. There's to spend it. Yeah,
absolutely. It's how you spend it. But look, as an organisation, the Newcastle Supporters Trust, and as Newcastle as a city, is a brilliant city and does not stand for discrimination and abuse of human rights and other things like that. We've worked on campaigns with the club, with the foundation on discrimination, on various other things. We'll continue to do that, and we will use our platform if we need to talk about those things. But it's wrong to persecute football fans. I support Newcastle because I was born in Newcastle. It's wrong to persecute Newcastle fans for these things that they've had no involvement in, no say in, and no influence in. So those questions, quite frankly, should be targeted at the government and at the Premier League. And I'm never going to sit here on a phone call and stand up for Saudi Arabia's human rights record. That's not what I'm here to do. But I'm here as a football fan. I'm here as the chairman of an organisation where over 90% of our members want this takeover to go ahead.
And I say, and you mentioned the government there, and I think sort of the whole backdrop to this, and we don't want to get too political, but I mean, the fact is that the government has had and continues to have a strong relationship with the Saudi Arabian government in terms of weapons deals, etc.
Arms for years, haven't we?
Exactly. So, there's a bigger context to this, isn't there, obviously, than just suddenly, Newcastle United having Saudi investors and other companies as well. Saudi Arabia.
I mean, the interesting part about it is
invested in other big companies as well, and that's been pointed out widely today. Companies like Facebook, Uber, etc. Sorry, Mark, go on.
But I think one of the reasons why these sort of these things happen, why China does some of the work that they do, why Saudi Arabia bought this club or been involved in buying the club, is because it's to improve their PR, their public front, I suppose, and put them into sort of Western cultures and things. So it's maybe a time that they will start to make changes, because I think as you said, it's not your fault that they've come to your club, but I'm sure there will be some people who have issue with it and will ask questions from within the supporters groups, etc.
Greg, just want to talk to you about a couple of other things as well, about what you expect to happen then. Well, firstly, in the short term, I mean, if we were to talk to you in a month's time, I wonder how the club will look then. Obviously, no new players in, but there might be some changes, mightn't there?
I think there might be. I think, fundamentally, the number one most important thing for these owners, surely, is that we have to stay in the Premier League this year. Now, the fact that the takeover is happening now means we have the benefit of the January transfer window, and I think it's likely. You would think it's likely that a new manager would come in, but we don't know. But the number one thing before they start rebuilding all of the things that need to be rebuilt, and Amanda Sturridge has talked this evening about doing a review of all aspects of the club, of the commercial operations, of the infrastructure, and everything, and it was just so refreshing actually to hear somebody who owns your football club speak with ambition for the first time for a very, very long time. And but number one, we have to stay in the Premier League.
Do you feel ready, Greg, to be a supporter of potentially, the richest, maybe the biggest club in the world?
It'll be interesting how it goes, won't it? Look, we want to think it's not just about being the biggest, the best and the richest. We want to achieve long-term, from our perspective. We've just released tonight, what our vision is for a successful Newcastle United, and that is a long-term football success based on on a sustainable model, but also investment in infrastructure, players, academy, the training ground, and others, but also ensuring that there's respect to the traditions and the history of our great football club and a strong focus on the community. Particularly the academy and that side of things, I think is really important. And Tyneside is a hotbed of football, and a lot of young, I know from speaking to friends and to others, a lot of young parents prefer their players to go to Sunderland. That's a fact at the moment, and that needs to change, and we want a club that will operate in an open and transparent manner, and that will work with
and that will communicate with you as well, because that's been something that you'll be keen to make contact as soon as you can, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we put our letter, we'll send our letter and our vision, and we're looking forward to hopefully having that constructive dialogue going forward.
Greg, thank you very much indeed for talking to us this evening. Enjoy the evening, enjoy reflecting on what's happened today. That's Greg Tomlinson, Chair of the Newcastle United Supporters Trust. He's been on a couple of times this week for very different reasons.
Call free 0800 234 6565. Start your message with BBC and send it to 81333.
Texts are charged at your standard message rate.
See our privacy notice at bbc.co.uk/local radio privacy.
Would you like to hear a little bit more of Amanda Staveley, Ando?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, I'll put your microphone on so you can hear a bit more of you as well. Let's hear a bit more from her now. We heard at the beginning of the programme her talking to Dan Rowan of the BBC. Amanda Staveley, of course, the Chief Executive of PCP Capital Partners, so that makes her now a board member at Newcastle United. And she has been outlining the consortium's plans with Dan Rowan.
Well, we are, as investors, we're very patient. This isn't about investment return. We're here, obviously, we're going to come and do a review of all the footballing operations and all of the commercial operations over the next few months, and we're going to come back with a plan. We're going to talk to the community and the players about what sort of investment is needed and how we're going to grow the club.
What is the ultimate goal here, Amanda? Why do this? What's the motivation behind the consortium purchasing Newcastle United?
Motivation was to buy and to invest and be custodian of a great football club. For us, it's obvious. I think if you're a fan of Newcastle, it's great. But it is also about an investment for the team over the longer term.
One of the reasons the deal collapsed last year was because the Premier League weren't convinced that there wouldn't be interference from the Saudi state, and clearly there are links between the Saudi state and PIF and therefore the club now. What assurances can you give that they won't get involved in controlling the club, that there will be separation?
Well, I think the Premier League have issued their own press release today and statement, and we want to thank the Premier League for all the hard work that they've put in over the last few months to get this deal there. It's clear the issue before was about control. The control issue has been resolved. And we look forward, the PIF look forward to working, with us to develop the club, in the best interests of the PIF and the Newcastle fans.
So the Saudi state and representatives of it won't be interfering with the running of this club?
No.
Despite the links that are there?
Absolutely not.
You'll have heard the criticism from human rights campaigners that because of Saudi Arabia's human rights record, this is not an appropriate association for one of the country's best-known clubs. What would you say to those critics?
I'm obviously aware of those comments that have been made over the course of today, and that's something we take, very seriously and keenly. However, we are, very much our partner is not the Saudi state. Our partner is PIF. And we look forward to working with them. One great thing is it's taken me 4 years to get there. I've got to work with a really great team who I've got to know very keenly and very closely. And I trust in their judgment about what is great for Newcastle.
Some say it's an example of sports washing by Saudi Arabia. Is it?
No, not at all. It's not sports washing at all. This is very much about the Public Investments Fund investment into a fantastic football team and a fantastic club. and we look forward to growing that club and developing it over the longer term.
Does it mean that Steve Bruce's position will be reviewed as manager?
As I said earlier, today, all those questions are questions for the next month. It is not a question for today. We've just got here. We like to do a review, as we've indicated before, and we'll come back to you with all those points.
She should have given him a vote of confidence, shouldn't she? The dreaded
Well, you know what that means, then, don't you?
Yeah,
She'd have done that.
She didn't do that. So, I mean, yeah, she answered as I guess you'd expect those questions.
I don't think she was ever going to answer that question today. They've just taken over. They just walked in. But those decisions will be made within the next few days, I would imagine.
This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's a Total Sport special on Newcastle United Takeover Day with me, Simon Pride, John Anderson, former Newcastle fullback, Marco Gabbiadini, ex-Sunderland striker, with us as well. We're on until 8 o'clock. You've still got a chance to come on and have your say by dialing 0800 234 6565.
Total Sport. BBC Radio Newcastle.
So our main headline, our only headline tonight, a Saudi Arabian-backed takeover of Newcastle United has been completed. The Premier League has approved the takeover after receiving legally binding assurances the Saudi state would not control the club. Instead, the Public Investment Fund, which will provide 80% of funds for the deal, is seen as separate to the state. This despite the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, being listed as chair of PIF. Fans have been gathering outside St James's Park in expectation of the news all day and in celebration of the news when it was announced. And Matthew Raisbeck is there.
Well, I think you can probably still hear the thousands of Newcastle fans that are outside St James's Park in high spirits, as you would imagine. They've been here for a good few hours now, celebrating, marking a change of ownership. The Mike Ashley era is over, and the takeover led by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, with Amanda Staveley and the Reuben brothers involved, has gone through.
Razor, thank you. We'll be back with you before the end of the programme this evening. Elsewhere, briefly in other headlines, an all-female team of on-field officials will take charge of Saturday's World Cup qualifier between Andorra and England. It's the first time a senior England men's international match has had all women officials. In cricket, it's unlikely the Durham and England all-rounder Ben Stokes will play in the Ashes against Australia this winter. He's had a second operation on his injured finger, but no timescale's been given for his return from the injury or from his break for mental health reasons. So let's move on. Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund is estimated to have assets worth at least £500 billion. The smaller investors, if you like, Amanda Staveley, from whom we have heard just now, and her company, and the Reuben brothers, well, they're not exactly struggling for cash either, are they? Just over 13 years ago, Manchester City fans were probably feeling a little like Newcastle fans are now. They had just been taken over by Abu Dhabi United Group Investment and Development Limited, and it's fair to say that life for a City supporter hasn't quite been the same since. Let's have a chat to Ian Cheeseman, who commentated on Manchester City for BBC Radio Manchester at that time, still covers the club for various different outlets. Good evening to you, Ian.
Good evening.
Thanks for joining us. I think you'll put a good bit of context into this for us, and perhaps give us an insight as well into what we can expect. Obviously, you know, things are very different in many ways at the two clubs, but there are some big similarities as well. Take us back to when it happened at Manchester City. Did it all feel a bit surreal, like it is, I think, for Newcastle fans now?
Yeah, it did. I mean, I remember I was sitting in the jacuzzi at my local gym when somebody from the is Ian Cheeseman here? And I said, yeah, that's me. Can you contact the BBC straight away, because Manchester City have just been taken over by a multi-billionaire from Abu Dhabi. And there'd sort of been hints of it, but I thought, wow, so straight away I went into work and started to cover the story. And first of all, I want to say to all the Newcastle fans listening to this, well done, congratulations. I mean this really sincerely. Love Newcastle, love their fans, love the club. Really pleased for you. You deserve it. You deserve a bit of luck. You deserve something really positive like that, because you're a fantastic club with a great supporter base. And me, as a City fan who, as well as being a journalist, obviously we can talk about the things that you're asking me in just a second, but seeing how the club has responded to that, and the great things that have happened since. I'm so pleased for the Newcastle fans and all the anticipation of what might come. I mean, obviously, what I observed with both hats on is that in the short term, everything was perfect, and City, I knew would be in for players. I mean, straight away, Robinho was signed. It didn't end up being part of a long-term plan, but he made a statement, and other players came in soon after that. And eventually, there was a sustained signing of players, which meant that City went from being quite well below the pack to being one of the front runners. But it took a lot of investment, and it took a few players to do that. And my feeling was that the club would have short-term success. And the expression I used to people was, it's going to be a rocket ride. You're probably going to fulfil all your dreams, which I think it's fair to say City fans have done and the club has done. But in the longer term, just be careful what you wish for, because the club may well change beyond recognition. And I think now, with the 13 years that have passed, the club is a very, very different club now. In some ways it's better, in some ways it's worse. So there's pros and cons to all these things. But first and foremost, I'm delighted there's another team now coming to the top table, and that team is Newcastle.
Do any City fans miss the old days then?
Without doubt. I mean, I talked to... So they call us legacy fans these days, City. They're talking about the fans sort of maybe 45 and older, the ones who went through the third tier of English football and reminisce about beating Gillingham in the playoff final in '99, and remember the dark days, the dark humour that came from being beaten every week by teams like Lincoln and Wycombe Wanderers, etc.
Now you're talking to the Sunderland fans. You see, you've covered everything now. That's great. Thanks for involving us.
So there is a hankering by some of those fans, for the old days when the club felt more like a football club rather than a worldwide institution. And City have taken it to another level, because the CFG, the group that they're part of, has something like 11, I'll lose count now, 11 or 12 clubs around the world, and it's all about making money now. They were part of the Super League when that was going to break away, and now you wonder whether Newcastle's owners will want to be part of that when it re-emerges, which it's bound to do. But as I say, it's been a fantastic rocket ride, and although some of the fans still hanker for the past, I think there's a lot of them that have been very glad that they've had opportunity to see City win the league, and see these magnificent players and the great coach that the club has at the moment.
And one thing that the owners have done in Manchester is spend some money which has benefited the local community. That's something that's been quite well publicised. I'm sure Newcastle supporters will hope that the same thing happens here, because I think that is something, Ian, that has been appreciated by people.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole area where the CFA is, which is the mini stadium that the reserves and the women's team play at, and the whole 14 pitches and indoor and outdoor training facilities, was on an old dye works. So the whole area was tidied up and sanitised. There was a sixth form college built there. The owners have got plans to do other things as well. They've even built some housing in the Manchester area. They've been phenomenal. Ironically, before they came to City, they looked at Newcastle and saw the stadium as being a little bit landlocked in the city centre. And one of the reasons they came to City was because it was a new stadium built for the Commonwealth Games that had all this area around that was an untapped area for expansion in the future. Hopefully, the owners now of Newcastle will find a way of developing the area around St James's Park in the same way and benefiting the whole area. And one thing that I really admire about City's owners is that they unlike, for example, Cardiff City, who had owners who changed the shirts from blue to red, and Hull City had owners who wanted to change the name from Hull City to Tigers. The people who own City wanted to keep with the tradition and have actually been quite low profile. So they went back to an older badge, for example, and they have tried to honour the history of the football club. And so far, they've done that in an exemplary way. But what has happened is that some of the older fans have been a little bit alienated. And things like, eventually, it won't happen immediately, but as the club becomes successful, which I'm sure it will now at Newcastle, the area where you might have sat for the last 30 years suddenly becomes in demand for an expansion of corporate facilities, and you get shunted to the corner, or you might not get a ticket for a cup final because there's more overseas people want to come and watch the glamour of Newcastle. It's all exciting now, but eventually, you could see a few of the older fans squeezed out. That's the downside, really.
Those are future debates I envisage for Total Sport. Ian, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you for the Middle East Billionaires Derby later in the season anyway.
The oil club derby.
Indeed, yes. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. It was fascinating to hear what you had to say there. Ian Cheeseman, who covers Manchester City, has been doing so for many years, including when the takeover happened there. And
he's made some very valid points, but you speak to people when you go to Manchester City, and they've said that the club is, what the owners have done has been unbelievable, but there's been a big change, and you're going to expect it. That's something that you're going to have to expect. Interesting what he said right at the end, when, and God willing, we do become as successful as City does, that people struggle to get tickets, and it's going to be more overseas and whatnot. I never thought about that one, to be quite honest, but it's.
I'm sure
it's a little bit down the road.
Potential
that's
future
a little
debates,
bit down the road.
But interesting to hear what he had to say. Let's go to the phone lines and speak to Simon, who's another Newcastle fan, wants to share his thoughts with us this evening. Hello there, Simon. How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. You all right?
Hey, Simon.
Hello, Simon.
All good. Yeah. How are you?
I'm great. I was going to say, Ando, can you guess what it is I want to come on and talk about tonight?
Playing Shah in midfield.
You beat us to the punchline. You know what?
Maybe that's what the new owners will. Maybe that's part of the contract. Maybe that's what
I tell you now.
Demand.
If some super manager comes in and does it, mind, I'm going to ring up and say I told you so.
Yeah.
But apart from that, right? For me, I've been thinking about this, over the last hour or so, a couple of hours since it's come in, and just reflecting on me. I'm a parent of 2 young children, right? And I'm of a generation now where I want my children to follow Newcastle in the way that I have. Yeah. And thinking about it, actually, it's been really difficult to inspire young kids to be excited by Newcastle and the thought of going there and watching them, when myself, I'm feigning excitement for their benefit. My daughter is 5, and her favourite player in the world is Matty Longstaff, because the first game I watched with her was the game against Man United when he scored, and I ran around the house shouting it. And every single game since then, when I watch it, she'll say, "It's Matty Longstaff playing," and that's just an example of how one moment of magic can just capture a young child's mind. Yeah. And what I'm looking forward to now is having a legitimate reason for the next generation of Newcastle fans who are, down generation to generation, have now got something that isn't just I'm following them because my mum did or my dad did. They've got something to really, really look forward to, and they've got something to grow up and witness and be part of, which is something that we didn't have. We were going there, and it used to be that I'd go to a game and the result, good or bad, would influence the rest of my week. Yeah. And I'd be miserable for a week, or I'd be over the moon for a week until the next game, and I'd be looking forward to that. Now I go into every game accepting that we're going to get beat, and if we win, I'll walk away sometimes going, well, we fluked that, and we're going to win. But now I think it's a totally different dynamic, and it's the next generation of fans will benefit from it.
You make a very valid point. I mean, we had a young fan on earlier on, young Jude. He was only 12 years. He's 12 years of age, and all he's known in supporting Newcastle has been the years under Mike Ashley, and they've been tough going. They've been tough watches. He's obviously hoping for a bright future, and rightly so with this takeover. But it is tough for you. It's tough for anybody going, and it's tough to get young people to go and watch the football that's been served up. It's been really, really hard work. It's been hard work for older generation supporters to go, And it's a lot of money to go week in, week out, knowing that you're probably going to get beaten again. You know, and that's the way that it's been. It's been really, really difficult. But hopefully, with what's happened today and the news that's happened today, it's onwards and upwards. Look, and again, it's not going to happen overnight, and everybody's going to have to be patient with it. But all of a sudden, the future looks an awful lot brighter than it did this time last night.
Simon, thank you very much indeed. Not much time left in the programme, so we will move on. I'm going to bring you the last part of the Amanda Staveley interview. I just think it's very pertinent that we bring you all of this, or as much of it as we can tonight, because, well, she is the one person involved in the takeover who has been doing interviews today. She has been speaking to the BBC. She is the chief executive of PCP Capital Partners and now a board member of Newcastle United. It'd be great if she would come on Total Sport here on BBC Radio Newcastle at some point. We will invite her.
I'm sure you can, with your charm and charisma, can.
Do you think?
No.
Well, maybe that's a job for you, Andy.
I doubt it.
Smooth talking Irishman.
I doubt it.
Anyway, Amanda Staveley's been talking to Dan Rowan of the BBC about the complications of getting the deal done.
I'm just delighted that we've got here. Deals sometimes take time. The Premier League, the Premier League is one of the most competitive and becoming more competitive leagues in the world. And we should be very proud of it. Just as we are inordinately proud of Newcastle United, we're proud to be part of the Premier League, and we look forward to meeting our colleagues and taking them on and winning.
The resolution of the dispute over TV rights piracy, Amanda, was that critical for this deal being salvaged?
No, the Premier League has put a statement out. It's made very clear that the issue of control has been resolved, and that's why the deal has moved forward.
When you look at the wealth of Saudi Arabia and the scale of its sovereign wealth fund, it's clear that this deal potentially elevates Newcastle United to among the richest clubs in the world. What can the fans look forward to? I mean, are you now going to be in the market for the most expensive players in the world, aiming for the Champions League, winning the Premier League?
Of course we want, coming here today, we absolutely want, our ambition are for trophies at the Premier League level and Europe. So that's definitely on the horizon.
But you're competing with the likes of Manchester City, are you now, Chelsea?
Yes, obviously. We would hope to. We have to, but first, to be competitive at the top of the league, we need to be able to build ourselves up, and it will take time. It will take investment and patience and everybody working together to get there.
But your message to the fans is this is a proper game changer for this club.
This is a game changer. This is more than a game changer. This is we're just very excited to work with such great fans and build this club together.
Good luck, Amanda. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dan. I
Brilliant.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Good. Right.
So that was Dan Rowan winding up his interview there with Amanda Staveley. Again, some very interesting stuff to hear there. And we'll catch up with Razor again before the end of the programme. I just want to read some more of your texts. We've got so many tonight. Sorry if we don't get to yours. Far too many to cover everybody. But I'm trying to just kind of give a reflection of the variety of opinions that are coming in this evening. This one is from Mark in Manchester, actually. He says, as well as the infrastructure improvements, Ando, I'd like to see a serious investment in youth at Newcastle. With that in mind, Steven Gerrard would be an incredible long-term choice of manager, says Mark.
Yeah, interesting shout. Talking about youth, it'll be interesting.
Like him and Frank Lampard have both been mentioned. Frank Lampard's obviously out of a job. Steven Gerrard.
I think Steven Gerrard's long-term dream job, as we all know, is going to be Liverpool.
Yeah. So maybe
I think the youth thing's a strange one as well. I mean,
look,
Man City have an incredible academy. They loan so many players, but how many make the debut for the club and play for the club?
And many break through and play regular Premier League. Yeah, I think
of one off the top of my head.
I think if you're going to win stuff, you've got to buy it.
Rattle through a couple more because we've got to talk to Razor as well. This one is from David. I have to agree with Daryl in that roles for Kevin Keegan and Alan Shearer need to be found, especially Keegan, as I think he was badly treated by Mike Ashley. I hope the new owners realise that they are really custodians of Newcastle, not owners. If they approach things with that mindset, they will take the fans with them. They need to appreciate the history of the club and its place in the region. And Ian says, Simon, I'm not a Newcastle United fan, but I'm pleased to hear the news for Newcastle fans. Hopefully the fans don't build their hopes up too high, as things don't change overnight. And I just want to say that John Anderson should be the next James Bond. His TV appearance was great.
Good show.
Excellent shout.
Tell you what, that man knows his James Bond.
You'd be the first Irish Bond, wouldn't you?
I think he needs a new telly. He's still got a tube telly. What was he watching on?
Marco, hey, you just sit there in your pyjamas, son. You'll be all right. Don't worry.
Right then, let's catch up with Razor again. He's been outside St James's Park for quite a while now, engaging the mood of fans. But he's also been looking at social media, and some of the Newcastle players have been expressing their emotions today. And also, Razor, well, Steve Bruce has already done an interview with a newspaper, hasn't he?
Steve Bruce has spoken, yes. He remains Newcastle United's head coach, despite some suggestions that he could leave. But we heard Amanda Staveley earlier, didn't we, saying that they would make decisions on who runs the team in the days and weeks to come, as in she wouldn't do that immediately. And Steve Bruce says in this interview with The Telegraph that he knows he may get the sack, but he says he wants to continue. I'd like the chance to show the new owners what I can do, but you have to be realistic, and they may well want a new manager to launch things for them. New owners normally want a new manager. I've been around long enough to understand that. That's from Steve Bruce speaking to the Telegraph newspaper. Newcastle players, have also been tweeting about the takeover today, and I'll just read you a couple of them. Callum Wilson says, it's amazing news. I'm so happy for all you fans who've waited so long for this day. What an exciting journey we have. Alan Sam Maxima says, a new start with an ambitious Newcastle. The fans deserve it more than anyone. Joe Willock says, the fans deserve this. Together as one, we march on. So reaction there from the players on social media. There are still hundreds, probably thousands of supporters outside St James's Park, near to the southwest reception by the Sir Bobby Robson stand, celebrating the end of the Mike Ashley era and the takeover. And it's a chance, Pridey, isn't it, for these supporters to look forward and to look into the future with hope. I think so often on this programme, and Newcastle fans and the fan base look back and try to remember the good times from the Keegan era in the 90s, from the early 2000s and Sir Bobby Robson. Well, now they can look ahead and into what they hope will be a brighter and better and stronger future under new owners.
Razor, thank you for all your hard work through the day as well. It's been a day that you will probably remember for as long as you live, Razor. When you look back, which eventually you'll do one day on your career as Newcastle United commentator, I think this day will stand out, don't you?
Well, I remember being outside St James's Park when Kevin Keegan left in 2008, and it was hostile, it was horrible. It's completely different today. It's been a long time coming, but Mike Ashley is no longer Newcastle United's owner, and it is a really significant day in the history of this football club.
Thank you very much indeed,
well
Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle United commentator. Thank you, Marco, as well. You can go have Friday off and the weekend off and come back and probably talk more about the takeover again on Monday.
Yeah, I'm up in Sunderland for the Foundation of Light anniversary tomorrow, 20 years, I think.
Enjoy that. Yeah, they do a fantastic job, don't they? Ando, you're off tomorrow, so just give us some final thoughts. We'll leave the last words with you tonight.
It's been unbelievable. It's been a long old day, from 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock. You start to get a few little butterflies, but thankfully it got over the line. Everybody out, have a few drinks, enjoy it while you can. Look forward, upwards and onwards.
Thank you very much indeed, and more reaction tomorrow morning with Alfie Joey when you wake up on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'll be back with Lee Clark and Kieran Brady for Total Sport tomorrow evening. BBC Introducing is coming next. I don't think Nick will be playing local hero. You never know, he might.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total News.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport is coming up next, but at just gone 6 o'clock. First of all, your news headlines. Fans, commentators and just about everybody from the world of football have been reacting to the news of Newcastle United's takeover. The £305 million Saudi-backed deal makes the club one of the world's richest. Amanda Staveley, one of the new owners, has spoken of a new era for the Magpies, while Mehrdad Ghodussi, one of the new management team and husband of Amanda Staveley, said he was focusing on reviving the club's fortune.
We've got a big project ahead of us. Patience, it's going to take time, but we're going to get there, so we're excited. It's a new era, so we're very excited for the club and for the fans.
Tickets for the game against Spurs a week on Sunday sold out this morning, with fans queuing outside the ground.
What Mike Ashley didn't, backing, money, improvement,
Not expecting it straight away. Just stay in the Premier League this season and build from there.
I've been a fan for like 48 years, and I've been dreaming of this sort of situation. It's looking good, so bring it on.
But the Saudi connections to the club have continued to court controversy. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer said more oversight was needed to keep the Saudi regime away from controlling the club. Meanwhile, opinion is split in South Shield's Yemeni community about the Saudi-backed takeover of Newcastle United. Saudi Arabia is heavily involved in the war that has raged in the Yemen for years. Abdan Sayadi was born in South Shields. He is of Yemeni heritage and admits that his feelings are not representative of his community, but he is a Newcastle United supporter.
That's political. This is in different direction. And for the football, I'm really happy for Newcastle to be going in the right direction now, hopefully.
In other news, the Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng has held talks with leaders of industries that use large amounts of energy amid record high wholesale gas prices. The Energy Intensive Users Group, which includes the steel, glass and ceramics sectors, called on the government to ensure the supply chain was protected and that British manufacturers were not at a disadvantage to those abroad. Boris Johnson has appointed the former Tesco chief executive Sir Dave Lewis to advise on how to fix issues that have led to shortages of fuel and other commodities. The Prime Minister said Sir Dave brought a wealth of experience to help protect businesses and supply chains. The region's NHS bosses say people aren't being intimidated by the scare tactics being used by anti-vaxxers. A group of protesters caused controversy this week when they picketed school children in Gateshead who were on their way to receive the COVID jab. Some pupils were left distressed by the group's leaflets, which contained graphic images of disfigured and dead children. Claire Riley is from the Northumbria Healthcare Foundation Trust, an area which has one of the highest vaccine take-up rates. She says it's not the only incident she's aware of.
I have also heard of teachers who have been approached or written to or sent legal letters to for daring to allow vaccination to happen on site. I'm afraid we have to ignore it and we have to plough on. People are voting with their feet. Families are making decisions which based on what is right for their family. And I think based on the amount of people who have come forward in our area to get vaccinated, it shows that there's a huge degree of confidence in the vaccination programme, and long may that continue.
And tributes have been paid to the Conservative MP and former Minister James Brokenshire, who's died at the age of 53. Boris Johnson said he had been heroic in his fight against lung cancer, while Theresa May described him as an outstanding public servant and loyal friend. Enjoy the weekend, everybody. That is your latest BBC Radio Newcastle news. I'm Colin White.
Colin, thank you very much indeed.
Total Sport.
We're certainly not out of the woods yet, Marco, with some of the clowns that are being linked with us. You couldn't throw 20 million at this league. I just don't believe money is the answer.
As cold as it was off the pitch, we were absolutely red hot on it.
So here we are then, the evening after the night before. The dust has settled and the region's aluminium recycling plants are in overdrive, all those cans. Ando and Marco needed a lie down after the drama of yesterday. Benno refused to come in for some reason. So I've recruited a couple of more than able deputies.
Good evening everyone, Lee Clark, 24 hours after the takeover. What do you think? What's your priorities? What's on your wish list? Give us a call.
And we are between league visits to the south coast. Last week at Portsmouth left us high and dry, or appropriately should that be low and wet. Thoughts on Gillingham tomorrow week, even Manchester United's underage side coming to the stadium next midweek. Or of course, if you've not grown weary of it as yet, you are permitted to give your views from Wearside on the Tyneside October Revolution. Call us this evening on 0800 234 6565.
It would be interesting to get Sunderland fans' perspective on this as well. Is it jealousy? Is it wishing your rivals well? Is it something in between? Do get in touch. On tonight's show, we'll keep you bang up to date with all today's developments as Newcastle fans, well, absorb the feeling of supporting probably the world's wealthiest football club. We will talk about the human rights issue as well, which continues to concern a lot of people, perhaps not everyone, but a lot of people. We will talk to the former Premier League referee Mark Clattenburg, a Newcastle fan who has just spent a couple of years working in Saudi Arabia. There's lots to discuss. We might even give Barnsley more than 30 seconds tonight to talk Sunderland. He's given me the look. But of course, we would love to hear from you as well on this evening's Total Sport.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The number to call is 0800 234 6565. You can text us. It was very busy last night, but we'll read out as many as we can. 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC, and you can tweet at BBC Newcastle using the Total Sport hashtag. Good to have you both here, Lee and Kieran.
Thank you.
Thank you
for coming in. Welcome back to this studio. Having been last time we spoke to you, I think you were in Egypt. You were actually so where you were managing a team in Sudan.
Yeah, we were in a training camp there. Yeah, last time I spoke to you.
So your training camp in Egypt. So how did that go then? You were there for a few months.
Yeah, 3 months. Thoroughly enjoyed the football side of it. The people very respectful. The players took on board everything we wanted. We were top of the table when I left by a point. They've actually lost the league by 11 points now to the big rivals Al Hilal, who we'd beat in my second last game at their home. First time they beat them in over 12 years and competed in the African Champions League. We got a very good and exciting draw with Al Ahly, the big Egyptian powerhouses, equivalent to Real Madrid in African Champions League. They went on to win the competition. They get 80,000 fans every week. Enjoyed it, but had an issue with an owner, with a president, and when I'm living on the other side of the world, not prepared to put up with that. I'd experienced that early in my career, and to the detriment of myself, sat tight and tried to get on with the job at Blackpool, and it cost me a good reputation. I wasn't going to do it, certainly from the other side of the world, and so I walked away from the job. But what it's done is opened a few doors in that part of the world, Africa and the Middle East, for me to continue the coaching.
Hopefully we might get a chance during the course of the show. It's going to be another busy one tonight, but to ask you a bit more about that experience, because it must have been fascinating, even if it didn't go too well with the president. Can you match that, Kieran? What have you been doing since we last saw you?
No, I certainly can't match travelling across Africa. Not much, just been enjoying the youthful energy that's coming from the Stadium of Light, obviously last Saturday apart, and then of course more laterally trying to absorb everything that's relevant from the takeover at St James's. So
yes, well, we'll get your reaction to that as the evening progresses. Lots of elements of it to discuss. Let's introduce our commentators this evening. Matthew Raisbeck is our Newcastle commentator. He's been a busy man. Hello there, Razor.
Hi, Pridey.
And Nick Barnes is our Sunderland commentator. Hello, Barnesy.
Hello, Pridey.
I thought you might not come in again tonight. So, yeah,
well, I'm here. Just trying to hold a friendship together.
I know we've got some Sunderland.
We're on the brink.
We've got Sunderland ladies to talk about tonight, haven't we? Of course, because they've got a big game this weekend, local derby. So we'll certainly do that on the programme this evening. But Razor, you've been everywhere. You've been on breakfast TV. You've been on various network radio. You've been in demand around the country, the world, perhaps.
It's because Newcastle United is the story.
Yes.
It's the big news in football, and it's more than just football, isn't it? So it's nice that Newcastle being the story is for what is largely good reasons, even though there is some criticism, as we've discussed and we'll discuss more later, of the deal, rather than for mainly controversial reasons with Mike Ashley. Yeah.
To be fair, yes. I mean, I did last night once I'd finished work here. I drove down the road where our offices here aren't too far away from St James's Park. I thought I'll just go and have a look, and it was still absolutely crazy. It was going nuts. I mean, I've never seen that at either of our football grounds. I've never seen a group of fans gathering and celebrating outside of a match environment before. The only times you would get that would be if a trophy was won, I guess, or if something like this happens. It was quite crazy to see. It seemed a little bit alien to this region, to be honest with you.
I think was the arrival of Mike Callum not greeted in a similar vein?
Possibly.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of fans in the stadium there for Owen's arrival in 2005, and obviously, famously, Alan Shearer returning to the North East in 1996. But
what about Lee Clark's return to Newcastle?
Not as many. Not as many. I can actually remember scenes of like that in the early 80s when certain Kevin Keegan came to play for us in 82 when I was just a young pup and I was watching and being in and around the club as a supporter before that, and then he turned up and it went a bit crazy, leading up to that signing as well.
Yes. And Bobby Robson as well when Bobby arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps again, but nothing quite like this, just in terms of, I suppose, the excitement as to what it might entail. Ray, I think the best thing to do is, and we'll get Lee's views on it all as well in just a moment, but the best thing to do, firstly, is to take us through any further developments or reaction to the deal which have happened today.
Yeah, well, as you say, it was celebrated last night by fans, and I've never seen scenes like that around St James's Park. It was quite incredible, quite special, really. Thousands of them were there singing and just enjoying themselves. I think they've been waiting for so long just to let it all out, and my goodness, they certainly did last night. Today's been a bit quieter, as you would expect, and really we've just been digesting the news and thinking about what it could mean for the future of the club now that Mike Ashley has gone. His era is over, and the new consortium are in charge. They have the keys to St James's Park. So no big announcements today. Nothing significant to update you on in terms of anything happening, but Amanda Staveley and her husband, Mehrdad Ghodussi, who is also part of the new regime at Newcastle United, met with club staff this morning, and they also had a quick word with the media before they went into St James's Park.
Well, the plans, we're going to come back to you very soon with all our plans, and we're just going to go and meet with everybody. We want to meet with all the staff, and we're going to come back to you soon.
Have you been talking to Steve Bruce this morning?
We will come back to you with all questions on Steve and everything else in soon.
We saw celebrations here yesterday. Were you celebrating last night?
I was celebrating a little last night. I had a drink. So thank you very much. And thanks, guys, and we really appreciate all the support we've had.
You got a message for the fans, Amanda?
Just our sincerest thank you. We just go and do this. We just are so grateful. Both Mehrdad and I are so grateful for all of it.
We love you guys.
You really are.
You know, we got a big project ahead of us. Patience. It's going to take time, but we're going to get there. So we're excited. It's a new era. So we're very excited for the club and for the fans.
What is your first job, do you think?
Look, there's a lot of things to do. We just got to take it step by step. You know, it's our first day here in the club. There's a lot to do. We're going to look at things and take everything day by day.
And have you been impressed with what you've seen?
We were impressed the first day we walked into St James's Park 4 years ago.
I've got goosebumps.
Yeah, currently so do I. We're so excited.
I mean, this is a project a long time in the making, so presumably you've got plans already in place, have you?
Obviously, we have plans in place, but it's a moving scenario. We've got to take our time. We've got to look at everything and make decisions that are right for the club.
I could hear the BBC's Andrew Hartley doing his best. I don't think they were doing official interviews, but he kept trying to get questions in there. So interesting to hear from them, and some fans clearly enjoying getting a close sighting of them and expressing their feelings as well.
They came out to meet the fans and have a quick word with the media as well. So in, 24 hours, they have communicated more effectively than Mike Ashley did in 14 and a half years. They have made a really strong start, because that is central to what they are wanting to do, to speak to fans, to let them know that they're important and that a good relationship is critical. And some fans were waiting around St James's Park to try and catch a glimpse of them, and they did. They got some pictures, and I mean, the smiles on their faces of the fans, and also Amanda Staveley and Mehrdad Ghodussi. I mean, it's just a happy time. It's really weird, Pridey. It is so strange to have that feel-good factor around the club, to have positivity from supporters, from the people running the club. Everyone feels as if they've just been pulled together again, and I can't remember the last time it was like that. It has always been fractious.
Give it a couple of defeats. It'll soon be We Want PCP Capital Partners and the Reuben Brothers and the Public Investment Fund out. They'll be chanting that.
Football puts you through it, doesn't it? And there will be defeats, there will be bad times, but it does feel like better days are around the corner. And it was just interesting there to hear from a new voice from Mehrdad Ghodussi, who is part of the consortium. Obviously, will have some involvement as well. But I mean, Amanda Staveley has been the public face of this, and she's been the one doing most of the speaking so far.
It seems like she's willing to talk. I'm still confident that she might sit in one of these seats in this studio in the not too distant future and answer some questions. We'll see. Lee, what have you made of the last 24 hours or so?
Amazing, fantastic. The supporters have got their club back. There's going to be a connection between supporters and the leadership of the club again. There's going to be the feel-good factor because of that. The fans have been loyal. They've stayed in their numbers over the last 14 years. The club's been empty. It's been hollow. It hasn't been a nice place to be. It hasn't been a great environment to play football or to watch football. must have been tough at times for the players, very tough. Trying to get results on the pitch, and there's not a great atmosphere and relationship between the fans and the ownership. It's gone now though, and these new people have started in the right way, and I think they've set the tone already. One of their first sentences was, we want to be challenging to win the Premier League and getting into the Champions League within 5 or 10 years, and that's just the complete opposite to what we've had for 14 years, where the sole ambition was to finish 4th bottom in the Premier League, and that was it. And it's music to everyone's ears, and it's what the fans deserve. I'm delighted for them more than anybody, because the only thing that's been big about Newcastle United in the last 14 years has been the support, the numbers that turn out home and away. Filling the stadium, and that's been the only big thing about it. They haven't been big in the way they've played on the pitch. They haven't been big in how they've dealt with things in the boardroom, or not dealt with things as it should be. The lack of communication from both the owner, the chief executive, and whoever was putting themselves in the boardroom was basically non-existent. It was down to the managers to face every kind of questions. It wasn't just the managers or head coaches, which were at the moment with Steve. They weren't just handling football questions, they were having to handle financial questions and all this other type of stuff, takeover questions, and it gets quite difficult, because managing a football club, obviously I've managed it at a certain level. I haven't been lucky enough to manage at a Premier League level, and that'll even make it harder tenfold at least. And it's hard enough to manage just the football side of it, but when you're having to deal with everything else as well, because you've got a non-existent owner and leadership group, it'll be very tough. But what an atmosphere it's going to be week Sunday, coming up to this stadium, getting ready for the Spurs game.
Yeah, absolutely sold out now. I think it's probably worth, because it was so chaotic yesterday, Razor, so much was happening so very quickly, just to recap a couple of the key points and things that have emerged from this situation. So firstly then, at the moment, who is running the club? Who's on the board?
Well, this is what we know at the moment, and this was put out in this statement that Newcastle released yesterday. Firstly, His Excellency Yasser Al Rumayyan, the governor of the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, will serve as the non-executive chairman of the club. Amanda Staveley will have a seat on the board, and Jamie Rubin will also be a director. He will be representing RB Sports and Media, part of the Rubin family, and Jamie Rubin had previously been a director at the Championship club Queen's Park Rangers, so he has some up-to-date football experience. We don't know of anyone else and who else really will form part of the rest of the management team and the structure, apart from obviously Mehrdad Guddusi, who we heard from there, who was speaking outside St James's Park earlier.
So what can we expect in the next few days, if anything? I guess they've got a lot of work to do, so a lot of things will be happening behind closed doors.
Yes, and that's something that has been mentioned in all the interviews they have given so far, that there is a lot to do and they need to have conversations and make decisions. Some that will be quite important, so they can now get to work. And of course, they will have been planning for this for some time, but now they're actually here and in charge and running the club. It's over to them. So look, we may or may not hear things over the weekend. It may go quiet because things are happening behind closed doors, but I'm sure things will be happening, and there will be decisions to be taken about the football side of things and the business side of the club as well. I also think that those at the centre of this might well want a bit of a rest. They might need to put their feet up because it's been chaotic and really intense, but I'm sure they wouldn't change it because they sound delighted to be here, and isn't that just so refreshing?
So Steve Bruce then, I imagine he'll want to know sooner rather than later what his fate is. They will presumably tell him that. They will make a decision on that. What do you think the chances are that there will be somebody else in charge in time for the Spurs game?
Well, it's something that's been suggested, hasn't it? And Steve Bruce himself made a move last night when he gave an interview to the Telegraph newspaper to say that he understands that there's a chance he could be sacked, but he would like the opportunity to stay in charge and show the new owners what he can do. But he also said that often when there are takeovers in football, there is a change of manager. So, look, I think he will be realistic about the situation. As far as we know, no decision has been made yet. You would have felt that because of the timing, if the game against Spurs was this weekend, that Bruce would almost certainly remain as head coach for the match. The next game that he takes charge of will be his 1000th as a manager. He would not want to be stuck on 999, but that is, of course, not the most important thing for him. He understands how significant this takeover is for Newcastle United. So I think we'll just have to wait and see on that front, wait for news. There's been lots of speculation about who the next manager could be whenever a change is made, whether that's now or further down the line. And fans are obviously looking at the bookmakers' odds as well. But Steve Bruce remains head coach. He took training yesterday. The players were off today. There was no session. A number are away on international duty. They weren't in at Darsley Park for training today.
What do you think will happen with Steve Bruce, Lee, and what do you think he'll be feeling now from a manager's perspective?
Very experienced manager, and Reza said he understands the situation. He knows certainly when new owners come in, they more than likely want their own man in. And there's obviously the relationship, or the not great relationship that Steve has with the fans. And I think the new owners will want the feel-good factor to continue. They won't want anything to deflect from that. And I think there will be a change before the Spurs game, even if it may be just on an interim basis until they get their choice of manager, because there's been certain managers bandied about. There's been ones who have lots of experience, who've won a lot in the game. There's been some exciting up and coming young managers who have done well or are doing currently well in their jobs at the moment. So yeah, tough for Steve, as you said. There's that other thing of the 999 games, and do the new owners have a little bit of an emotional pull there and let him have the game against Spurs to get into the 1,000 club, where he'll get obviously.
And then if they win it 4-0, I think we'll might be given another game. And
but do you know what, Simon? It's not going to change, is it? The relationship with the supporters is, unfortunately for me, is broken down. It's not going to change. It was Steve's dream job. It's a dream job for any Geordie who's aspirations to be a manager and is in that game. And it just, for whatever reason, well, we know the reasons. He was seen as an ally of Mike Ashley, and that was one of the reasons. I've experienced it on a lower level myself when I went into Blackpool. There was a toxic atmosphere against the ownership there. I went in and I was seen as an ally of them, and they never took to me. It was, less numbers, of course, but it was of a similar situation. And Steve's got that now, and I don't think we've seen the data that came out last week from the Supporters Trust. I think was it 98% or 96% or something of the fans wanted him to be moved on. So I think they'll be well aware of that, and Steve will understand that. He had some nice words to say about the club as a Geordie last night in his piece, saying the most important thing that the fans got their takeover and they can move forward and they can start be challenging where they should be.
0800 234 6565. You want to come on and have a chat to Lee and Kieran this evening? People will chat to you, Kieran, don't worry, they will be. I'm sure. 0800 234 6565. Sorry, Razor.
Sorry, no, I interrupted you. I just wanted to say quickly on that, the question of Steve Bruce's future has been put to Amanda Staveley a couple of times. If they were absolutely intending to keep him, she could have said that, I suppose. She has offered no assurances, but we're still obviously waiting to find out what is going to happen.
Okay. Mike Ashley has spoken, hasn't he? So what's he been saying?
Yeah, well, this is a rarity, isn't it? Mike Ashley giving an interview. Hasn't done many, but he has spoken to the Sun newspaper, and he said that he would like it to be known that he received a higher offer for Newcastle than the one he accepted, and he said it was from another reputable bidder who made a credible case. But Mike Ashley also said that he felt the bid that he accepted from the current new owners would deliver the best for Newcastle, and he also said he owed it to the fans to fight tooth and nail over the last 18 months or so to make this deal happen. A couple of other lines from the Mike Ashley newspaper interview. He says that owning a football club gets into your blood, and I would love nothing more than to see Newcastle winning trophies. He says he believes that away from the pitch, they got many things right, and he is proud to leave the club on a solid financial footing with no debts, which is obviously a good foundation for the club in the future, as he put it. And he said, although there have been many disappointments over the years, he wishes Newcastle and all its loyal fans, as he described them, the best for the future.
So we might see him in with the Newcastle fans again drinking pints then in the future. Do you think, Lee? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
They may be getting a few thrown over his head. I'm not sure about drinking with him.
Yes, so we'll see what Mike Ashley does next. Whether he has any future involvement in football is probably doubtful. We can hear a little bit from Alan Shearer as well, Razor.
Yes, well, lots of former players and well-respected figures within the game, and people who are loved by Newcastle fans have been giving us their take on the developments. So let's hear from the club's greatest goal scorer.
All we've done is tick along and survived for 14 years. We've had no real ambition other than to survive. Cup competitions have just been non-existent for Newcastle United. And this city, this football club, and particularly our fans deserve better because they're so loyal, they love their football club, and their life is Newcastle United. The dream is that we have an owner that want to try and give us a little bit of hope. There's this assumption about the Newcastle fans that they demand and they want too much. There isn't. They just want to hope. They want a little bit of excitement. They want to know that they're going into a season trying, not just trying to survive, trying to achieve what their football club can be, possibly the best, and there's no harm in that, and I really understand our excitement because of that.
Some people think that Alan Shearer might be a good choice as next manager. What about an Alan Shearer, Lee Clark, Steve Howie? Well, maybe not. Dream ticket. I mean, there is talk that he might be someone they'd approach, which would.
Absolutely, in terms of Alan coming back into the football club, it's been mentioned. Amanda's already spoken with him via text messages. She's spoken with Kevin Keegan as well. We need these type of people back inside the football club in various different positions along the line, whether they're in the boardroom, whether they're at first team level, whether they're looking at the overall structure of the football department, whether they're in the academy. You know, it has to be that there's got to be people who have the love of the club. The club is hard, but they're also good at what they do. They've experienced good times at the football club. They understand what it takes to be successful at the football club. And I think, the new owners have talked about that. You know, there's already been conversations with, I know, other ex-players, myself included, through the Amanda. We've spoke, via text messages, exchanged text messages. I think they're wanting everybody who's been connected to the club to play a part in it. They're seeing it. She said it already. They're the custodians. It's the fans' football club, and she wants to deliver for them.
So she's come to you for a bit of advice as to.
Basically, no, it was just a bit, bit of a general chat in terms of wishing them all the best, and saying that she wants to involve ex-players in various different forms. That might be in hospitality areas on a match day, get the feel-good factor. You go to Manchester City, you go to Liverpool, you have so many of their ex-players from all different eras of Manchester City and Liverpool's history. Sitting with supporters, entertain them, standing in the concourses, having a beer with them, or eating a pie with them, or in the hospitality areas, and it's just that feel-good factor, and the younger generation seeing players from the past who've been part of exciting times, and I think that was one thing that just was never there under Mike Ashley's era. The ex-players were it was totally dismissed. It was just the here and now, and they could have been a big help for him. And I think Amanda Staveley and the new owners, they see that as an important part of the future going forward.
Razor, thank you very much indeed. You can probably go and have a little bit of a rest now. Hopefully nothing too important will develop over the weekend, and then you'll be back on Monday and we'll see what happens next in this exciting new era. Thank you very much. We will talk Sunderland next. It's 6:30 now.
Mike Ashley is gone.
Tune.
There's going to be some sore heads in the tune this morning.
It's been a long time, 14 years. It's like we're going to rise from the ashes now. The sleeping giant is about to wake up. Get in.
It was just amazing. We've waited so long for this. It's not just good for the club, it's good for the city as well. The atmosphere is just going to be electric. I cannot wait. I feel like a kid at Christmas.
The sound of the North East at breakfast.
BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
And you're listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle with Simon Pride, Lee Clark and Kieran Brady this evening. Barnsley is here to talk Sunderland as well. Kieran, I haven't got your take on the takeover yet, though we're getting everyone's opinion on it. So what have you made of it, watching from perhaps a slightly different perspective?
Well, I can understand the sense of excitement, anticipation that would exist within the broad Newcastle support. There's obviously been a lot of discussion and heated debate about what exists in Saudi Arabia on a daily basis, the repression of religious minorities, the persecution of LGBTQ, the inequalities that women face. But, you know, from my perspective, football and morality parted company a long time ago. And I think with regards to this specific case, there's been an inevitability about it because although the Premier League were placed in a difficult position for the last 18 months or so, I would be of the view, call me cynical perhaps, that there's been discussions and dialogue between the highest echelons of the Saudi regime and the British government to smooth this path, to allow this to happen. I always expected it to, if the will was still there for new involvement and new investment. So,
and it seems the sorting out of the piracy issue was key.
The piracy issue was key for the Premier League because their own interest would revolve around ensuring their profits, and I wouldn't be overly dismissive of that. But we have to bear in mind that, you know, the British political establishment have been in bed with the regime in Saudi Arabia now, not just in recent terms in the context of the oppression of Yemeni people, but going all the way back to the inception of the Saudi state in 1932. So I think it's unfair to hold Newcastle United to a higher standard than your own government. And obviously Newcastle are in the firing line at the moment. You know, and particularly the supporters who are seen, you know, celebrating in such a public arena. But, you know, I'm not comparing the situations like for like, but, you know, every single football, maybe not every club, but a lot of football clubs will have had parts of their history where the notion of morality or immorality has came to the fore. You know, we had it to a much smaller extent with Sunderland with the appointment of Paolo Di Canio, where some fans were completely opposed to it because of previous public proclamations that were viewed as fascist. Some fans opposed it and felt strong enough that they were willing not to go back to the Stadium of Light until such time as he and the club had parted company. There will be Newcastle fans, muted as they may be in comparison to the majority, who feel strongly in that regard. But ultimately, if we've learned anything from football and the capitalism and greed that exists within the game, it's that these issues, as much as they will be spoken about in a forceful manner, will diminish over time, and perhaps as early as next week, the main thrust of the conversation might be about who's going to replace Steve Bruce and what players are going to come in January, etc., etc. So
I think you're the only Total Sport co-presenter who I would expect to know the year of the establishment of the Saudi state. I don't know if Bennett would have known Barnes. He might have done. I might be doing him a disservice. Let's talk Sunderland then this evening. I know you were neglected a bit last night for obvious reasons, Barnesy. Firstly, well, there's quite a few players. This is why the game is postponed this weekend on international duty, aren't there?
Yeah, there were 6 away, but of course a couple have had to return with injuries, Corey Evans and Niall Huggins. Interesting that Sheffield Wednesday, one of the clubs that in the last round of international matches had their match called off with Sunderland, but this time are playing. They had players away on international duty. So I think there's there's going to be a question to be addressed for Lee Johnson and the club with the next round of internationals in November as to whether they go ahead with postponing the game against Lincoln City, which is the scheduled game for that weekend. But Dennis Sirkin played the full 90 for England's under-20s last night in a 1-1 draw with Italy. Paolo Maldini's son scored for Italy. There were over 6,000 at the game, and Chesterfield Stadium, that would have been pretty much full. So that would have been a fantastic atmosphere for Dennis Sirkin. Callum Doyle is away in Mexico for a friendly with England's under-19s. And of course, Tom Flanagan and Carl Winchester are still with Northern Ireland in Switzerland for their World Cup qualifier tomorrow night. And Bailey Wright's away in the Far East as well with Australia.
What have you made of Sunderland's start to the season? Obviously, a poor result against Portsmouth, Kieran, but up until then, well, things were looking good, weren't they? Vibrant.
Absolutely, and I think they've very much benefited from the energy that comes with youth and from players that, with the greatest will in the world, aren't always thinking about the team. They're thinking about their fledgling career and how they can ensure that can be advanced. And, I would have to give credit to people behind the scenes because I've been critical in the past, but it's obvious that a conscious decision was taken during the summer to try to focus on youth, and it's not something that has exclusively came from within the club. They've obviously went and took advantage of the loan system as well as bringing in players on a free. So to that end, there has to be a lot of credit. I still wouldn't have any guarantees that it's going to result in promotion, certainly not automatically. But I think you have to be impressed with how they've went about things so far. Portsmouth fully deserving of the victory. I mean, OK, I know the rain did create problems in terms of the playing surface, but Portsmouth wanted it a lot more than Sunderland did. So last week, we hope, was a game apart.
Just hopefully a blip. Christian Speakman, the sporting director, Lee, he's somebody that you would have worked with at Birmingham, of course. So
Christian was my academy director at Birmingham City, so had a strong, close relationship with Christian. One of the new coaches he's just brought in, I think his title's player development, Michael Dodds, was another coach of the academy there. So I had a strong relationship with them because at that time we were having financial difficulties, so the academy was very important. I think in the end we give about, over the 2.5 years, about 16, 17 debuts to academy boys. Some of them went on to have fantastic careers. I remember one of my last things I'd done was to go with Christian to meet the family of a young 10, 11-year-old player to convince him to come to our academy instead of Aston Villa, and this was Jude Bellingham. So,
and he's done all right so far. He's still a very young man.
We're very well. Yeah, I'm very proud when I see him. To see what he's turned into, an unbelievable footballer, but a fantastic young man. Christian. Terrific appointment is his title sporting director, as a director of football.
Well, I think it's sporting director, isn't it? But I mean, everyone refers to him as director of football.
Will be very good in that role in terms of the administration, putting organisation, putting things in place for the whole club in terms of the structure, not just the head coach position, but medical side, sports science. So, and Kieran said, and speaking to Nick before we came on air, it was the team's been playing well. A little bit of a setback at Portsmouth, but the year I got promoted in Newcastle in the early 90s, we went down to Fratton Park and got beaten soundly 2-0. So it's just a little bump in the road, and they're going along nicely.
Now, Barnsley, I wanted to talk a bit about women's football this weekend. No men's fixtures for our teams, of course, as we've already discussed, but there's a huge game in terms of the Women's Championship, isn't there, involving Sunderland?
Yeah, a derby between the league leaders Durham Women and Sunderland Ladies. The ladies are currently at 6th, but only 4 points behind. And this week the ladies signed 16-year-old Grace Eade from the Regional Training Centre. And I've been speaking to the ladies' coach, Mel Ray, and asked her exactly how the RTC works.
So the RTC is our Regional Talent Centre. We have young girls in there from under 8s, under 10s, 12s, 14s and 16s. And when they hit the age of 16, we're obviously then looking to progress them into the senior women's side. Grace is one of many who we all know who've come through that pathway, which is really important. She's been training with us for the last month. she's stepped up, and we feel it's necessary now to take her out that RTC for the remainder of the season and get her embedded into the ladies setup to help her progress even further.
And so they've got the derby this week to look forward to.
I mean, but it was a lovely photograph on social media today of Grace Seed as an 8 or 9-year-old, I think, when she first came into the RTC, and now as a 16-year-old in the development. And Mel was saying how that RTC, the parallel is the academy at Sunderland or at football clubs in the men's game, and that's the route now for young girls to get into senior football.
And the derby against Durham this weekend. You've also been talking to Mel Ray about that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is from Sunderland and Durham's point of view, this is the big one, isn't it? And that's surely added a little spice to training this week, the derby, and against the league leaders.
Yeah, I mean, everyone likes a local derby. There's lots of hype. It's been well covered from you guys in the club, so we're looking to get a good crowd. But again, like I said during the week, it's another opportunity for us to get back on the pitch and improve and try to sustain ourselves in the league. And we're looking to take something from the game on Sunday.
I suppose from your point of view, it's a double-edged sword. You want to give the players that edge. You want to give them the sort of, fire them up for it, but at the same time keep them grounded for the game.
Yeah, I think you can get carried away sometimes. We have to play the game and not the occasion. As cliche as that sounds, we have to stick to the task, stick to the game plan in order for us to get something out of it. There'll be lots of external factors there on Sunday. There'll be a big crowd. I'm being told ticket sales are high, so when there's hundreds in the Hetton Centre, it feels full. So it'll be a great atmosphere. So we just need to concentrate on ourselves and make sure we do our jobs well.
And I would say good luck to Sunderland at the weekend, but obviously we cover Durham as well. So good luck to both teams. So it's a good game. When exactly is the game, Barnsley?
It's at midday on Sunday, and I made the point about, of course, going back to Hetton because they played their last couple of games at the Stadium of Light. And there is, the big factor there is that the fans are close to the pitch. The atmosphere will be electric, whereas that's maybe lost for them in the Stadium of Light. As much as it's lovely to play at the stadium, to play a game like this at Hetton, and now they'll be playing the home games at Hetton. That's great for them. Emily Hutchinson's unavailable because of a setback with her knee. And Grace Seed, who we heard about, she doesn't return from international duty until Monday, so she won't be involved.
Okay, Barnsley, thank you very much indeed. Enjoy that game if you're off to it, and we'll probably talk about it on Monday. And we will, of course, feature Durham. We would have featured both clubs had we not had quite a lot of other stuff going on this week. But certainly we're watching the Championship, the Women's Championship, very closely through the season. Now it is your turn. Sorry, we're a little bit late coming to calls this evening. As ever, quite a lot to discuss in this opening part of the programme. But do give us a bell. Have a chat to Kieran and Lee.
Call free 0800 234 6565. BBC
Radio Newcastle.
And let's start by having a chat to Steve, who is a Newcastle fan. Evening, Steve. Welcome to the programme.
Hi, Steve.
Well,
hi,
Steve.
Steve.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be able to participate on this wonderful time. My point.
I thought you were going to say this wonderful programme.
Yes, a wonderful programme indeed.
Thank you, Steve.
My point is this: if this new management is serious about taking the fans' wishes seriously, there needs to be an executive director on the board that is a fans' representative, so that we now have a say in everything to do with football, with player recruitment, and even the managerial recruitment. It's time we had power in our club.
Well, that's something that I guess the Newcastle United Supporters Trust have always advocated as well. I mean, yeah, it was never going to happen under Mike Ashley, was it? Let's be honest.
No, I think it's a great idea. I think it is important to have fans represented on the board. Whether you go as far as the fans representatives picking player recruitment and managerial recruitment, I'm not too sure on that, but on other aspects of the running of the football club, without a shadow of a doubt, that's why these, you have these board of directors or whoever, or a sporting director if they're brought in, and then you have a recruitment team and an analyst team when you go to the bigger clubs who then analysing all different types of players to potentially recruit to the football club. Certainly, I'm totally in favour of having board representation by the supporters, 100%. But I wouldn't go as far as say that, you know, they then get involved in the player recruitment side or the managerial recruitment side.
Well, why not? Because look, it's the fans' money that provides income. It's the games. There's going to be a massive uptake on merchandise. I don't see. This is important.
It is important,
what we have been waiting for.
I guess
madness.
Yeah, well, because I mean, yeah, for you know, it's a difficult job to do, player recruitment. You have to put so much research into it. Fans might have an opinion, but then there'd be 10,000, 50,000 opinions all kind of being channeled in, and it would be almost impossible to take them all on board. And as much as fans like watching games and go to games and watch games on TV, it's impossible for them to do the level of research necessary, unless they have nothing else to do in their lives, to actually be able to sort of usefully help that process. Isn't that be fair to say, Steve?
Yes, I suppose, but you do understand our point now, the fans. Look, I believe in the Bundesliga, it's mandatory for fans representatives to be on the board, isn't it?
Yes.
It is, yes, but they're not involved in the recruitment process of players or management or staff.
Well, it would be a good idea considering what has happened in the past. But
it did happen once, didn't it, with a club? It is Ebbsfleet, wasn't it? Ebbsfleet United. They became fan-owned, and I think there was a. Yeah. I actually took part in it for a bit. Paid a bit of money, and you were part of like a big group of football fans who they chose the club that they were going to go for, and it was Ebbsfleet United. And so we were able to kind of vote for which players we wanted them to go and try and sign. I didn't have a clue about most of the players, it was pointless me doing so.
Well, I would echo, you know, what Lee says, because when the point was initially made, I was aghast at the idea that someone representing the broad support would be involved in any form of recruitment process. And you do want to enhance the relationship between the club and the support, and that's not just unique to Newcastle, it exists across the board. But you know, I enjoy a sausage roll, but I'm not going to be involved in nominating the chief executive of Greggs, you know, the next time it comes up. You know, because...
Or choosing the pastry ingredients.
Yeah, I'm a fan, I'm a customer, etc. And I know supporters don't like being termed the latter, but if you're going to strive towards becoming competitive in the context of the English game or continentally, then you're going to have to hire the best people to not only be at your club, but to actually be involved in that recruitment process. You know, so you know, and there's just with supporters, as we all know, there's just so many varying opinions.
Steve, thank you. I think it was a very interesting point to raise.
Thanks,
absolutely.
Steve.
0800 234 6565. I mean, I've been doing this job for quite a long time, and I watch a lot of football. I don't have any coaching badges or anything. I think what I've found doing this job is the more I speak to people, ex-pros and people involved in the game, the more I realise how little I really know about the game, even though I talk about it for a living and talk to people and interview people about it for a living, actually about kind of what happens in the life of a scout or someone recruiting or even a head coach.
I think
it's something that is, you know,
I've said before,
fans
Simon,
think they can do, but they can't. Basically,
I've said
I count myself as one of them.
Well, I think you have to draw a distinction at times between people who are football fans and people who are not only football fans but students of the game and who have that preparedness to perhaps learn and absorb.
Yeah.
But regardless of winning match tickets or winning corporate hospitality at a football stadium, if you're a student of the game as well as a fan, if you were permitted to have access all areas at a professional football club for a month or two, you will leave at the end of that 4 or 8 week period saying, wow, I didn't realise things that were so important I thought weren't important, and vice versa. It would be a real learning curve for anyone.
You'd agree with that, Lee, I'd imagine?
Of course, because, you know, being involved in the recruitment process of players at various different levels is a long time process. It's not just you, it's your scouting team. You know, you'll have your regional scouts who are working on them, or your UK scouts, and then they'll go to the the chief scout, and then he prepares some reports on them. And you're not just, by the way, you're not just reporting on how they do on the pitch. You're starting to look on how they are away from the pitch. I mean, obviously, as my coaching career has progressed, and I've gone around to different sports and been to various different seminars and Leaders and Sports Institute down in London, and listened to some of the basketball chief executives and sporting directors and baseball ones, and they've even gone to the extreme of putting private detectives on potential signings to see, not just to, because they're giving them millions of pounds in contract, and they're thinking, well, we can see the talent on the pitch or on the court, whatever the sport they're playing, but we want to know what they're doing away from the field.
It's probably a good job that didn't happen to either of you two.
Absolutely. I'm not too sure the football career would have lasted too long.
But that just goes to show the level that it's gone to.
Because the money that you're investing into the players, and you as the head coach as well, especially in football in England, the span of the manager or the head coach is quite short. It's results in recruitment. You've got to get that right.
Looking at the calls that we're getting tonight, it's still mainly Newcastle fans. Sunderland fans do come on, whether you want to talk about Newcastle's takeover or your own club. You're very welcome. 0800 234 6565. You don't want Kieran to be lonely. Alan is on the line next. He's in Low Fell. He's a Newcastle supporter. Good evening, Alan. Welcome to the programme.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Simon, and good evening, Lee and Kieran.
Hi, Alan.
Lovely to talk to you, lads. Lads, last night I was fully intentioned to phone in, right? You couldn't believe how I was uplifted and everything. And I went to get the phone, and you know what? I actually filled up that much. I couldn't pick the phone up.
Wow.
And phone in. It had really gotten to this, not just for myself, I'm talking about the generations, that's a lot younger than me. They've never seen me do anything.
Alan, can you explain exactly and elaborate why you are so emotional or were so emotional in light of what's unfolded?
Well, you see, I've actually seen success. I've seen we win the Cup 3 times in 5 years. I've seen we win a European trophy and all that. And I know generations have gone on and they've had absolutely nothing. In fact, they've been embarrassed, the length and locally, the length and breadth of this country. They've been embarrassed by this man who's left. The Prince of Darkness, I called him, Simon.
Yes, you did. You have on many occasions.
Well named by me.
Yes, I always hope his lawyers aren't listening when you're on, Alan. Yes.
And he's gone, right? Not before he hung Steve Bruce out to dry, I've got to say this, because I feel for that bloke. He hung him out to dry in respect. He couldn't raise a few grand to get loanees in. Can't kid me, I didn't have enough money to do that. And he's just hung the bloke out. The bloke's embarrassed. For me, he's gone to pieces himself looking at the bloke, what I've seen, and I feel deeply sorry. I know there'll be people that say, but he'll not be sorry financially when he does eventually go, but I still feel for him.
Yeah, of course, Alan. People talk, you always say that there's going to be a nice financial payoff at the end of it, and that's right when you get to the Premier League level, of course. But Steve's a very proud man. He's very proud Geordie, and he would have loved to have been a successful manager for this football club. And anyone who's in that business of being in the industry, it's one of the loneliest places in the world when you're not getting results. It's you do have your staff, but around you, but you take everything on board, and it's completely different when you play. You worry about yourself and getting yourself right in the course of the team and to get that result. But when you're the manager, you've got 30 odd players, but you've got all them supporters that what their love for the club and all the office staff. So when you don't get results and you're on a bad run, you feel for them as well. You feel all that disappointment, and you feel responsible as the manager, and it can be very, very lonely. And I agree with you. I've seen it certainly took its toll on Steve. Certainly in the last 6 months, a year, you can see that, and it's obviously, with the social media scenario as well, it's affected his family in various different ways. You never want that. And I think, you know, it's going to come to the conclusion where, you know, Steve moves on and, you know, whether he wants to stay in the game. And if he gets that 1,000th game given to him as a Newcastle manager, that might be him saying, right, that's it. But if he doesn't, does he want to try and get into that 1,000 club, which is quite unique?
And you'd think he would get another club, wouldn't you? He's got so much experience.
Oh, he's got another club, Simon, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, whether that'll be in the Premier League, that remains to be seen. But he'll get the 1,000th game if he wants it. But I'm sure he would love it to be at St James's Park, Newcastle United versus Tottenham, and to try and get a result. Because you know what, it's crazy when you're a manager. You've got to be absolutely nuts to do it at times. And he'll be thinking, even though everything's against him, if he can stay in the job and he can get results, he can be the man that the new owners will look to. You know, even though everything else is pointing against him doing that. And that's the way you've got to be as a manager. You've got to be, you know, totally focused and have total belief in yourself and all around you possibly on. So let's see what comes out in the next few days.
Simon, before I go, can I remind you, how long is it since this same consortium tried but failed, and when it looked like it was going through? How long has it been since then?
So it looked. It was back in April that it looked like it was gonna happen, and then.
Do you remember what you said to me, Simon?
I don't, but I'm sure you're going to remind me.
Yeah, well, I'm going to remind you. You said to me, who would you bring in as manager?
Did I?
And I said, Stephen Gerrard, and you said, a Scouser. This was before you.
I did not say that.
You did.
Did I? Well, I must. I was clearly surprised by the suggestion, but he is one of the favourites with the bookmakers now, Alan. Yeah. So yes, you could be having the last laugh there, couldn't you? You'd like him to come in then, would you?
I would love him to come. I tell you what, he's ambitious. He's got that little bit mean streak. I remember him when, as a player on the field, when he was getting absolutely murdered away from home against the Italians. And what did he do? He rolled his sleeves up and he led by example.
Against AC
Milan. That's what you want to be, a person like that.
Okay, Alan, thank you very much indeed. Okay, I believe you did mention Stephen Gerrard all those months ago. I mean, in just the short time we've got ahead of the news lead, do you think he would be somebody that would fit the bill at Newcastle?
Well, it depends on the profile they're looking for, isn't it, Simon? Do they want someone who's experienced and is a winner? In Antonio Conte and Roberto Mancini tick those boxes. Or they want an up-and-coming young hungry manager? Stephen Gerrard certainly ticks that box. He's working for a football club where the demands are huge at Rangers, so he can handle that. You know, he's playing career points to him being able to handle the pressure as well. So yeah, it depends on the profile of the head coach or the manager, which way they're going to go. If they do, move Steve Bruce on, and certainly if they're looking for that type, Stephen Gerrard ticks that box.
Thank you very much indeed, Alan, for your call. If you would like to have your say tonight, the number to dial is 0800 234 6565. Lots of text messages coming in as well, so we will get to some of those as soon as we can. But we're just coming into the news now, as I say. Excuse me. But if you do want to send us a text, 81333 is the number to do so. Start your text with the letters BBC. Standard network rates apply if you want to text us. There's also social media as well. We enjoy getting your messages that way, so you can tweet at BBC Newcastle using the TalkSport hashtag. And you can email us, bbcnewcastle@bbc.co.uk. Got a load of those yesterday too, so we might get to some of those tonight as well.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
With the BBC News at 7, I'm Anna Preston. The chief executive of Ofgem has warned of significant rises in energy costs in April because of high wholesale gas prices. Jonathan Brearley said that while the price cap was intended to stop firms from making unfair profits, legitimate costs had to be passed through. Susan Powell from Bradford has already seen her energy costs go up by almost 2/3.
I got a message to say it was going from 85 to 139.51, and I know the price of gas has gone up globally. I'm not silly, But it still doesn't explain how we're facing such massive rises when this cap's supposed to be there to protect us.
The largest flu jab campaign in NHS history has begun today with the aim of vaccinating 40 million across the UK, including everyone under 16 and over 50. There's worries that flu could be much worse this winter as people couldn't build natural immunity due to the lockdowns and social distancing. Pig farmers say that not enough has been done since they warned a week ago that tens of thousands of healthy animals could be culled because of a shortage of abattoir workers. That would mean the meat could not enter the food chain. The government said it's working with the sector to find a sustainable solution. But Kate Morgan, a pig farmer in East Yorkshire, says the situation's getting desperate.
We farm to feed the nation. We don't farm to throw it in the bin. This is food waste. There's people starving in this country, in the world, and our government are prepared to let us throw healthy protein into the bin.
The former Prime Minister Theresa May has paid tribute to the Conservative MP and former Cabinet Minister James Brokenshire, who's died from lung cancer aged 53. Mr Brokenshire served as Northern Ireland Secretary and then Housing Secretary under Mrs May. She's described him as an outstanding public servant, a talented minister and a loyal friend. Southampton is one of 8 places named on the long list of areas hoping to become the 2025 City of Culture. They all now get £40,000 to put the next stage of their bids together. Claire Whittaker is Southampton's 2025 bid director.
We really need this in Southampton. You know, we're often called a northern city in the south. And I think the investment that comes with City of Culture could really help us post-COVID, put us on the map really nationally and globally.
Well, other English cities in the running are Bradford, Cornwall, County Durham and Derby. And James Bond actor Daniel Craig's made a £10,000 donation to a charity walk this weekend by 3 bereaved fathers who lost their daughters to suicide. Andy Airy from Penrith, Mike Palmer from Greater Manchester and Tim Owen from Norfolk are doing the 300-mile walk to raise money for the suicide prevention charity Papyrus. You're up to date. It's 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport.
We're certainly not out of the woods yet, Marco, with some of the clowns that are being linked with us. You couldn't throw 20 million at this league. I just don't believe money is the answer.
As cold as it was off the pitch, we were absolutely red hot on it.
I have Kieran Brady and Lee Clark with me on the programme this evening. Do give us a call on the usual number 0800 234 6565. Obviously, the takeover is still top of the agenda. Steve is a Newcastle fan. He actually says that he hopes to see a fan representative on the board.
There needs to be an executive director on the board that is a fans representative, so that we now have a say in everything to do with football, with player recruitment and even the managerial recruitment. It's time we had power in our club.
Looking at some of the texts coming in, not everybody, not many people, agree that that is the right approach, but we do appreciate all opinions here, and that was Steve's. Alan is also a Newcastle fan. He says, well, it's been an emotional couple of days.
I actually filled up that much. I couldn't pick a phone up.
Wow.
And phone in. It had really getting to us, not just for myself, I'm talking about the generations, you know, that's young, a lot younger than me. They've never seen me do anything.
So emotional, he couldn't bring himself to call us, but he managed it tonight, and it was good to hear from Alan. There are lots of human rights questions around the takeover, aren't there? We will hear from somebody from Amnesty International on the programme later. We'll also speak to Mark Clattenburg, the former Premier League referee who has recently worked in Saudi Arabia. He's a Newcastle fan as well, of course. We will preview BBC Radio Newcastle's commentary match this weekend as well. No football, of course, but the Newcastle Falcons are in action in Rugby Union's Premiership. Big game as well at Saracens, so we'll do that before the end of the programme too. But we'd love a call from you, so 0800 234 6565. Free phone number is the number to dial. Text 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC. Tweet at BBC Newcastle using the Total Sport hashtag.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
This text is short and sweet. It says, well said, Alan. I feel for Steve Bruce as well, through an anonymous texter. Lots more messages coming in tonight. Brian in Gateshead says, hi Simon, now that we can afford to pay a free agent forward to play alongside or cover for Callum Wilson, who is available, who would you go for, says Brian? But you can't add anyone to the squad, can you, yet? So
I think that's the problem you've got, isn't it, with the numbers?
Yeah, so even if there was a free agent that was available and you quite fancied Brian or were willing to pay a decent dosh for, I'm going to have to wait till the transfer window. Some of the names we've been hearing, Lee, over the last 24 hours or so, people that you would, or that fans would like to see coming in, have been quite interesting. Let me read a few more of the messages out, as you can probably imagine. This one is from another anonymous one, actually. Do put your name on it if you remember. Great idea to get Big Al back in the club, Alan Shearer, hopefully as manager. Oh, hang on, I haven't read this one through. Hopefully as manager he could take them down again. I'm all for that. So that's clearly a Sunderland supporter sending that one in, I would imagine. And this one is from Toon Army John. Great news about the takeover, but it's obvious who will be in charge for the game against Tottenham. That man will be Graham Jones. He will be given the job to get results until the new manager is picked. If he's good enough to help England, he's more than good enough to help Newcastle, where he is already respected by the players and the fans, says John. And that probably makes a bit of sense, does it?
It does, but it's different being the main man, and he's tried that at Luton, and it wasn't very successful, was it? So it's a little bit different being the assistant manager. I've had that role, and it's completely different to being the manager or the head coach, whichever you want to call it. But he has made a big impact, and let's see what happens.
This one is from myoung23, who says on Twitter that the biggest stars will want Champions League football, so realistic targets have got to be older and experienced who still have a good couple of years left in them. So he's got some quite modest targets, he says. For example, Gareth Bale or Coutinho. Told you. Didn't I? Then maybe a few that are out of favour, like James Maddison. Or even Wilfried Zaha as a big money signing. There's 4 to start with, Lee.
Listen, there's lots of options out there, Simon. You're gonna, what they're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to be patient. They're not gonna get the elite players at this moment in time because the elite players have got the choices of 8 or 9 clubs, and it's not going to change the financial aspect of that deal. What the elite players want to do, they want to be winning Champions Leagues. They want to be winning championships, and that's the big call, because Newcastle have to get to that level first before they can start competing for those players.
And we'll do a couple more. This one is from Paul, who says, "Hi lads, can someone please remind everyone in the studio that all Geordies don't follow the Mags? Sunderland has many Geordie fans amongst its numbers as well." And then he goes on to say, "Lee Clark was a very good player for Sunderland, despite his loyalties. How does he feel about his time at SAFC?" Well, you've often answered that question, haven't you, Lee? I think,
of course. It was 2 great years, and I enjoyed playing under a terrific manager and Peter Reid.
Steve says, "Hi Kieran, hope you're well. I'm not going to bother saying hi to Pridey and Lee, no offence, but I'm bored listening to all this takeover talk, so I'm going to switch over and watch Emmerdale or whatever else is on." Steve, who's a Sunderland fan.
Thanks for that, I think.
And ex-listener, he says, he'll be back. I'm pretty sure. In fact, he's probably still listening. He wouldn't have been able to resist, I don't think. Let's see who's next on the line. You see, it is Ian, who is a Sunderland supporter. About time we talked Sunderland, Ian. It's been a couple, I mean, even on Wednesday evening, when this was all imminent, it was mainly Newcastle fans. Last night it was all Newcastle fans. I think you're the first Sunderland fan to actually come on the phone for quite a while, Ian.
Thank you, Ian, for rescuing me.
Hello, Ian.
I'm just going to say I feel a bit sorry for Kieran stuck in the middle of that lot. But Simon, isn't it ironic that on this big day when Newcastle have got new owners, we've got 2 Sunderland ex-players on the radio there?
This is true as well.
I mean, it couldn't be any better.
Factually correct, of course, yes.
Yeah. Kieran. Yeah. I mean, as far as a quick word on the Newcastle takeover with yourself, the good thing about it, from a Sunderland point of view, is that often when standards are set by one of the North East clubs, it gives something for the other club to rise to, to try and, so I'm looking on the bright side. I don't think you'll remember, but in 1973 when Sunderland won the Cup.
I don't know.
No, well, when they won the Cup in 1973, who were the Cup finalists in 1974?
Liverpool and Newcastle.
Yeah. It seems as if, the Sunderland success had pushed Newcastle up to better things at the time. And I think that's something we'd look forward to. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
No, I mean, this is something I'd actually given consideration to. Could this takeover have in future benefits for the broader North East, and obviously Sunderland would certainly come into contention in that regard. I mean, one of the things that I'd read earlier on today about the takeover at St James's Park was that there is a feeling within the Saudi Arabian regime that they have to compete to some degree with everything that emerges from Qatar. So you might find that whilst the rivalry with Sunderland isn't going to change anytime soon, at a board level, Newcastle might see their rivals in a strange, bizarre sense as Paris Saint-Germain, because it's obviously the Qataris that have control there. But I definitely think that, I mean, it only takes 1 or 2 or 3, 4, 5, significant billionaires. And we know that there's many billionaires within football, but not all are willing to part with significant expenditure. But there may come a point where somebody sees a thriving Newcastle and thinks that bringing competition to them at a local level might be a good thing. Now, it's not to say that Kyril Louis-Dreyfus at Sunderland hasn't already considered this, but it certainly does have potential benefits in the future. What they exactly are, who knows, but you just never can tell. Football has that wonderful habit of surprising us at times, not always for good reasons, but you just never ever know. The important thing for Kyril Louis-Dreyfus and people at Sunderland is just to exclusively focus on promotion this season, and then of course trying to ensure they can prosper to some extent in the Championship next.
Yeah. I mean, I fully agree with you. That's how I think about this situation. I try to get a positive spin on it. As far as KLD is concerned, we seem to forget he's a billionaire. It seems like a pauper now, but the Premiership is full of billionaires. I mean, I think before Newcastle's takeover, I think Wolves had the richest owners.
Well, I've got a list here, actually, that has been sent to me by Alan, who's in Argentina. Thank you, Alan, for your list of richest owners in football. So he has got Newcastle at the top there with 700 billion, the public investment fund. Paris Saint-Germain on a miserly 220 billion.
RB Leipzig is one of them, I think.
I shall take you through the list. Sheikh Mansour at Manchester City down to just 21 billion. And then, yes, you're right, RB Leipzig and RB Salzburg. So, Dietrich Mateschitz of those, who is part of the Red Bull empire and those clubs, 15.7 billion. And Yeli at Juventus, 14 billion. Roman Abramovich down in 6th place. He would once have been top, wouldn't he? 10.5 billion. Philip Anschutz at LA Galaxy, 8.1 billion. I'll do the top 10. We're down to number 8 now. Stan Kroenke at Arsenal, 6.8 billion. Zhang Jindong at Inter Milan, 6.2 billion. And Wolves is in the list as well, Ian, as you mentioned quite rightly as well. Guo Guangchang of Wolves, £5.2 billion.
But a billionaire owner now, in many respects, has lost the lustre that it once had, because the Premier League, Serie A, La Liga, etc. are awash with them. And of course, from the perspective of fans, having billionaire status is one thing, but having the ambition and the preparedness to put the money in is something else. But I don't think Newcastle are going to have any concerns to that end.
700 billion. What would you do with that?
Buy a football club.
Yes. Anything else you wanted to point out then, Ian?
Sorry?
Anything else you wanted to point out or mention tonight?
No, it's all doom and gloom for Sunderland supporters.
Go on, get off then, Ian. Get off. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ian. Thank you.
2346565. I think, some Sunderland supporters are probably feeling like that, wondering what's going to happen to their rivals. That's a natural feeling. But
I think to be, in a strange, it might have been worse for Sunderland if they were in the same league as Newcastle, and Newcastle were all of a sudden going to catapult themselves into the stratosphere. Sunderland, at least, given where they are, can just focus on what they have to do and then allow things to materialise at a later date in that regard.
Yes, it's a very different, that's a common word used now, project, isn't it, at Sunderland and Newcastle now? But
of course.
Going about things in very different ways. But it'll be interesting to see, and it would be good if both clubs could experience revivals now together, maybe at different levels. We'll see. Let's have a chat to Mike, who is a Newcastle fan who gave us a call. Evening, Mike. How are you doing?
All right, how are you?
Hi, Mike.
Well, I've been a supporter for 69 years. I went to the first match in 52. And I'm conflicted about the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia, chopping off heads and position of women. So what do? There'll be some of us around who are conflicted about the lack of human rights who have taken over our club. And as a supporter, you can be happy that all this money is going to be injected. So how do I rationalise going? I'm too old to give up because I won't see much more football. So what can we do about it? One thing I would ask that we use it as an opportunity to challenge them, which some of it's about their rights, and some of that will come down to you when you're doing interviews.
Well, Mike, I'm going to interrupt you, and I apologise for doing this, but you might understand the reason why in a minute. If you're all right to stay on the line for a little bit, are you? You're okay to stay and listen for a bit longer? Because I've done an interview, which I'll play out now, and you can listen to it, which is on this topic, and then respond to what you've heard. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Since the interest of Saudi Arabia's public investment fund in acquiring a controlling stake in Newcastle became apparent, this term, sports washing, has been much used. It's a word used to describe the utilisation, really, of sport to enhance an otherwise dubious reputation of an organisation, or more usually, and in this case, a state. So is the acquisition of Newcastle United sports washing? That's something I asked Felix Jakins from Amnesty International.
I think it's pretty clear that it is, and obviously we understand that this is going to be a huge day for many Newcastle United fans and lots in the North East. But it's also a really worrying day for anyone who cares about the ownership of football clubs and whether they're being used to sports wash human rights abuse. In Amnesty's assessment, this deal was always much more about sports washing than it ever was about football. And their aggressive move into sport as a vehicle for image management and PR has been pretty plain to see over the last 18 months. I think this is going to be a pretty difficult day for all those human rights defenders, women rights activists and others in Saudi Arabia suffering persecution who'll be well aware the takeover is partly about diverting attention from their plight.
Do you feel the takeover should have been blocked, and if so, by whom?
It's not really for us to say whether it should have been blocked or not, but we don't think that the Premier League's owners and directors test is currently fit for purpose. Amnesty's been consistently calling on them to overhaul and strengthen its owners and directors rules to make them more human rights compliant, to prevent those people implicated in serious human rights violations from buying their way into English football.
Fans will say that it's not their fault and there are others who should be responsible for making sure that the wrong people aren't in charge of football clubs, and would also probably look at the bigger picture in terms of the British government and its dealings with Saudi Arabia, and say, look, if the British government is, for example, selling arms to that country, they're having dealings with it. Why shouldn't a football club be bought by people from Saudi Arabia, people connected to the ruling party of Saudi Arabia? What would you say to that?
Well, absolutely. And again, this isn't the responsibility of Newcastle fans who are obviously delighted that there's going to be money pouring into their club. This is about those who have the power to make those decisions. So the Premier League, who've allowed a regime so heavily implicated in such a wide range of severe human rights violations, from jailing and torturing women's human rights activists to the grisly murder of Jamal Khashoggi, to buy Newcastle in the first place. Is
it the fact that it's this public investment fund that is involved? Because, for example, Sheffield United has a Saudi owner, doesn't it? But is it the fact that it is, there is quite a clear connection to the ruling party in Saudi Arabia that makes this such a problem?
Yeah, the connections between the ruling party in Saudi Arabia, the monarchy, the royal family, the PIF and the Saudi Aramco, which is the oil company through which an enormous amount of the money that goes into the PIF comes from. That's very, very tightly controlled by Mohammed bin Salman at the top of the royal family. So the idea that there's some sort of separation between the two, and Saudi Arabia is one of the most tightly run states on earth, really doesn't hold water.
If you were a Newcastle fan, how would you take this? If there are Newcastle fans who are gravely concerned and perhaps have mixed feelings today, what would you advise? How would you advise them to react to this?
Well, I'd say there's obviously there can be a clear separation between the club and its owners, right? So the club and its fans are one thing and the owners are another. So we would say to all Newcastle fans, obviously this is not their responsibility, but now they do have this new ownership. Obviously, they'll be continuing to support their team into new glories, but also at the same time to be making themselves aware of the situation in Saudi Arabia, keeping their eyes open to that and being prepared to speak about it if asked.
And so that perhaps will shed light on what's happening in Saudi Arabia to people who aren't or weren't previously aware.
Exactly. So, there's going to be more and more conversations about what's happening in Saudi Arabia, particularly in Newcastle now that it's owned by the Saudi authorities. And there is, there's a huge catalogue of human rights violations that have played out over the last years and continue to play out, from the torture and imprisonment of peaceful women human rights activists calling for the right to drive, to the murder of Jamal Khashoggi and the ongoing breaches of humanitarian law in the conflict in Yemen.
What sort of reaction have you had at Amnesty International from people who are concerned by this? Have you had fans get in touch with you?
Yeah, we've had fans on both sides of this issue getting in touch with us. Some very supportive of what we've been saying, others in strong opposition that we're getting in the way of this deal going through. Our role as a human rights organisation is not to try and block this deal, but to put the human rights issues on the table when it seems as though the Premier League would be willing to avoid them. Our responsibility is to make people aware of people like Lujain al-Hathloul arrested, tortured and imprisoned for calling for women to have the right to drive in Saudi Arabia. It's stories like hers that are the ones that we want to tell.
That was Felix Jenkins from Amnesty International. I spoke to him a little bit earlier. On the line is Mike, a Newcastle supporter, who called us because he, as a Newcastle fan, does have concerns about the human rights history of Saudi Arabia. So what did you make of what you heard there, Mike? Is that kind of...
I
helped you at all?
With everything he said. Yeah, and it gives him just some sort of license to go to the next match. But I think he's right that it's an opportunity to put on the agenda around this, all the human rights issues. And so now, if I had the chance to interview any of the new managers, I would be constantly asking them about the issues and raising it with them. And I would hope it would be down to the media, like yourselves, to keep this issue at the forefront. That would help me continue to sort of go under this new ownership if I knew that the media themselves weren't trying to just brush it under the carpet.
Yeah.
So I'm passing the buck to you to some extent and to the media to make sure that it isn't just whitewashing. So that any money that comes into the town and city, there's always that challenge behind it, and to keep the issues to the forefront.
Undoubtedly, when the owners are interviewed, when the board members, so Amanda Staveley and others are interviewed, they will be asked about it. I guess it's another question to ask managers when they come in, but I think it's probably legitimate when they first arrive, to ask them whether they have any concerns about the ownership, Lee, isn't it?
Of course, I think all the points are relevant. I think it's all about the education, isn't it? I'm not going to sit here and say I know everything or I understand everything that's going on with this sport washing and the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia. Certainly not to the extent when Kieran, at the opening of the show, he went into it in a bit of depth. But, we have to educate ourselves. And we are in a position now, and, with the PIF group, they're in a position in the public domain where they can be asked these questions and to convince people who, will... have a bit of a dilemma. They want to support Newcastle United, but they also have their own beliefs on this situation. So, it's right and proper for us to educate ourselves and learn more about the scenarios, but also to ask these questions of the people who, can give us the answers.
And I guess you'd be very interested in hearing those answers, wouldn't you, Mike? And I don't know, if you were to receive answers that you didn't find satisfactory, might that make you stop going to games? Might that make you withdraw support?
I doubt it. I mean, I've been going, as I say, 69 years through thick and thin. I mean, Ashley wasn't exactly a person you could say was quickly clean, So, I mean, yes. I just want to make sure that we don't just let it disappear off the agenda. And that'll give me some comfort to continue going, knowing that we're not just rubber stamping the Saudi regime.
Do you think that your sentiments are felt by quite a lot of other supporters as well? What's your gauge on it?
I don't know. I think most people are. Well, a sense of relief is the big thing. but we're not just chugging along. I mean, and that's you can't avoid that sense of relief and hope, no matter who took it over. I mean, I wish we could get into a situation where the ownership, not only just of us, but could be somehow like a cooperative, like Germany. You know, how has Germany managed to have these top clubs without these billionaire owners? Why can't we use some models like that?
Yeah, there is a unique model. I still think in the Bundesliga, certainly, yes. There's a rule whereby there has to be a certain percentage, just over half, basically, isn't it? Yeah. It's kind of 50% plus one. Yeah, the club has to be fan owned.
Well, the other thing is whether they are prepared to include fans in their either on the board, which would give us an opportunity then to raise these issues. I mean, that should be another question you should be asking.
Yes.
What fan involvement is there going to be in the management and running of the club?
Well, that's certainly a question a previous caller put as well. But thank you very much indeed for coming on this evening, Mike, with your thoughts.
Thank you.
This text is from, I think it's T in Prudhoe, who says, such delight for the takeover, very exciting for the future of the club. I'm currently doing work with Amnesty UK, so as a season ticket holder and also working with Amnesty, that puts me in a unique position on both sides. But it's great to hear the new owners support Newcastle Pride and want to support LGBT fans as well, says T in Prudhoe.
Yeah. So, the United with Pride fan movement released what I thought was one of the best statements I've seen in the last 24 hours. It was very conciliatory, perhaps a little bit optimistic about, the hope that perhaps the new owners can see things here and witness things in everyday life that could somehow then be exported back to everyday life in Saudi Arabia. I mean, that may sound as if I'm a dreamer of sorts, but you can dream. That one, or certainly one of the many good things that could come from it could be that there's greater egalitarian values at some point in the future.
And we do hear about reform in Saudi Arabia to a certain extent, and things are perhaps changing. It may be a gradual change, but perhaps for the better. Yeah,
and the Crown Prince has been the one that, perhaps because he's well travelled, he has witnessed other countries and cultures. He's the one that's been commended and credited in that regard. But I wouldn't necessarily use the terminology that it's been progressive. It's simply something that's much less draconian and harsh than it has been over previous decades.
Quite a lot of strong feelings on this from some people. Gary in Durham, for example, I'll read his text. He says, how does the message of inclusiveness, tolerance and equality of opportunity for girls and women sit with Newcastle fans and supporters and the Premier League now that they have been taken over with the financial backing of a nation that is diametrically the polar opposite of what players take the knee for every match day? I'll just finish the message and then you can respond there, Kieran. Or when it comes to scrutiny, do United fans and administrators choose to emphasise the word, and I choose to emphasise the word choose, to ignore it, sacrificing decency, justice, anti-discrimination against women and girls just for a few trophies? What price your conscience, Newcastle United fans, says Gary.
Well, first of all, football is not an inclusive environment in terms of gender equality. It's one of the only industries where if a woman wants to reach the top of her trade, that she can only do it exclusively within the confines of her gender. It doesn't happen in law or medicine, teaching, etc. So I think we have to be conscious of this idea that we're some sort of equality-driven utopia here, and we've got the ability or wherewithal to try and educate the masses who come from elsewhere in the world. So I think it's unfair to label or to ask that particular question of like Newcastle fans, who are just basically caught in this, the furore of the whole thing. Most football fans, I think, or many certainly, would be apolitical, and their exclusive focus is on the prosperity of their team. And they don't get involved in geopolitics. They don't get involved in what's happening in one country or another, as bad as it may be. But
there is an extreme. People say sport and politics shouldn't mix. They can't help but mix, can they?
Of course they can. Look, politics, whether we like it or not, is part of our everyday existence, and it filters into areas that we try to create this pretense that it doesn't exist, but it's baseless.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call. This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Simon Pride, Kieran Brady and Lee Clark. We're here until 8 o'clock. We're going to talk to former Premier League referee Mark Clattenburg, who spent time in Saudi Arabia shortly.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So Newcastle's new owners will hold more talks with Steve Bruce next week when they review operations following the £305 million Saudi-backed takeover. The takeover may help to improve LGBTQ rights in the kingdom, as Kieran has just mentioned. Actually, that's according to the fans group United with Pride. Now, Kieran Trippier will captain England as Gareth Southgate's side resume their World Cup qualifying campaign in Andorra tomorrow night. There was a fire in the stadium earlier today, and hopefully that won't cause problems as far as the game tomorrow is concerned, but there were some quite spectacular pictures coming from the ground where there was a fire on one of the gantries. Mike Brown will make his debut for the Newcastle Falcons tomorrow away at Saracens. That's in Rugby Union's Premiership. Now it kicks off at 3. We will have coverage from 2:30 right here on BBC Radio Newcastle. In basketball, the Newcastle Eagles have just got underway at the Community Arena. They could do with a victory as well. They've struggled so far this season. They are entertaining Cheshire Phoenix, that is in the BBL Cup, the cup which they are defending. Tyson Fury says he has trained like Rocky ahead of facing Deontay Wilder, who he says is the most dangerous heavyweight opponent out there. The pair, of course, face off tomorrow night in Las Vegas, the early hours of Sunday morning it'll be, won't it? Formula 1, Lewis Hamilton will have a 10-place grid penalty at Sunday's Turkish Grand Prix. And in cricket, David Milan, Ollie Robinson and Jack Leach have been handed England's central contracts for the first time. The Durham all-rounder Ben Stokes retains his, despite taking an indefinite break to focus on his mental well-being. And this story from the world of horse racing, two-time champion jockey Ocean Murphy missed his rides at Newmarket today after a breathalyzer test showed that he had too much alcohol in his system to ride. The 26-year-old was due to ride in 5 races, including Mise en Seine in the Fillies Mile. And if you would like to get in touch this evening, 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. You can text us as well, 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC. Lots of messages to catch up with before the end of the programme if we can. But with this week's big story began brewing on Wednesday and really exploded into life yesterday. It was a crazy day yesterday, wasn't it? We began thinking about interesting and informative guests to bring you on the show, and I'd like to think that we have delivered some over the last couple of days as well. We did think that a Newcastle United supporter with a good knowledge of the football world and of Saudi Arabia would be an asset. And of course, it was only last week that, following the publication of his book Whistleblower, we had on the show Mark Clattenburg, the former Premier League ref who left these shores for a big job in Saudi Arabia. So, perfect guest in many ways, we thought, and he joins us again tonight. Thanks for coming on again, Mark.
Good evening.
Good evening. Just thought you would be the perfect person to talk to in many ways. What's your reaction to the deal going through?
Wow, 14 years of not challenging, not being competitive enough. As a Newcastle fan, it's a breath of fresh air. They have the money. My experience of Saudi Arabia was that they will want the best. They will want to be the best in the world. So that's good for Newcastle United. However, there will always be the downsides, the human rights, the different elements of Saudi Arabia. However, what I learned when I was in Saudi Arabia, I remember many meetings with the presidents, and they always wanted to buy an English club, one with a lot of background, a lot of English heritage, and Newcastle United was always mentioned. One thing I learned with Saudi Arabia, for example, was that they always wanted to bring some of their players from Saudi Arabia to develop into Europe. They used to pay La Liga over £10 million a year to bring some of their players into La Liga. It'll just be interesting to see what they'll do with Newcastle United. Will they bring some of the Arab players over to the academy to develop? Will they bring some of the top Saudi players to play in the Premier League? It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. That was on my list of questions for you, Mark, actually, because you'll have seen it close hand. I mean, what's the standard like there? Are there any players that you think could potentially hack it in the Premier League?
it didn't really work in La Liga. There was a project 4 years ago where, like I said, they paid around about €10 million for about 5 or 6 players to just get European experience. However, it didn't really work. They were getting 5 minutes, 10 minutes, substitute appearances, so it really wasn't working. And I don't know if that's what the idea of buying an English club would to try and develop some of the players to benefit the Saudi national team, because the Saudi national team is quite successful in Asia.
So, yeah, it would be interesting to see if anything does develop along those lines. You mentioned it already, and we've been talking about it on the programme tonight, the concerns over the human rights record of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what was your recent experience like living out there?
It was different. However, when I first arrived in 2017, it was completely different when I left in 2019. So they are in 2 years with a new Crown Prince. They are working so hard and changing. And it doesn't happen overnight, so they are changing in the right direction. For example, women being allowed to drive was one big move forward. They are trying to change a lot of things. However, it does take time, and I believe that the new Crown Prince is changing the country for the better.
And there's obviously a big interest in Premier League football out there, isn't there?
It's huge. They always supported the big sides, where I know that they always follow the leader, the Crown Prince. And now, for example, look, they had an interest in Sheffield United. The previous sports minister, Prince Abdullah, was involved with Sheffield United, and there was a lot of Sheffield United interest. However, now, because Newcastle United are one of the biggest clubs from a fan base and a sitting giant, a lot of the Saudis will now want to watch Newcastle United, and it'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, so the fan base has expanded quite rapidly, I guess. What do you think, Mark? What could, I mean, you know Newcastle United well. What could Newcastle become now? Do you think that they have this huge investment?
It'll take time. I think Saudi Arabia will look to, from a commercial interest, certainly sponsorships. They'll want to develop their sponsorships. They'll want to make money, of course. They'll not just throw money at it to make it a bad business. They'll want to make it successful. They'll do it in the right way. And I believe with that, the right investment, the right people, we're looking at Manchester City as a project. This is going to be a project, and it's a huge project, because you look from the academy, you look at the training ground facilities, you look at the stadium. There's a lot of work. We're in the bottom 3. It doesn't just change overnight. However, I believe that they'll have a strategy that will follow the Manchester City mould, where it'll take 3-4 years to reach where they want to reach.
Mark, it's been a fascinating insight. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very much enjoying the book, by the way, Whistleblower. You've got to be a certain character to be a referee. I kind of need that anyway, but I'm learning that even more reading the book.
Thanks, Simon. No problem.
We were talking before we came on air, weren't we, Lee? And I asked you if you'd had any memories of Mark. There's one that springs to mind. I'm gonna stir the pot here.
All right, Mark. How are you?
All right. Yeah, good, mate. You?
Yes, very good. I was just telling them about the time you refereed. I obviously never got to being a Premier League manager, so you never refereed a lot of me games, but an FA Cup tie when I was manager of Huddersfield at the Emirates, and you give Cesc Fabregas that dodgy penalty in the 96th minute.
I knew you were going to say dodgy penalty.
And, what did I say to you? Tell them not to keep giving me Geordie referees, because they give me nothing.
I should be looking after the.
Exactly, that's what I thought before the game, and it went the opposite way.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, you went to the dark side. You went to Sunderland, so you have to take some.
Steady.
That was a real. Was that my punishment? Okay, I'll take that one on the chin, pal.
That was it, yeah. you must get, Mark. You must get ex-players, ex-managers, current managers, whatever, talking to you all the time and bringing up incidents that you'd long forgotten, I suppose, and having these conversations. Do you?
Simon, the worst was because when I left, Twitter was always active. You got a lot of abuse. However, during COVID, they started, because there was no live football, they started showing recorded football, and the abuse I was taking because of games that I refereed 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So it brought it all back to you, yes.
good. It does.
All right, Mark, great to talk to you. Thanks very much for coming on the show again.
Cheers, Mark.
Former Premier League ref, Mark Clattenburg there. Yeah, and I am enjoying the book. It's called Whistleblower. And yeah, some great tales in there, various confrontations with various characters in the game. Not all confrontations, you know. He did get along with some people too. Lots of messages coming into the show this evening. Let's do some more of those now as well. Stephen from Durham, thank you for your message. I wonder what deal has been done with the Sports Direct advertising around the ground. I don't think you'll see that anymore, will you? I suspect that might be gone.
I would have thought that would be gone. One of the first things,
yes. When we need a new broom sweeps clean, we will actually get some money for a change into the club. We will attract major sponsorship now, says Stephen from Durham. It's not just a question of money being kind of pumped in. There's new revenue streams that can now be opened because of the fact that the club now has a different profile altogether.
Well, certainly in terms of the absence now of Mike Ashley, but I wouldn't be too optimistic given everything that we know about the background of the Saudi regime. I mean, it may well be that might be an area that's going to have some consideration, because it might be that there are a lot of companies that will want to reflect on whether they want to deal or have a relationship with what's seen as an extension of the Saudi regime.
This one is from Mark, who is a Newcastle fan. So he says, Sunderland fans, fear not as of yet. Coming from me as a Newcastle fan, it is going to take time. Bad news for you guys is, though, most likely by the time you get back to the Premier League, we could already be on top. On a serious note, though, it is going to take time. Not expecting anything yet. Going off the patience Staveley has had with the deal getting done, I will have patience with her as well. How are the lads, says Mark. I mean, the timescale is interesting.
When did the UAE, the Dubai consortium, take over Manchester City?
2008.
So they were Premier League champions within 4 years.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't mean that something similar could happen, because Man City had already begun to re-establish itself in a good footing. But I think maybe 3-4 windows where you're going to have to create the impression internally within football people and players, coaches, managers, that this is a club that's going places. Then you might be able to start to reap the rewards.
Well, we did have Ian Cheeseman, who is a reporter who has been covering Manchester City for years, on the programme last night, and it was a very interesting perspective that he gave on how things went. They brought a lot of marquee players in quite quickly, the likes of Robinho.
That's right.
Didn't quite work out to start with, and then they had a bit of a rethink, and then it wasn't long before the structure changed a little bit. And as you say, it wasn't that long before a Premier League title came their way. Perhaps you could argue that then it wasn't quite as competitive as it is now, because obviously Manchester City's still a big player with Liverpool, Manchester United,
Chelsea
as well.
Absolutely. I mean, even obviously on a much smaller scale, you could argue that in terms of that sudden expenditure, that wonderful wealth that people, like Jack Walker at Blackburn, back in the early to mid-90s, was able to...
And that didn't take long, did it?
No, it was within 3 years of being, promoted, because Newcastle and Lee had come up in 93 and looked like the potential all-conquering side that had just come up. But then, of course, Blackburn, I think they'd been promoted the year before, but, by 95 they were champions.
And I suppose as well, Chelsea, when Roman Abramovich took over, that didn't take long either, did it?
I just think Keane's got lots of good points there, I think, totally, and he's made some good examples. I think just the game year on year is just getting the finances of the bigger, powerful clubs are getting stronger and bigger, much more bigger than the other ones. It's a bigger an area to get to cover, to recover from. So when you talk about Blackburn in the 90s and ourselves when we got promoted early in the 90s and then we went on to challenge, there had to be investment, but it wasn't such a big a gap, and we've talked about it already. Mark mentioned it there in his interview as well. It's not just the team on the pitch, it's the infrastructure, it's the training facilities, it's which attract the top players. It's the bringing the stadium up back to the standard that's required of a top 6 club as well. All these little things, the recruitment side of it needs a massive overhaul as well. If you're going to be spending huge amounts of money on transfer fees and salaries, it has to be the very, very best. Every base has to be covered on the recruitment. So There's lots of areas where the club has to move forward, and it's probably bigger than it was when Man City started, but also in the 90s. But I get it. That's why I'm saying, and I think Amanda Staveley, when she said 5 to 10 years, she's give herself a bit of time.
She has definitely. It's always a good idea not to give a definitive marker, you know. So if you leave it a little bit vague, between 5 and 10. So.
And after 5 years, people will have forgotten she said it as well. So that's the other advantage. John in Newcastle says, I believe most football fans have football as a hobby, interest, a recreation. We get politics, personal values in the workplace, the home, and with family and friends. I'm not going to carry the guilt of the world's social conscience while people support despicable regimes in China and Russia by buying their goods and services on a daily basis, which is another bit of context, certainly, in the context of this debate. Paul in Brighton says the human rights groups are very selective. The Manchester City and PSG owners have escaped any scrutiny. I don't think that's true. I think there has been scrutiny over them too, but perhaps maybe you're right, Paul, not to this extent. So has the Winter Olympics in Beijing, says Paul. Yet Saudi Arabia doesn't have a million Uyghur in concentration camps. China also executes more people than the rest of the world put together, so it's very strange. That's his take on it.
I don't think it's a good idea to try and use other nations to defend Saudi Arabia. You know, it's a little bit like lambasting Ted Bundy for his crimes, only to find out that it's Jeffrey Dahmer that's actually been critical, you know, because they're both...
But I think the point he's making is that, you know, there might be Chinese involvement. He talks about the Winter Olympics, for example. If the Summer Olympics were to be in Saudi Arabia, there would have been huge scrutiny.
There was a World Heavyweight Championship fight in Saudi Arabia not so long ago between, I think, was it Anthony Joshua and was it Andy Ruiz?
And Ruiz, yes.
Yeah. You know, so, you know, if people subscribe to this idea of sports washing, which I certainly don't think it's the only consideration in play. But, you know, there are sadly human rights abuses taking place all around the world. And I don't really think that there's any so-called superpower, including Britain, that is blameless. But it's the issue of the moment, and it's obviously the issue that's topical in this particular part of the world more than most. But I still think that the football will come to the surface sooner rather than later.
Thank you for all the messages. 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC. Just coming up to 10 to 8 now.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
This year, sport has brought us all closer together.
Jessica Ennis-Hill.
Community clubs and groups across the country have given athletes their big breaks, given people focus, support and inspired them to get fit. They've been led by amazing volunteers who deserve a huge thank you for keeping us all going through another tough year.
The BBC Unsung Hero Award.
We want to hear all about these special people, so nominate them now at bbc.co.uk/unsunghero.
The full terms and privacy notice are also available on the website. Entries close on Sunday, October 17th.
Joined by Kieran Brady and Lee Clark for tonight's show. Going to turn to rugby union briefly because Mike Brown is going to make his debut for the Newcastle Falcons tomorrow against Saracens in the Premiership. A lot of people were very excited when he arrived from Harlequins in the summer. Trevor Davison comes into the side at tight head prop. Lock Sean Robinson returns to the starting 15. Gary Graham is also added in the back row as well. Former Saracen Nathan Earl starts on the wing against his former club, having made a successful debut last weekend. And the Falcons director of rugby, Dean Richards, says he is expecting a tough game.
Got a point to prove with coming back up. They're an incredibly well-drilled, efficient side with a host of stars in their team, and probably one of the most dangerous sides in the Premiership.
I guess the takeover this week will make sure that they stay at a very highly competitive level for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know financially what it means to them, but I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to retain their squad for a long time, yes.
Morale is really high going into this game against Saracens after the back of 2 really good wins.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very much so. It's just a shame it wasn't 3, really, because we felt we should have got a little bit more out of the Quins game.
Dean Richards in conversation with the BBC's Dawn Thewlis there. Ian Smith and Dean Gray, our legendary rugby union commentary team, will have the full match on all frequencies tomorrow. No football, of course, And it's a 3 o'clock kickoff. The build-up starts at 2:30. There is a lot of local football taking place, though, across the weekend. Let me just tell you a little bit about some of that. One of Lee's old clubs, Blythe Spartans, up against Chorley in the National League North. Gateshead against Boston United. In the Northern Premier League Premier Division, it's Mickletover against Morpeth. South Shields are at home to Basford. And then it's FA Trophy second round qualifying as well. Hebburn Town have a trip to Warrington Rylands, and Dunstan are also away. They travel to Cumbria to play Workington. And in the Scottish Lowland League, Berwick Rangers, fresh from a thumping win over Edinburgh University. And it's always tougher playing the university teams during term time as well. They've got more to choose from. Yeah. So, they're playing Vale of Leithen in the Scottish Lowland League. And as we've already mentioned as well, in the Women's Championship, Sunderland ladies are up against Durham women. That's a big game there. The Newcastle Eagles, it's early days, but they could be on for their first victory tonight in Basketball's BBL Cup. The Newcastle Eagles 25-12 up against Cheshire Phoenix, but it is early stages of that game. And on tomorrow, this is actually Durham Palatinates against Gloucester in the Women's British Basketball League. Is a tip-off at 1 p.m. and Caledonia Pride against the Newcastle Eagles women is at 1:45. Let's have a chat now to Alan, who is from Blythe and is on the line. Hello, Alan. Welcome to the programme.
Hello, lads. I'm buzzing, mate.
Hi, Alan. You're buzzing, Alan.
I can't wait the Spurs game. It's one of the biggest games. Everybody's saying, can you get us a ticket? Can you get us a ticket? This is going to be some colossal game. And it's Steve Bruce's 1,000th game, I think. And this is, I think, if we beat Tottenham on the Sunday, we'll be on a roll to Christmas. Or every one of them players must be saying, Jesus Christ, I'm playing for the richest club in the world now. You know what I mean? Come on. Never mind the politics. Get it down the pitch. Do the business. If we get to Christmas with 3 signings, we've got a lovely run in. I was looking at the pictures and I went, you couldn't even make them up. You know what I mean? Poof. Harry Kane might be playing for us, so he mightn't score on Sunday.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's clearly going to happen. He's going to be thinking, actually, could be joining Newcastle. I'll make sure that, that's a good point.
Yeah, and I tell you what, another one, we could do a double entendre on Tottenham and take Son as well.
Take the pair of them. Well,
the pair of them.
Your spirits are high. It's interesting what you say there about the players. I mean, Lee, from a player's perspective rather than a manager's perspective, what will the players be thinking? There'll be some that might be thinking.
There'll be like St. Maxim says, there's a big club coming in for it.
He's one of the players that you would expect to certainly be part of future plans, but there might be some others who might be thinking, not sure what's going to happen here.
Well, it's a big change, isn't it? It's a big change for them. It's a huge change for them because now they haven't got the excuse of the toxic atmosphere, the confrontation and the total breakdown of the relationship between the fans and the owners. It's a different level. It's going to be the opposite. So the support for the players is going to be something they've never experienced because it's been like that for 14 years. So this is going to be something new for them. Now the expectation level to stay at the football club is going to be different. And do they want to be a part of the exciting future that's ahead? So there's different pressures for them now.
But you're excited.
If you've got the likes of Haaland, you could bring. Yeah.
You've just rattled off 3 centre forwards there.
I know, you're going to have Haaland.
But I want a centre forward, man. We haven't had one. I mean, Harry Kane might turn it down.
Well, he'd be on the bench anyway if Haaland came, wouldn't he? So Kane would be.
I think you've took that #Cans thing a bit too far, haven't you?
No, I've had a good slip there. I mean, this is the Macam's bleeding on, and Man United fans saying it's all wrong. It's really good, social media, and everybody's saying they're getting their season tickets. I've told me, mate, get your ass to the box office tomorrow, because I tell you what, I've only got like 10,000,
Alan, thank you. I can tell you're excited.
Thank you.
He's going to enjoy the game against Spurs, I think. A lot of names are getting chucked around. But also, why not? Why not enjoy this moment? You don't know what's going to happen in the short or long term. It's probably, going to be a more gradual process than Alan is expecting, but still, why not be excited?
Yeah, listen, it's a great position to be in after what they've had to go through in the last 14 years, you know. It's one extreme to the other. And you will get that. You will get them thinking that they're going for the elite superstars, the number one players straight away. But as I've already said, that easier said than done. Yes, we have the finances to get those players in terms of transfer fees and salaries, but those players have, you know, huge ambition, have huge desire, because they know that they're going to be playing for that 8 or 9 clubs that can potentially win the Champions League, win whichever league they're in, Serie A, La Liga, the Premier League. So, you know, it's these players, they want to be competing in that. They don't want to be in clubs that are mid-table in that division and not competing in Europe. So that's how the progression is going to have to go. Everyone just has to be a bit patient. There might be one or two who want to jump onto the inward, the project straight away early. But, you know, ultimately, I think when you're talking about the top elite players, they're going to wait till the club has got itself in a position where it's competing.
We normally have Chris Jones, our Friday night bookmaker, on at this time, but he's kind of jumped on Alan's bandwagon, and he was going out with his pals early this afternoon, said he would be in no fit state to come on the show tonight. So I thought I'd give him the night off. Seeing as there's no Newcastle or Sunderland games to look ahead to odds-wise, but Chris will be back next week. But that does give us time just to do a couple more of the messages that you have sent in. So thank you for those. Paul says the new Newcastle ownership could do no worse than look at how Sunderland, under their new ownership, have developed a new plan for the club, which is starting to bear much fruit with the academy and recruitment. Yeah, it's not just about buying star names, is it? It's about having a structure there that will work long term.
Yeah, of course. It's about developing your own players as well. I mean, look at what Manchester City have done. They've produced one of the best young talents in European football in Phil Foden. He's took a while to come to the fore, but you see it from what's going on behind the scenes as well. It's not just about what's on the pitch. It matters in the process of being a big club. It's what's going on behind the scenes as well.
There's a young Man City player doing all right at Sunderland as well. He's 18. He's just turned 18. Callum Doyle doing well, isn't he?
I think there's high hopes for him.
Very high hopes. Indeed. This one says, Lee, whenever I hear your name, it takes me back to when Kevin Keegan reprimanded you and sat you down on the bench. Was that a particular incident?
That was Southampton away when I kicked the bucket when he substituted us, and he actually chased us up the touchline at the old Dell and smacked me backside like something like my father would have done. So and dragged us back into the dugout. So he was like a father figure as a manager to us, and but that was quickly forgotten, and we got going again.
It wasn't quickly forgotten by this texter because that was a good while ago, but
yes,
he always remembers it as well. Kieran, some thoughts from you before we finish this evening about how you see the season progressing with Sunderland. I guess league-wise they need to bounce back at Gillingham from that defeat at Portsmouth, don't they?
Well, I suppose the concern would be the concession of goals. You know, I think for a team in the top two, you wouldn't expect to be conceding an average of more than one a game. But I certainly think there is a wonderful youthful energy. You're always going to have concerns about consistency, particularly if you've got a lot of players playing. But in the games to date, they've managed to eke out a couple of victories. Obviously, performed exceptionally well against Cheltenham and Wickham at the stadium. They're making the home games something, like to intimidate others. Obviously, have to pick up away from home. But as I've said the last 3 seasons, I would expect them to be there or thereabouts.
Kieran, thank you very much. Lee, thank you as well. Where are you going to pop up next then? Any more exotic parts of the world that you might see?
There's some possibilities out there. As I said earlier, it's opened a few doors in the Middle East and Africa. So, I enjoyed my little short spell there. New challenge, and let's see what happens.
Okay, we'll look forward to getting you on the show. And you telling us about whatever that next challenge is. In the meantime, maybe you'll be back in the studio before then too. Always good to have you in. Thanks to everyone who's got in touch with the show tonight and this week. It's been quite a week. Total Sport back on Monday at the same time, 6 o'clock. So do join us then if you can.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
With the BBC News at 8, I'm Anna Preston. The steel industry has said urgent government actions needed to prevent high energy prices damaging the sector and causing job losses. The Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng has been having talks with industries which are intensive users of power, and they said he'd understood the need to protect supply chains. Andrew Large from the Confederation of Paper Industries was at today's meeting.
It was very, very clear across all of the sectors that there are serious risks of effectively factory stoppages as a result of the costs of gas being too high to bear. And in those circumstances, there will be a gradual knock-on effect right the way across manufacturing, consumer, retail and other products.
A man's denied murdering Julia James, a police community support officer who was killed as she walked her dogs in Kent earlier this year. Callum Wheeler, who's 21 and from Elsham, pleaded not guilty when he appeared at Maidstone Crown Court via video link. He'll appear again next month. Tributes have been paid to the Conservative MP and former Cabinet Minister James Brokenshire, who's died at the age of 53. Mr Brokenshire served as Northern Ireland Secretary and then Housing Secretary. Peter Cardwell, a former government advisor who worked with James Brokenshire, said he was down to earth.
He was very serious about politics, very serious about the job he did, but he also didn't take himself too seriously. He was someone who could have a laugh. He was someone who knew a lot about Strictly Come Dancing, knew a lot about The Only Way is Essex. And a couple of weeks ago, we were dancing around his kitchen to Nicki Minaj.
Bradford's hoping it's got what it takes to get through to the next round of City of Culture 2025. Shanaz Gulzar is chair of the Bradford 2025 bid.
We've got so much to offer. And there was an old gentleman. He says, I love the people. I love the culture. He says, I love the fact that next door I've got a Sikh family. Across the road I've got a Hindu family. Next door I've got an English family. And across the road I've got a Polish family. That says everything about Bradford, doesn't it?
Well, Southampton, Cornwall, County Durham and Derby are the other English cities on the shortlist. A pensioner whose fundraising while dressed as a giant bee made her one of the most recognised people in Hull has died at the age of 99. Jean Bishop raised more than £120,000 for Age UK. An integrated care centre has been named in her honour. This lady Elaine paid tribute as she dropped her mum off at the facility.
She did marvellous work for the community, all the money she raised. She was a lovely lady. She was just an inspiration to everybody. If everybody did what she did, it just made the world a better place.
And police have arrested 35 people after environmental protesters blocked a junction of the M25 and a major central London road. It's the 12th day of protests by the group Insulate Britain in the past month. You're up to date. It's 3 minutes past 8.
Live commentary right now on 5 Live Sports Extra of the cricket, Bangladesh versus Scotland. The teams are being read out here at St James's Park. There is also a massive banner which is being unveiled in the Gallagher end, and I'm very slightly feeling John Murray because it's taking them so long to get the whole thing out.
Well, it's a tricky piece of work, this, because it is going to span the whole width of the Gallagher end, and it's a two-tier white banner, and they've very carefully unfurled it across the left half as we look, and now finally we can see what it says as it is unfurled, and that is quite a sight. A black and white backdrop, and the black words on the white background read, because this is a mighty town built upon a solid ground, and everything they've tried so hard to kill, we will rebuild.
And that's Jimmy Nail, so I can understand why the Newcastle fans have put those words out. That's an absolutely incredible banner, Pat Nevin. It's incredible to see that.
I've seen one done that, and I know that they've had to put that together quite quickly, haven't they, for the last week or so. And it's up there, and from everywhere on this ground, everyone will read it. And the effect it's had's incredible, isn't it? The noise around the place. So the build-up that they were wanting. And by the way, they're not finished yet. There's another banner.
There's another one
coming up. And I think that's more about just pictures of the stadium, the town, the history. And they want it back, don't they? Yeah. They want it back. That's what they're saying. And the owners might not be from Tyneside, but they don't care. They feel as if they're going to get their club back. That's what they want, and that's what they want to get, and that's what they think they're getting.
That's this second banner is now being completely unfurled, and yes, we can see well, the Tyne Bridge is right there at the middle. And I must say, I actually drove over the Tyne Bridge today. I felt it was a day you had to drive over the Tyne Bridge to get to St James's Park. But you can see the City Hall's on there, St James's Park, two of the Blue Star logos, which obviously refers back to the Keegan years. There is a pit head there as well, and other parts of the Newcastle skyline that, of course, you can see so clearly from up here in the stands at St James's Park. They're playing Jimmy Nail. Anton Decker in the stands. I think Sam Fender's here. If you're a Geordie and you're a Newcastle United fan, you simply have to be here today and listen to this.
Yeah, I don't know about being blind, man, but I might be deaf at the end of this game based on the noise we're hearing around us. It's worth saying as well, John, there's another team playing today.
Yeah, there's another team playing today who themselves have got plenty to prove. It's not just Newcastle. Tottenham have got a lot of work to do as well. And now, yeah, listen to this cheer. And on the screen, we can see the smiling face of the new non-executive chairman. This is his first visit to St James's Park, and Yasser Al-Rumayyan is sitting up behind us with a black and white scarf around his neck. He's got a black and white beard to go with that, and he turns to his left, and Amanda Staveley is there, who of course has been the public face of all of this over the course of the past week or so. A big smile on her face, and they're enjoying the moment.
It's an incredible thing. So people that are not being in football or major sport, to stand there and get that from all these people and feel that knowledge and appreciation, and it'll feel the love as well. It's an extraordinary thing when you're not used to it. And you can see that he may have made many millions and billions of pounds in his business deals. He's really moved by that, isn't he? You know what the other thing is? There's sometimes people like that make bad decisions, hasty decisions, which I'm sure he will as time goes by. But at the moment, it's a glorious moment for him, and he's reveling in it, isn't he?
Never has the Bladen races been more appropriate. All the lads and lasses there, and all the smiling faces. Pat, if I don't ask you a question about Tottenham now, I'll never get it out. Harry Kane, no goals in 6 Premier League appearances this season. Big day for him.
Do you know the numbers this season in the league, when Harry Kane's not playing, are better than when he is playing. Watching him warm up there, you know, he doesn't quite seem the same Harry Kane. And I know he scored goals in the cup games, he scored goals for England, but it just doesn't seem the same Harry Kane at the moment. Now, to be fair, he's had other quiet starts to seasons, and that can happen with Harry Kane. But if he gets chances today, he would love more than anyone else, you know, to burst this balloon that's in here. Oh, by the way, to actually burst the balloon, you're going to have something bigger than a little pin, because the excitement is extraordinary.
What I might add about Harry Kane is that he's not scored in the Premier League, yes, and that is significant. But he has scored 9 goals in 14 appearances this season for club and country. So he's not completely out of touch.
Just seen some more pictures of Anton Deck, and I can tell you, Deck looks very, very emotional. And we've said there will be some Newcastle fans who are slightly conflicted. But right here and right now, Pat Nevin, this moment means everything to so many of them.
Yeah, look, don't hide the fact, it's not just Newcastle fans. There's a lot of fans of a lot of clubs who are absolutely in favour of the people who actually own their clubs and have done for periods of time. But they feel that the club is bigger than that. So, to some degree, they have to park it. You know, and there's lots and lots of people that have that dilemma that they have to deal with. And there's a lot of people trying to park that at the moment. And as a football fan, I understand that feeling. I fully do.
Well, the boos in the background because the Tottenham Hotspur players have just taken the pitch. Now listen to this. Described managing Newcastle United as riding the black and white tiger. Well, that is how it roars. Newcastle, Tottenham, a new era begins in the Premier League, and Pat Nevin is alongside John Murray.
Yes, and all this for a team that's in the Premier League relegation zone. The new owners want that to change. Everyone here wants that to change as quickly as possible. But if October the 7th was day 1, this is day 11. And now it's time for the first match under the new owners. Mike Ashley has got out of their club. He's gone. And this is the first match under the new ownership, which it's predicted, indeed, I would say it's widely seen as a certainty, that sooner or later, this new ownership will take Newcastle United into the footballing stratosphere. The local hero theme rings out all around St James's Park. The players break away. Newcastle black and white tracksuit tops are taken off to reveal the black and white shirts. To our right in the Gallagate end, it is all black and white flags. So league titles and trophies, it would seem, are coming. But first, they do need to win a match for the first time this season and get out of the bottom 3, Pat Nevin.
They do. I think this season, not even this season, between now and January, they have to make sure that they don't get left behind. You know, they're in the pack, or very, very close to the pack. The worst thing that could happen is they get relegated this season. Somehow they have to make sure that that doesn't happen, because that'll put the plans back probably 2 years. You know, it's surmountable, but it's not what they want. So they're going to try and do that starting from today, and they're capable, because they're a decent team when they're on form and their best players playing. And the good news for Newcastle fans, when you look at Callum Wilson and Sam Maximum, the best players are here.
That's Pat Nevin, former Chelsea, Everton, Scotland winger. You're with us on 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. You can listen as well via BBC Sounds if you're on the move. The World Service are with us as well. Welcome to St James's Park under grey skies. Black and white scenes, but wide smiles. And Steve Bruce is down there on the touchline as well. He just came out while the local hero theme was being played. And he gave a little wave to the stands. I saw him indicate a thumbs up as well. And remember, this is his 1000th match as a manager in either league or cup. He disappears out of our view. We're ready to begin. Newcastle with Darlow in goal, Manquillo, Lascelles, Clark and Ritchie, Hayden, Longstaff and Willock, St Maximin, Wilson and Joe Linton. I guess we'll be talking about that lineup for many, many years. That might be the lineup we look back on and say, do you remember this? For the very first match of the new ownership. The players take a knee. Referee Andre Mariner gets to his feet, blows his whistle, and it's Tottenham who get us underway here. Enjoy the game is the final message on the public address system. Newcastle, as I say, black and white, and Tottenham Hotspur are all in purple. And they immediately bring the ball forward with Ndombele. I know I've not run through the Spurs team yet, but it is the same Spurs team that started their last match, their last Premier League game, when they won at home against Aston Villa. So Nuno Espirito Santo going with an unchanged team. And as Spurs win a free kick, which is conceded by Joe Linton on the halfway line. This is the Spurs side. Hugo Lloris just back from winning the Nations League with France. Emerson, Christian Romero, even though they were both involved in World Cup qualifiers in South America on Thursday. Eric Dyer and Sergio Reguilon. Then Højbjerg, Skip, Ndombele, Lucas Moura, Son Heung-min and Harry Kane. So still vibrant atmosphere around St James's Park. The 4 stands, the floodlights are on. Joe Linton playing it across to San Maximin. A lovely change of feet from him and passing the ball. A buzz from the crowd as he takes possession. But it's hit forward by Ritchie down the left-hand side, looking for Callum Wilson, who's back for Newcastle today. Then San Maximin through the middle. Skip eventually comes across with a challenge and also cleared away downfield by Emerson. And Tottenham through the middle with Lucas Moura, then Ndombele, but Lascelles is able to step forward. And now the Newcastle captain also returned to the team. He's taking it on through the middle. The ball bounces to Joe Linton. Took a deflection off Emerson. Joe Linton on the left wing, still going. He's got Ritchie on the overlap, but he goes centrally to Willock. Now out to the right-hand side to San Maximin. San Maximin, there's the overlap from the right-hand side. He's headed in! Wilson is there! Newcastle score in the second minute. And this is truly liftoff for the new regime. Black and white supporters cheering all around the St James's Park stands. An early goal, that's just what they wanted, and it's Newcastle 1, Tottenham 0.
It's an early goal, but it's a cracker of an early goal. The confidence and the belief in the build-up, it went out to the left, then over to the right, brilliant overlap, flicked in, and of course he's there to nod in at the corner. Oh, what a fantastic start, and what a great goal. Spurs are absolutely shocked. Well, Steve was asking at the start of the game, can these fans have an effect? Yeah, I think so. I think very much so. It's a fairy tale start for them, isn't it?
Well, we asked the question, Pat, could the atmosphere have a carry-on effect for the team? And we saw it right there. A sweeping move started by the captain. You had two players coming back into the team today, the captain Lascelles and the number 9 Callum Wilson. Lascelles started it, Wilson finished it.
By the way, you should see the box with the owner, the partial owners now are there celebrating when that goal goes in. They look as if they've been Spurs fans, Newcastle fans all their life. They went absolutely mad. I think they've been bitten by the bug, don't you?
Newcastle United 1, Tottenham 0, and Sean Longstaff actually with a bit of exuberance as much as anything else has actually followed through into Christian Romero on the edge of the box. That was late. He caught him.
I don't think there's anything bad there, John. I don't think he puts his foot out for a tackle. He's just running across the ball, and there is a coming together, and it kind of looks bad as if he's left his foot there. I don't think that's bad. Well, it might have hurt, but I don't think it was a deliberate foul.
So 1-0 to Newcastle, and Callum Wilson scoring his 3rd goal of the season, having come back after missing the last 4 matches, and Newcastle with the ball in front of their own penalty area. Manquillo as well, should mention his role in that, on the overlap down the right-hand side, arriving, and the pass rolled to him perfectly, clipped it across, and a stooping Wilson 6 or 7 yards out, heading it in.
Yeah, and it was a brilliant flowing goal, a great flowing movement, a real belief about every single player involved in that move there. But when you've got a striker, the difference, hey, you love the strikers around here, and as I say that, some of the tackles are going in here. Richie in this occasion, they're all over Spurs just now.
Joe Linton has won it back down the left-hand side. A poor ball out from Lloris. Emerson gets back. Joe Linton's in there as well. Also, Sean Longstaff turns it. Richie with the cross, but it's right into the gloves of Lloris, who makes the catch. Even though Willock was arriving, he wasn't far away from getting a touch on that, Willock.
Yeah, he wasn't. Another flying tackle in there. I think the referee's under a little bit of pressure here. I mean, 3 or 4 flying tackles already. They've all been from black and white players. And, I need to try and calm them down a little bit. Something could go hard if they're going at quite that level. But the excitement is totally engulfing this whole stadium, but including the Newcastle players. They're so up for it.
Pat, do you get the feeling that Newcastle's players feel like they've got something to prove to the new owners? Oh, Joe Linton wins the ball down the right-hand side against Emerson. Joe Linton plays it back, but behind Willock, who is arriving on the edge of the box, and Son is in possession, and Spurs have got it back. So 1-0 Newcastle lead, and Newcastle are absolutely all over Tottenham. They are revved up for this.
I mean, right at the start of the game I said, if Spurs can keep it quiet for 10 or 15 minutes, big old if that one. They didn't manage to do it for any more than 2 minutes, and the lift it's given everyone around here. It's been so hard to actually get calmed down and have a look at the system. By the way, it is the 4 at the back for Newcastle. Did you manage to get through the teams there in the middle of all that excitement?
I think I did, yes. I think I managed to do that, which is just as well. And Lucas Moura gives it away. Longstaff to Saint-Maximin, who's on the right-hand side. Saint-Maximin with a little dart. He was involved in the goal as well, as it came from right at the back, that goal, through the middle, out to the left, out to the right, and then Manquillo's ball, which was headed in by Callum Wilson. Here is Richie again on the left-hand side. Richie goes past Lucas Moura. Joe Linton chips it back for Richie. Richie, rather awkwardly, off balance really, tried to flick it across with his left foot, but got it all wrong, and it's behind, and it's a goal kick.
Honestly, some of the flicks and the tricks that they're trying just now, I mean, almost like they're mainlining confidence at the moment. You're talking about getting an injection. That's a lot more than that. It's absolutely extraordinary. You're watching Joe Linton there, trying a little flick over two players with the outside of his right boot. I don't see him doing that a lot generally.
So 1-0 Newcastle lead.
Breaking news on TalkSport.
And the breaking news live on TalkSport at 10:30 this Wednesday morning is that Steve Bruce has left Newcastle United. The football club has just confirmed in the last few moments that Steve Bruce has gone from the club. So the new era under the Saudis has now well and truly started. And Newcastle United have just confirmed Steve Bruce has left the football club, and he has left his position as head coach, and he has done so by mutual consent. They tell us that he leaves Newcastle after more than 2 years in charge, having steered the club to 13th and 12th finishes in the Premier League and reaching the quarter-final stage in both the Emirates FA Cup and the Carabao Cup during his tenure. Newcastle United would like to place on record its gratitude to Steve for his contribution, and the club say they would like to wish him well for the future. And Steve Bruce is saying this morning: I am grateful to everyone connected with Newcastle United for the opportunity to manage this unique football club. And he goes on, he says, I would like to thank my coaching team, the players and the support staff, in particular, for all their hard work. There have been highs and lows, he says, but they have given everything, even in difficult moments, and they should be proud of their efforts. And Steve Bruce says this: this is a club with incredible support, and I hope the new owners can take it forward to where we all want it to be. I wish everyone the very best of luck for the rest of this season and beyond. Now we get into more detail as to what happens next. Now, Simon is with me and Trevor is with me. We now know Bruce is gone, but his assistant Graham Jones, well known to me and everyone here at TalkSport, Graham Jones will take the team on an interim basis. So he stays and he carries on for the time being. And that begins with the trip to Crystal Palace here in London on Saturday. That match, remember, is live on TalkSport, TalkSport 2. And it will be supported by, Graham Jones will be supported by the coaching team of Steve Agnew, Stephen Clements, Ben Dawson and Simon Smith, the very individuals who've been working tirelessly around Steve Bruce in the last few weeks and months. And they tell us the process of recruiting a new head coach is now underway, and an appointment will be announced in due course. The club will not be making any further comment at this time. So, Newcastle United fans, so important that you're hearing this, because you no doubt will want to voice your opinion as to what happens now. Graham Jones is in charge for the game against Palace at the weekend, but after that might not necessarily stay in charge, because the club has just told us the hunt is on for a new head coach and an appointment will be announced in due course. Steve Bruce has gone from Newcastle. Newcastle fans, give us a shout on that. 08717 223344. Did you get your way in the end? Do you feel any degree of sympathy for Steve Bruce, or does he go with your blessing? And who is next for Newcastle United? Graham Jones will be in charge at Palace on Saturday. Thereafter, who do you want to take over in the hottest of hot seats under the Saudis? 08717 223344 81089. It has just gone 25 to 11. Simon, you know Steve as well as anybody. How will he be taking it? What's your reaction to this?
I would imagine he will feel relieved, because it was an inevitability. We spoke about it at the beginning of the week. I thought that it was entirely appropriate that he left. I felt there was no reason for him to be there anymore. I don't think this is a decision of any great significance in terms of who the next manager will be. I think it's taking the toxic element out of the positive. If you read the press and some of the broadsheet press, they've been very vitriolic and critical of the lack of decision-making process and hanging Steve Bruce out to dry and the human shield mentality. So this is taking away the toxic element, the element that doesn't seem to want to go away, which is Steve Bruce is equally as culpable for Newcastle being unsuccessful in the eyes of the fans as Mike Ashley. So with that in mind, I think there was an element of irony, because what would it have been like for Steve Bruce to go back to a club where the fans don't like him there either, because of the situation that happened between me and Steve 20 years ago, where he was injuncted for trying to walk out and go to Birmingham. So it would have been ironic he'd gone back there and perhaps got a result that wasn't particularly pleasing either. I think it's the right thing for everybody. Graham Jones will go in there and hold the force. They'll look at it and see if he can hold it for a period of time before they make a managerial appointment. Yeah. If they continue to get bad results, they'll start to panic. I don't think this is much of a decision. I don't think this is leadership. I simply think it's taking out a toxic element and saying, OK, we haven't got a manager yet, but what we'll do is we'll take away some of the toxicity because this isn't going to go away. And they were starting to get a little bit of ridicule in the press about how they're not leading their club when they've had 2 weeks to make a decision about what a manager looks like.
Right. So now we know, Trevor, and first reaction there from Simon. He knows Steve Bruce and has known Steve Bruce for many decades. What now? What do you think now? I mean, obviously, the hunt is on for a new manager, and they're saying they're right into it now. Steve Bruce has left, he's gone. Graham Jones is in, he'll take charge for the Palace match. Meantime, behind the scenes, they're working like crazy to get the new guy in. Who should it be?
Well, they are, and I'm pleased for Steve Bruce. I agree with Simon. Mutual consent, I'm sure he'll get paid off, and he just won't have that stress in his life. You know, he's not as young a man as he was, and I feel it wasn't great for his health being in that situation. So I'm pleased that Steve's out of that situation now, and hopefully he'll get some winter sun and be away from it. Regarding the board, I think the board have been poor since they've taken over because, one, I don't think they were ready for the piracy situation to be resolved as soon as it was. So straight away there's a compromise because they've not got their ducks in a row. They don't know what managers they're going to choose. They don't know what director of football they're going to choose. And this is why we've had this scenario with Steve Bruce and this 1000th game against Tottenham, which they lost. Now we're talking, what do the board do? Well, to start with, they need to get a director of football in place, head of recruitment in place. These things need to be done even before a manager because they don't know who they're hiring. They don't really know the business of football. So they need to get someone in place straight away so they can start getting their football model in place and start moving this football club forward.
I agree with that, Trevor, and I said that on Monday. And Danny Murphy made a very interesting point. I don't think they've got any football nous in that business right now. No. But who's going to have the football nous to employ a sporting director then? If there's no football nous, full stop, which I don't think there is, Lee Charnley might kick around for a little bit, but really and truly, look at the intellect that's there. They're going to bring in a few people that are going to see opportunities for themselves. Yeah. Maybe Frank McParlin will go in there. Maybe a few other people that can give them some brains and some understanding. Maybe they'll get Shearer and Beardsley and some people that are hanging around the football club that are good influences on the direction of travel. Rightly so. But who is going to give them the intellect to be able to employ the sporting director? If they haven't got it to employ the manager, how have they got it to employ the sporting director? They'll overcome all this, but I think they're going to go into a holding pattern for a little bit because I don't think there's an embarrassment of riches of managers out there that can fix the current problem.
Sure. Simon, you talk to me a lot, not just in this studio, but out of here about Steve. Yeah. And you've had various dealings over many years with him. He's saying this morning, there have been highs and lows, but they have given everything, the players, even in difficult moments, and should be proud of their efforts. As far as Steve Bruce is concerned, how do you second guess this for me, Simon? How do you think he's really feeling? Is he relieved it's over? Can he walk with his head held high?
In the circumstances that he's in now, he'll be relieved it's over. In the circumstances that he wanted to manage Newcastle all his managerial career, when he had a dust up with me, he ended up with going to Birmingham. Newcastle wanted him back in 2003, 2004, but he couldn't go because of the situation of the reputation that went before him. So he'll be very disappointed with the way that the Newcastle management under his tenure is gone. Because who wants to be a Newcastle fan? Who wants to manage the club that you wanted to manage and supported and your father supported and find yourself in a situation where the local media have vilified you, tabloid journalists have taken it upon themselves to try and discredit you every opportunity, and you've had a significant proportion of the Newcastle fans associate you with an owner that they loathe? Who would want that? But now go into the circumstances where he really is now. Yeah. Who would want to be there like somebody just there, like some pañata that people can whack?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he literally became a dead man walking. It was so tough right towards the very end and beyond. You could tell it when you looked at him in the home dugout at the weekend, Trevor.
Yeah, you can, but I think there's a couple of things that he said there. He thanks his players because he thinks they've given him everything. I think that's true. And you look at Lascelles and Callum Wilson almost coming to blows and a few stories coming out which shouldn't come out because there's obviously a rat in that camp. But it shows you that the players care and they are giving everything to try and get the results. 13th and 12th is not a disgrace for Newcastle United to finish with the resources and the recruitment that they've had. they're obviously hoping that they go to a different level. But while Steve Bruce has been there, I think he's conducted himself well. He's tried his best to get the club the best results, and it's just not been.
We're unpacking all of this for you. Steve Bruce has gone from Newcastle United in the last few moments. Graham Jones will lead the team on an interim basis. It starts with Saturday's trip to Palace, and that is exclusively live on TalkSport 2. So no doubt you will hear the sizable Newcastle support down here in London getting behind Jones and Newcastle. But for many Newcastle fans this morning, they've got what they wanted. They wanted Bruce out, and now he's gone. So how do you feel now? 08717 22 3344. Cal is a big Newcastle fan. Cal, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? You all right?
Good,
morning.
okay. Yeah, we're reacting to this. What's your take on it?
I just don't get it. I don't get how getting rid of Steve Bruce, but keeping his backroom team, how much that would change. Now, I know a lot of fans are supportive of Graham Jones, and we did see a difference when he did come in, but I can't understand what difference we're going to see. I feel as though we need a new head in place to take it in the right direction. One person that hasn't been discussed, and I think that could be an ideal candidate, would be Nigel Pearson. He's been here before, and he's got a proven track record of getting teams playing and getting teams on a run, which is what we need at this current time.
Trevor, judging by your reaction there, you don't think that would be a good direction to go in?
I don't understand why they're in a rush to get rid of Steve Bruce. He's the manager of the football club. The results aren't going great, which is always a decent reason to get rid of him. But unless you've got someone to come in and change the whole philosophy at the football club, why are you keeping the coaching staff? Because I would like to imagine that the coaching staff are doing and coaching as they want to coach anyway. I don't think a lot is going to change. So for me, it's a strange one. I'm pleased for Steve Bruce, but yeah, I wouldn't like to speculate about managers because so many names are being thrown in the hat at the moment.
He has a job as well. And can you imagine a section of the Newcastle fans that believe they're entitled to certain things, seeing Nigel Pearson rock up and what their reaction to that would be?
Yeah.
And wouldn't look beyond the fact that actually the real basis of Leicester's title winning was the basis of the team that needed Nigel Pearson bit the season before. The argument that they wouldn't leave the current coaching staff in place is probably a little bit unrealistic because they've got to have somebody heading it up. They took Steve Bruce out because they're beginning to see the real world of football and the pressure that comes down to bear of people's opinions, whether it's the media and the fans. And Steve Bruce was an unnecessary evil to serve a greater good. And that good wasn't going to manifest itself because the fans were never going to stop. No. They were going to go on and on. Now, what you've got is people running around like moths in front of the camera, enjoying the reflection of their own image. So they're going to react very quickly to what they think is any adverse publicity. And Steve Bruce's reaction from the fans on Sunday afternoon, right or wrong, was Bruce out. Irrespective of how much celebration was going on about the Saudi Arabian takeover, the moment they started to lose, it was Bruce out. Bruce out. What's the point? What's the point for Steve? What's the point for Newcastle? If Graham Jones is a supposed messiah, put him in charge. Wait and see.
Well, he is in charge, and he's in charge of the game at Palace on Saturday, supported by Agnew, Clements, Dawson and Smith. The short and all of it is this. In the last few moments, you heard it first and fastest on TalkSport. Steve Bruce has left his position as head coach at Newcastle United by mutual consent, and the owners are saying the process of recruiting a new head coach is now underway, and an appointment will be announced in due course. So they're active behind the scenes, but Bruce is gone. Bruce has gone. 08717 223344 81089.
If I was reading everything and seeing what we're seeing last week, I might not have been here today. But look, my job is to get a few results. And unfortunately this year, whether you're a Newcastle manager or whoever manager in the Premier League, you haven't won in 7 or 8, then you become under pressure. That's the right word. And I'll crack on and carry on as best I can until I hear otherwise. Every football club needs clarity. It needs from the top right the way through to everything that makes a football club the way it is. And with this, the new owners have been very respectful. I can't say enough of them, of the way they've gone about their business over the last week, 10 days. So it's up to me in the near future anyway to hopefully get better.
That was Steve Bruce after the game against Tottenham at St James's Park on Sunday, a game that Newcastle lost by 3-2. And you heard him there say, I'll crack on until I hear otherwise. Well, in the last 20 minutes or so, he heard otherwise. And now Steve Bruce has gone. Newcastle United have confirmed that Steve Bruce has left his position as head coach at the football club by mutual consent. Graham Jones will lead the team on an interim basis, starting with Saturday's trip to Crystal Palace. That is exclusively live on TalkSport 2. And the new owners say the process of recruiting a new head coach is underway and an appointment will be announced in due course. So you heard it first and you heard it fastest right here on TalkSport. You can watch us and how we deal with a story of this magnitude, because this is seismic news. We expected something out of Newcastle this week, and the something is Steve Bruce has gone. Simon is with me. So too is Trevor Sinclair. We're streaming live on YouTube and Facebook, so if you want to watch the show and watch how we deal with this, then you can head over to the official TalkSport channel on those platforms. Simon, look at it. So many messages coming in. Al from Pembrokeshire. I'm a Toon fan. I'm grateful to Steve for keeping our heads above water. But it's a results game and form has been terrible. Clearly, he's a decent man. I wish him well. But for me, it was time for Steve to move on. We're joined now live by the North East correspondent of the Daily Mail, and he's Craig Hope. Craig, good morning. Give us your reaction to this news, would you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it wasn't not expected, Jim. You know, we thought this was coming 7 days ago. Listen, I've spoken to you guys quite a few times about this. In my opinion, Steve Bruce should have been removed from post a long time ago, really. But I certainly think in the immediacy of this, it should have happened last week. We would have avoided the scenes in the press conference on Friday, which turned a little bit ugly. And then certainly in terms of how Sunday's game played out. Listen, it takes a bit of a leap for me to say this, bearing in mind I've made my opinions clear on Steve for a long time now. But I felt a little bit sorry for him in the second half. I really did feel sympathy. And that situation should have been avoided. The new owners were told last week, they were warned by various parties inside and outside the club that to leave Steve in charge for Sunday's game risked the atmosphere turning toxic and everything else. And it really wasn't pretty. It was quite unsavoury. We then saw after the game a story which was now a paper yesterday. 2 players clashed in the tunnel in a public area, and the whole thing is just descended into anarchy. Now, listen, it's come 7 days too late. Okay, we can move on now. Now that that's happened, it is absolutely the right decision. This couldn't have been allowed to fester. The players wanted change. I think Steve wanted change. Supporters wanted change. So it is the right decision. We're all clear on that.
You see, Simon, I would go with Craig on that one. Yep. That Steve Bruce will always look back in his 1,000th game thinking, well, that was the milestone for me at top-level football. But he had to endure a chance of you're getting sacked in the morning ringing out in his ears. Many would say he should never have been put through that experience.
I think that's right. I think a lot of what Craig has said in this particular soliloquy is right. I think there was no necessity for him to be managing that team on Sunday. There was ample opportunity to have made decisions. It was an abdication of responsibility or awareness of the landscape to have put him into a situation. Look, he's a big boy. Yeah. He can take people calling him names. Sure. He can take observations and criticisms and fair and balanced views. And I'm not the head of Steve Bruce's PR. I'm somebody that had a very difficult relationship with him 20 years ago and developed a better relationship over years, so I have respect for the person, not necessarily every single performance that Newcastle put out, because there were times when Newcastle were very poor under his management, as there were times they were very poor under Rafa Benitez's management as well. But I look at the landscape and say it was unnecessary. It was unnecessary to have been in that environment. The 1,000-game nonsense is a load of old crap. It's sentiment driven by the media. Yes, it would have been nice for him to manage his 1,000th game at Newcastle, but no, it wasn't nice to have managed his 1,000th game at Newcastle with that backdrop. Yeah. And in part, that backdrop was created by journalists like Craig.
No, Simon, no.
Craig, I've read a lot of your articles, mate. They've moved from an honest observation into a personal territory. I looked at your article on Saturday, where you wrote about his clumsy attitude and Jurassic vantage point on pushing back against the media observations. I'm a great admirer of some of your work, Craig, but I think you've stepped into a territory where you've become a poster boy for a certain style of Newcastle supporter, which I don't think does you journalistic credit.
You would refute that, surely, Craig.
Listen, Simon, I mean, what I will say is there's an opinion of Steve Bruce which exists outside the North East, and it's put forward by the likes of you. It's known as the friends and the allies of Steve Bruce.
That's nonsense, Craig. It's also insulting.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. And I must say, you guys do a tremendous job in this regard. It is powerful. It is widespread. It is not true. It does not reflect the reality of what it is like to be on the ground here in Tyneside, to work with Steve Bruce, to cover a Steve Bruce team on a day-by-day basis. I can guarantee you of that. You've only got to look at the supporter poll last week. 94% of fans want him to go before the takeover. The strength of feeling up here is incredibly strong. And there's this idea which exists beyond Tyneside that is just not true, and it is put forward by guys like you, Simon.
But that's not true, Craig. I concur entirely with your view. I don't think Steve is a fabulous elite manager. I've never said he was. I think somebody putting the team 12th and 13th in the league, however they got there, is somebody that deserves a level of credibility. I've spoken to many of Newcastle managers, whether it's Graham Souness, whether it's Sam Allardyce, whether it's Alan Pardew, whether it's other people that have managed this football club, and the backdrop of the dreaded word that no one's allowed to utter in conjunction with Newcastle, which is the expectation of the fans. And it's a constant theme that every single Newcastle manager trots out about the expectation of the fans. And if anyone else says it, north of the south of the Watford Gap, then it's an outrageous invasion to Newcastle's privacy. The bottom line is that some of the stuff that's getting written by Newcastle journalists is beyond the pale of football observation. It moves into the territory of personal. And I'm not sitting here advancing the argument that Steve Bruce is a top-draw manager. I don't think he should be managing Man United or Liverpool or one of the top 6 sides. I do think there was an unfair agenda from the moment that poor bugger walked through the door 2 years ago. That's what I think. And I think people like you have weighed in endlessly, Craig.
No, I'll take you up on this, okay? There was no pre-existing, no premeditated agenda against Steve Bruce. From day one, he had my support. Now, on day 2, I realised there was issues here. You know, it wasn't day 1. I really do resent this idea that from the moment Steve came in, he was rowing against the tide. He wasn't. If things had been different and performances had been better, if Steve had handled himself better with the press and with us guys and with regards to what he said to supporters, it would have been different. That is an absolute load of nonsense that Steve Bruce was onto a loser. Steve Bruce failed because of Steve Bruce, not because of any pre-existing opinions. And with regards to the report on Saturday, now you said that it was personal. It wasn't personal. Steve Bruce made a personal list in the press conference on Friday. A press conference, by the way, he should never have been put up for.
Very true. I agree, Craig.
I'm on the record as saying I understand to a degree why he lashed out at us. I did. But you had a sentence, Steve Bruce, on Friday said, "I will maintain my dignity." Within 5 seconds, he was saying he hoped reporters got a slap. Now that
I think that was wrong, Craig.
That was wrong.
I thought he was silly to have done that.
I would agree with Craig on that.
I agree.
So when I wrote about it on Saturday, saying it was clumsy and misguided, that was a direct reference to what was happening.
Craig, let me jump in and let me just move this on, because a lot of Newcastle fans, knowing that you're on with us at this moment, want me to ask you this. Who is next? Do you think the Saudis have decided?
Have we moved on from talking about Steve Bruce now? Because I really am keen to draw a line under this.
Draw a line under it. That's why I'm asking you, Craig, because we're heading to the 11 o'clock bulletin. We've got about 30 seconds. In your view, who's next?
In the short term, it's going to be Graham Jones. I wouldn't even be surprised if there could be an appointment before then. Now, names in the frame. They've had discussions with Paulo Fonseca with regards numbers. I think I have with a few others. Lucien Forbes, Stephen Gerrard's a name which has been mentioned. Frank Lampard. Rudy Garcia, and there's a lot of names in there. As I said on your station yesterday, there's a long list of shortlist and a long list within the shortlist. So let's wait and see. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Craig Hope, who is the North East correspondent for the Daily Mail. And Craig's been right across this from the word go, from the very off. Across what, you might ask? The Saudi takeover, of course, events in Newcastle United. And of course, one major event has just taken place this morning. Just after we came off air, it was announced by Newcastle United that Steve Bruce has left the football club. And now the Saudis are getting in about the job on a serious basis. And now we know Graham Jones will lead the team on an interim basis. It starts with Palace against Newcastle, exclusively live on TalkSport 2 this Saturday. Newcastle fans, this is your chance. Come to air this morning and you can tell us what you want to happen next. 08717 223344. Good morning, everybody. It is 7 minutes past 11 o'clock. This is Wednesday, October the 20th. This is Jim White, and this is Simon Jordan, and this is Trevor Sinclair, and we are all live on TalkSport. We're coming to you from the studio right here in the news building, the 17th floor, right beside London Bridge. This is the nerve centre this morning, but the big breaking news is coming out of the northeast of the country, because in the last half an hour or so, Newcastle United confirmed that Steve Bruce has left his position as head coach by mutual mutual consent. The Saudi-backed owners are in and they're getting on, it would seem, with the job. Bruce has gone. He says he's grateful to everyone connected with the club for the opportunity to manage this unique football club. He says it's a football club with incredible support, and I hope the new owners can take it forward to where we all want it to be. Steve Bruce says, I wish everyone the very best of luck for the rest of this season and beyond. Well, the beyond part comes on Saturday, because Newcastle are down here in London. They take on Simon's old club, Crystal Palace, a club that this man used to own indeed, and you can catch exclusively live commentary of it on TalkSport 2. So events will unfold at Selhurst Park on that day. Right now, events are unfolding as we speak, because Graham Jones will be in charge of the team on that day, but the process on a wider basis of recruiting a new head coach is underway, and the new owners tell us an appointment will be announced in due course. 08717 223344. Newcastle fans, this is your chance. Come and join us live on air on TalkSport and tell us what you think of the job that Steve Bruce has done, what you think of the decision that he's left by mutual consent, and who you think should be next in charge of this great, and it is a great football club. Trevor, you've played umpteen times up at St James's Park. This is a diamond of a football club. But what now? What now?
Amazing football club, and I think you just got a little glimpse into what kind of club it can be. 2 minutes in, against Spurs, ball goes wide, into the box, Callum Wilson. I mean, the roof come off the place. The excitement from everywhere you could see in that stadium, apart from a tiny little segment of Spurs fans. That's what I look at Newcastle and think, yeah, that was the team that I played against. They were unbelievable. Showboaters on the ball, performances were superb, charismatic personalities. But my big thing about Steve Bruce and the way that this is played out is, I think unfairly, all the criticism has landed at his feet. Because for me, I got relegated with West Ham with a very talented team, 42 points. Should have done better. You know, there was a lot of very talented players in that team. I would stay at the football club and get the club promoted back to the Premier League. But we got criticised. It weren't all about the manager. It was shared amongst the players, the staff, the owners. Mike Ashley's got away with murder for me. The players are getting away with defend better. And that's why I see players arguing and having a kick-off, because Lascelles obviously is not defending well in that game. They've conceded 3 at home. Callum Wilson's having a go at him. It's kicking off public, which it shouldn't be. Yeah. But the players do care. But I think they've got away scot-free. Everything's landed at Steve Bruce's feet, and I think that's very unfair.
So you think he's a fall guy? He's had to take the lot.
The recruitment's not been good enough from the football club under Mike Ashley.
Yeah.
Full stop. The players need to take more responsibility. They need to go onto that pitch, sweat blood, tears, everything. Give everything for that badge to make sure that they give the best performance and they get the right results. That's not been happening.
Well, Simon and I will be up in the northeast on Friday morning. Simon, you and I will go in there and we will come live from Newcastle. But what about Newcastle fans this morning? What are they thinking? In the knowledge that Bruce is gone, Graham Jones takes over the team on an interim basis, and the process, the owners tell us, of recruiting a new head coach is now underway. An appointment will be announced in due course. 08717 223344. Dave, one of many Newcastle fans, coming on to us this morning. Dave, good morning to you. First off, Bruce is gone. What's your take on that, Dave?
Yeah, morning, Jim, Simon.
Morning.
Morning. Good morning.
It's been long overdue. I think Steve Bruce leaving the club. One thing I think is and I sort of brings up the Trev's point just there before. I think accountability lies well beyond Steve Bruce, or solely on Steve Bruce. I think the players, in my eyes, have getting away with murder for sort of a long period of time now. Performances are just not up to scratch. We've got big players. We're obviously sort of heavy hearts, Matt Ritchie's, sort of Isaac Hayden's and all that. Generally normally give sort of 110% every game. They're getting stuck in. That hasn't been evident to me over the last few performances. And again, I think that sort of goes beyond sort of Steve Bruce's responsibility. Yeah, he's got the responsibility of motivating these players, but they need to take accountability as well, and they need to sort of look ourselves in the mirror as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Because that's not going to change between now and performance on
Here's Trevor, Dave. Here's Trevor.
Dave, why have they kept Graham Jones in? And I know because he's there and he can do a job, but is Graham Jones going to turn anything around? Because if he does, surely the finger will be pointed at him to say, well, he was holding a bit back when he was with Steve Bruce, working under Steve Bruce.
Well, again, I think it's evident that there's maybe sort of little cliques going on within the club. I think Graham Jones is probably still favourable because potentially the sort of some of the players do obviously highly like him. I think the fans obviously have got a little bit of he holds credibility with the fans. However, I think he's got to take accountability as well. Whilst we've obviously changed our style of play, and we have been obviously counter-attacking in games, and that's been evident. It's no good if we kind of defend and we're going to concede. We've become almost like a Leeds team overnight. And that's in my opinion, since Graham Jones has came in. So again, I think it's going to take a massive sort of change of plan or change of tact from Graham Jones in order to prove him.
He's not going to be the manager, is he, Dave? And ultimately, all they're doing is Steve Clements goes everywhere that Steve Bruce goes. So he's staying there just because the management structure is going to stay in place for a period of time. They're all going to be compensated and moved along, and the new guy's going to come in with a new broom. You're not expecting Graham Jones to be in situ for very long, are you?
To be honest, Simon, no. I think he'll go as well. He'll carry the can. Someone else will come in. They'll bring the whole team, the whole squad. The only reason Graham Jones will stay there is if someone like Roberto Martinez comes to the club.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Good point.
But I think he'll also carry the can eventually.
Trevor, Dave, we'll move on, but thank you for your time and thanks for the call. I'm going to get a quick word from Peter, who's another Newcastle fan, just before we head to the break. So many of you want your say. We'll try and enable as many as we can to come to air. Peter, good morning.
Morning, lads. How are you doing?
Morning, good, Peter. Thanks. Peter, your take on this then. So Bruce is gone, what next?
Well, I just want to take issue with Simon. I know he's not a Steve Bruce fan, but he likes the man and he thinks he should he should have been sacked a week ago, and I agree with that.
Yeah. Or let go, yeah.
I think he should have been sacked after the Sheffield United game. We lost against Brentford and then Sheffield United, and I was one behind him at first, give him a chance. I wasn't one of these that I used to manage Sunderland, so I don't want him at the club, because that can happen. That's just life, you know.
Yeah.
But he's football. He's not a good manager. He hasn't been good manager for us, and his actual record for other clubs hasn't been great. So yes, I was going to give him a chance because he's a Geordie, but he lost me after the Sheffield United game. His tactics when we do play attacking football, we can look really good, but he played a defensive lineup against both sides. One team that was in the Championship, one team that was at the bottom of the Premiership, and we played defensively. And for me, he should have been sacked straight away after that. Any owner worth his salt, which is the problem.
And you could also argue losing in the Carabao Cup in the manner that you did to Brentford would have been a very disappointing situation, which Steve had told you that he wanted the cup run. The only reason I tried to provide context and balance is when someone like you makes statements that Steve Bruce hasn't been successful elsewhere. Well, he's taken up unfashionable clubs. He's taken Hull out of the Championship, put them back in the Premier League. He's taken Birmingham out of the Championship, put them in Premier League. He put Sunderland 7th in the Premier League. Those are undeniable facts, and those are jobs that are difficult to do. Do I think he's an elite manager? No, I've never said that. But I do think if you finish 12th and 13th with Newcastle, what else did you expect under Mike Ashley's tenure? When you finished 5th under the league with Alan Pardew, Newcastle fans did Pardew in the following season. I don't understand what you're supposed to do up there when you've got an owner like Mike Ashley.
A brief word from Trevor to the break.
Well, I just feel, again, we're kind of letting the players get away with it, because where is the accountability for the players? And, you know, I've been in a situation where we've gone out, we're playing against a team, and the gaffer's given us a structure to play it, and we've gone out and thought, this is not going to work. Proper players have a chat amongst themselves, amongst the experienced players. They'll change things on the pitch. Again, if it is the manager and his tactics, why are the players not taking ownership and saying, listen, we're changing it, this is what we're doing? I don't see that with them players. So the players have got to take as much of the flack for me as the manager.
I wonder how they're feeling this morning, actually, Trevor. We'll get more from you the other side of this break. Bruce is gone, but what next? Stay with us. It's Jim White and it's Simon Jordan and it's Trevor Sinclair, and we're reacting to the big news coming out of the Northeast this morning. Steve Bruce has gone from Newcastle United. Steve has left his position as head coach by mutual consent. We're getting an enormous reaction to this morning. Simon, you know this gentleman. I'm delighted to say the former chairman of the football club, he's live president of Newcastle United Football Club, Sir John Hall, joins us live. Sir John, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Sir John, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi Simon, how are you?
Good, John. How are you, mate?
I'm fine. I'm just in the car. I've stopped the car. So
Good lad.
I'm on a lay-by. I'm on my way up to my... I hadn't heard the news until basically you told me.
Yeah, so this news broke in the last hour, Sir John. What do you think? Was it inevitable in your view that Steve would be leaving the football club at some stage?
Oh, I think basically after the result last weekend and the way they played, I think it's... I've always had a maximum, Simon knows this, basically, if you're down at the bottom three at Christmas time, it's hard getting away from relegation. And they've got a few problems and they're going to have to bring some leadership in as soon as possible. And I was expecting it earlier, to be quite honest, and so were the fans. And I think that if they hadn't basically set this to go, they would lose confidence with the fans.
So, John, I know, and you've told me on so many occasions how proud you were with your association with the football club. But Steve Bruce was exactly the same, a proud man who was proud to be associated with his boyhood club.
Well, that's no argument about it. He's a nice chap, easy to get on with, but in the sense of time's just run out for him. It's one of those things. You look back the number of managers we had at Newcastle in the past, and they've all gone. And I suppose at the time limit for everyone. And Steve basically, it's probably been a patsy for the previous owner, and they never got the cash to invest. And there's a lot of reasons, but the fans lost confidence in him. And once you do that, you've got to reorganise. And they have no choice. They have no choice now but to find, Simon knows this, you need leadership. At this moment in time, the club needs leadership. And a few players as well. But at the moment in time, you've got to sort things out, both on the park and off the park.
You're nodding in agreement.
Oh, no, absolutely right. Absolutely. I mean, John and I have spent many times talking about football and talking about the business of football and the challenges that await us and the challenges that confront us. When you look at the situation regarding Steve, would you have expected, John, with this ownership takeover, that they took him out straight away, or would you have expected them to have left him in for that particular game? Would it have been better in your view? And I don't want to put you in a situation as the ex-owner.
It's basically, you got to look from the point of view that he had a contract. They basically understand basically if they break it, you've got to pay him a lot of money, so you've got to negotiate that. And basically, the fans want him to go early. But the thing is, if you get rid of a manager, you've got to have somebody to bring in. You cannot leave yourself in limbo, not in the position we're in. And it's been a difficult situation for Amanda and the consortium. But I think basically from the point of view of the PR of the club and between the relationship between the new owners and the fans, he had to go. His time was up.
Yeah.
And that's nothing against him. Basically.
No, that's a fair comment, John. I think he was the one element of the scenario surrounding Newcastle at this moment in time, right or wrong, that was negative. When you look back on it, John, would Steve Bruce been the sort of appointment that you'd have made if you'd have been chairman and still owner of Newcastle?
No, if I was looking now for a manager, you and I know basically, in my day basically, I had tremendous regard for Arsene Wenger.
Yeah.
I thought he was an intellectual in the game.
He was.
If I was looking for someone now, I would be looking for someone. The game's changed.
Yeah.
And you need basically to think it's for the game. And I'll be looking for someone of the calibre of Arsene Wenger. I travelled up with a train with him, and Hello.
Hello,
yes,
we're here, John. We're here, John.
Got you.
Sorry, another call came in. I travelled up on the train with him once when we played Tottenham, Arsenal down in London. I had a most interesting conversation with him. He's just an intellectual. That's the kind of manager I feel we need, a thinker, someone who knows which way the game's going.
So, John, looking at the squad and the lack of quality, how big is this rebuild job to get, say, anywhere near what the fans will be happy with?
I would guess it's going to take up to 5 years to gradually change the team. You might try to do it overnight, when you've got a team off the park, somebody running the club. But it's going to be a case you're going to get taken to the cleaners by the amount of money other clubs are going to want for players. So it depends where to spend. It's going to be interesting to see how they tackle this problem. Which players they go for, one or two big names, or just steady. If you look at when Simon, we were going to go down and we had to bring in some players like Killick-Kiltrine, just to hold the defence. And when we got promotion, and in a sense, they weren't Premier League players. I think you might have to do is bring some players in January just to hold the fort. You've got to stop the relegation, because if you go down, it's not easy these days to get out of the lower league.
Yes, in spite of the money that they might have, Sir John. Sir John, everything changes. It's all cyclical, isn't it? It certainly changed when you appointed Kevin Keegan back in 1992. So the next appointment is crucially important, isn't it?
Oh, it's one of the most important. There's two. Somebody run the club who's going to be that day-to-day knows basically to keep hold of that liaison between the fans and the consortium. But the manager, he's the person, but he basically runs your team. He picks your team. We were looking with Keegan. Keegan had been out of the game for so many years, but he knew where all the players were.
Yes.
And he came in, and we just said, we didn't know who were the players. He said, I want these players, and we backed them. And we were lucky. But in a sense, they're going to have to basically know where they're going to get the players. But I would hate to see us just going 100 million here and 100 million there.
Yeah.
That's not football. That's not football.
So, John, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag to a degree. Simon and I are going to be in Newcastle on Friday. You very kindly are going to be joining us. You're such a respected figure at the football club. So, John, as a former owner and chairman and life president, if you had a message for Newcastle United fans this morning, what would your message be?
Well, it's got to be one of hope. I'm quite hopeful for the club, but you've got to have basically things aren't going to happen overnight. We have to take it easy. We have to believe in the sense it will happen, but it's going to take time, at least 5 years to turn this club around, and that's the sort of period in a sense I've got to be contented at that period.
As a fan, Sir John, how difficult has it been to see the fans and how unhappy they are of recent times at the football club?
Well, it's like myself. I've got my box and I go, but you lose hope. The way we've been playing, we've been in the relegation in the past few years for so many years now. It was inevitable we're going to go down again had we not had this change, because Mike wouldn't invest the money in the players, and he wanted to be out. We're caught in this dilemma, but it's been a very difficult time for all of us. But now we've got some hope. Whatever has been said about the Saudis, etc., as far as football goes, we have some hope at the club, and I have my own opinion of basically what the other clubs are trying to do, but that's another story.
Okay, you're going to meet up again with your old chum, Mr. Simon Jordan, on Friday. He's looking forward to seeing you, Sir John, and so am I.
Well, I've got some stories to tell. A great day, Simon. We had a great day.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing you, John.
We'll see you Friday. So John Hall joining us live this morning, reacting to the news that Steve Bruce has left Newcastle United.
It's finished. Newcastle 2, Spurs 3. This was an easy 3 points for Spurs, and the new people now in charge of this football club know exactly what they've inherited. Fantastic atmosphere, wonderful fan base, but a side at the moment that is actually second bottom of the Premier League. Spurs up to 5th, finished here at St James's Park. Newcastle 2, Spurs 3.
In trying to be a little bit more on the front foot, if you could say that, or unfortunately defensively at the moment, we're not defending well enough. As I said before, to finish 12th and 13th, I found that very respectable for where we are at this moment. I'm still convinced we'll win a relegation battle again. If you're in the bottom half of the division, then of course you're in a relegation battle.
And they are in a relegation battle, Newcastle United, and they'll have to fight their way out of it without Steve Bruce, because Steve Bruce has gone. He has left the football club earlier this morning. The club confirmed that to us. The new owners, of course, making big decisions now and moving on. Graham Jones will lead the team on an interim basis. It starts with a trip to Palace on Saturday, exclusively live on TalkSport 2. And the owners tell us the process of recruiting a new head coach is underway. An appointment will be announced in due course. We're getting all sorts of reaction. We being myself, Simon Jordan, and of course Trevor Sinclair, live on TalkSport this morning. You can watch us as well as listen to us, because we are broadcasting live on YouTube and Facebook at this time. So you can head over to those platforms if you want to watch us, and you can do that. And I have to say, Simon, just before we take a couple more calls from some Newcastle fans, The opinion, the views of Sir John Hall are so respected by Newcastle fans everywhere. I have to say, he's going to join us when you and I are in Newcastle on Friday. He joined us as we approached the 11:30 break there, and there has been a rush of Newcastle supporters coming to us, telling us just how much they respect this man. I'll just pick one. There is Gaz. Could listen to Sir John Hall all day long. A great interview with Jim and Simon live on TalkSport.
John will give you answers. I mean, I spent a lot of time with John over the years in Spain and took a lot of things from him. I spent a lot of time with Dougie, his son, and with the late Freddie Shep and all those guys that were involved in Newcastle running. And John Hall is a great thinker. He's also a great talker. He's a great leader, and he has very, very definite views. So when he speaks on Friday, and I'm sure he'll have some views about how the other 19 clubs are operating in the Premier League and all that sort of stuff, people will get very straightforward answers, because he's one of those people that has very strong views about things and very strong opinions about his football club, Newcastle. And I found my time with him so informative over the years, because I learned a lot from him.
I was going to say, in other words, he's right up your street.
I took a lot from him. He's a very forthright man, and I like forthright, direct people.
Just what he said
very
there
talented
about Wenger,
as well.
saying he was so articulate, and you could see he was at an academia.
Yeah.
You can see he understands the game, and he just dropped it in there, spending 100 million on a player here, there, and everywhere. That's not football. So he understands football. He understands what football should be about.
Yeah.
And I'll listen into that one.
So, Newcastle United supporters, many of you have got what you wanted. Steve Bruce has gone. Many of you are asking us, what is going to happen next? Well, that's down to the owners, isn't it? What we do know is Graham Jones is in charge this coming Saturday. Thereafter, the Saudis will go into full gear. They will recruit a new head coach. That's underway, we hear. An appointment will be announced in due course. Getting all sorts of reaction this morning to this news, live on TalkSport, 0871722 3344. Derek, big Newcastle fan, but you're down here in London, is that right, Derek?
That's right, Jim. I'm in North West London. Good morning, you boys. Great show.
Thank you, Derek. Good morning.
John Hall said, and John Hall was an absolute gentleman. I met John a few times, and a really, really top-class man to talk to and be with.
He's so impressive, isn't he?
Steve, I'm very disappointed. I think he's done his best. I think the players have done badly on Sunday. I was there, and I thought they were absolutely pathetic. I very rarely started my team off in any shape or form. Well, the 5 decades of plus I've supported that club, but Sunday was one of the worst performances I've seen. They let them down badly, and I think I'm glad it's gone. I'm glad he's gone. I'm relieved for him more than anything else, because he was getting slaughtered right at the centre. This wasn't on.
You're relieved for him, though, Derek. You're saying you're relieved for him. Derek, do you identify with what one of your great strikers, Alan Shearer, probably the greatest, obviously, Alan Shearer has said in the last few seconds while you've been talking? I'm looking at this. Shearer says this, Derek: I know how tough it was for any manager at Newcastle for the last 14 years. I also know how badly Steve and his family wanted it to work. In difficult circumstances for everybody, he kept Newcastle up for 2 seasons. This is a new era, but thank you, Steve, for your effort and commitment. Do you echo that, Derek?
Yeah, I do. I know what happened when he got the job. I know, actually, when he was given the job, I was first hand that he cried. It was a job he wanted, the one he wanted more than anything else in the world. But I think that his hand was tied behind his back. He came via Rafa, or behind Rafa. They'd rather done a great job. I think he was always he was taking over the glass slipper. I think it's failed for him, and I think, but last season the performance against Southampton, down to 9 men, winning 3-2 at home, they showed good determination and fire. They didn't hell out on Sunday. What happened on Sunday? What happened to them players when they came out? They had great atmosphere, the best start, and they were an absolute shambles.
Yeah.
He's right.
Okay, Derek, listen, thank you for the call. We're going to try and get a couple more in. There are so many. Clayton, another Newcastle fan. Clayton, good morning.
All right, lads, great show. Great show as always.
Thank you, Clayton.
Basically, I'd just like to mirror what the last caller said, and certainly what Big Al says, because Steve Bruce, I've always been a critic of him, but as a Geordie, which he is, we bleed black and white, he's always tried his best. You know, he's like a lamb to the slaughter, Jim. I felt sorry for him stood there on Sunday. Like as I was saying earlier on, he probably shouldn't even been there on Sunday. I know the one might have showed a bit of compassion, giving him his 1000th game. But they hung him out to dry. Mike Ashley hung him out, and he got hung out on Sunday. Basically, what we need to do going forward is get someone in. The long term, short term is no good, Jim. No good at all. Even if we need to go all the way back to the start and rebuild, then let it be.
Clayton, you need a short-term fix, mate. You need, like Sir John Hall said, you need to manage this current problem. What you're going to become is irrelevant to what you are now. You're going to become a powerhouse. It took Man City 4 years to win the Premier League, and it took immeasurable amount of money. You've got to build in stages. Your first situation is you must not get relegated, because getting relegated takes the project back 2 years. There's no need for it. So you've got to bring somebody in that can fix the current problem. And that doesn't look like somebody that's for the long term. That looks like somebody for now to get you out of the relegation problem, and then you build from there.
What I mean by long-term, Simon, is a long-term managerial appointment, mate. I don't mean someone to come in and get sacked in the summer. Maybe have a word with the coaching team, build from there. I don't believe that, like the people are saying, you can't just take a show pony to the race course and it becomes a racehorse.
True.
I believe what
That's very true.
We do need players. We need quality, not people who are turning their backs on the ball, stuff like that, which is like honestly Sunday morning stuff. Some of our defending, to be honest.
Okay.
And then when you've got the likes of Wilson and Alan in front of them, they must be looking and thinking, what is going on back there?
Clayton, we like you, mate. Thank you for the call and thanks for your time. We're going to get one more. Can we squeeze one more? We can, just before we hit the break. Lance, big Newcastle fan. Lance, good morning.
Good morning there.
Good morning,
Lance.
Where is your head with all of this then, Lance?
Well, I've like the fella before, I feel sorry for Steve Bruce, like, because he did the biz for a good couple of seasons and he put a good shift in. But I do agree that it's just a short-term manager that we need. And nobody in their right mind is going to take this job at the minute because it's a short-term appointment. And all the other managers that everyone's looking at, they're all waiting for other jobs. So there's really...
Well, Lance, we take your point. Trevor, you've been saying the players are so bad. If they're that bad, who's going to turn it around? Who can turn it around?
It's not only that. I think the manager that you bring in has got to be able to recruit players to want to come to Newcastle, because the state they're in at the moment, down the bottom of the table, what top player is going to want to join? And if apart
from anybody until the end of
January,
January.
from money, so then you start thinking about the personality you're bringing in.
Trevor. You bring in a short-term manager. You give him an option to extend at the end of the season. You give him a points target. If that points target gets hit and they stay up, you get the option to trigger. And if you don't take that option up, you pay him another £2 million for keeping up. You'll get Allardyce. You'll get these guys in that can keep you up. Whether it draws in people's breath at Newcastle, not Allardyce, not this person. You need, by any means, to stay in this division, spend a few quid in January, show up a defence, because your attacking options are pretty good. Show up a defence, get past this hurdle, build for the future, and pay someone to do that.
Danny said to you and I, Roy Hodgson.
He did. I mean, he did. And he was, and it was a decent shout. Whether Roy at 74 still has the vitality, I don't know, because it's a battle now. It's a real battle.
I tell you, one individual that Newcastle fans, to a man, to a woman, give the thumbs up to is Sir John Hall. What a reaction. This is Craig as we get to this break. I tell you what, Sir John Hall's interview in TalkSport there was absolute class. He is a legend. No messing around. I think that is a key phrase this morning for Newcastle. Now, there can be no more messing around.
Jim White versus Simon Jordan on TalkSport.
A daily landscape of fire, football and feuding.
Towering opinion from two giants of sports broadcasting, Jim White and Simon Jordan. Mid-mornings on TalkSport.
I'm quite hopeful for the club, but you've got to have, basically, things aren't going to happen overnight. We have to take it easy. We have to believe in the sense it will happen, but it's going to take time, at least 5 years to turn this club around. And that's the sort of period, in a sense, they've got to be contented at that period.
And so many Newcastle United fans have reacted to the words there of Sir John Hall, the former chairman of the football club. He's life president of Newcastle United Football Club, and he spoke to Simon, myself and Trevor Sinclair live just a few moments ago, reacting to the news that Steve Bruce has now gone from Newcastle United. And Emmett from Yarrow, one of many people getting in touch. Emmett and Yarrow saying, loved the words from Sir John Hall on TalkSport this morning. He talks so much sense. I feel sorry for Steve Bruce, but the tactics were outdated. It's onwards and upwards now. So we are live on TalkSport. We're also streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. If you want to watch us, you can. I'm with Simon, I'm with Trevor, and you can head over to the official TalkSport channel on those platforms. We will take you all the way through until 1 o'clock, but let me tell you, right now. So many messages coming in, and now the list has formed. The list of who is going to be next. We'll get to that in a second. But in the last few moments, Simon, Trevor, Steve Bruce has spoken exclusively to Luke Edwards of The Telegraph. So this is the first time we are hearing from Steve Bruce since the announcement this morning that he has gone from the football club. And Steve says this: I think this might be my last job. It is not just about me. It's taken its toll on my whole family because they are all Geordies and I can't ignore that. Steve goes on to say they'd all been worried about him, especially his wife, Jan. He says, what an amazing woman she is. Incredible. She's a fantastic woman. A wife, mother, grandmother. She's dealt with the death of my parents. Hers have not been very well. And then she had me to worry about and what I've been going through in the last couple of years. And Steve Bruce says, I can't take her for granted. She spent her whole life following me around from football club to football club. And if I was to say to her tomorrow, I've been offered a job in China or anywhere, she would say, Steve, is this right for you? Do you want to do it? And she'd back me again, he says. Steve Bruce says, I'm 60 now. I don't know if I want to put her through that again. We've got a good life. So yeah, this will probably be me done as a manager until I get a phone call from a chairman somewhere asking if I can give them a hand. Never say never. I've learned that. What do you think, Simon? Do you think that is it for him?
No, I don't think so. Right now it is, because if you're coming off a bruising experience, you're, irrespective of the financial rectification and compensation that will come out of a contract that was probably agreed by Mike Ashley, shifting the obligation onto the Saudis to pay him properly, there will always be a feeling of regret and challenge in his mind right now. He's right. Janet is a very strong lady. She's a big influence in his life and a big support mechanism. She was great with him when he was down with me at Palace, and I spent time with them when he was up at Birmingham, despite the vitriol between me and Sullivan and Gold when they owned Birmingham. Look, he will reflect upon his time. He will restock his his energy levels, and I think we'll probably see him again, but I don't think any time soon. I think he'll go away and think about things and look at the world and know, irrespective of a significant proportion of vociferous noise from Newcastle fans, he will know what he had to do at Newcastle. He will know the conditions he worked under. He will know what it was like to work for Mike Ashley. He will know what it was like to follow Rafa Benitez and the fans' perception of Rafa Benitez, and he will know what it took, irrespective of style and content, to put Newcastle 12th and 13th from the league.
Yes.
And he will take that away, and in the cold light of day, when everything settles down and all the emotion comes out of it, he will look back on it as a journey and an experience that maybe he would have liked to have ended better, but he got to manage the club that he wanted to manage.
Yeah.
And he did a decent job, irrespective of whether Newcastle fans, or segments of them, don't think that he did.
Yeah.
And don't think that he was the right fit for them.
Well, many fans jumping on the back of those quotes. Trevor, I can tell you, Jamie is a fan of Hull in York. He says, we take him back at Hull in a minute. He was popular at the club. The club loves him. We love him. We'd always love him. We'd have him back.
Yeah, I've got too much respect for Steve. And, he's obviously got a fantastic companion in his wife, Jan. Anyone who's lost a parent, I've lost a parent, it's a life-changing experience. And for Steve to take on that job, it's a job that he's always wanted. To take that takes a huge amount of bravery to take that job anyway, because he would have been hurting. It is a life-changing situation. So for me, I look at the human aspect. I think he's done the job that a lot of managers didn't want to take. He's kept them in the Premier League.
Yeah.
He's walking away from the game now. And like Simon said, he's hurt. He might be his last. Listen, he will recover from this, and hopefully football doesn't lose him, because he's a good guy. He's been in the game for an awful long time, and I hope he stays in the game.
Careful, Trevor. You will fall into the category of his mates in the media.
I know. Yeah, I don't
protect
really
his
know.
back.
Listen, I've messaged Alex, and I've just said, listen, I hope you're all right in the family, and I hope Steve's okay.
Alex,
I wish
Steve's
son. Yeah, because listen. Football is a big family, and
of course.
We might have different paths. We might play for different football clubs and different colours, but we're all in the same boat.
What we do know is Graham Jones will lead the team on an interim basis, and that starts on Saturday with the trip to Crystal Palace. That one's live on TalkSport 2. He'll be supported by Steve Agnew, Stephen Clements, Ben Dawson and Simon Smith. So beyond that, and remember, the Saudis are saying this morning, the new owners, the process of recruiting a new head coach is underway. An appointment will be announced in due course. So Graham Jones for the time being, but who after that? Let me tell you, we have 5 names in the frame this lunchtime. Paulo Fonseca, One-time Roma coach, Simon. You and I know him. Lucien Favre, that came a bit left field last week. Eddie Howe is in there. Steven Gerrard is in there. You heard the former Rangers captain Arthur Newman saying, I think Gerrard will stay at Rangers for at least another 2 years. And Frank Lampard. Those are the 5 names in the frame this lunchtime. Fonseca, Favre, Howe, Gerrard and Lampard. Can you pick me one out of that, Trevor? Who's capable of turning these players around and starting to get them winning again?
Well, I mean, it's a massive task. I've got to say that, because whatever players you get in, and the players that I played against at Newcastle when they were really at it under Sir John Hall, you're talking about Shearer, Soles, Ginola, Rob Lee. Not so much Ginola because he was a fantastic player, but he didn't have the attributes that the other. They would run through brick walls for that football club. Les would. I'd see him go up for headers that he had no right to win. Same with Shearer. And then you've got other players coming through the academy like Lee Clark and Steve Watson. This is what Newcastle fans want to see. So it's all right having a massive checkbook, but if you bring in players who want money, and I think Manchester City made a few mistakes early doors with your Fabinhos and things like that. If you've got a huge war chest, so to speak, and you start getting in the wrong players that are not going to run through brick walls for Newcastle and from the black and white stripes of that jersey, you could find yourself in a real situation come the end of the season.
I mean, I'm just reeling off 5 names. And the bookies, who, of course, tell us everything is gospel, are saying they're the ones. Could be something totally different that we haven't thought of.
Of course it could be. I mean, I look at that list, and of course Lucien Favre was a manager that Palace wanted to take and thought they had got him. So he's obviously someone that clubs in that division rate. Fonseca was booted out of Roma because he didn't lift up any great trees, but Newcastle was a work in progress. Frank, this is a difficult job they're taking on there, and your experience of relegation is probably very limited.
But recruitment-wise, he's got a bit. He knows a lot of players.
Of course, but we're recruiting for Newcastle that are in a relegation battle, not recruiting for Chelsea that are trying to win Champions League or the Premier League. So it's a very different dynamic. I look at none of those. I don't think Steven Gerrard leaves Rangers anytime soon. And certainly not for Newcastle at this stage in Newcastle's development. So I look at these 5 and think to myself, Eddie Howe. I know, like I sound, I've got a down on Eddie Howe, but on his resume is to manage Bournemouth with a very different level of expectation, with a very different set of dynamics that got them relegated in the end, and didn't seem to me to want to go and manage a powerhouse like Celtic. So I don't think Eddie Howe's your answer either. But look, these guys are going to make their mistakes, and they're going to make their appointments based upon what they see and what they think. The key is, for this football club, it would be a waste of time for them to get relegated. It's unnecessary. They've got enough talent going forward. Fix the defence.
Exactly. Well, Newcastle have got to start winning games and win them now. Ajax did that last night. Boy, result of the night, I would suggest. They beat Borussia Dortmund, who had Erling Haaland and Jude Bellingham in their lineup. Beat them 4-0.
Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on TalkSport. Well, as you're well aware now, by mutual consent, the club announced earlier on Steve Bruce has left Newcastle within minutes of him departing. I noticed up on my Twitter feed from the Telegraph, written by Luke Edwards, their man in the North East, a piece of Steve kind of talking, reflecting on his time at Newcastle. Either Luke's a very quick typer, or that was maybe with an eye to the moment it happened. But anyway, he joins us now. Good afternoon, Luke.
Good afternoon. You've caught me on a train. I'm travelling back from Bruges to Amsterdam Airport, so I apologise about the noise. But
okay, no problem. It's clear. That's good. As long as we keep going. So, I mean, I know you had a good chat with Steve recently, and you know, he was in quite reflective mood. So I take it that's what the Telegraph gave us once the official word came out.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the sort of headline from it really is that I think he's considering retirement now. I think he said this will probably be his last job. With all football people, as you know, if he gets a call from somebody asking him if he's interested in the job, they can come out of retirement pretty quickly. But if I was Steve, I think it has taken a huge toll on him emotionally, and I think really this should have happened last week. I can't believe it took so long for it to happen. I think we all knew it was going to happen. I think Steve knew it was going to happen. Quite why it took them over a week to do it, I don't know, but it's best for everyone. Newcastle get a chance to move on now with a new manager, a clean break. I think Steve would be the first to admit that was probably the best thing for the club moving forward as well, and he gets to, he will get his payoff, which is obviously lucrative, and football management is a lucrative business, but he deserves that payout. I think he did a far better job than people have ever given him credit for, certainly in the 2 seasons prior to this one. And he can have a break, and I think he needs a break, and he needs to reflect on whether he wants to carry on working, because emotionally, football management is an incredibly draining job.
No, it is. There's no question. But if he has a few months off and probably do a bit of
he's pretty scarred at the moment. Yeah,
of course. How much do you think the delay was due to the fact they were caught on the hop, or does it show that there's a slight lack of football knowledge there amongst the people who are have gone?
Yeah, a bit of both. And I think people might be surprised when it's not in the public domain, but I think they might be very, very surprised about what the new owners asked Steve Bruce last week. So I think they were caught on the hop. I don't think they thought this takeover was going to go through, and I just think there's a little bit of the Saudis who actually run the club and have the final decision. They didn't really understand the whole concept of a caretaker manager, and didn't really see why they were sacking Steve Bruce when they kept being told, well, this season we just need to stay up. And I think their view was that, well, we've got a manager who's kept us up for 2 years, so why are we going to replace him? So yeah, there is that sort of lack of quite understanding of the situation on the ground. I think the people in the UK knew, they could feel the mood really. I think they were far more convinced that they needed to get rid of get a new manager in than the Saudis were. But it's the Saudis football club, so it doesn't really matter what those people thought initially. They were overruled by the Saudis, but it's happened now, and as I say, it's a clean break and it's a chance for everybody to move on with a fresh start.
The statement would suggest that they are looking to appoint someone quite quickly and permanently, because there had been some talk about an interim, not Graham Jones, or maybe a more experienced man coming in to keep them up and then let the new man build at the start of next season. But there's no. Are you sensing that or not, Luke?
I don't know what they're going to do, to be perfectly honest. It's a bit of a strange one, the whole concept of an interim manager coming in until the end of the season. I don't think that will be a very attractive proposition to someone. The names that have been linked with it now, Lampard, Howe, Fonseca, I don't think they would come for that. So I think they must be looking for a permanent manager, not an interim one.
But sort of Hiddink or a Hodgson or someone like that who doesn't want, it's happened at Chelsea. You bring in Red Adair, you rearrange things. Yeah, because who would want to come in now? It's a tough time to come in. You'd much rather want to come in with a summer window and some money and a chance to build something in your image, which will be difficult in January.
Yeah, well, that is true. But if you don't want to take it now, then why would they give it to you in the summer? That's what I don't quite understand. It's a big job for somebody, and it's a huge job, and there's also a lot of pressure suddenly on this new regime, because this was the easy part. They've replaced Mike Ashley. They've replaced the unpopular manager that nobody wanted really anymore. They were really, really easy decisions. They've ended up delaying the sacking of Steve Bruce. It took longer than it should have done. But this is the first decision they've got to get absolutely right. This is the first decision that will be completely their own decision, their own call, their own judgment. They've got to get this manager right. So maybe an interim manager would make sense to give themselves a bit more time and widen the search. I just don't see in reality that there aren't going to be many people who want to come in and do it until the end of the season. I just can't. I don't think there's that many managers around. They'd all want an 18-month contract, I would have thought, so that they come in, and if they are going to lose their job in the summer, then fair enough, but they walk away with some money. So there's a lot to be decided, and they need to get a new management quickly, because Graham Jones may be a fantastic coach, but by his own admission, he's not a manager at all. So they need to bring somebody in who can do the job.
Yeah, they do. What about this thing? When I was reading about the 18 Premier League clubs don't want Newcastle agreeing any sort of spurious sponsorship deals with Saudi Arabian companies, like 100 million a year from Riyadh dry cleaning services, that sort of idea.
Well, there's some talk today in your paper that there could be a sort of Saudi Airlines tie-up, because it's not a direct link to the fund, but I imagine there could be ways around that, Luke.
I think there'll be lots of ways around it. I think there's a lot of posturing going on with that whole meeting and the whole statement that was released, and trying to prevent companies from signing, state-sponsored companies signing sponsorship deals. Because I thought the Premier League make a big song and dance about the fact that PIF was separate from the Saudi state anyway. That's why the takeover supposedly went through. We all really know it was to do with the piracy issue being resolved, but it's a bit strange. I think there's a lot of clubs wanting to make a noise and be shown that they're upset and putting a bit of pressure on Newcastle. But I think if it was legally challenged, I think it would be very hard to uphold. And the Saudi airline, that would probably make sense. I would imagine that there's a lot they can do. There's a hell of a lot they can do. And as I said, if PIF are supposedly separate from the Saudi state, why can't companies linked to the Saudi state sponsor a football club owned by PIF. So I think it all falls down, really. But we shall see. We shall see. I'm sure the money will get into Newcastle somehow.
One final quick one, Luke, just very quickly. Looking at Paulo Fonseca, he looks like the kind of manager that they could have attracted potentially under Ashley. After all, they did they attracted Rafa, who was a very, very kind of seasoned, experienced manager, winner of the Champions League. Mm-hmm. So will that kind of excite the Geordie nation, you think, or do you think they are they expecting a Conte or someone like that?
No, I mean you'll get the odd, excuse my language, but the odd idiot who might think that that they're going to get a Conte at this moment in time in the rebuild, or think that this is an underwhelming appointment. I think it's time for Newcastle just to come together really and heal. It's been a divided and fractured football club for most of the 14 years. I think the vast majority of fans want to get behind the new owners. They're excited about the new regime and everything it brings. And I think whoever gets the job actually I think the fan base will pull behind them, get behind them. So in that respect, it's a good time to come and take over at Newcastle. Actually, to bring it back to Steve Bruce, he just didn't get that from the start, really. He wasn't a manager they wanted. And it's far longer for him to be sacked than people predicted. But I think the new man will come in with a clean slate, a fresh start, and probably get Newcastle fans at their very sort of partisan and passionate best.
Good stuff. Thank you, Luke. Thanks for joining us.
No worries, I'm out of breath walking up the stairs now.
That's good. Luke Edwards there, the Telegraph's man, the North East. You can read his piece at Telegraph online, that final interview.
I can't wait for the headline if PIF sell the club.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a few headlines, I'm sure. I didn't know we were calling them that, which is high risk. High risk on medium wave, as we just discovered. Now, the good news is we got to Steve. We managed to get to Steve. Luke got to him just before he left. We got to him post. And we're very, very lucky because we're interested to know what he does next. So he gave us a prepared state. He didn't want to answer questions.
It's a TalkSport exclusive. This.
TalkSport exclusive. Oh, we're ready. We don't know. Don't worry about it. Just take it as read it is. Here it is.
Well, Paul, Andy, thanks for your concern about my welfare. I have to say, I didn't see it coming. For all that, I've got plans in place, and I'm delighted to announce that in future, I'm going to be bringing Striker, the musical, to the West End stage. It's been a long time coming, lots of plans in the works, and we're going to take over from the Mousetrap because, frankly, to be brutally honest with you, I think it's been there long enough. So, Striker, the musical, will be coming soon to the West End, and I'll be starring as Steve Barnes because I feel, fairly close to the role in many ways. And Simon Jordan, I've asked him whether he would take on the role of Eddie Carberry, to which he's agreed, which I'm absolutely stoked about. And it looks, at this moment, I'm yet to tie the deal up, but I'm hoping to get it sponsored, the whole show, by Jaguar, who make a fantastic range of vehicles for all purposes. But I'm hoping that I can avoid getting that complete ignoramus Danter involved because he'll just make a complete joke out of it. So, look forward to seeing you sitting in the stalls, boys. Striker, the musical, coming soon.
Wow, something I look forward to.
That's exciting, isn't it?
And in that time, we can write a couple more books. We've had Defender, haven't we?
Yeah.
We just need more. We need
Striker.
We need
Defender.
More. We need more.
Well, there's midfielder.
Midfielder, yeah.
Goalie.
That's right.
Fullback.
Substitute.
Substitute.
Yeah. So there's
Concussion substitute.
More,
the sequel.
There's more books to be written. But Striker the musical, very exciting news. It's Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs here on TalkSport. They're very good friends at Green King. Don't miss the Premier League clash between Manchester United and Liverpool live this Sunday at Green King, your home of pub sport.
Tonight. Let's talk Newcastle, though. Steve Bruce has left the club 13 days after the takeover of the club was completed. As I said, Neil Lennon is at Old Trafford. Cameron Carney is with us for the first hour. George Culkin, the senior writer at The Athletic, joins us. And Alan Shearer is with us as well. I think everybody knows each other. Alan, Neil, you know each other, yeah? You've been in contact before?
He was up in Scotland.
Sorry?
He was up in Scotland playing a bit of golf, choppers. ripping up Loch Lomond, so he was.
Yeah, I know. That's it. Just travels the country doing golf now. That's Alan. Before we get everybody's thoughts on Newcastle, Ian, take us through what happened today.
Well, it's around 10:30 this morning that Newcastle United confirmed that Steve Bruce had left his position. They say by mutual consent. Newcastle United placed on record their gratitude and contribution, while Steve himself said he was grateful to everyone for the opportunity to manage what he described as a unique football club. Graham Jones, supported actually by Steve Bruce's coaching staff, Stephen Clements and Steve Agnew, will take charge now on a temporary basis, and certainly for the Crystal Palace away game at the weekend, and that alone suggests that a permanent replacement isn't imminent.
Alan, inevitable?
I think so, yeah. I think it was right for both parties, as tough as it will be for Steve and his family to take, because as you know, I'm a friend of his, and I know how hard it's been for them to take the criticism. But Steve's big enough and strong enough to know that once you go into that side of management, you have to accept criticism when you don't win games. And he hasn't won enough games this season. In fact, he hasn't won any games this season. So I think it was inevitable. The job he's done over the last 2 years, I think, has been very good in the circumstances. It was an almost impossible club to manage, I think, in the circumstances, and every manager that has been in over the last 14 years has found it very, very difficult. In fact, we had an unbelievable manager here in Rafa Benitez, and he didn't want to carry on. He left. He chose to go elsewhere because he couldn't manage the football club the way he wanted it. So, and that's what made it very difficult for Steve coming in. Hence me, when he asked me, telling him not to take it.
Neil, you more than most, I think, being the one who's done the manager job at a variety of clubs, will understand this from Steve Bruce. I know Alan says, he's strong and he's tough. He said this with the Telegraph today with Luke Edwards. By the time I got to Newcastle, I thought I could handle everything thrown at me. But it has been very, very tough to never really be wanted, to feel that people wanted me to fail, to read people constantly saying I would fail, that I was useless, a fat waste of space, a stupid, tactically inept cabbage head or whatever, and it was from day one.
Yeah, it's pretty damning, that, and I feel for him. I think he was pushing water up the hill the whole time he was there. I mean, I think the Newcastle fans wanted a big name in after Benitez left, and Steve obviously wasn't big enough for them for whatever reason. Obviously he managed Sunderland, which he probably had to win them around a little bit with that. But if you look at his 2 seasons, to finish 13th and 12th on a very limited budget, it's pretty good management. This season's been difficult. They've only brought in Willock, really, so he's not really been backed, and he has been sort of a punch bag for Meg Ashley in that respect as well. So you touched on it earlier, so did Alan. There was an air of inevitability about it. He's not a bad manager. He's not technically inept. All these things are said. They demean managers these days, and it's really unfair when you've got a guy there who's managed pretty much at the highest level for the most of his career and just done his 1,000th game, which is a remarkable achievement, Choppers. I think he's been treated very, very poorly by people.
Although there will be people, Karen, Newcastle fans, who will look at some of their performances and go, how have it? For example, 2-3 times they tried to play the offside trap against Tottenham, and they were absolutely all over the place. So there are going to be people, and this is not in an abusive way, but will quite rightly go, tactically, what were they trying to do at times? But is that just down on Bruce? Is that on players?
It's on everyone, including the club, really. Look at the investment that he's had. I can understand, because they did have, like last season, they went, I think, 11 games unbeaten. You're right, you watch games. I remember watching them at Brentford, actually, in the Cup, and I was thinking, what are they doing tactically? But I guess, and they haven't won a game this season, so, when the owners come in and they're looking at it from a business perspective, they haven't won a game, we're not playing particularly well. It's been for a large period of time, then they're looking at it from a business point of view, and probably so are the fans. But from our perspective and from a human perspective, we look at, the investment that he's had, and actually if you look at points ratio over 2 full seasons, he's actually equalled Rafa Benitez. And you look at statistically, they're both very, very similar. So I feel for him, because he's had his hands tied, like the gentlemen have all said. And you can only
Gentlemen,
compete.
thanks, Karen.
That's all right. Well, you are. You are.
Karen, you obviously don't know me very well, do you?
Oh, bless you. No,
You were all going so well until you mentioned the word
I
gentleman.
know. Did my credibility just go out the window there? But no, I just think you're only as good as what you can invest. And I look at that squad and I'm like, yes, you can be organised. Yes, you can try and be structurally good. But sorry, the teams like Championship, they're not good enough. They're not good enough, and no manager in the world can make them better. You have to have good players, and everyone else is invested. And the disparity is it's going or even if you don't invest, you've got to do something with the academy, or do something like a Brentford, do something different, and try and get competitive advantage in a different way. And they just haven't.
But then again, fans quite rightly would say, Alan, if you're a coach, improve some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I get that. I understand that. That is part of your job. But sometimes that's very difficult. And I look at the investment side of things, and an argument also from a section of Newcastle fans will say, well, he's had the investment. He spent on Jamal Lewis, he spent on Joe Willock, he spent on Callum Wilson. Well, that's fine, but if you look at the grand scheme of things over 14 years, if I'm correct in saying, I think the net spend has been 130 million over 14 years. My maths isn't that great, but it's round about 10 million, £9.5 million per year. Now, I also know that, do you get 130 million for staying in the Premier League nowadays, and have done for a considerable amount of time now? So over the grand scheme of things, over the 14 years, there's hardly been any investment on the playing side of which is the most important thing. And there certainly hasn't been an investment in the ground because it's fallen apart, and there certainly hasn't been an investment in the training ground because it's the same training ground as I left, other than a lick of paint, in 2006. So I understand where people say about Wilson and Lewis and Willock, but you need more than that to compete. And Neil said they wanted a bigger manager. They had a bigger manager here in Rafa Benitez. He didn't want to be here. Why didn't he want to be here? Because he couldn't manage. He couldn't manage the way he wanted to. That tells you that Steve was up against it from day one, hence me saying to him that I didn't think he could take the job, because it was an almost impossible club to manage under the current circumstances.
Let's look at what happens now. George Culkin, as I say, from The Athletic, is with us. Evening, George.
Good evening. I have a lot that I would like to say about the previous bit, but if you need to move on, that's fine.
No, go on. I'll never deny you anything, George, as you're well aware. So go on.
I mean, perhaps a point which sort of goes to sort of prove everybody's point in some ways is that there was around 100 million quid of spending under Steve Bruce's time as head coach. One of the big problems was he came in when the club had already committed to signing Joe Linton, for example, and Sam Axamar, and they were brought in with no thought to who the coach was going to be or what to do with them, and that was something very difficult for him to inherit, albeit he signed them off in public. So when they did, so they actually have spent a decent chunk of money in the last 2 years. It's just that it was unfocused, and I mean, I do have a point to make about the sort of this idea that he's either been hounded out or abused from the start. It's very complicated, but Benitez represented hope to Newcastle fans. So when he left, a lot of that hope left with him. 10,000 people walked away from the club. They had to give away 10,000 part-season tickets that summer. And so it's not that people want... I mean, Steve Bruce saying that people wanted him to fail. They didn't. They wanted him to succeed. The fear was that this was a kind of regression to how it had been before Benitez. And so there was that mood from the start, and that was very, very difficult for him. And I would also just say that sort of within the stadium, albeit people have been calling for him to go this season, it's been this football without fans. It's been football in empty stadiums, and the debate has therefore gone online. And so there's no sort of filter to that. But it's not been horrible abuse within the stadium. It's just been people saying that 7 wins in 38 games and no wins at all this season is not good enough.
Who made the decision for him to go, and who is making the decision on who their next head coach manager is?
It's a great question, Mark, and it's difficult.
It's not very often Chappers ask good questions, George.
Thanks very much, Alan. Note that down, please.
I'm not going to jump.
He's
in.
a gentleman, that's why.
Very good, Karen.
Yeah. So, I mean, the decision was, the button was pressed on the decision only on Monday night. There was a board meeting in London with the key figures now at the club, but it had been the case from day one, or actually a long time before day one, that Steve Bruce would go, and it's made for a messy sort of 13 days when there were soundings that he was going to go straight away, and then of course didn't. And the big decisions, I think it's pretty clear, are going to have to go back to Saudi Arabia, to PIF, because they have their 80% share of the club, and it's taken too long. I mean, I think we would all agree on that. I think it would have been better for everyone to have had the clean break last week, and for even if it was just Graham Jones in the dugout for Tottenham, for that to happen. And so what happens moving forward, and how this decision-making process evolves, is going to be fascinating. So you've got 3 different strands to the ownership, where one takes the final decision, or one will be responsible for taking the final decision, but probably has little football knowledge. And so, and they're also being bombarded with names left, right and centre at the moment.
Well, I'll do the names in a little while. Alan, I know you've got to go very shortly, so before I let you go, what kind of manager do they need right now? And is the manager they get right now going to be in place in 18 months' time?
Well, first and foremost, what has to happen, or what is imperative, and the only thing that's important at this moment in time, is that they're in a relegation battle. They're in a massive relegation battle, and they need to, for however it happens, stay in the league this season. And there are so many big decisions to be made, and choices to be made. For example, one is obviously the manager or head coach, whatever they want to appoint. 2, are they going to go down a director of football route, or a technical director, or however you want to describe that? 3, are they going to have a chief executive come in and run the football side of things, or the football club? So from that point of view, the next few months are hugely important, but the most important thing is trying to avoid relegation at whatever cost, because that would obviously set them back a year. It depending where or how they are at the beginning of January. That depends on which players might or come into the football club.
That would only set them back a year, wouldn't it?
Yep.
I mean, I've been thinking about this a fair bit recently, because everybody keeps saying, massively important they stay in the Premier League, massively important they stay in the Premier League. Well, we always hear it's important to stay in the Premier League because of the finances. Well, that isn't surely a concern for them anymore. So,
yeah, I think also it's important. I mean, no one wants to be relegated. It's certainly not a nice feeling. But I think if the worst were to happen, and that did happen, and don't get me wrong, no one wants that. And obviously we don't like talking about it, but we have to, because it is a reality in the situation that they're in, and they obviously can spend money in January. But that, again, I think that will depend on who comes and where they are in the league. But if it happens, then yes, it would put them back a year, and they would have to face up to that. It wouldn't be a complete disaster. And I also think the fans would look at that and say, okay, well, that's happened. And it certainly wouldn't have been a disaster if it happened under the current manager or the previous ownership, because they know now they've got a little bit of hope, and they've got that excitement, and they know that they're in the situation where they can look forward rather than just flatline like we have been for 14 years.
Alan, do you think they'll hang on another fortnight, try and get through to the international break, and then look to try and make an appointment in that time?
That wouldn't surprise me, Deno. I think that's maybe why they've done it now, to see and talk to the options that they have, and that will give them a little bit of time. Obviously, getting a right result at the weekend would buy them more time. I sort of understood how and why they got to this decision to keep Steve on, because I don't know this, but my guess is the takeover happened that quickly. It took everyone by surprise, and they were sort of caught in the middle of, oh my God, how do we replace that? How do we do that? And but the good thing is that the communication, we've had more communication in the last 10 days out with Newcastle United than we have in the previous 14 years. That has to be a good thing moving forward. But you also, it's when you've got a manager there, all right, do you get rid of them? But we haven't got anyone else to come in. You've got a coach who's been working alongside him. Well, okay, his ideas should have been in there in the first place. People will say that and look at that. But a fresh voice, someone in charge. He hasn't got Steve to look at now and to contend with. So it'll be really interesting to see what he goes in with on Saturday against Crystal Palace, because I think Steve was aware of the football that the Newcastle fans wanted. But he was also aware of what squad and what team he had, because he wanted to go and attack, and he wanted to play 4 at the back and be more adventurous. But I think with the players that we had, it was always going to be very, very difficult to try and open up a bit. And without Callum Wilson, Newcastle haven't got a threat. They haven't got anyone that can put the ball in the back of the net. So to actually go and play 4 at the back and 1 or 2 up front is very, very difficult without Callum Wilson.
Gentlemen, Al, thank you. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Alan Shearer on 5 Live Sport. Karen, you look at the names, and George will tell us if any of these are genuinely being considered. But and agents are going to throw names out there, aren't they, to try and get their person linked with the job, right? Paulo Fonseca, Lucien Favre, Eddie Howe, Frank Lampard, Steven Gerrard, Antonio Conte, and Roberto Martinez. If they are all on the list, does that imply they have any idea what kind of manager they want, bearing in mind they're all different?
Yeah, that's the point. They're all different, but the bottom line is you're in a relegation zone. So you're looking at Paulo. He plays attacking-minded football and possessive-based football. Well, you don't have the players to do that. So good luck with that. If you want to play out with the current team they've got, then you're going to find yourself in a very sticky situation. I think Eddie Howe, again, young progressive manager. Frank Lampard, the same. But you need players for this. So it's about the window as well. It kind of has to marry together. I think they have to be organised. I'm hearing reports they don't have a massive budget in this window that maybe the fans and we're all expecting. So I just think they need to, and again, this manager isn't the end manager that's probably going to give them what we all think they're going to have in the next 10 years. It's another stopgap manager. I mean, just think of how many managers it took City to get Pep, and the process is to get to the person that they wanted. But the reality is they're in a relegation battle, so they've got to find someone that can make them hard to beat, defensively solid, and get results and quick. And so is a young manager going to do that? It's inexperienced. I don't know. Is a progressive attacking manager going to do at the current players? Don't think so. So they're going to have to really think hard, because I know we spoke about dropping down a league potentially and being a year. But that's if they get back up. The Championship is a really tough league. Yeah. You can't take that for granted. And there's been many teams that have been relegated and haven't come straight back up, no matter what budget. Because it's about players. Do they want to step down in that league? You're going to have to pay them. So it's just a really interesting and kind of weird dynamic that they're in at the moment.
George?
Yeah, no, those questions that Karen are asking are exactly the questions that are being asked internally as well, because when you look at it, Newcastle don't just need one manager, they actually need about 4 managers. They need somebody to get them out of the relegation zone. Now, they need a club builder, because it's not just, yes, they're in the Premier League. Yes, they've got a fantastic stadium that we all kind of love going to, but they need their facilities to be updated at the training ground, as Alan said, and they need to be reconnected to their academy. They need somebody to do that. They need to get up from 17th to 10th and 10th to 6th. They need, and then finally, they've already stated what their ambition is. They need a winner. Now, all of those things don't necessarily happen all at the same time, but it does make it very, very difficult to sort of to make this first appointment, because there are so many sorts of things being thrown at them. And again, Fonseca, someone who they have talked to, or certainly parts of the ownership group have talked to, plays attacking football, but with the way Newcastle are defending at the minute, that's not much use. Eddie Howe, has been mentioned internally, has been talked about internally. Built Bournemouth, did brilliantly there, but Bournemouth is very different to Newcastle, and latterly at Bournemouth he was relegated. So I mean, really, the sort of fascinating and sort of sad thing is that this is a model that's kind of really built for Rafa Benitez, who of course was very much part of Staveley's first bids to buy the club 4 years ago. I mean, named in those contracts, keeping him was named in those contracts, and there have been moments when it looked like it might align him being able to come back, but and he knows the club as well as everything else, and still knows a lot of the players there, but that just won't work because he won't leave Everton. So can you find a one-size-fits-all manager at this point, or do you need to look at the short term and try and stabilise where they are and get through this season first and foremost?
I'm told, George, though, that there is firm interest in Eddie Howe. He is in the frame.
Yeah, he's definitely been talked about. I mean, they were considering a list of possible managers last week when it looked like Steve Bruce might go last week. I don't think Eddie Howe was on that list, but he has been talked about. And again, this comes back to who will make the decision, how will the decision be made, and there are then sort of wider issues about what sort of structure are they going to have. I mean, let's not forget that Lee Charnley is still there as managing director. They don't have a CEO. Amanda Staveley and Mirdad Guddusi have the contract to run the club, but they haven't made any of their own appointments in that field. They have football advisors, but they haven't been taken on permanently by the club. Do they want a sporting director? Do they want a technical director? Do they want director of football? Do they want a manager? All those things. And if they do want those things, how do they appoint a manager first, and who do they go for? And it is just worth repeating this thing. It's not kind of very sexy, but they're right at the sort of beginning of this stuff. And I'm told sort of a report into structures might take a month to compile. I'm not saying the manager would take that long to kind of get in, but it's really difficult, and they've got a huge amount of decisions. And I think one of the reasons, that they were saying last week that one of the things about hanging on to Steve Bruce for the moment was that this one decision inevitably leads to another 4 decisions or another 5 decisions. And so if he could have got them a win at the weekend, perhaps that would have saved them a bit of time, but no, not to be.
Karen?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, we're looking at it from a club's perspective, but it's got to be right for a manager as well. If you're like a Frank Lampard or a Steven Gerrard, knowing that there's 4 people that are probably going to come after you. So if I'm like Frank Lampard, just coming off the back of Chelsea, do I want to make my reputation again be kind of, bit like, or even Gerrard, you come off your back of, say, Rangers, for example, doing really well. You go to Newcastle, will that affect my reputation and my next move? And I think managers have to be selfish. Again, Eddie Howe, it's got to be attractive for them, and I'm not sure, like what we're all saying, it seems attractive for managers at this moment because it's such a transitional period.
And that's what I was going to say to Neil, actually. Within the managerial community, if somebody goes up to you and says, we will appoint you, but you may just be a stopgap. On the one hand, that sounds like quite a negative way. On the other hand, are there lots of people who would snap their hands off just to be a stopgap?
Good question. Probably some people would do it for the money. No question of that, but I don't think any of those names will be in contention, really. I think they'll go big and they'll go early and they'll give the guy whatever he wants. I think they have to. This sort of stopgap idea is just, bonkers. They'll come in with a big reputation, they've got a bottomless pit of money, and I think they'll go and try and get.
But they might not be able to.
And it's not how they're going to do it.
That bottomless. Why wouldn't they do it, George?
Well, because I mean, obviously there are kind of restrictions in place in terms of how they can spend, but it's from day one they've been saying it's just not how they're going to do it. It is going to be measured. You know, they can't just. They're not going to buy a player for £100 million in January because it just doesn't fit with what they need, or
No, I get that on the player front. I'm talking about the manager himself. We'll give him 4 or 5 years and say, look, you build this club, we'll back you financially when the time's right. I just don't see them. I don't see them going for. I mean, would Eddie Howe appeal to the punters after what's been going on? Would a young manager appeal? I don't know. I mean, if they want success, they go up against Klopp, Guardiola eventually. Go up against Rodgers, go up against all these big name managers. Then they've got to get someone that fits that criteria.
And that's the final question, really, in all of this, George. Right? Which is, you went right back to the beginning in your first answer of the difference between Benitez and Bruce as regards the relationship with the fans. And Benitez gave them hope. So, a pragmatic manager who would keep them, there's no guarantee, I saw Roy Hodgson mentioned somewhere today, right, as an example.
But surely Chap was also with Steve was he not? Deemed that way.
Yes, but maybe that relationship had become so toxic that just couldn't be sustained.
Fairly or otherwise, Steve Bruce was seen, as I say, as a sort of reversion to type under Mike Ashley, and again, I'm saying fairly or otherwise, that meant Newcastle were. All they cared about was sort of mediocrity.
So therefore, the new manager has to bring hope.
Well, I think hope has already returned. I mean, I think that's the thing. I think the takeover itself changes. Has changed that, and I think now. The change in the dugout has also sort of changed that, because it just needed to happen. I mean, it just needed to happen. Again, I'm not saying that as a reflection on Steve Bruce, but he was, as Alan said, he became the public face of Mike Ashley's Newcastle, and it was a failing club, and it was a team that's been failing certainly over the last 38 games. So it's been very, very difficult, and I think that decision gives everybody a second lift. There was the lift of the takeover happening, and then it's a second lift. And I think trust will be. It's not that Newcastle are desperate to get in the Champions League tomorrow, or Newcastle fans are desperate to get into the Champions League tomorrow. I think widely there is, a huge amount of sort of understanding, and a huge amount. They want something to believe in. They want something to be part of again. They want to feel connected again, and. That's the key thing. So there will be patience. There will be patience. It's about having something to kind of grow with, I think. And I think hope is back. But having said that, it is a really difficult decision, deciding what it is that they actually need now.
George, thank you very much. George Culkin from The Athletic, Karen and Neil Lennon and Ian Dennis staying with us this evening.
Total News. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Good evening. It's just gone 6 o'clock. The Health Secretary says the government will do what it takes to ensure the NHS is not overwhelmed by COVID in England this winter. Speaking at a news conference in the past hour, Sajid Javid urged people to take up the offer of a booster jab. He also said the UK has secured more than 700,000 doses of antiviral medication to help reduce serious COVID symptoms. Mr Javid said there was no need to introduce greater restrictions like mask wearing at this point, but urged caution. Well, we don't seem to have that clip. Earlier, these people in Sunderland told us how they're keeping to stay safe.
Normal precautions, really. Just wash your hands, keep clean. Obviously, I haven't got a mask on, but apart from that, just normal hygiene.
Yes, I think everybody's taking it cautiously, really.
Our top story. Steve Bruce is no longer the head coach at Newcastle United. The club has confirmed he's left his position by mutual consent after more than 2 years in charge. In a statement, Newcastle says it would like to place on record its gratitude for Steve for his contribution and wishes him well for the future. Graham Jones will lead the team on an interim basis, starting with Saturday's trip to Crystal Palace. You can hear much more on this and have your say on Total Sport, which follows this. The Home Secretary, Priti Patel, has asked police for an update on so-called spiking following a spate of reports of women being injected with drugs on nights out. Several forces have launched investigations after female students reported blacking out and waking up with needle marks in their skin. Chief Constable Sarah Crew told MPs how such cases are dealt with by her Avon and Somerset force.
When those reports are coming in, those security personnel will be contacting the police with a trigger plan of actions that we take to secure and preserve evidence. If we think there are perpetrators using that MO, we will be targeting them. So that might be plainclothes police in those premises looking for those perpetrators and that behaviour.
The gunman who carried out the deadliest high school shooting in US history has pleaded guilty to all murder charges. Nicholas Cruz had been expelled from the school where he killed 17 students and staff in Parkland in Florida in 2018. Here's our Washington correspondent, Nomia Iqbal.
Nicholas Cruz, who is now 23, is accused of shooting dead 14 students and 3 staff members at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on Valentine's Day. He's also accused of wounding 17 others. After pleading guilty in court to all charges, he apologised to the victims, saying he sometimes can't live with himself because of what he did. The guilty pleas set the stage for a penalty trial next year, in which 12 jurors will now decide whether Nicholas Cruz should be sentenced to death or serve life in prison without parole.
The RSP says yet another hen harrier has disappeared in suspicious circumstances in Northumberland. The last known location of the young bird, named Reaver, was in September in an area managed for grouse shooting. Reaver's transmitter suddenly stopped working, suggesting the bird had been killed and the device destroyed. It's the third of the incredibly rare species to disappear in Northumberland in the last 2 years. Howard Jones is the RSPB's investigation officer.
It's pure and simple for us. Hen harriers have been legally protected for over 60 years. There's no excuse for breaking the law, and if driven grouse shooting wants to continue, then it has to look at itself. It has to coexist with birds of prey like hen harriers.
The Moorland Association, which represents estates managed for grouse shooting, says it condemns any illegal killing of birds of prey, and estates and gamekeepers work with police to report suspicious activity. And the Queen has cancelled a 2-day visit to Northern Ireland. Buckingham Palace says she's reluctantly accepted medical advice to rest for the next few days, but is in good spirits. On the roads, on the A194 northbound at the A184 Newcastle Road with the Whitemare Pool roundabout, there's heavy traffic. Also heavy traffic on the A1 heading south at junction 67, congestion back to junction 69. And on the A1 at junction 75 northbound, there's queuing traffic due to roadworks in the area. That's the latest BBC Radio Newcastle news. I'm Miles Ashby.
Thank you very much, Miles.
Total Sport.
We're certainly not out of the woods yet, Marco, with some of the clowns that are being linked with us. You couldn't throw 20 million at this league. I just don't believe money is the answer.
As cold as it was off the pitch, we were absolutely red hot on it.
Well, we'd seen it coming for a while, we'd built it up for ages, and then finally it happened. Sunderland comfortably beat Crewe Alexandra 4-0 last night, and Steve Bruce has left Newcastle United.
Yeah, as Colin has said, so the search to find Steve Bruce's replacement following his dismissal this morning. A lot of names have been mentioned, but who do you want to see take over the managerial reins?
Yeah, there's no such drama at Sunderland. We just keep on churning out wins. Every opposition will throw a different problem at us this year, but we're dealing with most, so there's no doubt for me that this team has all the ingredients for a promotion-winning season. I believe, I think they believe, but do you believe? Call us tonight on 0800 234 6565.
And of course we will
Sunderland as well.
Yes, absolutely. We will of course look back on last night's victory at Gresty Road. I suspect the main focus this evening might be slightly tilting towards the departure by mutual consent, in inverted commas, of Steve Bruce as Newcastle United manager. He's been thanked by the club, he's been thanked by Alan Saint-Maximin, but how do you reflect on his 2 and a bit years in charge? And now of course the all-important question is no longer just a hypothetical one. Who would you have in next? We're going to conduct an unofficial poll tonight, and I'm going to keep a tally of suggestions for who the next Newcastle manager should be. There is one man leading the race already on the basis of the Twitter replies to our tweet earlier. You've all got an opinion, to share it with us tonight.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Good evening, welcome along to Total Sport. Simon Pride is poorly, so this is Colin White in for him this evening, and hopefully only for this evening. All being well, Simon will return tomorrow. We're here between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Get your calls in. 0800 234 6565 is the number if you want to give us a call. I know lots of you will want to this evening, so you might as well get your call in nice and early. Book your slot for later on in the programme. 81333 is the number if you'd rather send us a text message. 81333 is the number. Start your message with the letters BBC. And standard network rates apply if you're going to send us a text message. It is free to call us. It's also free, of course, if you want to tweet us. We are at BBC Newcastle on Twitter. Let's go around the introductions. First of all, starting at St James's Park, our Newcastle United commentator Matthew Raisbeck. Hello, Razor.
Hi, Colin.
Razor.
Is it busy?
Right. Not really. It's not like it was 2 weeks ago on Takeover Day. I think it's the weather putting people off as much as anything else.
So, Razor down at St James's Park, through the glass in the warmth, our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes. Hello, Barnesy.
Good evening.
Hey, Nick. Hi, Ando.
Hi, Nick.
Marco.
And of course, you've already heard from them, a former Newcastle United fullback, John Anderson. Evening, Ando.
Colin, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Where were you when you heard the news this morning?
I was sat having a cup of tea.
Yeah. Barry's? That's not the big talking point of the day.
It was actually, even though it is from Cork, Barry's tea, but they are
best tea in the world. That's a conversation for another day.
It is actually, you're not wrong, but they but didn't come as a surprise.
No, we will.
It wasn't as if I dropped the tea or anything.
No, thankfully. We will come on to the ins and outs of, we've had 3 different statements today, only one of them referring to Steve Bruce. We'll come on to all the details in a moment, and I'll give a formal introduction to the former Sunderland striker Marco Gabbiadini. Hello, Marco.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. And you are going to be important this evening. So is Nick Barnes, I promise.
I'll make sure that's true.
Yes.
So
it's a very subjective word I've used, important. But, very difficult to measure.
We've got plenty to talk about.
There is indeed.
And good stuff for a change.
Exactly. We always begin the programme at the opening half hour or so talking about the latest news and talking points. We've got plenty. From Newcastle United and Sunderland, we will begin, of course, with Newcastle United this evening because they are without a permanent head coach. We have an interim head coach. We got the announcement sort of 10:30ish this morning. Razor, just first of all, I guess, run us through what the official statement actually said this morning.
Yes, Colin. Well, as you say, the news came through at 10:30 this morning, and it was no surprise. I think we're waiting for this to happen. Certainly, Steve Bruce's long-term future was in real doubt once the takeover happened. And although he took charge of the team on Sunday, he wasn't expected to remain in his post for much longer. And Newcastle confirmed that he left by mutual consent. That's the way that they described his departure, rather than a resignation or a sacking. Mutual consent, and they wanted to thank him for his contribution to the club, and of course wished him well for the future. In the club statement, Steve Bruce said that he was grateful for the opportunity to manage what he called a unique football club. He thanked his coaching staff and the players and the support staff at Newcastle for all their hard work. He acknowledged there have been highs and lows in his 2 and a bit years in charge, but he also said that he hopes the new owners at St James's Park can take the club forward to where we all want it to be, and he wished everyone the very best of luck for the remainder of the season and beyond. Newcastle then told us that Graham Jones will be leading the team on an interim basis, and that begins with Saturday's match away to Crystal Palace in the Premier League, and he will be supported by the coaching team, which still includes Steve Agnew and Stephen Clements, who have been working with and associated with Steve Bruce for a while. They came in to the club with him in July 2019, but they are staying, at least for now, to work alongside Graham Jones, as well as Simon Smith, the goalkeeping coach, and Ben Dawson, who had previously been at the academy but moved up to the first team setup last season. Newcastle said finally that the process of recruiting a new head coach, and they called it head coach rather than manager, which may well be another clue as to how they are planning to structure things regarding the management of the football side at St James's Park. That is underway, and an appointment will be announced in due course. There was no time frame given. for that, and they said that they won't be making any further comment at this stage. So that is how Newcastle United announced the news that Steve Bruce is no longer in charge.
Yeah, and actually, just on that final point, first of all, I think, Ando, about the kind of the structure going forwards, if you like. Graham Jones named as Ray's has just said, interim manager. I don't know if interim is different from caretaker manager or not. What could you anticipate as timescales? Is it worth waiting longer for a better manager, or do you need somebody to come in and sort things out in the short term?
It's all based on results, isn't it? We're in a position where we need results. Yes, the takeover's happened. Yes, Steve Bruce is gone. Graham Jones has been given the job for I don't know how long. I mean, we spoke in the office before we came on air, and I said, well, he may well have it till the next international break, which is 3 games. He may well have it a little bit longer if they can get the right person in. But they need a director of football as well as a head coach or manager, whatever. I think it's a difficult one to answer. If Jones does all right, if he was to pick up a result at Palace on Saturday, get a result against Chelsea and one at Leicester, you think, well, yeah, okay, well, there's no rush to do things here. But if you were to lose the 3 of them, I said last night that we needed to win at least 3 games between now and the end of the year, probably 4. You lose the 3 of them, all of a sudden you're going into November. December's a horrendous month for us fixture-wise when you look at it. So I don't honestly know.
Yeah, same sort of question to you, I guess, Razor, because there is a possibility as well that Graham Jones is given the job until, say, Christmas or until January, and a new manager comes in and has that January transfer window. But there's so many games in December that doesn't seem the most sensible time to be bringing somebody new in.
No, you're absolutely right. And a few thoughts here. Firstly, if Graham Jones is the man to take charge, at least for now, and he is on an interim basis, I think some fans will be asking the question, why was this decision not taken last week? Because the discussions that have led to Steve Bruce leaving could have taken place 7 days ago, and you could have had Graham Jones in charge for the Spurs match. Now, that didn't happen, and they will obviously have their reasons why, but of course we know the strength of feeling that existed towards Steve Bruce and how much many supporters wanted him to leave. So I think it's interesting that they waited a bit longer, but they've put Graham Jones in charge anyway. A lot will depend on how the recruitment process goes. I'm sure we'll come on to the names who are being linked, but Paulo Fonseca, formerly of Roma and someone who was a contender for the Tottenham Hotspur job in the summer, is the outright favourite with the bookmakers at the moment. But if they can't find the type of person that they want in terms of the way that they would go about managing the team and possibly how they would fit into a structure with maybe a sporting director or a director of football, then that could mean that it becomes even more important that Graham Jones gets results, because they might need a bit more time to bring in somebody to manage the team or to be a new head coach. But look, if Graham Jones just does well, it could make their decision a little bit harder, because if he's doing well, then is there any reason to change it? He could carry on potentially for a bit longer. Graham Jones arrived separately to Steve Bruce and his staff, and he came in January from Bournemouth, and he was credited with a big role in some improvements that Newcastle made in the new year, and then of course the brilliant run of form at the end of last season, which saw Steve Bruce named manager of the month for April and the team finish in 12th place. So I think there is some goodwill among the fan base towards Graham Jones and some support for him, but at least for Saturday in Crystal Palace, it's on his shoulders to try and get what would be a vital result, a much needed result. As Ando says, they really need to win games. I think there are 12 or 13 matches, including Southampton, just after New Year, so it's a busy period and they've got to start climbing the table.
I was just going to say, if Jones is getting credited for everything that went on the back end of last season when Steve Bruce got named manager of the month and results were going well, why hasn't it carried on this season? Why haven't they won a game? He's been there, he's been, and you wonder, well, have they been doing the same stuff? So, it's a question that needs to be asked. Okay, he gets all the credit for last season. Steve Bruce is getting all the abuse for this season, but Jones has been involved as well. I mean, I'm amazed that the two Steves are there as well. Have stayed. But I suppose then when you look at it, Razor, I mean, they haven't really got coaches who can step up from youth under 23 level, what have you. And I think the reason that they didn't do it last week, I think, was financial. I don't think they could reach a financial settlement with Steve Bruce. I think that financial settlement came today, and that's why and that's why he's gone.
Yeah, I want to actually. I'm going to mention the fact that we're accepting names and who you would like to be the next Newcastle United manager. I mentioned it on Twitter earlier, but if you want to text us as well, 81333, start your message with the letters BBC. You can give us a call as well, 0800 234 6565. A very unofficial poll, which so far has Paulo Fonseca far ahead of anybody else. So I will give you some updated numbers as we go along. But yeah, contribute to that unofficial poll as well. Steve Bruce did do an interview with Luke Edwards of The Telegraph, Razor. We're going to come back to that after 7 o'clock because Luke Edwards is going to come on the programme and talk to us about that. But we've had 3 statements in total from Newcastle United today. The second one, what was that all about?
Well, Colin, we're in an era where there's a lot more communication from Newcastle United now. So firstly, I think that is seen as a really positive thing by supporters, because how often was it bemoaned with the fact that you wouldn't hear anything from the club. So the Steve Bruce news broke this morning, and then Newcastle at around 2 o'clock this afternoon issued another statement, and it touches on something that we discussed on the programme last night. And the club say that they are kindly asking supporters to refrain from wearing traditional Arabic clothing or Middle East-inspired head coverings at matches if they would not ordinarily wear such attire. They said that a number of supporters have recently attended St James's Park wearing associated head coverings and robes, marking the takeover by the club by the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund and the rest of the consortium. And Newcastle added that no one among the new ownership group was in any way offended by the attire of the fans who chose to celebrate in this way. It was a gesture that was acknowledged as a positive and welcoming one in its intent. However, there remains the possibility that dressing this way is culturally inappropriate and risks causing offence to others. All visitors to the club are, as always, encouraged to wear whatever is the norm for their own culture or religion, continuing to reflect the broad and rich multicultural communities and groups from which the club proudly draws its support. So that was a statement from Newcastle this afternoon, where they are asking supporters politely to refrain from wearing what they call traditional Arabic clothing or Middle East-inspired head coverings at matches.
I mean, you're nodding along, and it seems like a perfectly sensible way to word that request, and perfectly sensible request to me.
Definitely. I mean, we spoke about this earlier in the week, Colin, when Bridie was in, and I said, when we spoke about it on Monday, I said, look, in my opinion, it was done in the best possible taste. I don't think there was any offence meant by it. I think the people who did it wore it to welcome the new owners. I don't think there was any racist intent in that whatsoever. But the club have made this statement today, and I'm sure that supporters, because of the way that they are, will say, okay, fine, if that's the way you want it, we won't do it anymore. But I don't think there was any racist intent in it whatsoever. I don't think it was there to try and upset people. I just thought it was done to welcome the new owners.
And the third statement was a bit cheerier, the one released by the club today, Razor.
Yes, well, it was a statement released through the club from the family of the supporter who required the emergency medical care at St James's Park on Sunday. And the fan in question is Alan George Smith, who is 80 years old, and he collapsed during the first half of the game against Spurs, and play was suspended for a while his condition was stabilised. Newcastle say that Alan was subsequently transferred to the RVI in Newcastle before being moved to the Freeman Hospital for specialist care, and his son Paul said that they are pleased to tell us that Alan is making great progress. He's now fully alert and is up and walking about, but he'll remain in hospital for the next few days while further tests are carried out. And they wanted to say thank you firstly to his friend Don Williamson, who was with him at the time and alerted everyone to his condition. They also paid tribute and thanked the doctors and nurses who administered CPR, the paramedics from North East Ambulance Service, St John's Ambulance, fans and stewards at the scene, as well as the medical staff at both hospitals, and said they will be forever grateful. And they also wanted to thank everyone who'd wished them well on social media, and the players and staff of both clubs, Newcastle and Spurs, especially the Magpies skipper Jamal Lascelles, who sent on a personal message, and they said that Alan is looking forward to getting back to the stadium soon, but they've also requested privacy at this time as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, the fact that it didn't look great at the time, but the fact that he's alert and he's up and about, he's obviously a supporter who's been going a long, long time, and I think there's an awful lot of people who come out of this with a great deal of credit, and they all deserve the respect that we give them.
Yes, and we hope that everybody makes a full recovery as
absolutely.
well. That's it should go without saying, but we will say it anyway.
Yeah, it puts everything in perspective. You know, it's a football match, but you know, I think that what happened there puts everything else in perspective.
Razor, thank you very much indeed for the moment. Are you going to stay at St James's Park?
Well, I might as well. Yeah, you never know. Someone might come and join us for a chat.
That would be good. I'm aware that you have television duties at some point in the next 15-20 minutes or so, but we will return to you later on in the programme. Our Newcastle United commentator Matthew Raisbeck there outside St James's Park. Just before we move on to Sunderland, Ando, you've had your first nomination, your first vote in who should become the next Newcastle United manager. It doesn't have a name on it, but it says, John Anderson is my vote for next Newcastle manager. Most successful Berwick Rangers manager in history, as he never lost a match.
I didn't.
There you are.
No.
Is it 100% record? No, it's not 100% record, but no, never lost a game.
No.
It's clear Paulo Fonseca is leading the way of sensible suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who people want. I mean, a lot of names have been bandied about. Fonseca seems to be the main man because he's out of a job at this moment in time. You know, you can go and get him, but we'll see. It comes back to how quickly they can speak to these people and see how quickly they can get them in. And of course, look, again, as we spoke about earlier, an awful lot depends on how the next few results go as well.
Exactly. 0800 is 234 6565 is the number to call and have a chat with Ando this evening. 81333 is the number to send your text messages to. Start your messages with the letters BBC. Standard network rates apply if you want to text us. It's free to call us though. We're also on Twitter at BBC Newcastle is where to find us, and we will talk Sunderland next.
Beth's got a problem that needs solving because Auntie produced a dilemma.
Alfie Joey at breakfast. So you know what it's like when you got family living around the country where you're going to have Christmas? That needs to be sorted pretty soon, right?
Yes.
Well, amongst that discussion, my auntie turned around and went, well, why don't we make things easier and have a steak pie? The puppy went silent, the toddler went silent, I went silent, my other auntie who's a vegetarian went silent.
The saloon player on the piano, he stopped playing.
Eyes looking at each other going, what you just said?
Steak pie? Well, I'm asking you for better alternative suggestions. My suggestion was salad with boiled eggs.
Martin in Chesley Street, not inviting the auntie would make it easier with suggestions like that.
I didn't mean that kind of suggestion, Martin in Chesley Street.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
And you're listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle, and in amongst all the drama surrounding Newcastle United, Sunderland made it 2 wins in 4 days at Crewe Alexandra last night. Benno even described it as total football at one stage.
This first corner of the evening drives it in towards the far side of the 6-yard box. Oh, tipped over from Flanagan's header by Jääskeläinen. It was a good header, it was on target, it would have crept under the bar, but Jääskeläinen's managed to tip it over the bar. McGeady down the left of the penalty area, trying to slip away from off, but in towards O'Brien. He tried to flick it in from the inside of the 6-yard box with his heel, but it was blocked and cleared almost, but not quite, again for Sunderland. Sirkin with the throw, looking to get it to Stewart. Crouches in the penalty area, back to Pritchard into the 6-yard box. Goal! Comes up up off Terrell Thomas over the goalkeeper, and Sunderland take the lead. Neil quickly to Pritchard, looking for Neil in the penalty area. Pulls this back, looking for Stewart. His header.
Oh.
Good goal. What a lovely finish. And Stewart
what a goal that is, by the way.
dives down and heads it into the corner, and Sunderland 2 up in the 32nd minute. Corner then from the right-hand side, driven in low into the 6-yard box and put away easily by Stewart. Just swung his right foot at it, 2 yards out, and it's 3-0 in the 55th minute to Sunderland. Dayaku, he's going to break now. He's on his own on the left-hand side. He's got Stewart. Neil, he's going to play into the penalty area, drives the ball in.
What a goal.
What a goal that was.
What a goal that is, by the way.
Dayaku, from his own half, he's run right through into the Crewe penalty area and smashed the ball under the keeper, and it's 4-0 to Sunderland.
Give them a couple of warning signs with counter-attacks that were slick and quick, didn't quite finish them, and then that little spell was sort of 15 minutes gone in the first half up to half time. I thought we was sort of the real deal, if you like, in that spell, and nice to get the goals.
The real deal, Lee Johnson's words. I know he was referring to a spell of the game rather than the entire 90 minutes. Joined, of course, for the next few minutes by Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator, Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker. Marco, was it as good as the scoreline suggested?
Yeah, in spells. I mean, I think, you know what was quite enjoyable about the game was there was no pressure. I don't think at any time in that game did Crewe really dominate or put Sunderland under severe pressure. Yeah, they had a couple of decent moves. Probably if they'd had the players of the quality that we had, they would have done better in some of the situations in the first half. They got down the side of us a couple of times and got in behind us and didn't quite make the right decision. But, you know, that's what you've got in at this level is teams who are, you know, you hope you've got a better squad, and we have in this case, and that we, you know, make it pay, which we definitely did last night. So, you know, it's pretty good going all round, really. I think it was another good team performance. Everybody did their job, so a lot to really look forward to in the coming months, because, as I said in my intro, we you know, it was a very different problem to have to find the answer to from Gillingham on Saturday, but they did it. I mean, I think I saw stats that Crewe outpassed us by quite a lot, which I didn't quite understand from watching the game, but whether that's true or not. But you know, but even though they did, they didn't really hurt us, and when we did get on the ball, we were much more decisive, and you know, the outcomes from our forward passes were much better. So, all in all, very good.
Crewe certainly had more possession. I mean, only 53-47, so it was pretty close. But that is relatively unusual, I guess, when you're on the receiving end of a 4-0 scoreline. Would you go along with that, Barnsley, that it was as good as the scoreline suggests?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall that Sunderland did play some really nice football. I mean, I think, you know, give Crewe some credit. They did try. They didn't give up. I mean, they certainly had a bit of fight in them, but I agree with Marco. They didn't offer a huge amount around the penalty area, sort of rather sort of lashing at balls rather than really any sort of quality finishing. I think early in the game there was a little spell when they were sort of knocking on the door a bit, but largely around the penalty area, and you know, Sunderland sort of, you know, dealt with it well, and then certainly sort of turned the tide the other way. And once they'd done that, it really was, I think, going to be Sunderland's night. I mean, we'll hear Lee Johnson's reaction in a minute. I mean, he concedes, you know, it wasn't as clear cut as 4-0 suggests. I mean, you know, Crewe didn't roll over and let Sunderland tickle their tummies. They did try their best to make a game of it.
And you've touched on it. Let's just hear from him. He's the Sunderland head coach, Lee Johnson.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit sloppy with our square passes. Credit their press. I thought they pressed really well. Obviously, they mixed up their shape a little bit to sort of play that sort of 5 lopsided box 1, and it caused a few problems on sloppy square balls. And like I say, they're good press, but we did have a couple of sort of give them a couple of warning signs with counter-attacks that were slick and quick, didn't quite finish them, and then that little spell was sort of 15 minutes gone in the first half up to half time. I thought we was sort of the real deal, if you like, in that spell, and nice to get the goals. And then it had to be a professional performance, you know. Once the third went in, we had to look after a couple. Pritch had a bad neck from the first half. Obviously, McGeady hadn't done much training the last 3 or 4 weeks, so it was a really good professional win, and I think the fans will go home having seen that.
Before we go any further, 5 lopsided box 1.
We're back to Jack Ross, aren't we?
What do we reckon that is?
I think what it means is that the way Crewe set up, they had Kane Ramsey pushing furthest forward as the right wing back with the 3 centre backs, and whilst McFadden did push forwards, it was more Offord, Daniels, and Ramsey that were the predominant players pushing forward in that 5. So it was slightly sort of diagonal if you sort of set them up across the pitch. If you see what I mean.
Yes.
Is that right, Marco? And that's my impression of it.
Well, yeah. Look, you know what I think about sometimes these formation things. You end up playing in a position that where your opposition are. You know, it's not right being brave enough to say that's what you're going to do. But if your opposition number is spending, it's all right having a lad pushing on from the right side. But if Dennis Serkin's spending half his time in their final third, then it changes things dramatically. And I think that's what Sunderland are good at the moment, is that they're making the opposition have to dance to their tune, which is good stuff. But no, these modern most formations are sort of lopsided, and it's to do with the type of player that's playing in certain positions. Because if you have Aidan McGeady on one flank and I don't know, Luke O'Nien was last season sometimes played on our right flank, you knew which one was going to be further up the field. So it's as obvious that's what they're sort of talking about. But yeah, it's in a way it doesn't really matter about formations, because I know Lee Johnson will probably disagree, but it's about the mindset of your players and how the quality of your players, and I think that's the difference between Sunderland and Crewe last night. And I think the reason they had more possession is because at 2-0, 3-0, you're happy to let them have the ball. They can have the ball for a little bit if they want to, because and this is a nice position to be in, which we've not had over the last 3 years, Nick, where we can actually almost cruise through sections of the game. After putting a lot of hard work in early doors to get those goals, you don't have to be fully on your press for the full 90 minutes.
Ando, do you ever play in a 5 lopsided box 1?
No, it's a new one to me, that I have to admit. I would have liked to have been in the dressing room listening to that one. Lopsided box 1.
5 lopsided box 1.
Lopsided, yeah. It's a new one.
Yeah. Anyway, a couple of good goals. Well, in fact, four different goals. Obviously, the first one is an own goal, but it's been created by Sunderland in a way as well.
Pressure, isn't it? That's forcing defenders to make mistakes. And Leon Diaku scored a wonderful goal, of course, running from his own half, and that was for the 4th, the low shot under Jääskeläinen. But Lee Johnson was particularly pleased with the second goal, the header from Ross Stewart.
I mean, the second goal was a fantastic goal, isn't it? I'm looking forward to watching that back.
Benno's been purring about that one because just the football that was played in the lead up to it.
Yeah, and we work on that a lot. We call it a game within a game, where we try and get overloads in wide areas, and then that penetrative run. So it was really nice to see that training ground effort really come to fruition in the game.
I mean, there must be a huge amount of pleasure comes from that when you're... What are you chuckling away at?
A game within a game. It's a game.
Yeah, he comes out with some stuff, doesn't he?
I don't know where that one comes from. But anyway... It's
bit of an overload going on here, I think.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
But first of all, if the players know what he's talking about, that is all that matters.
One mean to a corner, I think.
It must be nice as a manager and as players, of course, when you work on something on the training ground and it comes off absolutely perfectly on the pitch as well. It was a super team goal, Marco, that second one.
The header from Ross Stewart, I mean,
yes.
Look, how it's not really a training ground routine, because you don't know where the opposition are going to be. And I think one of the passes was a nutmeg, so you get there's a little bit of bad defending. He shouldn't be stood with his legs wide open on the edge of his box. So those scenarios, how you plan for that, I'm not quite sure. It was just really good football all around. The movement of 2 very good footballers, Pritchard and Dan Neil, who were, I thought, Dan Neil was excellent again. Just he's just so mobile and so balanced and brave as well to want to keep passing forward. So that's what it was about. The players, if you did that with our, some of the players we had last year, they wouldn't have done that. No matter how many times you tried it on the training ground, because they didn't have the ability to sometimes see a pass or see. Dan Neil laid it off and he was gone in a blink of an eye, spinning into the box for the return. So, did we have people who could do that last year? Don't think we did from midfield. So that's the difference for me more than anything. Better players.
It always helps, doesn't it?
Of course it does. That's what that's why the recruitment drive was excellent in the summer, because we've brought better players in. Pritchard's a better player than Scowen, or Dan Neil's a better player than Power, and this is what's making us makes us a better team.
It wasn't all Sunderland dominated 1-4-0, obviously. Goalkeeper was called into action, and again, having made a pretty close to as good a save, I think, as the one against Gillingham.
Well, I mean, talking about replacements, I mean, Hoffman for Burge, there's another case in point, and Hoffman pulled off another, terrific save last night. He'd done that at Gillingham with Robbie McKenzie's sort of looping header, but this one was Mikhail Mandron denied.
It was a really good save, yeah, and listen, he's made some great saves, hasn't he, since he's been in, and that's what you want from your goalkeeper, and we're blessed really with three real good shot stoppers in what we've got, and obviously with their feet as well, learning all the time and improving all the time.
Couple of injury concerns though, Barnsley potentially.
Pritchard, he got a knock in the neck in the first half last night. You could see when he ran out for the second half, he was still sort of rubbing it and nursing it as he came out on the pitch. But no real issue there. Lee Johnson said he should be fine for the weekend against Charlton. McGeady obviously came back in last night. Hasn't had a lot of training time, but he came off with good few minutes to spare, and he should again. He's got a good level of fitness. He came through it all right last night, so he should be fine for the weekend. Just a question when we speak to Lee Johnson on Friday of seeing how far away the likes of Lyndon Gooch, Broadhead are. Gooch was probably the closest. Broadhead maybe a few more weeks. Well, definitely I think a few more weeks yet before he's available. But I mean, this is a key time. They're without Embleton for the next couple of games. I suppose at least one of those is a League Cup game, so it's not so critical. But again, in the weekend they've got a Charlton team who are in the bottom three and having a wretched time at the moment. Their manager Nigel Adkins under severe pressure. There's every chance he might not even be in charge by the weekend. So
he can't be there at the weekend.
I'm beginning to think it's unlikely.
Yes, we will talk much.
And look, quickly as well, Colin, early on in the season we had that amazing sort of stat where we played the top six in the division, didn't we? We played all the top sides in the first half of the season. Now we're getting the pay, the payout on that really with these fixtures that are coming up, and it's time to fill your boots really. If the lads can keep this going for a few more weeks, this sort of winning run with some of the fixtures we've got coming up, it will be put us in a great position.
If you want to get in touch with Marco and have a chat this evening about Sunderland, we will talk Sunderland throughout the programme. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. If you want to send us a text message, 81333 is the number. Start your message with the letters BBC, standard network rate supply, or you can tweet us as well. We're at BBC Newcastle on Twitter. Barnesy, are you going to come back tomorrow?
I guess so.
Good.
Call free 0800 234 6565. BBC Radio Newcastle.
I don't know what we'd do if he didn't come back tomorrow. This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Colin White in for Simon Pride this evening with John Anderson, the former Newcastle United fullback, and Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, obviously from a Newcastle United point of view, discussing the news that Steve Bruce is no longer the Newcastle United head coach, leaving his position by mutual consent this morning. Lots of names coming in for your preferred choices as next manager. Lots of context around these choices, though. Lots of people saying that XYZ until January, XYZ for the next few games, etc. Paulo Fonseca still very much leading the way. I keep having to avoid calling him Daniel. I really want to call him Daniel, but it's not. It is Paulo Fonseca. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call if you want to have a chat with us, and that is what Adam from Morpeth has done. Good evening, Adam.
Hello, Lord Howard.
Adam.
Hello, mate.
You
weren't surprised this morning, were you?
Nah. I thought he should have gone sooner than that, to be honest. I mean, it was great atmosphere on Sunday at the game. It was the last 30 minutes the fans got on his back. which I expected.
What happens next then? What would you like to happen next?
Give Graham Jones the chance. I'll see how the next few games go. I don't think they're going to rush into anything, too drastically at the minute. So I would take Eddie Howe. He's a young.
Would you take Eddie Howe long term?
I can't see why not. No.
Right. Okay.
He was at Bournemouth.
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of money to spend. So give him a chance. Give him a chance. He's got a good relationship with players. He's got a good relationship with Graham Jones. Some of the lads are, already playing.
I don't think he's got a good relationship with Fraser.
No, I don't think. Fraser will be there too long anyway. Let's hope he goes in January.
And when you, sorry, no, on you go, Adam. On you go.
Yeah, I would give Eddie Howe a chance. He plays a good style of football, and like I say, he has got a good relationship with players, and I think that's what we need at the minute, especially moving forward this season. Get the lads riled up. Let's see smiles on their faces. Actually wanting to play football.
Can I ask you a question, Adam? Are you more concerned about the type of football that we play between now and the end of the season, or are you more concerned about staying in the Premier League?
Both. At the minute, I think we're playing too defensively. Yeah, we've got.
I don't know how you can say we're playing defensively because we can't defend.
Well, exactly. We can't defend, but we're attracting players coming into the box all the time. We can't even score at the minute. We've had to rely on Callum Wilson coming back.
Yeah.
And Alan St. Maximum. If them two players aren't in your team, then what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
You can play defensively and defend badly. The two things aren't distinct.
The opening 6 minutes we didn't defend.
No, but
I understand I understand what Adam's saying. Yeah, look, I think if you're going to play a defensive game, you've got to be set up defensively sound, and we're all over the place defensively. We're so easy to get at. Centre backs are getting no protection. They've got to defend themselves, and they're not good enough to do that job themselves. They need somebody in front of them to give them protection. And I keep harping back to when Benitez was here. He played with 3 centre-backs and he played with 2 holding midfield players, and those centre-backs never got isolated. They always had protection in front of them, so they never got found out.
But it's interesting, Adam, that I think what I've heard and read, a lot of people, and Ando, I'll probably include you in this, thinking the first thing that needs sorted out or the first job that needs done by a new manager, sort that defence out, get them defending properly, get them organised, etc. But Adam, actually, your point is, we haven't got the defenders to defend well, so let's stop playing so defensively. Is that fair?
Yeah, 100%. Let's get our teams, look at St. Maximum, for instance. I think he's covered the most ground in the Premier League. Let's make that an advantage for us. Let's go and attack. Let's go and attack teams. But we need to support them as well. On Sunday, I was looking and he was doing a lot of work. And was anybody around him all the time? No. So it's all right going forward, but we need to support them going forward.
Do you think we pass the ball and keep the ball well enough to have a go at teams?
No.
Then we've got major problems all over the place then, Adam, haven't we?
We have defence.
That's the conclusion.
And even in midfield, to be honest.
Mm.
Well, I mean, look at John Joe Shelby. Both
the tackles were. I mean, the first one's an awful tackle anyway, but the second one, he knows he's already on a yellow card. It was defenders back. It was ridiculous what he did.
Adam, thank you very much indeed for your call this evening, and Adam getting his vote in for Eddie Howe. He's the second vote for Eddie Howe on my list. Paulo Fonseca at the moment leading with 5, 6, 7. Ando's still on 1, unfortunately. Albert from Wooler's on 1 as well.
I'd give it to Albert.
You're level with that. What? Give it Albert till the end of the season.
He'd rattle a few cages.
Exactly right. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call if you want to chat with John Anderson about Newcastle United, or with Marco Gabbiadini about Sunderland. I'm going to read you a Sunderland text, Marco, from Paula, which says, magnificent win last night. Hoffman seems to go from strength to strength after the shaky start. I continue to be impressed by Flanagan, Stewart and O'Brien. Dayaku's goal was a superlative individual masterpiece, and the whole team gives their all for the full 90 plus minutes. Suffice to say, I was impressed. You can't argue with any of that, can you?
No, it's a glowing report. No, it's actually really, it's a really nice feeling to sort of watch the games, unfolding and just sort of see that, they're not really under too much pressure. I think the Portsmouth game, as was sort of, can now probably say that it was a bit of an anomaly, that it was just a bad day at the office due to the conditions, and that they've bounced back with. Well, that's three wins with the cup result as well, isn't it? So, it just keeps getting a little bit better each week. And to have someone like Dajaku coming off the bench, and he's so keen to score, he only had one thing in his mind. It's Ross Stewart probably has been guilty of being unselfish whilst being on a hat trick a couple of times now. Whereas Dajaku has just got that, he knows he's got to make an impact. And he's doing that, which is a great asset to have off the bench as well. So lots of good stuff. So we're all very pleased.
Yeah, absolutely. Paula, thank you for your text. 81333 is the number to send your text messages to. Make sure you start them with the letters BBC. Standard network rate supply if you're going to send us a text message. I'm going to read through some of these Newcastle ones and mention some of the names to you as well, Ando, but that have got a bit of context around them. Jacob in South Wales, you're going to despair at this one. Jacob in South Wales, I would love to see David Ginola come into the position as manager at Newcastle. He knows the club, he knows the fans. Newcastle is in his heart, and because he's worth it. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
This is a club that needs somebody who's got plenty of experience and knows what the job entails. But you see, there's so many mentalists out there. It's crazy. David Ginola, he's probably never taken a training session in his life, and people go, oh yeah, but Kevin, yeah, but that was a totally different era. David Ginola loved his time at Spurs. He loved the Spurs fans. Does he love Newcastle fans more than he loved the Spurs fans?
And what would happen after two games? What if he didn't get a result in his first 2 or 3 games? What would people be saying? He's inexperienced. He's not tactically aware, and all the things that are said about Steve Bruce. So I don't know why people are coming out with these ones. It's almost a waste of our time talking about it.
It's a total left field of that.
And this one is more about the style of manager, I think, than the names necessarily. But Gareth says, interesting that Paulo Fonseca is now the fans' pick in the poll, and this is a very unofficial poll, by the way, for a new manager, because until yesterday I'd never heard of him. I'd fancy Roy Hodgson or Mark Hughes myself, good records in keeping poor teams up. And is that, you can understand the mentality behind thinking we need a manager to keep us up, first and foremost.
Yeah, I think you need a firefighter. You need somebody who's going to organise you, make you difficult to play against, make you difficult to beat. Okay, might not be pretty on the eye, but what you've got to remember is it's all about staying up this season. And people are going, oh yeah, we'll be all right, we'll stay up. But we haven't won a game yet. And where do people see us winning games? Because Steve Bruce is gone. And as I said earlier, Graham Jones, he got all the credit for the back end of last season. But he's been there all this season as well. So don't kid yourself that he hasn't been involved. He has been involved.
We're joined on the line now by a man who is joint fourth in our unofficial poll. Hello, Albert.
Hello, lads.
Albert.
John, I think you and me was taught the same way, because you're speaking a lot of sense there. I'll tell you now. What we want is somebody that can organise our defence to start with, to make us difficult to score against.
Yeah.
And until that happens, we'll get nowhere. Because it's all right, people saying, have a go at teams. We haven't got the players to do that.
No. When we do have a go at teams, Albert, we leave ourselves wide open, and good teams just counter-attack on you and pick you off.
Exactly.
But I don't know who the right man is.
I haven't the clue either, John. I haven't the clue. There's a few folk asked me the day, Who would you get, Albert? I said, I haven't got a clue.
No. And I mean, looking at everything, I don't think the owners have got a clue yet either who they feel is the right person for the job. Whoever it is, whoever gets it has got a hell of a job on their hands.
By God, they have.
Because
I wouldn't envy the task. I'll tell you no. By God, I wouldn't.
No, because confidence is low.
Absolutely.
You know, we don't keep clean sheets. We don't score enough goals, and whoever gets it can't do anything or reinforce till January comes along.
True.
You know, so, and people are going, oh, well, we want to see this type of football, that type of football. But at this moment in time, it's just about winning football matches. And it doesn't matter how you do it, Albert, because, you know, if you want to see the better type of players here, you're not going to get them if you're in the Championship next season.
Quite right. I couldn't agree more. One thing that did surprise me when Bruce came, mind, I used to tell a lot of people we'll have a good defence because he's a hell of a good defender himself.
Yeah.
But it went the opposite way.
Yeah.
We were far too easy to score against under him. He said that himself on Monday morning, that Tottenham scored far too easily against us.
Yeah. I mean, the first goal against Tottenham was awful.
Oh.
You know, the boy picks it up on the edge of our penalty area. There's nobody within 5-6 yards of him.
True.
You know, he's got all the time in the world. You got to get close to people. He's had time to have a touch, get it out of his feet, and stick it in the top corner, and still nobody got to him.
True. Thanks again, lads.
Cheers, Albert.
No problem at all. Thank you very much, Albert. Who may have put himself in position. He's been very modest. He didn't rule himself out. Can we use that as a headline? Albert from Wooler refuses to rule himself out of the running for the Newcastle
We should have asked him how much it cost.
Whatever it is, they've got the money to pay him. We're rejoined again by a Newcastle United commentator, Matthew Raisbeck, who's finished with his telecommitments and is back on the radio. Hello, Razor.
Hi, Colin. Ando. Mark.
Razor.
You can maybe be a little bit more authoritative than us speculating wildly in the studio. In terms of serious contenders for the next Newcastle United managerial role, where are we at, do you think?
Well, I agree with Ando, and I think it's actually quite a difficult one. There are lots of names around, and I'll run through some of the possible contenders in a second, but with this consortium, and particularly with Amanda Staveley, who is one of Newcastle's co-owners and on the board of directors now, the one name that had been talked about was Rafa Benitez, and that would have just been ideal, wouldn't it? Because he almost certainly would have come back. He would have been the type of manager that they would have wanted. It would have been a great move in the eyes of most fans. But he is under contract at Everton now, and Rafa Benitez is someone who hasn't broken contracts himself. So, I mean, he even said the other day, didn't he, that he was happy where he was. So then you're looking at other names, aren't you? And at the minute, it's Paulo Fonseca, who is the bookmaker's favourite, formerly of Roma in Italy. He'd been at Shakhtar Donetsk in Ukraine and also managed in his native Portugal. Someone who was thought to be getting the Spurs job in the summer before things changed and Nuno ended up going there. A couple of weeks ago, Brendan Rodgers was the favourite, but he ruled himself out last week and his odds have drifted. And it's the likes of Eddie Howe, who's out of work, and Frank Lampard, likewise, not in management at the moment, who are up there alongside Fonseca in the betting stakes with Roberto Martinez, the Belgian boss, who has worked with Graham Jones at Belgium and at Everton and Wigan before as well. So there is a link there. And the other name is Lucien Favre, formerly of Borussia Dortmund. And really, if you would ask me who's the best out of all of those, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think what you might feel that they need is someone with experience, because the first task is to help the team get away from the relegation zone. Now, that immediately falls on the shoulders of Graham Jones, who is in interim charge. But if things don't go well while he's looking after the side, then it puts more pressure on who comes in as Steve Bruce's permanent replacement. So you've got to be the right man for that job, and then to build from there and also work with the club and whatever new structures they put in place, whether that's sporting director, director of football. So you've got to have, you've got to be able to work with someone above you, potentially on transfers and a football philosophy and an approach and a style of play. So those may be the attributes they're looking for, but certainly what they need right now is someone who can help organise a defence. It is the leakiest defence in the Premier League. No one has conceded more goals, so that is crucial. And I also think that a lot of the managers that have had success here at Newcastle, not all, but many of them, have been big personalities, have had charisma. Look at Rafa Benitez. Yeah, he really did have something about him, and he had a track record to back it up. The great Sir Bobby Robson, the great Kevin Keegan. And there are others who perhaps weren't big personalities like that, but I think if you had someone who came with personality, with character, maybe with a bit of noise, that might help as well.
We are hurtling towards the news at 7 o'clock, so I'm going to squeeze in Mark in South Shields, who's a Newcastle fan, who's given us a call. Hello, Mark.
Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. The point I'd like to make is this. I was listening to the media, sort of Southern media coverage of the sacking of Bruce, and some of the comments made about Newcastle fans are absolutely disgraceful. We've been described as, Bruce is a wonderful guy and he's unlucky. He hasn't been backed. It's deluded mob rule. But the reality is, football, as you agree, is a results-driven business, and the results just haven't been good enough this season. I mean, we're bottom of the table, winless. The players don't look fit. And I think the win ratio over the last 37 games is something like 18%, and that just isn't good enough. So that's why he's gone. So this notion that Newcastle fans are sort of unfair to Bruce and deluded, I think is very unfair. I just wonder what you thought.
One of the things I'm going to, before we get Ando's response to that, because one of the things that Steve Bruce has said in his interview with the Telegraph today, and we're going to talk to Luke Edwards in about 15 minutes' time, is that he believes there were people who always wanted him to fail from the very beginning. How do you feel about that particular statement?
Yeah, can I just say this? When he was appointed, I came on the show and I said there was nothing in Steve Bruce's CV to suggest he'd be successful at Newcastle. And don't forget, Sunderland sacked him in 2011. And if you look at the results, his record at Sunderland, 29% win ratio. At Newcastle, it's 28. So his record over the games is almost identical. So that proves Bushy was never really ever going to be successful at this club. I mean, nothing personal against the guy, but he just isn't good enough. And that, to me, is the end of it.
Yeah, look, I said when we went on that run where we won 2 and 20 odd, and what is it? It's 7 and 35 now or whatever. If he had been at any other football club, he would have been sacked before now.
Agreed.
I think from day one, Steve Bruce had a major problem at the football club because there was an awful lot of supporters who didn't want him in the first place. And I think he was rowing against the tide from day one. He had to get off to a fast start. He needed to start winning football matches. He needed to play a certain brand of football. When that didn't arrive, he was always in big trouble. And as I say, if he had been at any other football club, he probably would have gone long before now.
And a lot of people in the media are saying that he hasn't been backed. He has. He's had the most financial support of any manager under Ashley.
Well, I'm not too sure about that because people are putting the Joe Linton money in there. I don't think he had any say in the Joe Linton deal at all. I think the Joe Linton deal was done in between Benitez and Bruce. I think that deal was done. But it doesn't matter now anyway. I think it's better for all parties involved that he's gone. I think it's better for Steve Bruce as well from a mental health point of view as well.
Yeah,
I really do. I think it was getting to.
Yeah, and again, I keep referencing it. We're going to talk to Luke Edwards, who did that interview with him on the back of the decision this morning as well. Thank you very much indeed for your call, Mark. Sorry to cut you a little bit short, like I mentioned before you came on. We're hurtling towards the news at 7 o'clock. If you want to get in touch and either chat Newcastle United with John Anderson or Sunderland with Marco Gabbiadini, and I've got a really good Sunderland text that I'm going to read to you at some point after 7 o'clock, Marco. 0800 234 6565 is the number if you want to call us. It's free to do so. 81333 is the number to send your text messages to. 81333. Start your messages with the letters BBC, and standard network rates apply.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
With the BBC News at 7, I'm Anna Preston. The government's urging everyone over 50 or who are clinically vulnerable to get the coronavirus booster jab. 4 million people have yet to take up the offer. The move comes with cases rising while hospital admissions are up. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says he's doing everything he can to make sure that the health service can cope.
Cases are rising, and yesterday we reported 43,738 new cases across the UK, up 16% from the previous week. And they could go yet as high as 100,000 a day. We're looking closely at the data, and we won't be implementing our Plan B of contingency measures at this point.
The Moroccan government has suspended direct flights to and from the UK for an unspecified period of time because of the UK's COVID rate. Thousands of British tourists may need to return home via a third country after the ban comes into effect tonight. The Home Secretary, Priti Patel's asked police to urgently assess the scale of drink spiking at nightclubs and parties following a rise in reports of people being drugged by injection. 19-year-old Zara Owen said it happened out to her on a night out in Nottingham.
I have no recollection of the nightclub, what had happened to me in there, but the next morning I had an agonising pain in my leg and I couldn't walk on it. I had a huge limp which was causing me great pain. It's still terrifying, the fact that it's happened to me.
Nottinghamshire police have confirmed they're looking into multiple reports of people being physically spiked and a 20-year-old man's being questioned. A convicted terrorist organiser who was friends with the Manchester Arena bomber Salman Abedi says he will cooperate with the public inquiry into the attack if he's treated fairly. Abdulrauf Abdallah was due to be a witness today but successfully secured a delay in giving his evidence. A mini tornado's hit a town in Cheshire with strong winds damaging houses and vehicles. Police received reports of walls being brought down and car windows being smashed by freak weather in Widnes at lunchtime. No one's believed to have been injured. Kevin Sinfield is unveiling his latest challenge to make a difference by raising funds for research into motor neurone disease. His original 7 marathons in 7 days challenge raised nearly £3 million, inspired by the plight of former Leeds Rhinos teammate Rob Burrow, who has MND. Kevin's now aiming to run 101 miles from Leicestershire to Leeds, completing stretches in 60 minutes.
I think since the 7 in 7 we've racked our brains of what we do next, because people got behind it so much and supported it, and we really enjoyed it too. To find something that grips people is tough, but it made sense.
That's the very latest. You're up to date. It's 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport.
Where do I start? And I love it, and I love that we've went on a run here. I'm not saying he should be dropped. He's not quick off his line.
I don't think people realise how good a signing this lad is.
This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Colin White in for Simon Pride this evening, and we've been taking your suggestions for the next Newcastle United manager. Adam from Morpeth thinks that Eddie Howe's connections to some of the players at the club could make him an ideal candidate.
He was at Bournemouth.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't have a lot of money to spend, so give him a chance. Give him a chance. You know, he's got a good relationship with players. You know, he's got a good relationship with Graham Jones. You know, some of the lads are, you know, already playing.
So that's Adam's thoughts. Meanwhile, Albert in Wooler, who has sensationally refused to rule himself out of the running, he's had his say.
What we want is somebody that can organise our defence to start with, to make us difficult to score against.
Yeah.
And until that happens, we'll get nowhere.
And in response to some criticism that Newcastle United fans wanted Bruce to fail from the beginning, Mark in South Shields pointed to his time as Sunderland manager.
So his record over the games is almost identical. So that proves Bushy was never really ever going to be successful at this club. I mean, nothing personal against the guy, but he just isn't good enough. And that, to me, is the end of it.
We are here until 8 o'clock this evening. We're also going to take your thoughts on Sunderland's 4-0 win over Crewe Alexandra last night that puts them second in the table, back in the promotion spots in League One. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. We're going to hear from the Telegraph journalist Luke Edwards in about 5 minutes' time as well, because he has spoken to Steve Bruce today since his... I keep calling it sacking. It's not officially a sacking, is it? It's by mutual mutual consent. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. 81333 is the number to send your text messages to. We're going to briefly look back on the 2 FA Cup replays last night as well. One good, one bad as far as our sides were concerned. If you want to get in touch with us on Twitter as well, we are at BBC Newcastle. It's 7:05.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Now, Steve Bruce's departure from Newcastle United, obviously big news today, but not necessarily surprising news, as we've touched on already. Well, here's a little recap of how the past few weeks have unfolded.
And Newcastle begin the season with a defeat.
Just put it in the net!
And Newcastle are beaten. It's another defeat. And the winless run continues.
I get on with my job as best I can, and I'll continue to do it as best I can until somebody says different.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
No more false alarms. This is it. It has happened. Mike Ashley is no longer the owner of Newcastle United.
You know, I've spoken to Steve on the phone tonight. We're going to look at all of the club right across the board, top to bottom.
There ain't no gold in this river.
They do need to bring in a new manager, and they need to do that quickly. I think that will happen first. Let's not forget they're second from bottom in the Premier League. They're winless. They're in real relegation danger.
There's still no word on the future of head coach Steve Bruce. Newcastle fan Albert called BBC Radio Newcastle with this advice to the new owners.
The most important thing at the minute is winning some games before January, because if we're doing, the season could be too late to revive in January.
You know, I'm sorry, I just think Bruce has lost it completely, as far as I'm concerned.
I met the new owners last Monday when they visited the training ground. I had a 10-15 minute conversation with them where we talked about football and injuries and training ground. They were very, very decent people, I have to say, and hugely respectful. It was an informal conversation, and that was that. That's as much as it's gone, no matter what you've read or what else you've seen. That's the way the conversation was. It was pretty cordial, and as I said, they were very, very good people. It's not about me personally. I've tried to keep me respect and me dignity, which has probably served me well over the last 20 odd years, and that'll remain. It's been difficult, of course, you know, but as I said, I hope you guys are getting a slap now, or your bosses, to say that you haven't done your job. Whoever your source was, whoever it was who's feeding you, didn't get it right. So I hope you're feeling a bit of heat.
5 yards outside the area, so Maxima wide right, down the line for Manquillo, ball in!
Oh!
Goal!
Yes! Callum Wilson!
Diagonal ball out to Reguilon, and now Ndombele, edge of the area.
Oh dear.
Equaliser for Spurs. Tongi and Ndombele over the top for Kane. Darlow comes, Kane lifts it beyond him and scores. Kane freed in the box, rolled across, 3-1. Son.
You're saying things to work on. Will you be working on them? What happens
Well,
next
that's
with
for
that?
a guy. That's for other people to decide. You know, since I've walked into the club, I think I'm of what's happened to this club, great club of ours over the last few years. You know, it's been difficult, and I had no, when I walked through the door, of how difficult it was going to be, as I realised the frustrations. But you know, as for your question, unless I hear different, I'll go to work again tomorrow and prepare for next week.
1,000 games, here's to many more.
Thank you.
It looks like it might be the opposite then. Steve Bruce talking to Guy Mowbray of Match of the Day at the end of that. He has hinted today that he might not take another managerial job. We were just chatting actually during the news, Ando, about the effect that, you know, whatever your opinion of Steve Bruce as a football manager, the criticism that he has had, and in many ways it's abuse and not just criticism, is bound to affect him.
Absolutely.
To a degree.
Well, not just him, his family as well.
Yeah.
You know, apparently he's not on social media, but I'm sure a lot of his family is, and they see it all. It's bound to have an effect on them, and I'm sure the people who are writing these things, if the shoe was on the other foot and it was being said about them, they would feel exactly the same way.
It helps if I put my microphone on. 81333 is the number to send your text messages to this evening, including your contributions to our very unofficial poll of who you would like the next Newcastle United manager to be. I think I've got it up to about 15 names. Nobody's got that many votes, so it's a very open field at the moment beyond Paulo Fonseca, or most recently Roma manager
names.
leading the... I think it is. Fabio Capello, Gennaro Gattuso, Patrick Vieira, Antonio Conte, Sam Allardyce has got 2 votes, Lucien Favre, Mark Hughes, Roy Hodgson, you, Ando, Eddie Howe, Diego Simeone, Eddie Jones hasn't been mentioned yet.
Eddie Jones.
He hasn't been mentioned yet. Graham Jones, David Ginola we touched on earlier, Albert's had a vote, Roberto Martinez and Paulo Fonseca, so there is quite a field in that at the moment. We're going to hopefully talk to Luke Edwards, the journalist from The Telegraph, shortly. But the first thing I want to do, Marco, I mentioned just before 7 o'clock that there's a really interesting Sunderland text, and I'm going to read this to you because it's and it doesn't have its name on it, which is very frustrating. So if your number ends 349 and you recognise the text that I'm about to read out, do text us again, and I will give you a proper name check. But this person says, not a regular listener, I listen when I can. But as a Sunderland fan, do you think the prospect of international breaks, Papa John's games and the rest puts a lot on players, especially if there are COVID cancellations over the Christmas period? Sunderland should be asking the EFL to extend the season for player safety.
Oh, gosh, there's been a lot on the news today, hasn't there, about COVID issues again. Let's hope it doesn't get to that stage. I'd like to think, I mean, we're talking about, these are non-footballing issues. I'd like to think that there won't be another full lockdown, and that, even if there were measures, that certain things would still be able to continue, i.e. football, whether that's in front of fans or not. Most of the country is vaccinated. So it's a really difficult question. It's probably if you were doing a risk assessment on Sunderland season, it's probably the big, the one thing that's out of our control is COVID. Going back to the fixture list as regards cup runs and international breaks, now that is another issue for us. I think at the moment, because we're in contention, I don't think it's a big thing. But if we'd have had a win and a draw out of those 2 games, or a win, we would be sitting proud top of the league. And psychologically, I think that does have some effect. But I think the players also realise, they're not stupid, that they're looking at that league table and knowing what a good position we're in. Often I've played with managers who used to put like a bit like an advent calendar on the wall, and points targets that you sort of we're heading for, and at the moment we're way above the waterline for promotion. If we continue like this, we'll probably get about 120 points, I think. We're going really ahead of the curve, really. And we will have some dips, and whether that's around that fixture congestion later on, it'll be hard to tell. But I do think the squad's in a better place. As I'm obviously speaking about this without taking injuries into account. You hope that you don't get the big amount of injuries that we've had in the past. But yeah, a lot to consider there. But I think this time, we are better equipped than we've been in the past.
Thank you very much for your text message, whoever you are. 81333 is the number to send your messages to. Start them with the letters BBC. Standard network rates apply if you're going to send us a text message. But it's free to give us a call, and we always like to hear your voice. 0800 234 6565 is the number. 0800 234 6565. We're also on Twitter as well. We're at BBC Newcastle if you want to find us on that particular platform. Now, we've mentioned already on this show that talked about the interview that Steve Bruce did with the Telegraph newspaper talking about his departure from Newcastle United. Well, we've got the man that he spoke to, very much a regular journalist guest on Total Sport. I haven't bothered to find a theme tune for him this time. It wasn't worth the effort. Good evening, Luke Edwards.
Good evening. I've had a very long day. Very long day getting back from Belgium. So,
hey, Luke.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, right. Very briefly, then, why were you in Belgium? Was that holiday?
No, I was there for Man City, Bruges, Man City. I don't just cover the northeast anymore. Sadly,
You've gone up in the world. You've gone up in the world.
Manchester Cup.
I will come on to the interview that I've mentioned that you did with Steve Bruce specifically in just a moment. In some ways, this is a big day. In some ways, it isn't really a big day at all, because we all knew really that it was coming. So my first question, guess, is why now? Why today? Why do you think the new owners gave Steve Bruce the 1,000th game as some sort of goodwill gesture? Is there finally an agreement over compensation that was only reached yesterday or today? Why today, in your mind?
I think, I'm not come out. I think that they actually wanted it to carry on when they first the job until the end of the season. I think sort of the language that was used was that they wanted to carry on until they found a replacement for him. I think Steve was a bit uncomfortable with that idea, but, you know, he carried on, and that was it. That was all we were told on the Monday. And I think after the Tottenham game, the defeat, the chance against him at the end, I think I was basically agreeing. I think we hear this term actually exactly.
Oh, we're going to have to call you. We're going to have to try and call you back. Look, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. The line is really not really good enough to be able to hear what it is that you were saying, which is an important thing. So we will try and get you back again in just a minute or two. I'm going to read a couple of other Newcastle text messages because there are plenty. In the meantime, Mick in Sheffield, my choice for Newcastle manager is a guy who will shore up the defence immediately. Brian, he's the manager of Sheffield Laundrette and he has nothing to learn about keeping clean sheets. I'm not putting Brian from Sheffield Laundrette on the list. It's long enough already. Brian in Heworth, this is a little bit left field, but it's not a ridiculous one, Ando. I've been hugely impressed by the work of Patrick Vieira at Crystal Palace, the only drawback being his relative inexperience.
Yeah, he's done a decent job at Palace. There was a lot of eyebrows raised when he went there. I watched them the other night at Arsenal, actually. And they break quick. They've got good pace. They should have beaten Arsenal, to be fair. Arsenal got an equaliser in added on time. Patrick Vieira would be an interesting one, actually, because of his relationship with a certain Alan Saint-Maximin.
Yes, so he was his manager at Nice.
Yeah,
I think I've got that right. We've got Luke Edwards back as well. Welcome back to the programme, Luke.
Hello. I don't know what happened there, sorry.
No, your line was just getting a bit crackly and it ended up getting too crackly and we couldn't hear what you were saying in the end.
Okay, very important to hear me.
Yes, it's the fundamental of radio, isn't it? So actually, let's tell you what. Let's just move on to the conversation we've just had, which is about the inevitable question of who comes in next. Who are the? I guess 2 questions in one. How long can you envisage Graham Jones being interim manager? And secondly, who are genuine front runners to permanently replace Steve Bruce for you?
Okay, well, I think Fonseca, Howe, Lampard, and Lucien Favre will be. I think that's probably the 4 now that we're looking at. I think Gerrard will stay at Glasgow Rangers. His name might also be in the mix, but I think he would find it difficult to leave Rangers in the middle of the season. So they're the 4. It's take your pick, really. And I think what I've got to sort of get across to your listeners is when you have a consortium who are new to football and all have different ideas and all have different people they're talking to, I don't think there is a consensus at the moment on who they want to go for. And I think they will have to reach a consensus sooner rather than later because this can't go on. For much longer, but I would expect Graham Jones will certainly get Palace. I really wouldn't be surprised if he was still there against Chelsea. I might be wrong, but I think we're still some way away. I think from finding out who the long-term replacement is going to be.
Do you think they'll give Jones up to the next international break, Luke?
Yeah, I've got a feeling they might do. Yeah, I mean, if they can get someone in before then, all well and good. Of course, it might all speed up rapidly now. We'll probably find, as you know, what football people are like, Ando, the decent ones will not have been pushing for this job while Steve was still in it. And whatever Newcastle fans think of him, the likes of Gerrard and Lampard, they're very, very respectful of Steve Bruce for his standing in the game. So we might see those 2 in particular start to push a little bit more because they would be the 2 I know for a fact sort of know Steve and like Steve, so that they may have been backing off because he was still in the job. But I don't, we certainly Jones is going to be there for Palace. I have seen some rumours saying someone might come in, but I don't think anything's that advanced yet. But I think they'll certainly firm up what they're going to do now, and they're going to have to be really, really focused. And this is the first test for them. Yeah. They've had 2 open goals really so far. The first open goal was buying the club and getting rid of Ashley. The second was getting rid of Steve Bruce. But now this is them starting for real. now, and they can't get this appointment wrong. They're in a relegation.
Well, that was the next question I was going to ask. Do you not think they should bring somebody in between now and the end of the season and say, right, your remit is, and you're looking at a firefighter here, I suppose. Your remit is to keep us in the Premier League. You're on such and such, and there's £1 million bonus in it for you. But at the end of that, if you keep us up,
you might
you're
have a
gone.
chance.
Yeah, and just before you answer that, look, Ian from Newcastle has messaged us, and it's very similar. He says if things were different and it was another manager who'd been sacked by Newcastle, he says, ironically, it might well be a Steve Bruce type manager that they'd be going for to replace them.
Well,
yeah, and I think you know what, that's exactly what the Saudis thought, from what I've been told, is that, you know, they're new to football, they're not on the ground in Newcastle, they weren't aware of the toxicity surrounding him, but, you know, when they get told stuff like, well, we need a manager who's going to keep us up, I think their reply was, well, we've got a manager who can keep us up because he's kept us up for 2 years. So, yes, it's very, very difficult. And I know what Ando's saying there about someone coming in. I mean, Rafa Benitez did that, didn't he? If you remember when he first came in, he agreed to do it. I just think it's very, very hard to get a manager to agree to do that because they probably want 18 months minimum.
Yeah, but if the money was right.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose the money's supposedly not a problem now, so maybe they can offer a huge bonus. But who's out? I mean, of all those managers that I've named, of the 5, I think, I cannot say with a degree of certainty that any of them will be a big success. I mean, you can never say that about any manager, but they've all got downsides, haven't they? And it's going to be a huge risk. And what I hope we get now, and this is why the decision to get rid of Steve Bruce was correct. I hope the club now just pulls together, because as long as he was still there was always going to be this undercurrent of negativity on a match day. And I hope now the fans can get, they want to get behind this new regime. And now when a new manager comes in, I'm sure they will. I'm sure we're going to see Newcastle United fans at their very, very best between now and the end of the season, because the team needs them. This is the same team that's finished in the bottom half of the table 4 years running. So they are going to need every single bit of help they can get, and the new manager's going to need every bit of single help they can get. So it's definitely the right decision to get rid of him. But whoever they appoint, it's a tough job, because you can't buy anyone from January.
How many wins did he need between now and the end of the year before they get into the January window?
How far are they cut adrift yet?
Yeah, well, I mean,
they need one win to get back out the bottom 3, do they? Yeah. I would imagine. I can't remember the table off the top of my head. What you don't want to be is 6 points adrift. Anything more than a couple of wins adrift, and you're in real trouble. Real trouble. Oh God, I don't know. Ideally, 5 wins between now and January. That'll probably be keeping them out the bottom 3 if they can get 5 wins between now and Christmas. But it's a big ask. I mean, the players are going to be low on confidence, don't forget, and they can't defend at the moment.
Well, I mean, that's what makes this Palace game at the weekend huge. I mean, Palace are 14th on 8 points. They're 5 points clear of us. You know,
that goes to 8 points if they win. I mean, it's huge. Yeah.
So.
I'm going to drag you back, Luke, to the interview that you've done with Steve Bruce in today's Telegraph, because some of the quotes from it I think are pretty striking. You know, the fact that he said he probably won't take another job, that he thought he could handle all the pressure and abuse, because they've been two different things at Newcastle, but actually it did get him down, you know, mentally, because he's someone who's always fairly cheery outwardly and certainly very, you know, polite and friendly and respectful and amiable. But was that the most downbeat you had known him?
I mean, I know Steve. Well, I know how downbeat he's been, probably more than any other journalist up here, because I speak to him a lot, and I've made no secret of the fact that I've known him a long time. And he's, you know, he is as close as you can possibly get in my job to actually having a friend in the job. I'm not going to deny that. He has been very, very low. Yes, I think he was shocked when he got here, and despite people like me and Alan Shearer warning him what would happen. I think he was shocked from the start, and I think it was particularly the local media that really shocked him. But that's not a surprise. I don't think the local media treated him particularly harshly. It's just what they've always been. And it's a demanding press packet. It's a demanding fan base to play in front of. But I don't know what it was. I think probably because his family are all Geordies, and the fact that they were hearing it and reading it, and it was this idea that he was being abused by, certainly one of the quotes he used, I think it was when I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, was that they were his family's people, particularly. And that, I think that's taken a toll on him, because I think his in-laws, particularly because obviously his two parents have died, and one of the other quotes he said in a previous interview, he's glad they weren't alive to see it, because it would have broken their hearts. And I just think emotionally, maybe it was emotionally it's taken a lot on him, and I think it is because it was Newcastle and it was where he's from and it's where his family are from. And I think that made it harder to detach himself from it, if that makes sense. And that he did take it more personally, and he did start to take the criticism very, very personally. And we saw that last season. We've seen that with his relationship with journalists. So I just think it got on top of him. And I think I said before, I said to him, they won't back you in the summer, so you should quit. And what happened in the summer was they didn't back him in the summer, did they? They left him with a squad that's weaker than the one he had at the end of last season. So he was on a hide into nothing, and just a poor start snowballed, didn't it? And I think it's just very, very hard. You always remember people will be sitting there at home going, "I'm getting an £8 million payoff." And yes, I wish I could get an £8 million payoff for Big Sack. I'm never going to get one of those in my life. Well, that's football management, and it should actually come with a health warning, because I've seen lots of managers leave Newcastle, Sunderland, Middlesbrough, and they've been absolutely broken when it happens. And that's just the mentality of a manager. And I think Steve Bruce is probably a little bit broken. He needs a holiday and he needs to go away. And I mean, I wouldn't rule him out returning to management, but I think he was. It's certainly pretty definitive when I spoke to him that this would be his last job. So we shall see what the next year brings for him.
Yeah, indeed we will. Luke, thank you very much for your time, because I know it's been a busy old day.
Cheers, Luke.
Luke Edwards from The Telegraph, who spoke to Steve Bruce and whose interview was published in The Telegraph this morning, and who's, of course, a regular Total Sport journalist guest as well. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call if you want to have a chat with either John Anderson about Newcastle United or Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, about Sunderland, and in particular their 4-0 win over Crewe Alexandra last night. Just briefly, Ando, one of those top 4 names that Luke mentioned was Frank Lampard, and of the, I reckon now, 17 names I have on my list in our unofficial poll, not a single person had mentioned Frank Lampard as somebody that they would like to come in. Would he not necessarily get universal approval?
I think it's a bold shout. I think he did a decent job when he went to Derby, and he went when he got the Chelsea job. You got to remember, he's going back somewhere where he was idolised as a player, so he was going to get a little bit more time. He wasn't going to get too much flack. But for whatever reason, it didn't work out for him. Do I think Frank Lampard would be the right fit for here? No, I don't. No, I don't think Frank Lampard would be. I don't think he's got enough experience, first and foremost.
Yeah.
But it's not my decision, is it?
I'm fairly sure it's not your decision.
No, not my decision. But
have the consortium got your ear? Yeah, no.
Missed a couple of calls, but
how could you?
I know.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call. 81333 is the number to send your text messages to. Start your messages with the letters BBC. We're at BBC Newcastle on Twitter as well. I promise that the next message I read will also get an answer from Marco as well. It's 28 minutes past 7.
£30 million. The £30 million pay packet. This is BBC Radio Newcastle's campaign to help you find a new job. We've already pointed you towards more than £25 million worth of work, and here's some more as we head towards our new bigger target of £30 million. We start in Newcastle, where Allied Healthcare is in need of a full-time care assistant to work across the whole of the city. Staying in Newcastle, the Integrated Laboratory Medicine Directorate based at the RVI is in need of an enthusiastic and suitably qualified business analyst, while Northumbria Healthcare Facilities Management Limited is seeking to recruit a maintenance assistant working at the Northumbria Hospital in Cramlington and other sites trust-wide as necessary. There's an opening for a lead agile delivery manager based in Newcastle to work across the hybrid cloud services as part of the DWP Technology Services. And finally, Northumbria University has a vacancy for an impact and engagement officer to join their impact team within research and innovation services. £30 million. The £30 million pay packet. To get more details about what experience and qualifications you need for these roles, including more information on pay and conditions, and to see hints and tips about applying for work, go to bbc.co.uk/Radio Newcastle and click on Make a Difference. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Your latest sport headlines then at 7:30 this evening. Steve Bruce, as I'm sure you know by now, is no longer the Newcastle United head coach. He left by mutual consent this morning. Sunderland's head coach Lee Johnson says his side were the real deal in spells during last night's 4-0 win over Crewe. It was good for Gateshead, not so for Morpeth in the FA Cup replays last night. We'll talk a little bit more about them in a few minutes' time. This evening, or earlier today I should say, Leicester came from 2-0 down to win 4-3 at Spartak Moscow in the Champions League. Patson Daka scored all 4 goals, and in doing so has become Leicester's all-time top goal scorer in European football, which is pretty impressive.
Good
really.
effort.
At 8 o'clock tonight, Chelsea host Malmo. Manchester United are at home to Atalanta. The Atalanta manager has been mentioned a couple of times in the text messages, Gianpiero Gasperini, as a potential candidate for the Newcastle United job. And Jos Buttler hit 73 from 51 balls. England beat New Zealand by 13 runs in their final T20 World Cup warm-up match. In the tournament itself today, Namibia beat the Netherlands by 6 wickets. And this is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Colin White in for Simon Pride this evening, joined as always by John Anderson and Marco Gabbiadini. And the next text message I'm going to read is related to Newcastle United, Marco, but it's general and generic enough that I'd like your opinion on it as well. And it doesn't have a name on it. Please do put your name on your text messages so I can credit you when you send them. Surely a director of football needs appointing first. As if I was a prospective manager, I would want to know the structure.
Mm-hmm.
Does it? Well, I'm going to come back to you in a second, Nando. Marco, does that kind of ring true to you that if there is money there and a plan there to sort the club out fully, then you do it? Do you do it top to bottom or bottom to top?
Yeah, and I think Luke mentioned that, didn't he? Where he said, Newcastle at the moment, the hierarchy have had 2 open goals with sacking the manager and taking over the club. That's the easy bit. I think usually, I think we haven't really heard much what's happened to they didn't have directors as such, did they? But the people behind the scenes, the people working day to day on things like recruitment or the sort of club secretary role, as it used to be called. It's more like a chief executive and CEO type of roles now. We haven't really heard much about them, and I thought they would have been the roles that. Now, maybe are we to assume that that's what the actual ownership team are going to do themselves? Is Amanda Staveley and her husband going to do that themselves, or are they going to bring somebody with some more experience in? You would think they would have to bring somebody with more experience in the game in to sort of help with some of that, but. I do think, and I think Ando touched on it as well, that they have got to get, it's much easier to put the full plan in place about recruitment and who's going to be your recruitment team and what kind of players you're going to go for. If those people at the top of the tree, your director of football, your head of scouting, all those positions are filled early doors, and that will affect these top managers. They don't just go, I've got a chance to go to Newcastle, it's a really good club. I remember what they did. They've got crazy fans. It isn't about that. They want to know what the recruitment system is. They want to know what the training ground's like. They want to know what their budget's going to be, and it's a bigger picture than just saying, there's a job there. I'm going to try and get that. They will turn jobs down if some of those pieces aren't in place.
Ando, is it just back to the original question? It's a good answer from Marco, but a director of football needing appointing first, or at least the structure around this head coach and the statement that Newcastle put out this morning did say it's a head coach that they will be recruiting. Yeah. Structure needs to be there first, doesn't it?
I think so. I think the director of football needs to be in place first, because at the end of the day, manager, head coach, call it whatever you want, they both need to get on. They both need to be singing off the same hymn sheet, so to speak. They both need to have the same views on the way the club is going to be run, the type of players that will come into the football club, the type of football that you're going to play. if one wants to go one way and the other wants to go another way, it's something that's not going to work. It's going to be a total mess.
I'm going to bring in Stephen in Wallsend, who's a Newcastle United supporter on the line. Hello, Stephen.
Hi, John. Hi, Marco.
Hey, Stephen.
Hello, mate.
Now, you're just before I'm not going to steal your thunder, but I know that I just want to say the name that you're about to mention, and your kind of idea of who you would like as the next Newcastle United manager. You are not alone. So there are 3 or 4 people have mentioned them on messages that we've received as well.
In this case of someone being able to do the job, just a short-term point to the end of the season. That means we can get everyone in that they want, everyone lined up, and I just think the person's got experience of doing this sort of job, getting people together. Is Allardyce. Don't think it's football, but I think you gel the team.
I don't think that's the worst shout in the world at all. I mean, I know people will be shouting at the radio, but look, from the position that we're in after this takeover, the main objective is to stay in the Premier League and to be have Premier League football next season, so you can attract better quality players. You're not going to do that if you're in the Championship.
Give Stevie and that all the time to get the right director of football in, line the next manager up, because I mean Allardyce will do a job until the end of the season. Well, you take all the boxes.
Yeah, well, what he'd do is he'd come in, he would have a structure, he'd make it difficult to play against, difficult to score against. I mean, okay, won't be pretty, won't be good on the eye, but as I say, it's all about staying in the Premier League, and people will be shouting saying, no, we don't want him, but yeah.
Do stay on the line, Stephen, but I'm just going to bring back in our Newcastle United commentator, Matthew Raisbeck, who has hot-footed it up from St James's Park, because nobody was there to talk to, unfortunately. So he's come back to talk to us, which is nice. On that point about Sam Allardyce, because like I say, this isn't just Stephen being the only person in the world who's suggested him. How would an appointment like that go down, do you think, Razor?
Yeah. Well, it might well be that is the type of manager that some fans would like to see come in. Someone who has a recent history of doing a good job over a short period. I'm not saying he is only a short-term manager, but it wouldn't be seen as a long-term thing, would it? No. I'm not so sure, though, whether Sam Allardyce himself would be well received by the fans, having been here before, and often you hear that
it would be a toxic one again, wouldn't it? I'm sure it would be. You know?
Well, you often hear that Allardyce was unlucky to lose his job under Mike Ashley in January 2008, and some may hold that opinion, but things weren't going so well when he ended up leaving Newcastle the first time. Now, perhaps he would have turned it around if he'd had longer, but I'm not so sure whether so many fans would want to go back. But it's an interesting suggestion, and I think maybe that type of manager would be seen as a decent short-term option.
And that's what I'm saying, yeah, short-term only.
Yeah.
But I think he's got scores to settle in Newcastle. I think he'd be up for it.
And Stephen,
it could be pretty, but it's got the point now. We need to start picking up points.
Yeah, and Stephen, I want to ask you just about, I don't know if you heard Luke Edwards, who was on, the journalist guest who was on about 15-20 minutes ago, but he was saying this is the first difficult decision that the new owners have to make, because it was an easy decision. It was a very popular decision, obviously, to buy the club. Of course, it was a popular decision, generally speaking, to remove Steve Bruce from his position. But this is really, really important for how the new owners are perceived by the fans, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if you're talking about then a foreign manager, they've got no experience of the Premiership. So you're taking a bit of a punt there as well. So I think it's better to keep us in the Premiership, and it gives you time to appoint a director of football and going forward. God's hope, touching wood, that we're still in the Premiership next year and get a point in to the summer.
It's probably the first decision that is going to split opinion, isn't it? You cannot please everybody with who your new manager is.
No, you cannot please everybody all the time. People will have their different views on who the manager should be, or who the head coach should be. But I think before as we just spoke there before, I mean, you need to get the director of football in place first, and then the coach. So it's like putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. But look, it's a decision they've
John,
got to make. It's a big decision that they've got to make.
There is a sort of a scenario where that isn't, I agree with you. That is, for the long term, that is the most important appointment in many respects. But could they bring a manager in? Because some of it's about egos, isn't it? Conte, or if you had talk about one of the big name managers, their fear is that they come in and actually they can't do enough to keep the team up in the second half of the season. So some of them will have that reluctance to do that.
Yeah,
and
I
obviously
agree.
So if they can't get the players in that they want in January, now I would think probably it won't take much to improve you maybe need 4 or 5 players in January would make a big difference, and you only have to win 6 or 7 games. It'd be good to win a couple before then, I know, but the point is as well that do they go for someone who is, you've mentioned Allardyce, but there are others, probably Hodgson falls in that category, where you go and say, he comes in and he knows what his remit is, to stay till the end of the season.
Yeah.
And then there's no, there's no grey area in a way, that the fans know that it's not the long-term, response to taking the clubs forward, but also that that it's more realistic to have a manager like that than bringing in one of the big names who wants to. They all want to work with big time players. That's the issue with the big names, isn't it? That you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean that's the point that I made earlier on. That do you bring somebody in till the end of the season and you offer them a big bonus to keep the team up, and then you get to the summer? Because I'm like you, Mark. I think a lot of these managers who have been named to be looking at it and going, do I really want to jump in there at this moment in time?
The one thing I'll throw back at you in response to that is a text from Barkas that says, I disagree with Ando. We don't need an interim firefighter. We need an experienced top manager now. And the reason he says that is that top managers attract top quality players.
Yeah, but you're not going to attract top quality players if you're in the relegation spot. It doesn't matter how much money you've got, and you get to January and you're still in the bottom 3 and you've got a top manager. You're not going to attract top players.
I agree. I think it's the other. I think they might have to buy some players or do a bit of. They might have to let some players go and bring some players in.
Yeah, they're going to have to wheel and deal in January, and you're not going to get the big players that you want. You're going to have to bring players in who can do your job to get you out of the situation that you're in.
I'll tell you why as well, because Newcastle aren't the only team who will be looking for a manager, or in the next few months where there's going to be change. You know what it's like. Clubs get knocked out of the Champions League or whatever. They're all looking for a new manager. Some of these teams will be looking for a new manager. Look at a club like Arsenal. They're probably just teetering on the edge really of not underachieving. What if that job came up? Which one would, if you were a top manager, which one do you prefer? It's a really difficult situation.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call to get in touch with us this evening. 81333 if you want to send us a text message. Start your message with the letters BBC, or you can tweet us as well. We're at BBC Newcastle on Twitter. Richard has sent us a text says, Colin, talking about Sam Allardyce is ridiculous and would take the club back years. Can you remind listeners why he was sacked by England? And I have to say, I understand that the reason he was sacked by England is unpopular with many people.
Controversial,
he's very controversial. He has been employed by 3 clubs since, and I think that most decision makers within football have probably forgiven him. I don't think it would be.
I don't think they have to forgive him. They just forget.
No, all right, but as in, it's not that they won't touch him with a barge pole anymore.
And those decision makers brought him into their football club because they thought he could do a job, and I mean to be fair, he did at most. Okay, it took him a little bit at West Brom. As far as pushing us back years, I don't see that. Look, it's all about staying in the. And people will say, "Oh, well, we will." It's all about staying in the Premier League, and it's all about winning football matches. And up to now, we haven't been able to win football matches. And just because Steve Bruce is gone and Mike Ashley is gone, that doesn't mean that by a miracle that all that's going to change. All of a sudden, we're going to start winning game after game after game.
You might.
Okay, so we'll be playing Champions League football next season.
That's an extrapolation that I didn't make.
Well, you said we... yeah.
I said might. We're going to talk to Joshua, who's a Newcastle United fan in concert, in just a second. I know he's been hanging on the line for ages, but I do want to mention Gateshead, because they were successful in their FA Cup fourth qualifying round replay against Mask United last night, just in the end. Mask United, 2 divisions below Gateshead. You would not have known it from watching the 180 minutes, never mind last night's 90 minutes. Goalless at half-time. The former Newcastle trainee, Adam Campbell it was, who scored Gateshead's first goal. Kedwin Scott got their second. Mask then got one back through Matty Time and made a proper game of it. Dan Ward scored Gateshead's third. That should probably have put the game to bed, except it didn't, because Adam Boyes, who used to play at Gateshead, scored in the 92nd minute to make it 3-2. It wasn't quite as nervy a finish as perhaps it could have been. They didn't really have a chance for an equaliser, Mask, but they did do incredibly well in the end. But here is Gateshead's head coach, Mike Williams.
We had to show many different sides of our game today, and I was really pleased with the battling qualities. Didn't make it easy for ourselves, but yeah, ultimately I felt as though we had to be persistent, and I said to the lads at half time, we keep moving them about, we keep creating the chances, and it will come. Obviously our front 3, 4 have been on fire all season. They've been different class, and we knew it was a matter of time before we were knocking on the door, and we created some clear-cut chances. But ultimately, in transition, we had to be wary, because they had a game plan, and one bad decision or error obviously cost us 2 goals. So we knew how threatening they were, and managed to just about get the job done.
They did indeed. Gateshead manager and player manager indeed played 90 minutes last night, Mike Williamson. So Gateshead are through to the first round proper. No such luck for Morpeth, though they lost their replay 3-1 last night at Craig Park in front of 1,600. There was 1,150 at the International Stadium as well. 2 very well attended FA Cup replays indeed. It was a Kurt Willoughby hat-trick for York City that saw them through in the end. A couple in the first half, one in the second half. Ryan Donaldson got one back for Morpeth, but it ended up just being a consolation. So Gateshead will be at home to Altrincham in the first round proper on the 6th of November, the same day, or certainly the same weekend, probably the same day if we're honest, as Sunderland against Mansfield Town. But I promised to bring in Joshua, because he's been hanging on for ages. Hello, Joshua.
Hi, Colin.
What do you make of it all today then?
Well, it's been a whirlwind day. I'm not quite sure I've had a day as a Newcastle fan recently with so much communication from the club, so it's been good. I think we all saw the sacking coming, to be honest, but I really feel like what Ando was saying earlier, that we need the top-down approach really before we go looking for managers. Graham Jones being named as interim coach, I think says a lot about the approach of the owners, and I really think we do need to get that director of football sorted out before we try and get people in as head coach. What I would like to see is maybe some kind of different approach, maybe in terms of academy or something like that, and looking at maybe somebody like John Herdman, who's from the local area, won a lot in terms of the women's game, got a really great win percentage with the Canadian men's team, and has done a great job bringing through young players in the Canadians men's team, Alphonso Davies, Jonathan David, and knows how to win. So it would be great to get somebody like that involved in the youth setup.
Yeah, look, I think you've got to prioritise things. I think at this moment in time, I think the youth setup is, for me, would be on the back burner, because it's all about the first team at this moment in time. It's all about getting wins under your belt, and getting the right people involved to get us out of the situation that we're in, Joshua. And I think the youth setup and the academy and everything else, I think come the summer, they are areas that will be focused on. You know, there's so much wrong with the football club as a whole, from infrastructure, you know, from bottom to top. There's just so much wrong, that there's so much that needs doing. There's so much that needs to be put right. But I just think essentially the most important thing for the football club is that come the end of May or whenever it is that we play our last game in the Premier League, that we're still in the Premier League for the following season.
Razor, I was actually going to bring you in on this little point as well, because it all comes back to a text that we got earlier, which is about believing that a director of football should come in before a head coach does, or kind of the structure around the rest of the manager should come first. Can you see that happening, or does that statement imply that we got this morning that it's a head coach coming in before anything else?
No, I don't think it implies that. I mean, it might make more sense to have a sporting director or director of football in first, and then you can find a manager or head coach or whatever who would be able to work with them, someone who would share similar ideas about how Newcastle can play and how the club can go forward and deal in the transfer market. But I do think the situation with Graham Jones is critical now, because obviously the new owners, and they've talked about being patient and long-term investors and saying that it will be process-driven. They're clearly not going to rush into anything, are they? Anything significant. Otherwise, maybe they would have got rid of Steve Bruce immediately or come to an agreement. He's left by mutual consent today much sooner. So I think that a lot is resting on how well Graham Jones can do over the next few weeks, potentially, because it could buy them some more time to get these important appointments correct. I mean, the new manager and someone in the role of a sporting director will probably be the most important decisions that they will make, at least for now, won't they?
Yeah, I go along with that, Razor. I think it's a huge appointment. I think it's one that they've got to get right. Managers have been brought in the last 14 years with one objective, and that was to keep the club in the Premier League. Things have changed now. You would hope that with this consortium taking over and the money that's available to them to go and spend, that their ambitions is an awful lot greater than that. So I think it's a huge appointment. It's something that they've got to get right. It's something that they can't rush. And as we've seen since they've been here, they don't seem to rush to do anything, do they? They take their time.
Joshua, just before you go, would you like to contribute to our unofficial poll of who you would like the next Newcastle United manager to be?
Well, it's a tough one, isn't it? There's a lot of names, and there's a new favourite every day. I do think that someone like Paulo Fonseca plays a really good style of football, and it depends on who we would get in as a sporting director or director of football. But it would be nice to get a proper football and culture embedded into the club. Yeah,
he's up to 8 votes now. He's
running away with
5 votes ahead of anybody else.
Running
Joshua, thank you very much indeed, as always. We might be a little bit tight of time if you want to get on the programme this evening as a caller, but you can definitely put your call in for tomorrow if you want to give us a call just now. 0800 234 6565 is the number. It is a free phone number. 81333 if you'd rather send us a text message, and I will certainly keep all the text messages that I've not had the chance to read out today for tomorrow as well. We're also on Twitter at BBC Newcastle is where to find us. Marco William in Doxford Park has sent us a Sunderland question. Do you think Ross Stewart is close to a Scotland call-up? I do, says William. They are desperate for forwards, and apparently they're looking at him.
I would, I think you'd have to, wouldn't you? I mean, he's quick. He's got a fantastic frame for a centre forward. He's hard working. He does the hard work, the dirty work as well, which if you're playing for Scotland, you quite often have to do. And look, I think he's got lots of good attributes. He scores different types of goals. So I think he's got a big future. To be honest, I think he's found a good match really with the club where we are, and that he's needs to progress his career and progress his learning curve, and I think he's a good club to do that, and hopefully getting involved with the international squad would enhance that.
William, thank you for your question. 81333 if you want to send us a text message, make sure you start them with the letters BBC. It is 7 minutes to 8.
Making a difference.
I was sat in the Gallagher end and I saw a lady doing CPR on someone, so as an A&E doctor I thought I'd better go and offer a hand if I can and see what help I can give here. And we gave the guy a shock through the defibrillator, and it was quite fortunate, this guy as well, because very quickly an intensive care doctor arrived, the cardiologist arrived, and we were able to bring him back again. I would say when I was walking back to my seat and 10,000 fans in the Gallagher were chanting hero at me, that is one of the best moments of my life, yes.
And all the music you love. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
And this is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. We've only got 6 minutes left of this evening's programme. Colin White in for Simon Pride tonight, joined by John Anderson, former Newcastle United fullback, and Marco Gabbiadini, the former Sunderland striker. And we have talked an awful lot, obviously, tonight about names to replace Bruce. We haven't really talked about necessarily the decision to remove him, if you want to call it that. I know it's said by mutual consent. But Stephen in Durham has sent us a text message, and this was quite a while ago because it refers back to a conversation that we were having about tactics and how defensive this team has been, should be, might be. Stephen says, Ando, under Bruce we averaged around 35% possession because our keeper and defence punted the ball forward aimlessly. Spurs on Sunday played from the back through midfield and had about 65% possession. So it's ridiculous to blame Longstaff and Hayden. They were bypassed, and this was Bruce tactically.
Well, the one thing I would say is Spurs had Højbjerg in there. He found pockets of space. He kept getting on the ball. He kept moving it 5 yards. Then he'd find more pockets of space, and he'd get it, and he'd pass it forward again. Our midfield players don't do that. You know, okay, we're not good enough on the ball. And this isn't just defensively. This is all over the park. We don't keep the ball well enough. You know, this is going over all ground. Colin, to be quite honest, you know, we've never been good at keeping the ball. We don't take the sting out of games. I mean, the one thing that Spurs did, for 6 minutes, Spurs were under the cosh and we were at them. All of a sudden, they got hold of the ball. They slowed the whole tempo of the game down. And the reason they could do that is because they kept the ball. They passed the ball. We don't. We keep giving it back to the opposition and keep inviting pressure onto us. So, I think we need better players. We need better quality in there. You know, I think defensively we're poor. I honestly think defensively we're poor. You know, I harp back.
And is that individuals or is that the structure?
I think Kieran Clark's done well for this football club, you know, but I think his legs have gone. You know, I don't think he was never the quickest, but you know, he struggles against people with pace. Fernandes, who's I've always liked, I think sees danger, always in the right place, but yet again, not the quickest. Cher, exceptionally good on the ball, plays, brings it out, plays. Poor defender. And people will say, oh, he's a great defender. He's not. He's a good footballer. He's a very good footballer. Good on the ball, brings it out, uses it well. Can't defend. And Lascelles gets attracted towards the ball all the time.
So it's not necessarily just about some manager coming in, and you know, we've talked about Allardyce and Hodgson and whatever else, to sort that defence out, because it might have deficiencies that not even they could sort out.
No, you need to get a plan, whether that means going back to 3 centre-backs and protecting those 3 centre-backs so they don't get exposed and they don't get isolated by putting 2 holding midfield players in front of them, and make sure that they don't get isolated, they don't get left one-on-one. I mean, that's what Benitez did, and he worked on it and worked on it and worked on it, and we were tight defensively. You know, and people were going, I mean, people were talking about Jamal Lascelles playing for England, not just playing for England, but captain in England. You know, but in the system that they played, he never got isolated. The other 2 centre-backs, whichever one it was, whether it was Lejeune, Schär, Clark, Fernandes, never ever got isolated because they got protection. Any time that they did get isolated in wide areas, they couldn't handle it.
Lee in Shields says, Ando, do you not fancy it, and would you have Marco as your number 2?
No.
No to which one of those questions?
Both of them.
Oh, right.
Both of them.
I'd do it for £2 million if we kept him up.
Well,
right. You heard it here first, well, I tell you ladies and gentlemen.
If I thought I was going to get £2 million either way, I'd do it. No, I think I'd be too old school, and I think, you know,
I think that's the problem. Yeah.
It's funny because I think the kick gloves, you know, there'd be none
You've
of
said
that.
You've said that phrase quite a few times this week, John, about, you know, ruffle a few feathers, bang a few heads together. whether you can do that nowadays, that's another point, isn't it? You know, it's different.
Well,
you have to go in and cajole and put an arm round and, you know.
Well, you know what it is? When Jim Smith was here, you played under Jim as well, and you knew what Jim was like, he's fiery. And we did it when he went to Derby, he did a game, and he says, come in and have a drink. And I was saying, how are you finding it? And he said, there was a foreign player, I won't mention his name, he said, I gave him a right mouthful after the game on Saturday. He says, and my phone rang first thing Sunday morning, it was his agent. And the player was really upset because he shouted at him. And he went, that's the mentality you're living with now. Yeah. I went, oh. So you didn't throw teapots around at him, Jim? He said, them days have long gone.
Yeah, they have indeed. Paulo Fonseca wins our unofficial poll by 1,000,000 miles, by the way, despite a late vote for Roy Hodgson. I have not got time to run through the 22 different names that have been mentioned this evening. But Simon, hopefully back tomorrow with these two. We'll see you then.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
Brilliant. Rafa Benitez, 2 home defeats in a week. It's not good, is it? 1-0 at home to West Ham, 5-2 at home to Watford. Now, hang on a minute. Here's one thing. 5-2 at home to Watford. Let's just think this through. Tactical genius.
After winning.
Yeah.
With how many minutes left? 12 minutes left.
2-1 up, and they lose 5-2. Now, come on. Seriously? Is it? Listen, I think it's a bad fit, Rafa with Everton. I think it's a bad fit. It always was. I don't think it was a good idea. But he's gone there, and the Everton fans have been quite warm with him, I think. But I just don't see a positive. I don't see a positive end to this at all.
I do, because again, really? As I said at the start of the show, when we were talking about Tottenham and West Ham, it's not a shock to me that West Ham now beating Tottenham. Not a shock at all, because West Ham are serious contenders. But when you look at the table, same as Tottenham, they're not far behind West Ham. And look at this one. With Everton, again, they're in 8th in the table aid, but they've got 14 points. And if you look at the defeats they've had there, back-to-back, whatever it is, in 4th place are West Ham on 17 points.
Yeah, what's your point?
But the point is, they're a victory away from being in a different position totally.
Yeah, but they're not there, and that is the point. Yeah, they've had 2 home games where they could be in the top 4, and they've lost from both.
Of course, but they're going to have spells like that throughout the season.
What, losing at home 5-2
But if they
to
go and
Watford?
if they go on and lose the next one, you know what I mean, or the next 2, it's a different ball game, because then you're thinking, well, Everton to finish top 10 is going to be a battle. But where they are at this moment in time, 2 results. When you consider they are missing the heartbeat of their side, we talk about a spine, whether it be Mina, whether it be Decorah, whether it be Calvert-Lewin. That is the spine of that team. Yes, Richarlison come off the bench and scored, which is also a great sign. But we talk about teams in sport and you have a spine. They're missing it.
OK, that's fine. However, it's 1 win in 6, all competitions. They're already out of the Carabao Cup. 2 home defeats in a week. So, do we just put that... Oh, they've got a few injuries. So this bad run of form is going to happen? No, is it a bigger question. 5-2 at home to Watford, who got beat 5-0 at home by Liverpool last week.
Yep.
Can you just say, well, they've got a couple of injuries, so of course they're going to lose 5-2 at home to Watford?
No, I wouldn't have expected them to lose that game. Again, we've talked about it, but when we always talk about Everton, I think their squad's got stronger and stronger over the years because the money their owners have put in. They spent a lot of money at that football club over the past few years, Aid. A lot of money. And they don't seem to be... They just can't get a manager who can take him over that line. Ancelotti, many people had hopes for him doing that. But we saw last year, it didn't happen. Benitez now got off to a great start. Now they lost the last 2. They are missing 3 important players. Really important players to them. But at this moment in time, you can't be saying, well, Benitez is not the right man, because they come back in and Everton go back-to-back wins, and they're in a totally different position. Now they lose the next 2, it'll be Benitez getting the boot.
OK, but what I go on with that, and we can't predict what's going to happen in the future. They go to Wolves.
And they get a win.
A week today. And do they get a win? We don't know. I mean, Wolves have been in really good form. Then they're at home to Tottenham, away to Man City.
Yeah.
You've got Liverpool coming up on the 1st of December. They're away to Chelsea before Christmas.
But that's the Premier League, Ed. It can change just like that.
So you can't be affording to lose at home to Watford by 5-2 when you've got some genuinely tricky games coming up. And I think there was a key moment on on the weekend, and it came when the lad Gordon was playing really well, and the fans love him, and he was doing some good things, and Rafa took him off. Now, all right,
the sub came on and scored.
Richarlison came on, right?
And scored.
Gordon was not the right man to take off. Richarlison coming on, fine, no problem with that. It's who they took off, and I don't think the fans appreciated that Gordon went off. And in the end, what happened? They get battered 5-2 at home. So, what was his thinking process behind some of these substitutions? When I think about Iwobi coming on for, was it Damari Gray went off? Gray's going to cause more problems than Iwobi all day long. So what was it? Does he want somebody who's going to sit back and try and defend more? Well, that didn't work. So this is where you can't really question Rafa's career so far, but I can question whether he's the right man for Everton. And here's the thing, Newcastle need a manager.
So why would he be the right man for Newcastle then?
Well, that's the debate, whether he is or not. But what we know is the Newcastle fans love him.
Is that the likeability factor by the fans?
Well, he really connected with that club and with the community, didn't he? So there's a real positive. We understand Amanda Staveley is a big fan of his and wants him to be back at the football club.
Purely because the fans,
because that may well
she
win
wants
favour.
to be popular at this moment in time. Yeah.
And she's got a big say in that decision, so as we understand it. So, for me, I can't see any losers in this. I do not believe Everton fans, deep down, if they had the choice, I don't think they would want Rafa Benitez as their manager. They accepted it because it happened, and they're not going to cause him all sorts of grief just because he's been given the job. They're going to try and get behind the manager because they want the team to do well. But I don't think ultimately it will be their choice to have Rafa as manager. So I think they'd be quite happy for him to go, and I think Newcastle want him. I think Rafa would be happier at Newcastle as well. I can't see a loser in this situation. So, Everton fans, if I've got this one wrong, then please let me know. And it's not just a knee-jerk off the back of a home defeat, a home battering by a relatively poor Watford side who got done 5 by Liverpool last week at home. I think that substitution was possibly a turning point for some Everton fans. So if I'm reading this wrong, let me know. But can you actually see it happening? Rafa back to Newcastle?
Yeah, of course I can, because he enjoyed his time there. With the fans, not with the owner. Nobody did with that owner, but the fans loved him. They talk highly of him even to this day, still. And that was one of the problems Steve Bruce had to follow that, didn't he? And it was always going to be a problem. No matter if he finished higher in the table than Rafa Benitez did, it didn't matter to fans. Well, it was different. Oh, yeah, we had to be defensive when they went away from home. But when Steve Bruce did it, there was a load of criticism that followed. So, yeah, as far as that would go, it's a fit. Absolutely 100% fit. But realistically, again, stop thinking about emotional connection between the fans and Rafa Benitez. What would be right for Newcastle? Would it be right to go back?
I think so. Do you think it'd be wrong?
Well, I don't think he'd turn it down.
No, he wouldn't, but would it be good for Newcastle?
For the fans, but it could end in tears.
Love to hear from Newcastle fans on it, and Everton fans as well. Would they be comfortable if Rafa... It's a short space of time, but the Newcastle takeover has happened in that short space of time, and there is a will from Newcastle to bring Rafa back, as we understand it. I feel like Rafa would want to go back, because he's got unfinished business at Newcastle United.
He did leave for more money, though.
Yep. And I think he'd get more money going back to Newcastle as well. But would Everton fans have a problem with it? Would it just confirm what they thought about Rafa all along? 03717 223344. It's Drive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com to find out how much your car's worth in under 60 seconds. Enter your reg number now. Got a quick tweet from a Norwich fan, Andrew, who says, as a long-suffering Norwich fan... Is it long-suffering? I mean, they were top of the Championship all season last season. Were you suffering last season? So you're not long-suffering,
just enjoy the Premier League.
Dear, oh dear. He says, how is that possible for Norwich fans to enjoy the Premier League?
Barnsley got into the Premier League and they enjoyed it from start to finish, no matter what happened.
Come on.
Enjoy it. Certain clubs realise, but when they get there, it's something special, and they're very lucky, one of the lucky few to experience it as fans. It's the dream. You got to the Premier League, what would you like? You'd enjoy every single game in the Premier League. Just think about it for a moment.
No. What I'll say is, what I always stick to, it doesn't matter what division we're in, I enjoy winning games, and I hate losing games. You're going to lose far more in the Premier League, so I'm not too sure I would enjoy it that much. 7-0 at Chelsea. You're not going to enjoy that. Anyway, he says, Saturday was a disgrace. Can live with us not being as good, but not with a total lack of effort, and as fans, that all we should expect 100% efforts. Agree with that. And on Everton and Rafa, this text says, spot on, I was there. Gordon should have stayed on. Rondon should have come off. Rafa is clueless, he says. Morgan is a Newcastle fan. What do you want to say, Morg?
Oh, buddy, I'd have Rafa back in a heartbeat. I phoned you up a few weeks ago asking for Steve Bruce to be thrown out of any window or exit that was at our club.
A little bit harsh.
But, it was a bit harsh, but what he'd done to the club just by saying, well, I know the fans, I deserve the job, was a joke to me. So I had no remorse for seeing him go. I think people are looking at how Newcastle should restructure the wrong way. I would just weaken 3 teams in the Premier League and then take Rafa from Everton and go, well, now we should be safe. That's how I'm looking at it. I think we just take 3 players from weaker clubs than us, i.e. people who are in the relegation battle, and I think that's how Newcastle should survive this season.
Well, who are you signing from Norwich, mate?
You
get Tim Krul back.
yeah. We'll have Krul as a reserve keeper. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad.
That's a very good question.
Why would you sign, now Newcastle have got more money than any other team in the world, why don't you just sign players who are playing at big clubs around Europe?
Would they go for a start, money-wise?
We've just heard about a player went to Norwich, a defender, because he's getting paid a ridiculous amount of money that no other team would have paid him in the Premier League.
I would say as well that they are in a relegation battle, no doubt about it, Newcastle. So that's the priority. I think that's where he's coming from. Let's make sure there's 3 worst teams. Best way of doing that, weaken the teams below us. Well, make sure there's 3 weaker teams than us by buying their players.
Is there 3 teams lower than Newcastle at this moment?
No, there are. Norwich, and that's about it.
Well, sign 3 Norwich players.
Graham's an Evertonian. What do you want to say, Graham? You're on TalkSport.
Hi, lads. Yeah, I think you're spot on what you're saying there before, Adrian, that as soon as he took Gordon off, the whole crowd just changed towards him. The whole game just changed, and after that, you could just see there was nothing in us. Damari Gray did have a knock when he took Gray off. That's why he brought Iwobi on. But
fair enough.
I mean, he's useless anyway. But you could just tell as soon as he took Gordon off, everything just changed towards him.
Who would you have taken off? Davies?
But I mean, any of them could have got took off. To be fair, because we weren't playing that well, even though we did get ourselves in front. But I probably would have took off Townsend because he had one of his quieter games for us on Saturday. But, I mean, Anthony Gordon was the one who he should have never took off. I mean, this Rondon who he's put up front, I think he's had 1 shot on target in all the games that he's played for us. It's just not happening for him. But if Newcastle were to come in for that, I don't think many Evertonians would have a problem with it, to be honest.
Graham, thanks for that. You wouldn't miss him at all. By the way,
who would they attract?
Who? Everton. Come on.
Where do they go next, though, for a manager?
No, well, they've got to be kind of realistic with it, haven't they?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So where do they go? Ancelotti, Benitez, 2 big names in football management, right? Whether you think they're past it or whatever it may be, Ancelotti, Benitez, where do they go next?
Would they?
They won't go back to Martinez.
Wilder.
Who's been linked. Thierry Henry. I mean, Lampard, do they go down that route? Gerrard ain't going to go there.
Do you not feel like it's a bad fit, though?
Rooney?
It just feels like a bad fit to me. And the Everton fan there giving his views on it. We'll take more. Have you not had a message from Goldstein yet at all today?
What about?
About Man United. Because he's with you tomorrow, isn't he?
Oh, he's no chance.
No?
He ain't get one.
Can we...
It works for him.
Oh, look. There you go. He's lacking a bit of that, is he? Ah, right, okay. So what's he going to say tomorrow?
I'll be listening tonight. I want to be interested. Is he on tonight? He's on with Cundy, Sports Bar. We'll see. We'll see if he says anything.
Well, Ollie might have gone by then.
Because I tell you what, Jay will get stuck into him tonight, won't he? Oh, my word, he'll be dreading coming in today. Cundy's going to absolutely nail him.
Let's take a quick one from Wayne, an Everton fan. Hiya, Wayne.
Hello, mate.
What do you want to say?
I just want to turn around and say, you know, we're only 9 games in, right, okay. The team are playing better football. The injury list has been horrendous, right, okay. Even against West Ham, when we put 18 crosses into the box, when you're missing the likes of Calvert-Lewin, right, okay, and Richarlison and Yerry Mina, right, okay, the team is falling apart.
5-2 at home to Watford, Wayne. 5-2 at home to Watford.
Yeah, I get that, right, okay. But it's because of the structure of the team is falling apart. You can't say that Benitez hasn't been playing fantastic football.
Well, I think there are times when we've seen the Burnley game, for example, when the wingers suddenly caught fire and Townsend was brilliant. It was a joy to watch. It's Burnley.
And Gray, well, we've been talking about how much of a bargain, 1.6 million for those two. So I'm with him. I think when you're missing the spine of the team, Decore, Mina and Calvert-Lewin, that's a big part. With those guys like Gray and Townsend, they putting the ball across for Calvert-Lewin, who's unbelievably brave and getting on the end of crosses and getting into the areas where you need to be to score goals. I think it's a big part of the way they play. They're three huge players.
Craig has tweeted saying the subs were poor, midfield was overrun at times, and Ben, a Newcastle fan, says, unpopular opinion, I wouldn't want Rafa back. Football about as exciting as watching paint dry, he says.